In the era of universal lords, myriad races converge upon a singular battlefield, each beginning with a realm, vying for supremacy across the vast multiverse. Lin Mo transmigrates to this world, commencing his journey as a plant lord, endowed with a mythical-grade territorial talent. He sets forth to forge an unparalleled celestial realm, where all edifices are upgraded to divine architecture, including celestial palaces, celestial soldier towers, and the palace of existence. The spirit flower demon boasts an astounding 30-fold work efficiency, causing resources to overflow abundantly. Crops cultivated transform into celestial grade, with their growth cycles shortened by a staggering 1,000-fold. Heroic recruitment begins with a mythical inception. Devoted to cultivation, I remain unrivaled across the realms. Chapter 1. The characteristics of a mythical grade lord. The azure peaks rise majestically. The sky above is a serene blue, unmarred by waves. Standing atop the mountain peak, Lin Mo gazes down upon the lush and verdant mountainous expanse, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. To think I have been allocated to the mountainous region right from the start. This must be an extraordinarily fortunate beginning. He murmurs softly, recalling the rules of the multiverse he had studied during his high school years. This realm is a world of coexistence among myriad races, where the strong reign supreme. Once the inhabitants of Blue Star reach the age of 18, they may be cast into this world to embark on their lifelong journey as lords. As a lord, one wields supreme power, developing their territory to commence conquest over the myriad races, ascending to the pinnacle of life through martial prowess. What of longevity, splendid kingdoms, and ruling over countless races? As long as your strength is formidable, all can be realized. His starting location is nothing short of perfection. The presence of trees, streams, and stones ensures that Lin Mo will not lack for fundamental resources. This also signifies that he begins at a level above the majority of novice lords. Ding! You have entered the multiverse, awakening your racial talent. Please wait. Just as Lin Mo revels in the fortune of his starting territory, the will of the multiverse sends a notification into his mind. I wonder what grade of talent I shall awaken. Lin Mo cannot help but feel anticipation. Within this multiverse, territorial characteristics, unit types, equipment, and wild monster bosses are all classified by grade. From lowest to highest, the classifications are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, legendary, epic, and mythical. The three random factors for novice lords at the beginning, talent, bloodline, and territorial characteristics, determine their future growth potential. Each aspect is crucial to the limits of a lord's future development, yet ultimately relies on fate, unaffected by external influences. Given his already auspicious starting location, it stands to reason that these three factors cannot be lacking. Ding! You have awakened a bronze-grade racial talent. Financial expert. The will of the multiverse reappears in Lin Mo's mind, yet this revelation gradually dims his initial elation. A financial expert. Talent introduction. You shall be a shrewd and prudent lord, capable of saving resources or earning more with every endeavor. Lin Mo exhales heavily, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him. Beyond mere level classifications, talents of the same level can be further divided into tiers. The upper limits of talent's grade determine a lord's long-term path. Talents that enhance attack, increase stats, or feature mimicry capabilities are considered upper tier. In contrast, his talent, which leans towards the non-combat and administrative, falls into the lower echelons. Moreover, his financial expert talent is among the lowest tier within that category. Although it is a bronze-grade talent, it pales in comparison to certain combat-oriented black iron talents. The fate of novice lords hinges on their developmental speed, and the financial expert clearly shines only in the later stages of the game. This implies that early on, he lacks an additional talent advantage compared to others. Could it be that his fortunate birthplace has led to a subsequent misfortune? No, this must surely be a coincidence. Even in the absence of talent, there remain bloodlines and territorial traits. His bloodline talent must surely enhance his combat capabilities. It cannot be lacking. Ding! You have awakened a silver-grade bloodline talent. Plant Patriarch. Just as Lin Mo reassures himself, the voice of the will of the multiverse resonates in his mind. Upon hearing that his talent is that of a Plant Patriarch, his expression darkens, and he nearly rolls his eyes in exasperation. What on earth is this? Plants? Talent introduction. As a believer in the green faith, you will earn the trust of plants, transforming you into a plant-type lord. A plant-type lord. The multiverse is home to countless races, including half-orcs, goblins, holy dragons, and angels. However, plant lords summon plant-based units for combat, whose combat prowess typically ranks lower than that of traditional agricultural methods. Furthermore, there exists a significant drawback: the lengthy development cycle. A typical plant lord may take nearly tenfold the time required for a human lord to reach a comparable silver-grade level of development. In a world fraught with peril, a sluggish development speed equates to a slow death. Lin Mo may even risk losing his qualification to become a true lord. Should he be eliminated from contention, returning to Blue Star would be a stroke of luck. Yet, should misfortune befall him, falling prey to wild monsters or the invasion of foreign lords, his fate would be one of annihilation. What on earth is this nonsense? Lin Mo struggles to quell his indignation. Anyone in such a dire situation would inevitably feel the urge to curse. Ding ding ding, you have new messages? Please check. Within his line of sight, a glimmering exclamation mark suddenly materialized. He summoned it with his thoughts. Hey, brothers, how is everyone faring? Is your birthplace treating you well? I was born in the plains and have awakened the abilities of precise strike and winds of revival. I consider myself fortunate for the time being. Goodness, how can you be so lucky? Why must I be born in this godforsaken, sweltering desert? Fortunately, my talents are decent. Power source combined with restless heart is only marginally inferior to yours. Everyone's here, but where's the class monitor? Why isn't he speaking? Mark, Lin Mo, are you alright? Speak up for the brothers. We are waiting for you to lead us to victory. Quiet down. The class monitor is a prodigy among prodigies, consistently outpacing the second place by a wide margin in every mock exam. How could his start be anything less than extraordinary? Lin Mo responded. Mark, talent's financial expert and plant patriarch. Silence enveloped the group. After a brief moment, someone chuckled, haha. Well, class monitor, you're doing just fine. With that brain of yours boasting an IQ of 300, those two mediocre talents are merely trivial for you to wield. Indeed, class monitor, do not be disheartened. The territorial traits have yet to manifest, and there is still room for hope. Lin Mo, known for his commendable character in class, displayed his dismal talents. The class group was flooded with words of comfort for Lin Mo, urging him to remain optimistic. As long as the territorial traits had not appeared, there was still a glimmer of hope. Yet Lin Mo was all too aware that unless the lordly traits revealed a legendary quality, even the mightiest deity could not salvage his brief tenure as a lord. Lin Mo, do not worry about me. My birthplace is in the mountains, and I will manage through the early stages. He wished to alleviate his classmates' concerns and sent a message accordingly. Ding, you have awakened the mythic-level territorial trait, Spirit Realm, Mythic Max. A gentle breeze caressed Lin Mo's hair, brushing against his forehead. He stood frozen for a prolonged moment, unable to utter a word. After some time, he quietly clenched his fist and internally exclaimed, at last, trait introduction. The distant divine kingdom has extended an olive branch to you. You possess the full power to command a mythic-level territory, and the achievement of becoming a supreme lord is within reach. Chapter 2. The Realm of Wanlin, Mythical Title. Territory Feature, Celestial Transformation Realm, Mythical. Territory Effects, Celestial Domain. 1. All architectural units undergo Celestial Transformation. 2. Celestial entities inflict an additional 10 points of true damage. 3. The growth cycle of celestial entities is shortened by 1,000 days. 4. Celestial entities can merge with one another to enhance their experience. Spiritual Domain. 1. Red Domain. Celestial entities have their growth cycle reduced by 10 days. 2. Orange Domain. Experience acquisition is doubled. 3. Yellow Domain. Territories occupied by celestial entities will transform into dominions. 4. Green Domain. Celestial entities will be reborn upon death. 5. Cyan Domain. The recovery speed of celestial entities increases by 100. 6. Blue Domain. Celestial entities can exist in any territory. 7. Purple Domain. Celestial entities are immune to damage. Incredible. The territory features of the Celestial Transformation Realm, whether from the Celestial Domain or the Spiritual Domain, are astonishingly powerful. The 7 colored domains of the Spiritual Domain refer to the variations in the barrier colors corresponding to each race within the myriad worlds. Simply put, in this realm, the sky changes color each day. The 7 colors represent the 7 days. As a mythical level territorial talent, I must be the first in human history to possess such a distinction, Lin Mo mused, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Since humanity's entry into this myriad world a millennium ago, the pinnacle of human achievement has been the golden tier. No one has ever possessed a characteristic above legendary rank, let alone mythical. Such high-level traits are exceedingly rare, even among races far more powerful than humanity in the myriad worlds. Yet, here I am, truly possessing one. Ding. You have acquired the mythical level territorial characteristic, unlocking the mythical title of Celestial Sovereign. Title Effect, Celestial Sovereign. For every 10,000 units of the same tier celestial entities you command, all celestial entity attributes will be doubled. The mere fact that I have unlocked a mythical title left Lin Mo momentarily speechless. Generally, new lords find it exceedingly difficult to obtain titles during the first 10 days after entering the myriad worlds. If by chance they do, it is usually a trivial black iron title, akin to that of a mere rabbit hunter. The existence of titles equates to a lord's identity and honor. As Lin Mo contemplated this, he promptly chose to equip the title. At the instant the title, Celestial Sovereign, manifested above his head. A magnificent ethereal projection of a celestial palace enveloped him. Within this celestial palace, he appeared as a celestial ruler, exuding an unparalleled majesty. However, in the next moment, the celestial palace projection vanished. Lin Mo wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had never anticipated that the title's special effect would be so extravagant. It would be more fitting to flaunt such a display once he evolved into a legendary lord. But he was merely a novice lord now. And if he walked through the myriad realms bearing such a projection, he would undoubtedly attract the ire of countless races. Lin Mo was well aware of the saying, "The nail that sticks out gets hammered down." After opting to conceal the title from others, Lin Mo felt a sense of relief to proceed with other matters. All preparations for the Lord have been completed. Next, please name your territory. The voice of the will of the myriad worlds echoed once more in Lin Mo's mind. Let it be called the Wanlin Celestial Realm, he declared after a moment of contemplation, as the name stemmed from the combination of his bloodline talent and territorial characteristics. Territory, naming successful. At the very moment Lin Mo confirmed the name of his territory, the ground beneath him began to transform rapidly, expanding into a barren expanse of 100 by 100 square meters. In the center of this territory stood an ancient, modestly sized structure. This was the sole building available to a novice lord, the Lord's Hall. Ding. Detection indicates that you have generated a territory. The territorial characteristics are now in effect. The notification chimed again as Lin Mo's divine-level territorial characteristics were triggered. A wafting essence of celestial energy descended from the heavens, infusing itself into Lin Mo's territory. Gradually, ethereal mist began to form above the barren land, and the singular building, the Lord's Hall, underwent a transformation under this mysterious celestial fog. It evolved into a palace that floated in mid-air, exuding the aura of the celestial realm, resembling a dwelling of immortals. Ah, this elevates the grandeur significantly. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with admiration as he marveled. Lord's Hall, Wanlin Celestial Realm. Tier, Black Iron Level 1. Population units, 110. Hero units, 00. Building units, 010. Current territory area, 100 by 100 square meters. Current resources, wood 0-1000, stone 0-1000, food 0-1000, water 0-1000. Unlockable buildings. Palace, Celestial Transformation increases population cap, cost, stone wood 10. Celestial Soldier Tower, Celestial Transformation produces troop units, cost, stone wood 100. Divine Temple, Celestial Transformation summons hero units, cost, stone wood 500. Shumi Palace, Celestial Transformation trading post for the myriad realms, cost, stone wood 100. Guardian Tower, Celestial Transformation defends the territory, cost, stone wood 50. Gazing at the information panel of his territory, Lin Mo felt an immense sense of satisfaction. While others started with a mere dilapidated wooden house, he commenced his journey with a celestial palace. How could this ever compare? Perhaps curious about his classmates' progress, Lin Mo reopened the class chat channel. Brothers, I'm in trouble. My first 2 talents are exceptional, but this territory feature landed me in a water domain, and my birthplace is in a desert. Can you comprehend my plight? Just wait a couple of days. After 2 days, it'll transform into a dark river, and you'll be drawn into it. 2 days later, when it turns into an oasis, your corpse will float to the surface, one classmate teased. Lehigh, don't scare him. What is your territory feature? Aren't you a bit too casual about other struggles? My territory feature is rock domain. All troop units gain additional defense. As for me, I merely have a beast domain. Troop units inherit some beastly attributes, whether faster attacks or speed. Nothing extraordinary, another chimed in. As Lin Mo observed Lehigh boasting in the chat, a faint smile crept across his face. The beast domain either enhances damage or attack speed. Of course, Lehigh would gloat. Yet, compared to his celestial realm, it was laughable. Before closing the chat, Lin Mo noticed the class beauty, Su Myukin, tagging him in the channel, seemingly inquiring whether his territorial feature was superior. However, Lin Mo had no intention of revealing his trump card to others. Chapter 3, Celestial Flower Demon, a fortuitous start. The Wanlin Celestial Realm. Ethereal mist draped across the mountains, resembling a paradise of celestial beings. Now that he had defied fate, it was time to commence his development. In 10 days, the initial calamity of the myriad races would arrive, and to achieve a commendable outcome and secure the best rewards, he could not afford to waste a moment. Lin Mo murmured, reflecting on what he had read in textbooks about the trials awaiting novice lords upon entering the myriad worlds. The initial calamity of the myriad races would see countless races invading the realm of novice lords, delivering devastating blows to humanoid lords. Surviving the calamity while attempting to slay as many other races as possible would yield substantial rewards from the myriad realms. This would be the first fortune for novice lords, and the rewards were exceedingly generous. However, to Lin Mo, the initial calamity was of little concern. He was determined not only to survive, but to annihilate the myriad races, thereby establishing the renown of humanity's novice lords throughout the myriad realms. Without further delay, he retrieved the construction worker summoning card from his lord's space. which served as the foundation for the nascent Lord's development. With a firm grip, he crushed the summoning card, and in an instant, it transformed into a stream of light that soared into the Lord's hall. Before long, 3 figures radiating pure, white holy light emerged from the celestial palace. As the white glow gradually dissipated, their original forms became apparent. However, Lin Mo was taken aback. These were not the towering construction workers he had envisioned. Instead, the 3 figures were diminutive and delicate, adorned in colorful, frilly skirts, their bare little feet swaying in the air, with tiny hands cupped behind them as if cradling something. Their expressions were adorably naive, and most strikingly, their hair had blossomed into the shape of a blooming red rose. They resembled little angelic sprites akin to Cupid under the aegis of the goddess of love. Though undeniably charming, sufficient to send anime enthusiasts on Blue Star into a frenzy, within the vast expanse of the multiverse, they were, in essence, the weakest of existences. Greetings, Lord. Celestial Flower Fairy. Description: a flower fairy transformed through the celestial realm, adorably headless. Despite their small stature, do not underestimate their industriousness. Unit type: construction worker. Grade: Golden Max. Loyalty: 80. Work without complaint. How could he have forgotten that he had become a plant lord? All his units would transform into plant-based entities, which is why the construction workers had turned into flower fairies. If other lords saw their construction workers morph into flower fairies, they would likely be at a loss. But fortunately, he possessed the celestial transformation realm, allowing them to become these enchanting flower fairies. Yet, what special abilities did these celestial flower fairies possess? Could such tiny beings truly accomplish any labor? Can you all chop wood, mine stone, or dig for water? Lin Mo tentatively inquired. Indeed, we can, dear lord. The 3 celestial flower fairies exclaimed in unison, raising their delicate little hands high. One approached a towering ancient tree and, despite appearing weak and fragile, exerted herself to strike at the trunk. To Lin Mo's astonishment, he heard a fierce gust of wind, and in an instant, the massive ancient tree came crashing down, transforming into perfectly square logs. These logs were promptly absorbed into Lin Mo's lord space. Notification: you have harvested 10 units of timber. Lin Mo stared wide-eyed, astounded by the speed. Previously, the human construction workers needed to wield axes repeatedly to fell a tree and then meticulously disassemble it before it could be stored in the lord's space, a process that typically took over 30 seconds. Yet, these celestial flower fairies effortlessly waved their hands, achieving work efficiency 30 times greater than their human counterparts. Filled with awe, Lin Mo turned his gaze to the adorable flower fairy awaiting his attention. Watch closely, dear lord. The fairy before the boulder waved her tiny hand and struck it with all her might. Lin Mo winced at the sight, yet she clapped her hands, and the boulder erupted, transforming into blocks of stone. Notification: you have harvested 10 units of stone. This was indeed the benefit of a divine territorial trait. An ordinary plant lord would never achieve such ease. The little flower fairy standing by the water source was even more remarkable, with a gentle wave of her hand. 10 units of water flowed into the lord's space. Incredible, simply incredible. He need not worry about resource scarcity at the outset, allowing him to focus on developing his territory. Notification: during the process of obtaining water, you have caught a grass carp. At that moment, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This was a tremendous relief. He retrieved the grass carp from his lord's space, took out a unit of wood, and began to kindle a fire. Soon, the aroma of roasting fish filled the air. Lin Mo leisurely savored his meal while listening to the continuous notifications of resources being accrued. The sensation was utterly sublime. Once sufficient resources had accumulated, Lin Mo decided to commence the construction of additional buildings in his territory: a palace, a celestial soldier tower, a divine peak, a Sumeru palace, and 4 sentinel towers. He issued these 5 commands in succession, and a series of radiant lights began to manifest throughout the territory, evenly distributed across its expanse. To ensure the swift completion of the sentinel towers, crucial for safeguarding against any unwelcome wild creatures encroaching upon his domain, Lin Mo strategically positioned 4 towers at the cardinal directions of his territory, aiming to secure a safe environment for early development. Yukin has tagged Lin Mo. How are you doing, Lin Mo? Speak up. You're not really considering giving up, are you? You mustn't give up. Class leader, is everything alright? Do you need our assistance? The class leader will be fine. His mindset is beyond our comparison. Everyone, rest easy. Class leader, if you see this message, please respond. Lin Mo replied with a picture. All is well. Everyone need not worry. I'm busy developing. His message immediately assuaged the concerns of his classmates, who had fretted over the possibility of Lin Mo withdrawing from the multiverse. Wait, class leader. Are you already feasting on roasted fish? What is that in front of you? A mountain of timber? My goodness, and the stone is neatly stacked too. How can you have so much? Surely over 500 units? I've only managed 30 units of stone so far. After expressing their concern, a keen-eyed classmate quickly noticed the details in the picture Lin Mo had shared. The snapshot, taken from Lin Mo's perspective, showed him savoring a succulent piece of fish, while in his peripheral vision, A wealth of basic resources was neatly organized. The sight left his classmates utterly astonished. Who starts off like this? Damn it. I can barely fill my stomach, and you have all these resources? It's infuriating. We're toiling away with the construction workers, while someone else is reaping the rewards effortlessly. I'm on the verge of tears. Class leader, how did you manage this? Lehigh tagged Lin Mo. Is it true that the plant lord's innate talent provides advantages in resource gathering? Oh, I haven't eaten in half a day. Class leader, please share some of that fish with me before I starve. Due to Lin Mo's casual photo, the tone of the class chatroom shifted dramatically. What began as a flurry of support and concern for Lin Mo quickly transformed into a chorus of classmates lamenting their own plight. Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. In the future, I will establish a password-protected auction house where I will put my surplus resources for sale at low prices. You can purchase what you need. Oh yeah, I knew our class leader was invincible. Long live class leader Lin. Great. I just set down my barracks and haven't even begun construction yet. And now I'll switch to building an auction house. Wu Xiaoxiao tagged Lin Mo. I understand now, everyone. Class leader Lin is selflessly helping us. Realizing he cannot pursue a rapid assault strategy, he is altering his development path to provide us with logistical support. What a spirit of sacrifice. Class leader Lin, I bow to you. Wu Xiaoxiao's imaginative proclamation quickly steered the conversation. Upon reflection, the classmates agreed with her sentiment, leading to a chorus of pledges of loyalty and admiration towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo found the situation both amusing and bewildering. However, as the class leader, he could only offer them limited assistance in the early stages. Ultimately, they would need to forge their own paths, as reliance on others would not suffice. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As the morning dawned once more, Lin Mo awoke to find his territory transformed into a splendid spectacle. Within the realm, structures resembling exquisite pagodas had emerged, each crowned with the statue of the divine beast Qilin. Among these was the slightly smaller celestial soldier tower, alongside palatial edifices infused with ethereal energy, and a petite palace reminiscent of an emperor's abode. These imposing and sophisticated structures included Guardian Tower, a bastion transformed from a defensive tower by the ethereal realm. Description: a treasure tower safeguarding the heavenly palace, annihilating all intruders at its gates. Grade: Gold Tier 1. Level: 1. Growth rate: 1,000-2,300. Attack power: 10. Durability: 100. Effect: protects the area, capable of inflicting 110 physical damage to multiple targets. Celestial Soldier Tower, a stronghold evolved from a barracks through the ethereal realm. Description: celestial warriors descend to vanquish worldly malevolence. Grade: Gold Tier 1. Level: 1. Growth rate: 1,000-2,300. Defense: 10. Durability: 350. Function: summons celestial beings, absorbs the ethereal energy within the territory to attract various celestial soldiers. Palace: a dwelling transformed from common houses by the ethereal realm. Description: it is said that deities reside within. Grade: Gold Tier 1. Level: 1. Growth rate: 1,000-2,300. Defense: 10. Durability: 150. Skill: Blessed Land. After troops are stationed, they rapidly recover stamina and wounds, and it increases the population unit of the territory. General's Hall, a sanctuary evolved from the Hero's Hall through the ethereal realm. Description: powerful celestial spirits await the king's summons. Grade: Gold Tier 1. Level: 1. Growth rate: 1,000-2,300. Defense: 30. Durability: 1,500. Function: Divine Guidance. Consumes hero recruitment cards to summon ethereal heroes, adding a hero unit to the territory. Shumi Palace, a marketplace transformed from the auction house by the ethereal realm. Description: a medium connecting countless realms. Grade: Gold Tier 1. Level: 1. Growth rate: 1,000-2,300. Defense: 20. Durability: 1,000. Function: links various realms, facilitating resource trading. Gazing upon these enchanting structures, Lin Mo felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. While others toiled tirelessly to cultivate resources and construct their dwellings, he had merely rested for 3 days and completed all foundational buildings in his territory. Indeed, it is often said that one truly understands happiness when compared to others. Moreover, due to the enhancements from divine-level traits, Lin Mo's Celestial Soldier Tower now required no resources whatsoever. It simply awaited the accumulation of ethereal energy within the territory to summon troops. Given sufficient time in the palace's presence, he could orchestrate a grand surge of soldiers. The influx of units would exponentially elevate the territory's combat prowess. Truly magnificent. With these thoughts in mind, he opened the interface of the Shumi Palace. As a relatively novice lord, the trading information displayed was primarily that of other new lords. Name: Light Cloud Grass. Description: a wondrous plant that grows upon clouds. Effect: can be used to concoct potions that reduce unit weight. Price: 30 units of wood and stone. Name: Salted Fish. Description: this salted fish is not what it seems. It is a freshwater species. Effect: can be cooked for consumption. Price: 70 units of wood and stone. Could a single salted fish command a price of 70 units? How much could I earn from my overflowing stock of grass carp? Lin Mo pondered briefly, glancing at the grass carp that had already inundated his lordly space. Alas, the grass carp had reached capacity, and other resources were similarly overflowing. Thanks to the diligent efforts of his powerful ethereal flower spirit, Lin Mo finally met the 1,000-unit resource cap by the third day. No further resources could be added to his lordly space. Thus, he resolved to exchange these resources for other items. With this in mind, Lin Mo began drafting trade information. Before long, a transaction listing appeared in the auction house that left everyone astonished. Item: grass carp, 500, wood, 300, stone, 300. Description: if you have the means, claim it. Effect: see for yourself. Price: 1 hero recruitment card. Upon uploading this message, it immediately stirred a frenzy among the novice lords. My heavens, it's only the third day. How on earth does one possess such an abundance of grass carp? Did your territory spawn in the sea? It's utterly absurd. While I barely scrape by. This fellow has an excess of food. Cough. Spits blood. Chapter 5, A Tycoon Among Us. Unfathomable wealth. The trading platform erupted in excitement over Lin Mo's transaction listing. All were envious of his situation, where mere days into the game, he was not only well-fed but also had surplus to trade for other necessities. Meanwhile, they struggled to gather resources, toiling alongside their troops to cultivate barren lands. Within the public channel of the Dragon Kingdom, discussions erupted. Brothers, does anyone know where this man hails from? Surely he can't be by the sea. I have a million-value transaction to discuss with him. Does anyone have his contact information? Stop fishing for compliments. Who doesn't he know you wish to privately message him for a bargain? The auction house's protection of lordly information is absolute. No one can discover his details. To the one listing 500 fish, I hail from the marshlands where low-level monsters abound. If you invest 100 fish with me, I can summon a hero recruitment card immediately. We could establish a long-term partnership. Lin Mo quietly observed as all eyes in the Dragon Kingdom focused on his 500 fish. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. This indeed presents an excellent opportunity. With resources in abundance, he could sell what others struggle to acquire, saving himself ample time for early development. With these thoughts, Lin Mo promptly drafted a pre-sale announcement. Pre-sale items: grass carp, 1,000, wood, 1,000, stone, 1,000. Description: available for sale in 3 days. Effect: NA. Price: basic troop equipment 10, hero recruitment card 1, functional items 5, satisfying 1 trade condition. After publishing the information to the auction house, Lin Mo chose not to dwell on the opinions of others. These purchasing conditions were all part of his preparation for the upcoming initial cataclysm of all races in 7 days. Although his current resources were insufficient for payment, he opted to commence sales 3 days hence. The remaining resources would allow him to recruit several more ethereal flower spirits. With their efficiency, he was confident in accumulating the necessary resources within 3 days. Lin Mo promptly issued the command to recruit 3 ethereal flower spirits. Ding. You have spent 120 units of wood and stone to recruit 3 ethereal flower spirits. May the Lord live long. Within the Lord's Grand Hall, 3 figures radiating divine light gradually materialized, eventually transforming into the delicate forms of flower spirits. These spirits, though equally petite and charming, exhibited distinct personalities, one exuberantly vivacious, while another was shy and demure. Each gesture of the flower spirits was enough to melt the heart of Lin Mo, akin to that of a doting father. Please proceed to gather resources alongside them, Lin Mo instructed. As for the 2 of you, venture forth to investigate the surroundings and ascertain the presence of any wild creatures. Exercise caution, do not alarm them. Should you discover any, remember to mark the location and return immediately. Stay within a maximum radius of 500 meters from the territory, do you understand? Lin Mo first directed the timid-looking flower spirit to work within the confines of the territory, before turning to the 2 more audacious flower spirits to issue further commands. All right, let us set out. Upon hearing this, the 2 flower spirits' eyes sparkled with excitement as they raised their small hands in joyous cheer. They then split into 2 groups, embarking in different directions. In the vast realm of the heavens, the area surrounding the Lord's domain was shrouded in a veil of war fog. It was essential for a novice lord to send scouts to explore this fog, thereby gaining insight into the terrain and any lurking monsters nearby. Although the war fog would re-encase the area after the scouting units departed, Lin Mo could still view the marked information on the Lord's map. Having dispatched these tasks, Lin Mo found himself with idle time and began to indulge in his own successes. At the same time, he pondered the progress of his classmates. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo quietly opened the class chat channel. I'm baffled. I too was born by the seaside. Yet I've only managed to catch 2 small fish in 3 days. It must be that wretched auction house that has stolen my luck. I simply cannot fathom how. Even in a riverine region blessed with abundant water sources, fishing remains a skillful endeavor. For us basic laborers, if we were to fish tirelessly for 3 days, merely securing enough to stave off hunger would be a triumph. How could there be such surplus fish meat? Is it a personal fish pond? Absurd. that would only be accessible post the initial cataclysm of the multitude. So this individual must be exceptionally fortunate. A true dog of luck, Lin Mo interjected. Envy is one thing, but let us refrain from disparaging remarks. Observing his classmates lamenting their overabundance of fish meat, he couldn't help but smirk, offering a gentle reminder. Lin, are you not jealous? That's 500 fish meat. Enough to sustain our small battalion for nearly half a month. Yet they are selling it openly? Isn't that rather ostentatious? Lin Mo replied. I have an excess of fish meat. I can't consume it all, nor will I prevent others from selling it. Lin, you're the one who listed that 500 fish meat. Oh heavens, a wealthy patron was right beside me all along. No wonder you feasted on fish meat on the very first day. Lin, please share your secret with us. Clearly, his classmates were astonished to learn that Lin Mo was the one who had listed 500 fish meat. After all, such a substantial amount of food could only be amassed in the initial days if one possessed a fish pond, which contradicted the fundamentals of basic lore knowledge they had learned in high school. Lin Mo stated, I currently possess a considerable surplus of resources. Henceforth, I shall establish a password-protected trading platform in the auction house, where you may purchase the excess resources at a low price. Wow, only Lin could pull this off. I don't ask for much, just 10 grass fish will suffice. Father, I only need 15, please. I've been preoccupied with other barracks and haven't built a trading platform yet. What now? Serves you right. Once I savor Father's fish meat, I'll be sure to snap a picture. Scoundrel. Watching the banter unfold, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile at the lively antics of his classmates. They truly were a merry bunch. Sujo-chun, Lin Mo, I'll trade you 5 grass fish for 100 units of wood. At that moment, the class beauty sent Lin Mo a private message. Lin Mo, is 5 enough? I actually have plenty. Sujo-chun. Not only the beauty of their class, but also Lin Mo's childhood friend, had always been close to him. Coming from a well-off background, she had often lent him assistance throughout their school years. Lin Mo intended to forego accepting resources from her, choosing instead to support her. Wu Xiaoxiao, father. I only need 100. Please. Lin Mo, upon reading Wu Xiaoxiao's message, fell silent, then decided not to reply and simply closed the chat. Goodness. Asking for 100 fish meat right off the bat? I only have 500 grass fish, which are rapidly increasing at a pace of 10 per minute. Yet, one cannot just demand 100 fish. Lin Mo, the trading platform password is 998,877. I've uploaded 100 fish meat for sale, requiring just 1 unit of wood. Sujo-chun, Lin Mo, you shouldn't be so generous. Given your challenging start, you ought to reserve those resources for yourself. I only need 5. Lin Mo, oh. So you're beginning to treat me like a stranger? Not considering me a friend anymore? If you don't want them, I'll give them all to Wu Xiaoxiao. Sujo-chun, you wouldn't dare. I want them. Lin Mo, alright, accept them swiftly. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Resources are plentiful. Far away in the glacial region of the human domain within the realm of the heavens, a girl with snow-white hair elegantly pinned up and skin like porcelain, resembling an ethereal being from this icy world, pursed her thin lips. Humph, that scoundrel Lin Mo dares to threaten me. Yet, knowing he is faring well enough is sufficient. Initially crossing her arms with a hint of pride, a smile gradually bloomed upon her frosty visage. After receiving the fish meat from Lin Mo, she closed the chat interface, retrieving the grass fish from the Lord's space to begin preparing a fire for cooking. Lin Mo, you must strive to grow stronger. Once the initial cataclysm of the multitude passes, I will leverage my family's influence to be by your side. I must finally express the words I've held in for over a decade, directly to you. Do not allow yourself to be easily eliminated. As she savored the rare fish meat amidst the snow, her eyes glazed over in contemplation, her gaze gradually solidified, as if she had resolved to take a significant step. Her delicate hand tightening in determination within her sleeve. Wu Xiaoxiao, father, please, pay attention to me. I'm not taking advantage. I have resources. Having just closed Wu Xiaoxiao's message, Lin Mo observed her growing impatience as she realized he was ignoring her. A torrent of messages bombarded his screen, prompting him to consider blocking her. Lin Mo, what do you wish to trade? Speak up. In the early stages, a lord's resources typically comprised wood, stone, water, and various medicinal herbs. Could it be that Wu Xiaoxiao had discovered some new resource? Wu Xiaoxiao, I was born in the Lin fields. The area is rich in wheat resources. I can trade you 300 units of wheat for 100 fish meat. Lin Mo paused, stunned to learn that she had emerged from the fertile Lin field region. This type of land was among the finest, second only to his mountainous territory. Given his status as a plant lord, augmented by mythic-level traits, he could cultivate plants in remarkably short time frames. Setting aside the time factor, acquiring this wheat would yield immediate and substantial growth. This was an exceptionally advantageous trade. Lin Mo, agreed. I'll add 50 extra fish meat as a courtesy. Wu Xiaoxiao, thank you, father. Should the opportunity arise for a meeting in the future, the child shall undoubtedly reward the adoptive father. Wu Xiaoxiao's words inevitably darkened Lin Mo's expression. She was the most vivacious girl in their class, a vice-class flower whose beauty rivaled that of the class beauty, Su Myukin. Their styles were remarkably distinct. Sum-yukin, hailing from a prestigious family, possessed an innate, ethereal elegance, accentuated by her naturally silver hair, reminiscent of a mythical sprite, evoking a sense of unattainability. In contrast, although Wu Xiaoxiao's name contained two diminutive characters, she embodied a robust and confident demeanor. With her striking presence and boisterous personality, she attracted numerous admirers at school. Strangely, however, Wu Xiaoxiao had never cast a glance at her suitors, preferring instead to tease Lin Mo, the class monitor. With her boundless jesting, Lin Mo shook his head, dismissing those frivolous thoughts. Wu Xiaoxiao's 300 units of wheat had just been credited. He promptly accessed his lord's space to retrieve the grain. The wheat was already processed but not yet husked, making it inconvenient for consumption. However, it was perfect for cultivation. Two flower sprites approached. Lin Mo, holding a handful of wheat, issued commands to the seemingly weary flower sprites in the distance. Lord, do you have tasks for us? The two flower sprites asked respectfully, feigning seriousness. One of you will clear the land, while the other will sow these wheat seeds in the prepared soil. Lin Mo ordered directly. Understood. The flower sprites accepted their orders and hurried towards a vacant area of the territory with the wheat seeds in hand. The sprite running ahead lightly touched the ground with her delicate foot, instantly soaring into the air. She vigorously waved her small hands at the earth below. The gentle breeze seemed to come alive, dancing in accordance with the flower sprite's will. Within mere moments, the once firm soil transformed into loose earth, while the ethereal mist spread across the ground, parting gracefully. The following flower sprite immediately tossed the wheat seeds she held, and they scattered through the air, fortuitously landing in the prepared holes. The efficiency of this land reclamation left Lin Mo speechless. Such a feat, if attempted by ordinary human laborers, would require at least half a day. Once the wheat seeds were sown, Lin Mo's divine attribute activated. Celestial Realm, growth cycle of celestial plants shortened by 1000 days. If it were during the red domain of the sky, it could further shorten by 10 days. Influenced by the myriad worlds, the growth cycle of crops was already significantly reduced. With the enhancement of Lin Mo's territorial characteristics, in just moments, the wheat seeds, which had just been buried in the soil, burst forth from the ground, transforming the expansive field into a golden sea. The nearby flower sprites were left utterly astonished. Lord, you are amazing. The gray has instantly turned into gold. As Lin Mo's subordinates, they were aware of his territorial characteristics. Yet the miraculous sight still prompted them to cheer in delight. A smile graced Lin Mo's face as he signaled to the two flower sprites. They immediately understood, raising their small hands to begin harvesting the golden wheat stalks. Ding! You have harvested 1000 units of wheat. Chapter 7. Are you crazy? Where did this resource come from? From land reclamation to sowing seeds, and finally to harvesting the wheat field, it had taken less than 5 minutes. Such efficiency was simply extraordinary. If in the future he could cultivate seeds like the money tree or iron armor tree, would he not be embarking on the path of a wealthy merchant? The primary drawback of various high-grade material seeds was their prolonged growth cycle. Some exceedingly rare seeds could take years to bear fruit. Yet, under the influence of his divine attributes, he could significantly diminish or even eliminate this disadvantage. Lin Mo could not help but envision the moment he would leave this novice village and begin to ascend to greatness in the myriad worlds through agriculture. As he diligently collected his thoughts, he retrieved the wheat seeds he had harvested from his lord's space once more. However, this time, the seeds were notably different from those traded with Wu Xiaoxiao. The seeds acquired from Wu Xiaoxiao were ordinary wheat, devoid of any special qualities. In contrast, the wheat seeds enhanced by Lin Mo's divine attributes were enveloped in a layer of pale energy, with wisps of mist emanating from them, appearing quite miraculous. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck Lin Mo. He recalled that among his territorial characteristics was the ability for celestial sprites to merge and enhance experience. Previously, he had contemplated merging two celestial flower sprites to see how much experience could be gained through their fusion. However, he ultimately abandoned the idea, as the initial units were too precious. To expend a powerful flower sprite for the sake of testing a territorial characteristic seemed an egregious waste. But now, gazing at the celestial wheat seed in his hand, a bold idea took shape. He envisioned a method to rapidly gain strength without the need to battle monsters. Without hesitation, Lin Mo tossed the celestial wheat into his mouth. The enchanted seed, devoid of its tough outer shell, melted in his mouth, transforming into wisps of celestial energy that flowed into his being. Ding! You have gained 10 experience points by merging with the celestial wheat. Ding! You have gained 10 experience points by merging with the celestial wheat. Ding! You have leveled up, reaching level 2. All attributes have been enhanced. Ding! You have leveled up, reaching level 3. All attributes have been enhanced. Ding! You have leveled up, reaching level 10. All attributes have been enhanced. Notice, your level has reached its cap. Please upgrade your Lord's Hall before further advancement. Indeed, it was feasible. After consuming several handfuls of wheat, Lin Mo found himself soaring to the current level cap, as if propelled by a rocket. The elevation in level brought forth a palpable transformation in his body, akin to an unending reservoir of strength coalescing within him without the need for strenuous exertion. Lord, Lin Mo. Title, Celestial Sovereign, Mythic. Talent, Financial Expert, Plant Leader. Level 10, Cap reached. Strength, 20. Stamina, 20. Intelligence, 20. Agility, 20. Skill, Planting Technique, LV1. Inventory, Celestial Wheat, 800 units. Grass Fish, 79 units. Wood, 640 units. Stone, 640 units. Water Source, 1000 units. So this is level 10. Lin Mo remains somewhat incredulous. Typically, a novice lord would require nearly a month of slaying monsters to achieve level 10 under normal circumstances. Yet he had ascended in mere moments through the consumption of a few handfuls of wheat. If others were to discover this, they would undoubtedly be astounded. However, if the insidious figures of the myriad races were to learn of it, his safety would be jeopardized. It was prudent to maintain a low profile. Regaining his composure, Lin Mo meticulously scrutinized his attribute panel once more. In the early stages, without any passive skills, all unit enhancements were fixed. The increase in attributes for a lord from level 1 to level 10 was merely a doubling of values. Should he master passive skills akin to power amplification and awakening wind, in the future, his corresponding attributes would witness a substantial enhancement. Furthermore, regarding the acquisition of skills, they can either be obtained through slaying monsters or unlocked by upgrading territories to access corresponding structures. In the initial stages, the lord must diligently engage in combat barehanded or allow his troops to take the lead. Such treasures, do share some with us. Lin Mo smiled and beckoned to the flower fairies. The fairies, having observed Lin Mo's transformation, were well aware of their lord's intentions. Dear lord, exclaimed Hua, one of the flower fairies, as she rushed eagerly towards him, her companions following suit. After one of them collected a bit of wheat, all 6 fairies reached the current level cap together. Observing the spirited and vibrant little fairies, Lin Mo could not help but smile. In the realm of myriad worlds, no creature could resist the allure of leveling up. Get to work now. Since you have reached the maximum level for the time being, return to your posts, he instructed. Ding. You have received 50 units of wood. Ding. You have received 50 units of stone. Ding. You have received 50 units of water. Along with 5 grass fish from the water source. Lin Mo's expression twitched. The speed at which these resources were accrued had quintupled. Now, a single flower fairy was equivalent to 50 level 10 human laborers. The cost-effectiveness was astronomical. With resources pouring in, Lin Mo promptly reopened the interface of the Shumi Palace and adjusted the prices of the items he had previously listed. Ding. Lord No. 5830 has increased the bid by 500 units of wheat, 500 units of wood, and 500 units of stone. As soon as this news appeared in the auction house, all new lords became agitated. What? That wealthy individual just doubled the bid? No way. Don't stop me. I'm going to roll up my sleeves and personally slay some monsters. It's just a hero recruitment card. I refuse to believe it can't be obtained. Big shot. What kind of talent did you randomly draw? How can it be so outrageous? Surely, you must have some insider advantage in this vast world? In the class chat channel, Lehigh tagged Lin Mo, Brother Lin. Lord Lin, are you the one increasing the prices on the trading platform? Suhang tagged Lin Mo. Are you out of your mind? Sum Yukin tagged Lin Mo. What clandestine dealings have you been up to, Lin Mo? Have you struck up a relationship with a wealthy benefactor? Wu Xiao tagged Lin Mo. Father, where did you get this wheat? Didn't I only trade you 300 units? Chapter 8. The arrival of the mythical hero, the White Lotus of the Divine Realm. In the class channel, everyone was frantically tagging Lin Mo. There was no denying that Lin Mo's actions were astonishing. If he had previously listed a hero recruitment order at such a high price, it could be understood. After all, it had been merely 3 days since the start, and he might have encountered some fortuitous event. However, he had only just listed the items that morning, and now, nearing afternoon, he had increased the bid again. This implied that Lin Mo had initially amassed a substantial stockpile of resources. Had he truly put all his resources into the auction house within a single day, merely for a hero recruitment card? Good heavens, is this the world of the wealthy? Mere mortals simply cannot comprehend it. While hero recruitment cards are indeed precious in the early stages, they do not warrant such exorbitant prices. Lin Mo's maneuver had left everyone bewildered. They thought, you want more resources? Give me an extra 100 units of stone and wood, and I could recruit another worker. While everyone was stirred up in the channel over Lin Mo's price increase, only Wu Xiao, who had previously traded wheat with him, fell deep into contemplation. Could it be that Lin Mo had a wheat field nearby at the start? However, Lin Mo had explicitly stated that he began in a forested area. Even at the forest's edge, the closest terrain should be barren land, isolated from any wheat fields. How could he possibly encounter one? Unable to comprehend, Wu Xiao found it utterly perplexing. Ding. Lord number 92551 has purchased your item. You have received 1 hero recruitment card. While Lin Mo was in the midst of raising the price again, someone finally succumbed to the temptation and traded him the hard-to-obtain hero recruitment card. Lin Mo gazed at the dark golden card that had materialized in his hand, his eyes brimming with joy. Not only had he gained an economic edge over all others right from the start, but with this hero recruitment card, his combat prowess was now far superior. As night approached, Lin Mo was aware that heroes summoned at night might be of a darker nature. It was better to recruit during the day for a stroke of luck. He tucked the hero recruitment card away, deciding to summon a hero at dawn, filled with hope. That night marked Lin Mo's third evening in this vast world. The sky exhibited a subtle yellow hue. Tomorrow would usher in the green domain, where fallen units could be resurrected. It was also the day he could summon a hero to explore the surroundings of his territory. Lin Mo was surrounded by fairy spirits. Softly murmuring, these little fairies clung to him like affectionate kittens, wanting to snuggle close to him as they rested at night, their warm, soft bodies providing immense comfort. Yet, it was a pity that these fairies appeared as little girls. How delightful it would be if an alluring mature lady were to grace him, allowing him to bask in the opulence of a king in the human realm. Lost in such thoughts, Lin Mo succumbed to the gentle night breeze and fell into a deep slumber. At the break of dawn, as the green sun emerged from the horizon, Lin Mo could hardly contain his excitement and hurried to the temple, with a throng of little fairies eagerly surrounding him. Big shot, here comes the big shot. Beautiful lady, bring forth the beauty. They waved their tiny hands in unison, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a new member who would also be their future commander. Without hesitation, Lin Mo firmly crushed the dark golden card in his hand. As the card shattered, it transformed into a stream of pure golden light, surging into the temple's grand entrance. Crack! Suddenly, thunder rumbled across the clear sky, which had turned ominous with dark clouds in an instant. A golden beam of light pierced through the clouds, descending directly into the temple. The spectacle startled Lin Mo, who couldn't help but wonder about the identity of the influential figure arriving with such grandeur. Typically, the arrival of human heroes would merely be greeted by triumphant music resonating from the Hall of Heroes, welcoming them into the fold. The grandest display would be the holy light enveloping the hall, marking the entrance of the highest-tier golden heroes. Yet, what could be causing such overwhelming celestial phenomena? Lin Mo dared not imagine. Could it be a legendary hero, or perhaps an epic one? As Lin Mo furrowed his brow in contemplation, a divine figure gradually descended from the holy light that had fallen upon the temple. It was none other than a celestial maiden. With 2 pairs of sacred wings fluttering behind her, she donned an immaculate white robe untouched by dust, her proud bosom gleaming like jade. Her angelic visage paired with a devilish figure. Once she hovered above the temple, the extraordinary manifestations of nature began to dissipate. Divine Realm White Lotus. I have come to greet you, my lord. The White Lotus gracefully landed, her bare feet delicately touching the ground as she offered a gentle bow to Lin Mo. The Divine Realm. A hero from the heavenly realm? Could her rank be? Lin Mo grasped the crucial information embedded in her words. The Divine Realm. That is a realm beyond human reach, a sanctuary inhabited by the exalted races of the heavens. Hero, White Lotus. Race, Divine Tree Clan. Description, hailing from the distant divine realm of the Divine Tree Clan's White Lotus tribe, she is the most potent healing hero. Rank, Mythical First Tier. Level 1. Strength, 25. Stamina, 25. Intelligence, 70. Agility, 20. Skills, Sacred Lotus Shield, active. Divine Power, passive. God's Judgment, passive. Loyalty, 70. Upon discerning the information panel of her counterpart, Lin Mo could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Is it fair to say that she is indeed a mythical hero? Even at level 1, her attributes surpass those of his level 10 lordship. This is the advantage of her race. If the lords of the divine realm sought to wage war against humanity, how could the latter possibly contend? Lord, the White Lotus, true to her name, possessed eyes as pure as a blank canvas, and upon seeing her lord lost in thought, she softly called out once more. Oh, right. Welcome to the Wanjin fairy realm. Lin Mo snapped back to reality and greeted her. Hearing this, White Lotus curiously surveyed her surroundings. This is quite different from what I sensed in the sacred realm. She gently placed her jade hand to her lips, her expression one of evident surprise. What sensation? What did you perceive in the sacred realm? Lin Mo inquired with curiosity. Well, to put it succinctly, our heroes in the sacred realm only respond to the summons of lords when they sense a territory suitable for their descent. I distinctly felt the aura of a mythical domain brimming with verdant vitality in the sacred realm, which is why I chose to descend here. But this place. Chapter 9. The Awe of the Mythical Hero, Future Monarch of the Fairy Realm. It is no wonder that the mythical hero White Lotus now felt such disillusionment. Originally, she had sensed a summoning to a grand palace that could rival any in the sacred realm. Yet the reality presented a stark contrast. It seems I momentarily misjudged the perception. The light in White Lotus's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Ding. Your mythical hero White Lotus has experienced disappointment due to the low standard of the territory, causing a decrease in hero loyalty by 2 points. Notice, when unit loyalty drops below 60, there is a chance of defection. please reassure the hero immediately. Observing the angelic white lotus wear a melancholic expression, Lin Mo's lips twitched. How shallow, how utterly shallow this is. It is not that your sensations in the sacred realm were mistaken, Lin Mo thoughtfully explained. White Lotus, upon hearing this, looked at Lin Mo with confusion, eager to discover what this seemingly weak human lord would say. Never mind, see for yourself. Not inclined to elaborate further, Lin Mo simply displayed the effect of his title, Spirit Monarch, on his personal information panel. In an instant, a magnificent ethereal palace manifested, radiating divine light within his territory. Even White Lotus, who was once despondent, found her expression frozen in shock, swiftly transforming into one of wonder, disbelief, and elation. This was indeed the celestial aura she had sensed in the sacred realm. Such a pure and eternal majesty is something even some ancient races of their divine domain may not possess. At that moment, it seemed White Lotus had achieved a profound understanding. Her eyes sparkled with myriad divine lights, while a pair of pristine wings fluttered excitedly behind her, scattering countless starry luminescences throughout the territory. Ding! Your mythical hero White Lotus now harbors absolute expectations towards you, increasing her loyalty by 22 points. Notice, unit loyalty has reached 90 points. The unit will coexist with the Lord in life and death. Lin Mo was taken aback. It turns out that a mythical title has such a profound impact on hero units. The Divine Tree Clan's White Lotus is destined to advance alongside her lord in the celestial struggles of the future. White Lotus's attitude towards Lin Mo underwent a complete transformation. The powerful races of the celestial realm, born at the apex of the food chain, would never bow to beings of lesser rank. Yet here she was, kneeling before Lin Mo, exuding an air of submission. Lin Mo, utterly bewildered, could not fathom that in White Lotus's heart, she had already affirmed Lin Mo's future, much like the title of Spirit Monarch suggested. Although her human lord appeared weak now, he was destined to become a towering figure in the sacred realm. This was unequivocal. Since you have acknowledged me as your lord, here, take this. Although Lin Mo felt somewhat perplexed, an increase in hero loyalty was undoubtedly a positive development. He casually handed White Lotus a handful of spirit wheat. Lord, do you wish for me to cook? White Lotus stared at the spirit wheat in Lin Mo's hands, momentarily taken aback. Despite being a powerful hero of noble blood, she had never cooked before. No, you can just eat it directly. Now that you recognize me as your lord, you should also be influenced by my divine characteristics, transforming into a spirit body. Consuming the spirit wheat of the same type will rapidly enhance your level, Lin Mo explained with care. Upon hearing this, White Lotus seemed to understand and promptly opened her information interface. At the bottom of her information panel, she discovered the shared territorial characteristics. Hero status, morale high, LV3. Territory characteristics, mythical grade MXA spirit realm, spirit body, grants 10 true damage, experience boost when fused with spirit body. Green realm, in the event of death in the spirit body, rebirth will occur. Mythical grade MXA characteristics. White Lotus's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her heart profoundly shaken. Truly, she was destined to become the future spirit monarch. Such characteristics were indeed the pinnacle among all races. Ding! Your mythical hero White Lotus is astonished by your top-tier territorial characteristics, increasing her loyalty by 3 points. I understand now, my lord. Fully comprehending. White Lotus did not hesitate to accept the spirit wheat from Lin Mo, gracefully tilting her fair neck to consume it in one go. Ding! Your hero White Lotus has gained 10 experience points through fusing with the spirit wheat. Ding! Your hero White Lotus has gained 10 experience points through fusing with the spirit wheat. Ding! You have leveled up, reaching level 10. All attributes have been enhanced. It is no wonder that a mythical hero requires such a modest amount of spirit wheat to reach full capacity. Lin Mo needed only 4 or 5 to ascend to level 10. In contrast, White Lotus depleted Lin Mo's entire stock of spirit wheat just to reach the same level. Hero White Lotus. Race, Divine Tree Clan. Description, hailing from the distant divine realm of the Divine Tree Clan's White Lotus tribe, she is the most potent healing hero. Rank, Mythical First Tier. Level, 10. Strength, 250. Stamina, 250. Intelligence, 700. Agility, 200. Skills, Sacred Lotus Shield, active. Divine Power, passive. God's Judgment, passive. Loyalty, 93. Goodness. Such attributes are indeed astonishing. Is this truly the measure of a mythical hero? She nearly rivals the attributes of a level 50 human lord. Lin Mo gazed at the transformed hero interface, exclaiming in disbelief at its absurdity. Under normal circumstances, such numerical values would be utterly impossible to manifest in the realms of these fledgling lords, even when placed within the true battlefield of the heavens. This would approximate the caliber of a minor war boss. Truly, one cannot help but admire the lord. Bai Lian became increasingly convinced that the lord would undoubtedly carve a path through the ages, achieving dominion over the celestial realms. Bai Lian sincerely praised. Indeed, not only does this hero possess striking good looks, but their emotional intelligence is also exceptional. Upon arrival, they have adeptly begun to flatter their superior. Such promising talent. An extraordinary future awaits. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile, reflecting on this in his heart. Let us continue sowing wheat. Since living entities can merge with celestial wheat to elevate their levels, it stands to reason that the structures, being of celestial essence themselves, should also be capable of doing so. His gaze was drawn to the ethereal edifice within his territory, although it had benefited from his unique traits, shortening all buildings' growth cycles by 1,000 days. Even so, they still faced nearly 900 days of maturation, a duration far too protracted. With only 6 days remaining until the initial cataclysm of all races, a mere level 1 structure would not suffice for security. Chapter 10. Excursions for exploration and hunting. Perhaps due to the arrival of a formidable presence within the territory, the once exuberantly active celestial flower spirits had become noticeably more subdued and orderly. Yet, their diligence remained unwavering, with no signs of slacking off. The sown celestial wheat sprouted in successive waves, quickly replenishing the previously diminished stock. Lin Mo once again retrieved a substantial quantity of wheat from the Lord's space, tentatively placing it before the Lord's Hall. Ding! The Lord's Hall is merging with celestial entities. Growth cycle shortened by 5 days. Ding! The Lord's Hall is merging with celestial entities. Growth cycle shortened by 5 days. Ding! The Lord's Hall is merging with celestial entities. Growth cycle shortened by 5 days. The growth of celestial entities tied to structures evidently progresses at a slower rate than that of unit types, yet the absorption rate remains sufficiently rapid. Within 10 minutes, the growth cycle had been reduced by nearly 2 months. Excellent. Let us proceed thus. Once you harvest the celestial wheat, there is no need to store it in the Lord's space. Instead, prioritize upgrading the buildings within the territory to their maximum level. Lin Mo was very pleased with this and commanded the celestial flower spirits accordingly. Understood, my lord. The flower spirits, brimming with enthusiasm, waved their tiny hands. And what about me, my lord? Is there something for Bai Lian to do? At this moment, Bai Lian, who had been by Lin Mo's side, spoke up. As a newcomer, she was eager to prove her worth and could not afford to remain idle. You shall accompany me beyond the territory to explore the surrounding environment. Today marks the 4th day. Preparations for the upcoming initial cataclysm of all races must commence. Lin Mo had already conceived a plan for after recruiting heroes. The priority would be to clear the surrounding wilderness of monsters and uncover valuable resources for utilization. Moreover, if any traps or blueprints for defensive structures could be obtained along the way to bolster territorial strength, that would be ideal. Bai Lian nodded with a gentle smile upon hearing this. Lin Mo, not wishing to linger, surveyed the territory before setting forth into the war-torn mists beyond. He steeled himself with utmost resolve. Typically, novice lords would see the emergence of their units by the 6th day, allowing them to venture out in exploration alongside their lord. However, Lin Mo was embarking on this adventure on merely the 4th day, a pace that far exceeded that of all other fledgling lords. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it. My defense towers are only half constructed, and now dark wolves have invaded my territory. I barely managed to fend them off at the cost of 2 workers and my own battered condition. This is disastrous. My initial cataclysm of all races is doomed. Who isn't facing challenges. I can distinctly sense that since the dawn of this 4th day, the wilderness monsters have begun to eye my territory hungrily. And it won't be long before they invade. Didn't you all learn anything in high school? You should have sent workers out to explore from the very beginning to ascertain the surrounding conditions before implementing defensive strategies. For someone like me, who is developing rapidly, I could lead my units out tomorrow. These monsters are exceedingly sinister. Not only are they massive in size, but they also understand the tactics of cooperation, making it unwise to venture out lightly. In the Dragon Kingdom's chat channel, numerous reports of monster invasions had surfaced by the dawn of the 4th day. This was, after all, a rather typical occurrence. The sudden emergence of such a vast territory would undoubtedly attract the attention of nearby creatures. However, those who were besieged by monsters were clearly those who had neglected their studies in high school, forgetting even the most fundamental steps of early development. Like Lin Mo, who, upon acquiring celestial flower spirits, had them systematically mark all information within a 3-kilometer radius on the map. Now, as he and Bai Lian ventured out to explore, they merely needed to follow the markings on the map. Without these annotations, they would be akin to headless flies, aimlessly wandering without any hope of exploring a kilometer radius in a single day. Lin Mo and Bai Lian soon arrived at the first marked location of monsters. Situated 500 meters from the territory, the prior reconnaissance by the celestial flower spirits had indicated 2 gray wolves, active range not exceeding 100 meters. No signs of monster bosses detected. With this information, he could proceed to hunt with confidence. Entering the territory of the monsters, information about them materialized before his eyes. Monster, Gray Wolf. Tier, Black Iron 2. Level, 1. Strength, 3. Agility, 5. Skills, Ferocity, Bite. No wonder those lords struggle against them. A level 1 lord. Even in a combined effort, would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with a single gray wolf. Bai Lian, allow me to acclimate myself to this combat first, Lin Mo said, rolling up his sleeves and striding towards the monsters, addressing Bai Lian behind him. Very well, these monsters shall not pose a challenge for you, Bai Lian replied softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. The two gray wolves, each the size of a small elephant, were previously asleep on the ground. However, upon sensing an intruder, they immediately rose, their eyes glinting with malice as they fixed their gaze on Lin Mo. Their white fangs were bared, emitting a chilling growl akin to that of a specter. In the Blue Star, such creatures would reign at the pinnacle of the food chain. Yet in this world of celestial beings, they were merely the most insignificant of monsters. Finally, as Lin Mo approached within 10 paces, the two gray wolves felt assured of their lethal strike and charged towards him with a ferocious roar. Their powerful hooves thudded against the earth, sending soil flying, a testament to their strength. However, the anticipated scene of beasts devouring a human did not unfold. Instead, a pair of dull thuds echoed through the forest as Lin Mo's fists shattered the heads of the two gray wolves like watermelons. Ding! You have slain two black iron level gray wolves, gaining gray wolf pelts too. Your level has reached its limit. Surplus experience cannot be gained. This was the absolute might of Lin Mo, whose comprehensive attributes soared to a staggering 80 points. Dealing with mere black iron level gray wolves was effortlessly simple. Lin Mo sought to personally engage in battle to test the treacherous environment he would soon confront as Lord. Fortunately, it had not reached a level of revulsion. Let us proceed. The next target is a black iron 3, and you shall take the lead. Lin Mo vigorously shook off the blood from his hands, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he continued onward. Bai Lian followed closely behind, delving another 500 meters into the forest. The information about the next monster presented itself before Lin Mo. Monster, Azure Crawler Python. Tier, Black Iron 3. Level, 3. Strength, 10. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 5. Skills, Death Bind. Ingestion. My lord, do you prefer snake soup or snake segments for dinner tonight? The flesh and blood of serpents are excellent supplements. Bai Lian gracefully glided past Lin Mo, her expression still radiant as she turned back to inquire. Chapter 11. The Great Menace in the Golden Wheat Fields. I detest snake meat. Lin Mo replied with an odd expression, outright refusing. Then let us eradicate it at once. Holy light. Bai Lian shook her head slightly in disappointment, then launched an attack at the enormous python coiled upon the ancient tree. Boom. The heavens roared. A pillar of sacred light, 5 meters in diameter, descended from the heavens, striking the ancient tree where the colossal serpent rested. The ancient tree, nearly 30 meters tall, vanished in an instant under the onslaught of Bai Lian's holy light, leaving only a charred expanse on the ground. Ding! Your hero Bai Lian has slain the Black Iron Tier 3 Azure Python, acquiring the giant python's fang. This. Lin Mo gazed at the scorched earth, then turned to the utterly unfazed Bai Lian, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Such a method of attack was rather terrifying. Encountering this kind of overwhelming power within the territory of a novice lord was unprecedented. Another useless material dropped. Onward. After a moment of reflection, Lin Mo resumed his steps. For there were still many wild monsters to conquer today. After walking approximately 800 meters. Ding. Your hero Bai Lian has slain the Black Iron Tier 5 saber-toothed tiger, acquiring a beast claw. Another 300 meters. Ding. Your hero Bai Lian has slain the Black Iron Tier 5 bronze lion pack, acquiring a silver-grade combat power detector. Combat power detector. Tier, Silver 5. Attributes, special equipment. Function, can detect combat power of units below level 20. Excellent. At last, a usable piece of equipment has emerged. Lin Mo promptly chose to equip it. They continued their exploration, venturing further to the outskirts of the territory, where the wild monsters would grow increasingly formidable. After Bai Lian assisted Lin Mo across a stream, they had completely departed from the forested area. They entered a vast expanse of plains. Golden wheat fields? At this moment, Lin Mo noticed the expansive golden wheat fields swaying in the wind, resembling a golden ocean. There must be 3,000 to 4,000 units of wheat here. Let's go take a look. We must not overlook any resources that can be obtained for free. Lin Mo and Bai Lian made their way toward the golden wheat fields. Unbeknownst to them, hidden within the golden wheat fields was an ancient stone house surrounded by a wooden fence, clearly the territory of a lord. Brothers, work swiftly. If we harvest enough wheat, this lord will ensure that you feast on ample fish. Oh, within the territory, a girl with sun-kissed skin and a physique that strained the fabric of her top was energetically directing her laborers to harvest the wheat. Her cascading waves of hair danced in the gentle breeze, and her striking figure motivated the diligent laborers to work even harder. Compared to logging and mining, harvesting wheat was evidently a far lighter task. The girl could sell the wheat at a highly favorable rate, exchanging it for essential materials like stone and wood. More importantly, she could trade for the hard-to-come-by fish to stave off hunger. My Lin Mo, do remember to conserve the grass carp for sale. I have already gathered 600 units of wheat, and I can exchange for even more fish. ensuring I won't have to worry about hunger until the arrival of the Great Cataclysm. The girl was none other than Lin Mo's classmate, Wu Xiaoxiao, who had been ranked just below the class beauty, Su Mukin. My lord, something's amiss. There are intruders. At that moment, the laborers in the wheat fields seemed to have spotted something, rushing out in a flurry toward Wu Xiaoxiao. Huh. Didn't we already scout the territory and find no wild monsters? Could it be other lords are attacking? What do we do? What do we do? Wu Xiaoxiao was clearly flustered, so much so that she began to envision the moment she would be expelled from the heavenly realms without even knowing the enemy's strength. Wait, how many came? What kind of troops are they? After a brief moment of panic, Wu Xiaoxiao finally recalled to inquire about the critical details. I saw only 2 figures. The laborer reported honestly. TSK, you're frightened by just 2 people? If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought an army was upon us. Go. Summon all laborers and prepare for battle. Wu Xiaoxiao sighed in relief, while simultaneously gaining confidence for combat. But one of them seems to be a hero unit. The laborer appeared to recall some incredible detail, stammering. And what else? Speak quickly. Could it be that they already possess a silver-grade hero? A silver-grade hero can single-handedly combat dozens of laborers, and easily slaughter them at that. If that is the case, I'm doomed. That hero has a pair of pristine white wings. The laborer finally managed to spit out the last words. Thud. Wu Xiaoxiao plopped down on the ground in despair. It's over, it's over. This must be a beast hero, undoubtedly of silver-grade caliber. Lin Mo, my Lin Mo. I haven't even had the chance to confess my feelings to you yet. Rustle, rustle. The sound of wheat rustling reached her ears. Wu Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively stood up, retreating. Until the moment 2 figures emerged from the golden wheat fields, it felt as though the world had fallen silent. Lin Mo? Wu Xiaoxiao? So this is your territory. No wonder there is such a vast expanse of wheat. Who else could it be but Lin Mo? Upon realizing Lin Mo's presence, Wu Xiaoxiao was captivated by the breathtaking figure beside him. Is this your hero, Lin Mo? The waves of shock crashed over Wu Xiaoxiao, her mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. How absurd. In such a vast world, we could end up so close to one another. Since this is your territory, I shall not take your wheat. However, Lin Mo displayed no sense of camaraderie upon recognizing her as a classmate, promptly abandoning his plan to harvest the field and turning with Bai Lian to walk in another direction. Lin Mo, wait, adoptive father, is your territory nearby? Why not rest at my humble abode for a while? Would you like some water? Oh, I have rice too. Would you care for some? Wu Xiaoxiao, as if discovering a true ally, hurriedly approached Lin Mo, her countenance displaying unrestrained flattery. Had it not been for Bai Lian's icy glare warning Wu Xiaoxiao to maintain her decorum, she might have been inclined to offer her affections to Lin Mo. Chapter 12, Boss. A single punch to obliterate. Lin Mo was accompanied by Bai Lian. Wu Xiaoxiao kept a distance of nearly a meter from the two, instinctively silenced by Bai Lian's penetrating gaze. As she realized this, her heart stirred with unease. What race and tier is this hero unit beside Lin Mo? Just a single glance instills such a chilling sensation within me. Could it be of golden tier? No, even a golden tier hero would not possess such formidable presence. The aura emanating from those eyes is akin to a divine being surveying mortals, coupled with her sacred visage. Could it be that Lin Mo has recruited a legendary hero unit? Perhaps it is indeed the angelic beings from that heavenly island? Lin Mo and Bai Lian had not anticipated that merely a normal warning glance from Bai Lian would lead Wu Xiaoxiao to conjure up a myriad of extraordinary scenarios in such a brief span of time. By the way, what is the talent you have awakened? It seems you have yet to mention it in the class chat channel. At that moment, Lin Mo suddenly interjected. Me? I awakened extended perception and Queen's authority. Wu Xiaoxiao paused slightly before promptly divulging her talents to Lin Mo. Extended perception? Does that mean you can locate the strongest wild monsters nearby? Upon hearing about Wu Xiaoxiao's talent, Lin Mo's interest was instantly piqued, especially that extended perception. It is truly a formidable tool for turning misfortune into fortune. Wu Xiaoxiao might indeed assist me in discovering numerous suitable areas for development. Yes, in fact, I found the location of the strongest wild monster right from the beginning. It's approximately at the level of black iron or silver. Would the esteemed Lin Mo like to investigate? Wu Xiaoxiao inquired curiously. You need not concern yourself with that. Here's a contract, which requires you to keep Bai Lian's credentials confidential. It also serves as a bridge for potential collaboration between us in the future. Lin Mo had prepared this contract long before meeting Wu Xiaoxiao, intending to compel her to sign it upon departure. As a classmate of 3 years, he could not resort to silencing her to conceal Bai Lian's existence. Thus, he opted for the most common method of securing confidentiality through a signed contract. I will sign it. I have long wished to collaborate with you. Lin Mo. Wu Xiaoxiao, sensing the dangerous glint in Lin Mo's eyes, realized that in this lordly world, Lin Mo was no longer the amiable class leader she once knew. Each person must fight for themselves and maintain boundaries. This is the mark of a competent lord. Having departed from Wu Xiaoxiao's territory, Lin Mo made his way directly to the location she had indicated, where the strongest wild monster resided. After nearly half an hour of travel, the two approached their destination. However, What first caught Lin Mo's eye was not the visage of the boss, but rather the ground, which differed from the surrounding land. It was a vast expanse of pale purple crystal. Is this mithril? This is a mithril mine. Lin Mo could not help but exclaim in delight. Mithril, a unique material in the myriad worlds, is harder than any metal yet lighter than all others. Typically, such materials are used for crafting equipment of silver grade or higher. He never expected to encounter it here. This is worth even more than gold. However, at this moment, he was unable to mine. He needed to upgrade his territory further and construct a quarry before he could commence extraction. With this unexpected bounty, Lin Mo hastened his quest to locate the territory's boss. It was imperative to seize this vein of ore as soon as possible. It was an exceedingly precious resource. Not long after, Lin Mo found himself before a dark cave, where he discerned the presence of the boss. As Lin Mo cast his gaze into the cave, the boss's information was immediately revealed. Wild monster boss Scarlet Mountain Yao. Bronze tier 2. Level 7, strength 45. Agility 45. Intelligence 20. Constitution 80. Skills, frenzied attack, Scarlet Dread, king of the forest. As expected of a boss, such attributes far surpass those of a level 10 individual like himself. Should a typical lord wish to challenge it, they would need to assemble a team of at least 50 members, fully prepared for total annihilation, to have any hope of victory. Let us begin. Lin Mo gestured to Bai Lian. The sacred figure gracefully emerged from the forest, guided by holy light. Bai Lian resembled a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, her jade hand gently pointing towards the dark cave, and countless sacred rays poured into it. Do not be deceived by Bai Lian's role as a healing hero. In the face of absolute values, all is rendered void. The once pitch-black cave was illuminated by Bai Lian's abilities, simultaneously inciting the wrath of the creature within. A terrifying roar erupted from within, followed by a violent tremor of the mountains as a colossal figure, filled with boundless fury, charged out of the cave. Its fists pounded against its chest, producing a thunderous roar. This boss Mountain Yao stood an astounding 20 meters tall, resembling an insurmountable mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. When the Scarlet Mountain Yao beheld that the intruders disturbing its peace were two beings no taller than its shins, its fury escalated. It swung its enormous fists down towards the two. Divine protection. A melodious voice emanated from Bai Lian as her pristine wings unfurled, radiating a resplendent holy light. Health 999. Constitution 100. Health 999. Constitution 100. Simultaneously, green values appeared above Lin Mo and Bai Lian. Then, the Mountain Yao's fist came crashing down upon Bai Lian. A mere 1 point of damage appeared. The Scarlet Mountain Yao felt as though its fist had struck mithril, causing unbearable pain. Simultaneously, it looked upon Lin Mo and Bai Lian with palpable fear. It could not comprehend why these seemingly diminutive beings were so remarkably resilient. Holy light. After fending off the opponent's attack with her skill, Bai Lian retaliated with holy light. A column of light descended from the heavens. And before the Scarlet Mountain Yao had time to react, its form was enveloped by the holy radiance. A scent of burning wafted through the air as the holy light dissipated. The massive form of the Mountain Yao was eradicated from existence. Ding. Your hero Bai Lian has slain the Bronze Tier 2 Scarlet Mountain Yao, earning you True Sight Eyes 3. True Sight Eyes. Tier, unranked. Attribute, special item. Function, can be used to surveil a radius of 100 meters. A rather useful item indeed. Lin Mo nodded. This would be perfect for monitoring the mithril mine to prevent other lords from encroaching upon it. Establishing vision. With the command given, a void eye silently materialized within the cave, then gradually concealed itself within the void. On Lin Mo's map, he could see everything within a 100-meter radius of this mithril mine with perfect clarity, unless someone specifically employed tools to dispel surveillance. The average person would not be able to detect the true sight eyes he had set up. Having accomplished this, Lin Mo continued his hunt. Time persisted until nearly evening. Just before the wild monsters were about to enter a frenzied state, Lin Mo returned triumphantly. During his hunting expedition, the most valuable item he acquired was the seed of Word's Spirit Flower, a black iron-grade crop. This particular item had no significant use aside from developing potions that compel confessions. However, for Lin Mo, its worth was immeasurable. His divine title, Spirit Monarch, grants him the ability to possess 1,000 spirit bodies of the same grade, doubling the attributes of all spirit bodies. Achieving a unit count of 10,000 in the early stages was undoubtedly impossible. However, these crops had also been transformed into spirit bodies and possessed their own tier. This made things significantly more manageable. I shall plant these seeds. Lin Mo entrusted the Word Spirit Flower, seeds to the Spirit Flower Fairies. In no time, beside the golden-hued spirit wheat, blossoms of translucent, glimmering flowers began to bloom. 10 minutes later, ding, you now possess 105, 300 black iron-grade spirit bodies. The attributes of all spirit bodies within your territory have doubled. Lord, Lin Mo. Title, Spirit Monarch, Mythical. Talent, Financial Expert, Plant Patriarch. Level, 10, maximum achieved. Strength, 40. Stamina, 40. Intelligence, 40. Agility, 40. Skill, planting technique, LV2. Backpack, wheat, spirit transformation 6,900 units, grass carp, 800 units, wood, 1,000 units, stone, 1,000 units, water source, 1,000 units. Chapter 13. Recruiting Celestial Warriors, the Man-Eating Flower Demon. Indeed, my stats have doubled. Lin Mo turned to glance at Bai Lian, who at that moment was equally astonished. Hero, Bai Lian. Race, Divine Tree Clan. Description, hailing from the distant Divine Kingdoms Bai Lian tribe. She is the most formidable healing hero. Rank, Mythical Tier 1. Level, 10. Strength, 500. Stamina, 500. Intelligence, 1,400. Agility, 400. Skills, Sacred Lotus Protection, active. Divine Power, passive. Divine Judgment, passive. Loyalty, 95. Terrifying. Bai Lian's intelligence has surpassed the monumental threshold of 1,000. What this signifies is profound. When the mightiest human lord reached level 50, only a handful of their subordinates could boast stats exceeding 1,000. The 1,000-point threshold is an insurmountable chasm, representing a qualitative transformation. Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel. His resolve to pursue the path of a lord strengthening. Perhaps in the future, he could even contend with the ancient races of the cosmos, leading the entirety of Blue Star to unprecedented heights. With grand aspirations, he understood the perils that lay ahead. Shaking his head slightly, he cast aside these seemingly distant thoughts and turned his gaze to the structures within his territory. Your guard tower has been upgraded to level 10. Your celestial soldier tower has been upgraded to level 10. Your palace has been upgraded to level 10. Your war god temple has been upgraded to level 10. Your Sumi palace has been upgraded to level 10. Indeed, after a day's worth of integration, all the buildings in Lin Mo's current territory had been elevated to the maximum level. Ding, the Lord Hall has met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade. Lin Mo issued the command. The Lord Hall of his celestial palace began to radiate infinite divine light, illuminating the entire territory, while the celestial mist within became increasingly agitated. Like a surging sea of clouds, it swiftly swept in all directions, enveloping every structure within the territory. As night deepened, stars began to twinkle on the horizon. Lin Mo's territory had finally completed its upgrade. Lord Hall, Wanlin Celestial Realm. Rank, Black Iron Tier 2. Population units, 721. Hero units, 12. Building units, 820. Current territory area, 1,000 square meters. Current resources, wood 1,000 10,000, stone 0 10,000, food 1,000 10,000, water 1,000 10,000, iron 0 10,000. Unlockable buildings. Taishang Palace. Spirit transformation refines various minerals and condenses basic equipment. Cost. Stone wood 1,000. Celestial City Wall. Spirit transformation provides effective defense against external invasions. Cost. Stone wood iron 100. Notice, your territory has been upgraded to Black Iron Tier 2, extending the Lord's lifespan by 200 years. Following the upgrade, the territory unlocked the Taishang Palace, a fusion of the Smelting Factory and Research Institute. It also unlocked the Celestial City Wall structure, capable of fortifying the entire territory. However, Lin Mo currently lacked iron, preventing construction. Among all the new lords, only Lin Mo had elevated his territory by a level, signifying that he could not simply procure iron from the auction house. Fortunately, he had discovered a secret silver mine today, with a ratio of silver to iron at 1,000. If used to construct the city wall, Lin Mo believed his territory would be impenetrable in this novice zone, leaving no one to glimpse the beauty within. Time was of the essence. A quick roast of fish to sustain them would suffice. In a few days, when the myriad race's initial calamity arrived, food would become abundant. Lin Mo softly spoke to Bai Lian, uncertain if this mythical hero would adapt to the fish. It matters not, my lord. As Bai Lian shall now stand by your side through thick and thin, I am willing to endure hunger, she replied with a graceful smile, her charm captivating. Thankfully, after a day of exploration together, Lin Mo and Bai Lian had grown familiar. Otherwise, he might have been entranced by her radiant presence. That night, after a satisfying meal, they finally sought rest. Yet, the palace consisted of only one modest chamber, merely a 30 square meter abode. Before Bai Lian's arrival, Lin Mo had shared this space with the charming flower demons. Now, with Bai Lian, accommodations had become a dilemma. In the early stages, the territory faced numerous restrictions, with various structures having maximum limits. Unlike the seasoned lords at level 45, whose territories sprawled endlessly, with ample rooms for their troops akin to a villa district. May I sleep beside you, my lord? Bai Lian approached Lin Mo, her expression somewhat shy, her pale arms wrapped around herself as if bracing against the night's chill. She observed the flower demons, unbothered, entwined around Lin Mo, some already lost in slumber and even drooling. A pang of envy stirred within Bai Lian. Being the first hero Lin Mo recruited conferred upon her the esteemed status of an elder in his territory. Growing closer to him would only yield benefits. However, she was wary of becoming overly familiar. Yet after a day's observation, she had discerned Lin Mo's integrity and exceptional qualities, distinguishing him among human lords. It was only a matter of time before her affections for him blossomed, but she deemed it unwise to act on the first day. Lin Mo, noted by Lian's loyalty, had risen to an impressive 95 points. Upon reaching 100, a hero's loyalty would cement into unwavering fidelity, especially for female heroes, who would unconditionally obey their lord. He had no reason to decline. Beckoning her closer, Lin Mo made space for Bai Lian on his expansive bed. Her warm skin brushed against him, and a subtle fragrance wafted into his nostrils, igniting an unquenchable fire within him. Damn it, another sleepless night awaited. Having grown accustomed to the entangled slumber of the flower demons, the addition of a stunning beauty like Bai Lian tested Lin Mo's resolve. Though he was still in the bloom of youth. The following day, as the azure sky began to brighten, Lin Mo emerged from the palace. Sporting dark circles beneath his eyes. The spirit energy within the Celestial Soldier Tower should have accumulated by now. It was time to recruit new units. After a light yawn, he made his way to the Celestial Soldier Tower. Recruiting soldiers. Command issued. The Grand Celestial Soldier Tower suddenly radiated divine light. Human-shaped orbs of light materialized before the tower. Ding. You have expended all spirit energy within the Celestial Soldier Tower and have successfully recruited 10 Celestial Soldier man-eating flower demons. Chapter 14. Another transaction. Word spirit flower seeds. One by one, the flower demons, with skin like fine jade and regal postures, gradually emerged from the golden radiance. She donned a fitted lilac ensemble, with ebony vines entwined around her limbs, while behind her bloomed enormous petals reminiscent of a carnivorous flower, resembling a pair of wings. Most strikingly, the seductive visage of the carnivorous flower sprite bore a seam across the corner of her mouth that, far from detracting from her beauty, only added to her allure. Indeed, she was the human manifestation of the carnivorous flower. However, one question lingered. Why were all of her combat units female? While the sight of such beauty was pleasing, this was the realm of myriad worlds, where combat prowess reigned supreme. A battalion of female units. Yet what of their battle strength? Spirit carnivorous flower sprite. Race, plant. Description, a humanoid combat unit transformed from a carnivorous flower, influenced by the divine traits of the territory. Grade, golden tier 3. Level, 1. Strength, 13. Vitality, 25. Intelligence, 28. Agility, 10. Skills, bloodmouth devour, active. Whip, passive. Resilience, passive. Loyalty, 70. Well, their combat capabilities were indeed commendable. Even at level 1, their stats exceeded 20. Although bolstered by his divine title, they were still among the elite of the golden tier. Carnivorous flower sprite, I greet you, my lord. The assembly of flower sprites respectfully bowed deeply to Lin Mo upon their arrival. Very well, with the expansion of our territory, there remains much land to cultivate. For today, you shall join the little flower sprites in tilling the soil and planting grain, Lin Mo commanded. The carnivorous flower sprites acknowledged the order in unison, each swaying their alluring forms toward the vacant lands of the territory. Simultaneously, the slumbering little flower sprites began to emerge within the domain. Upon witnessing the arrival of these new combat units, each a formidable big sister, they excitedly rushed toward them. The ensuing encounter was a heartwarming scene of big sisters doting on little sisters, with the latter affectionately clinging to the legs of their elder counterparts. Enough. If the only units that continued to appear were female, this territory would surely become the emperor's harem. Lin Mo mused with a hint of exasperation. He opened the interface of the Shumi Palace and composed a new trade request. Items, spirit wheat, 1,000 units, stone, 1,000 units, wood, 1,000 units, water source, 1,000 units. Fish meat, 500 units. Description, not your ordinary wheat. Effect, grows faster than regular wheat when cultivated, rich in nutrients for meals, long-term consumption enhances physical constitution. Price, black iron tier 2 and above plant seeds. However, this time, Lin Mo's trade request failed to incite the same fervor among the new lords as his previous offerings. Instead, a number of lords began to mock Lin Mo's trading terms. Which fortunate soul believes they can purchase black iron tier 2 plant seeds for such a paltry sum? Surely, they must still be asleep. Plant seeds of that tier are crucial assets for future financial ventures. Who in their right mind would sell them now? In all honesty, at present, such conditions would scarcely suffice to trade for even a black iron tier 1 piece of equipment. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow in confusion at the reactions around him. Yet, upon reflection, it became evident. Today marked the 5th day since all newcomers had entered the myriad worlds. They likely no longer worried about basic resources. Compared to the plant seeds that could be exchanged for celestial currency in the future, they would hardly regard this modest quantity of resources, since they dismiss ordinary resources. Then perhaps I should sell the word spirit flower? A single black iron tier 1 word spirit flower is worth 1,000 basic resources. Currently, I possess nearly 30,000, with some earmarked for unit upgrades and building enhancements. I could sell a small quantity to see if I might acquire black iron tier 2 plant seeds. If I could secure those before the impending calamity of myriad races, the combat strength of all spirit bodies within my domain would double once more. At that point, securing the first position would hold a 70% chance. Wu Xiao Xiao. Hey, foster father, do you need wheat? I only want to trade for 100 units of fish meat. I'll offer 1,000 wheat. A private message suddenly disrupted Lin Mo's train of thought. Upon reading the content, he initially considered ignoring it, but then recalled something. Lin Mo, Wu Xiao Xiao, I have a lucrative deal for you. Should the transaction succeed, I'll grant you a 5% profit alongside 1,000 fish meat. Wu Xiao Xiao. I'm in. I must be ready and clean for your arrival. Foster father? Lin Mo's expression darkened. Lin Mo, if you don't behave, I shall seek another. Wu Xiao Xiao. Oh no, don't. I'm serious, I'll do it. What is this lucrative deal you speak of? Lord Lin Mo has initiated a confidentiality agreement with Lord Wu Xiao Xiao. Wu Xiao Xiao. Wow, this must be quite the deal. Lord Wu Xiao Xiao has signed the agreement. Confidentiality agreement generated. Should either party breach this agreement, they will face retribution from the will of the myriad worlds. Lin Mo, shortly, I will send you some items. Upon receipt, you must directly list them in the auction house for trade. The transaction will be for exchanging black iron tier 2 plant seeds. Seeing Wu Xiao Xiao unfalteringly sign the confidentiality agreement, Lin Mo finally shared his plan with her. Previously, he had only engaged in exchanges with basic resources. Among the myriad races, while rare, there were instances of individuals starting with an overwhelming advantage, as some newcomers often amassed significant basic resources at the outset. What he intended to sell and acquire, however, was far from ordinary, well beyond the realm of a typical lord. To prevent any probing eyes from discovering his information, Lin Mo decided to have Wu Xiao Xiao act as his second persona, while he would retreat into the shadows, allowing for stable development. Wu Xiao Xiao, oh, that recent trade message on the auction house was indeed from you, Linda Shun. Have you become so affluent already? However, I must be frank, no matter how much you raise your bid, you cannot secure black iron tier 2 plant seeds. After all, that was ding. Lord Lin Mo has transferred 1,000 word spirit flowers, black iron tier 1, to Lord Wu Xiao Xiao. Wu Xiao Xiao what? 1,000 word spirit flowers? At that moment, far away in the plains, Wu Xiao Xiao stood frozen in disbelief. Lin Mo possessed 1,000 of the tiered word spirit flowers? Given that the growth cycle of tiered plants exceeds 1,000 days, how had he accomplished this? Had he perhaps plundered a rare plant estate? Such an explanation seemed the only plausible one. Wu Xiao Xiao's heart was overwhelmed with astonishment, coupled with envy for Lin Mo's extraordinary luck at the start. No matter how poor one's talents might be, fate seemed to serve them bountifully. Escaping the cycle was a challenge in itself. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her hands did not pause. Within moments, she had prepared and sent the trade information to the auction house. Items: word spirit flower, black iron tier 1, 1,000 units. Description: a special plant with remarkable efficacy. Effect: can be used to concoct word spirit potions. Price: black iron tier 2 plant seeds. Chapter 15, doubling the spirit body stats. This time, Wu Xiao Xiao's trade information once again caused a stir within the newcomer auction house. My heavens! Someone is offering 1,000 word spirit flowers. Where on earth did they acquire such a treasure? It's utterly enviable. Exchanging 1,000 spirit flowers for a black iron tier 2 plant seed, in light of the recent circumstances, undoubtedly appears to be a poor decision. However, when viewed from a long-term perspective, the individual capable of planting a black iron tier 2 seed now may very well become one of the first merchant lords in 3 years' time. After all, that is a ready supply of 1,000 spirit flowers. I must acquire a black iron tier 2 plant seed. Regardless of the cost, I am driven by the desire to enhance my current combat strength, which is the most tangible advantage. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Lin Mo finally closed the interface of the Shumi Palace with satisfaction. If those newcomers possess the items Lin Mo seeks, the likelihood of them opting for a trade is considerable. One can only hope to engage in transactions before the onset of the initial calamity among the myriad races. As noon approached, a delightful aroma wafted from within the territory. The newly arrived man-eating flower spirits turned out to be quite capable chefs. After Lin Mo exchanged some monster meat and vegetables from the Shumi Palace, he found himself in the kitchen preparing an array of delectable dishes. This was undeniably the most exquisite meal Lin Mo had savored since arriving in this celestial realm. Truly commendable culinary skills. As he enjoyed his meal, Lin Mo could not help but express his admiration. Your Excellency, you flatter us. Should you wish to dine again in the future, we would be more than happy to serve you. The man-eating flower spirits beamed, eagerly watching Lin Mo devour the food. It seemed that as long as Lin Mo was pleased, they too felt a sense of fulfillment. Indeed, such delicacies are not found in our sacred realm. At this moment, Bai Lian had shed her ethereal appearance, mirroring Lin Mo's hearty consumption. The man-eating flower spirits were even more delighted. Receiving recognition from this legendary hero was the greatest affirmation for them. Once satiated, Lin Mo retrieved the spirit flowers once more. intending to expedite the leveling up of the 10 man-eating flower spirits. Upon seeing the treasures presented by their lord, the spirits displayed palpable excitement. In the celestial realm, the upgrade of biological units is akin to a blue star individual acquiring immense wealth. The prospect of advancing to level 10 within a single day was something they had scarcely dared to dream about. Ding! Your unit, the man-eating flower spirit, has gained 10 experience points through the fusion of spirit flowers. Ding! Your unit, the man-eating flower spirit, has gained 10 experience points through the fusion of spirit flowers. Ding! You have broken through a level and advanced to level 10. All attributes have been enhanced. In mere minutes, all the man-eating flower spirits bloomed like flowers in full blossom. Their petals, which had previously been no larger than half their bodies, now expanded to envelop their entire forms. However, for the man-eating flower spirits beyond level 10, utilizing spirit flowers for further leveling became increasingly unrealistic. The experience points derived from the spirit flowers for units beyond level 10 yield diminishing returns. It might take continuous fusion over 3 days to achieve just one additional level. Celestial man-eating flower spirit, level 10, strength 130, stamina 250, intelligence 280, agility 100. These represent the attributes possessed by what could be considered the pinnacle of human units. Even at level 10, the values are astoundingly formidable. However, such increases will gradually diminish starting from level 20. The biological units within the celestial realm experience the most significant enhancements between levels 1 and 10. As they progress, the changes in values will no longer be as pronounced. Yet, this does not signify a decline in the growth of biological units. Various tiers of equipment, awaken skills, and passive attributes will contribute to a qualitative leap in their combat prowess. Higher levels and tiers result in a chasm-like disparity in strength. To unlock additional skills for the flower spirits, rapid development of the territory is essential. However, such advancements cannot be rushed. The surrounding wilderness has already been cleared within a kilometer radius. Further exploration would require traversing a distance of 2 kilometers, with the territory's walls yet to be erected. Should other lords discover this place and attempt an invasion, one would be unable to arrive in time from 2 kilometers away. Such a course of action is fraught with danger. Please take a moment to rest. Shortly, we will proceed to the Taishang Palace to activate the mining status in preparation for extracting the mithril mine. Having identified the critical issue, Lin Mo promptly devised a plan. The man-eating flower spirits nodded earnestly in response. What about me? Does the Lord require my presence? Bai Lian inquired curiously from the side. Stay within the territory for now. The level 10 man-eating flower spirits are already the strongest entities in the vicinity. I trust them to act independently. However, the territory still requires your oversight to guard against potential intruders. Lin Mo gently declined, providing his reasoning. Understood. With Bai Lian guarding the territory, even the Saint Dragon and the Calamity would be unable to leave unscathed. Bai Lian, having feasted to her heart's content, was evidently filled with enthusiasm. Saint Dragon, Calamity. Lin Mo found himself involuntarily twitching at the corners of his mouth upon hearing such formidable beings mentioned, entities that humanity had never encountered. Truly, these legendary heroes speak of confronting creatures of such caliber with confidence. Soon, the well-rested man-eating flower spirits received the mining buff from the Taishang Palace. This buff grants units a 1,000 physical bonus when dealing with certain mineral elements, allowing them to mine even the hardest of ores. Lin, their essay buyer, Wu Xiaoxiao announced. However, their asking price is quite outrageous. A black iron tier 2 ornamental flower is of no practical use aside from its appearance. Finally, as evening approached, Lin Mo received a message from Wu Xiaoxiao. Do not worry, as long as it is a tier 2 plant seed, we shall proceed with the trade. All right, Wu Xiaoxiao replied, perplexed as to why Lin Mo would desire such seemingly worthless items. If the black iron tier 2 plant seed possessed some beneficial attributes, then exchanging 1,000 spirit flowers would be worthwhile. But a seed devoid of any effect is merely ornamental, lacking any practical significance. Lord Wu Xiaoxiao has transferred a rainbow spirit leaf flower seed to you. The agreement is in effect. 1,000 fish meats have been automatically transferred from your Lord's space to Lord Wu Xiaoxiao. The trade was officially completed. Lin Mo gazed at the thumbnail-sized rainbow seed that had inexplicably appeared in his hand and could not help but smile. The progress was even swifter than he had anticipated. Little flower spirits, it's time to get to work. Lin Mo tossed the rainbow spirit leaf flower seed to the nearest little flower spirit. The little flower spirit caught it with both hands and scampered off to begin planting. As night fell, the man-eating flower spirits returned to the territory, each bearing a hefty sack of mithril. Upon their return, they beheld their previously mundane territory now radiating with vibrant, multicolored divine light. Ding! You now possess 180 black iron tier 2 celestial spirits. All attributes of the celestial spirits within your territory have doubled. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away from Lin Mo's territory, a group of over 10 individuals was exploring the unknown realm as dusk approached. Zhengji, do you think the intel our leader gathered is accurate? One of them queried. Do you dare doubt the accuracy of our leader's information? You must be feeling particularly reckless. Another retorted. In just a few days since the start, our leader has already annihilated 4 or 5 rival lords' territories. Do you still question his strength? However, our leader has tasked us with searching for ordinary rare estates, which will undoubtedly take several days of exploration. After all, the mountain area is vast. It's unlikely we would stumble upon something on the very first day. A tall, lean youth assessed the surroundings and spoke slowly. They spoke with fluent Korean, their expressions brimming with pride. Chapter 16. The initial calamity of all races, the Korean Lord. Within Lin Mo's domain, the values of all the celestial spirits doubled once more. Even the humble flower fairies, typically mere laborers, now possessed combat capabilities sufficient to contend with level 10 black iron beasts. Truly outrageous. Lin Mo cast a glance at Bai Lian, who had remained by his side. Hero, Bai Lian. Race, Divine Tree Clan. Description, hailing from the distant Divine Kingdoms Bai Lian tribe. She is the most formidable healing hero. Grade, Mythical Level 1. Level, 10. Strength, 1000. Stamina, 1000. Intelligence, 2800. Agility, 800. Skills, Sacred Lotus Protection, active. Divine Power, passive. Divine Judgment, passive. Loyalty, 96. With an intelligence value of 2800. It seemed as though a beam of heavenly light could elevate the entire domain. Lin Mo felt a profound shock within. He glanced at his own stats. Strength, 80. Stamina, 80. Intelligence, 80. Agility, 80. All had reached the level of a minor boss. In this state, even if Lin Mo ventured out alone, there would be few who could pose a threat to him. Of course, this was limited to the areas he had explored. Tonight was even livelier than the previous night. 6 flower fairies and Bai Lian, alongside 10 enchanting beauties, surrounded Lin Mo atop the grand bed. The ambience was intoxicatingly blissful. In the nighttime woods, the occasional rustle could be heard, as if restless creatures were moving through the shadows. A dozen dark figures swiftly emerged from the forest, arriving at a patch of land abundant with rare plants. Celestial wheat. Description, wheat transformed by celestial energy. Effect, possesses greater nutritional value than ordinary wheat, with an exceptionally short growth cycle. They actually found it on the very first day? It seems our luck is favorable tonight. Park Chanwook. Return and gather our forces. Come early tomorrow to harvest this pasture. I shall remain here tonight to prevent other lords from discovering it. Hurry. The 2 leaders of the shadows, upon witnessing the land filled with rare plants, exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Lin Mo now possessed an expanse of 1000 by 1000 square meters, surrounded by various cultivated plants. Thus, these strangers failed to discern that this was indeed a lord's territory. They were scheming to consume all the plants within Lin Mo's domain. Very well, keep a close watch. I shall return to inform the chief. Soon. Half of the dark figures had departed. With that fellow distracted, the treasures within this estate shall diminish. The leader of the shadows promptly issued orders. Yes. A cadre of first-level warriors, clad in burlap and wielding rusty swords, advanced toward Lin Mo's territory. Yet, the moment they set foot on Lin Mo's land, the defense towers, now upgraded to level 10, sprang into action. Beams of light shot into the inky night sky, illuminating everything within the domain. Those who trespass upon my territory shall perish. The fury emanating from the 4 defense towers was palpable. The sudden turn of events left the foreign lord dumbfounded. Though he was not a citizen of Longwa and could not comprehend the tower's roar, he understood the warning. He had ventured into forbidden territory. Before he could react, the 4 beams surged toward him. What the hell? Where am I? Run. Everyone run. As the beams threatened to engulf them, the foreign lord finally grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing that fleeing was his only option, regardless of the beam's might. Yet, how could his legs outrun the tower's assault? Boom. 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 A series of thunderous explosions obliterated the 5 first-level warriors accompanying the foreign lord, leaving him in a state of sheer terror. Mother of God, what in the world is this? It's truly deadly. His warriors, equipped with basic armor, could not withstand even a second of the mysterious beams before vanishing before his eyes. Surely, even a level 5 beast could not achieve such a feat so effortlessly. Had he stumbled into some forbidden realm? In a moment of life and death, the Lord disregarded everything else and drew forth his life-saving item, the low-level divine travel talisman. Purchased at great expense from the auction house, he activated it immediately. In an instant, the shadows surged forth, dashing like a cheetah. You think you can leave? What kind of place do you think our Wanlin celestial realm is? Just as the foreign lord was about to escape, a sacred figure descended from the darkness. The divine light radiating from her was akin to a blazing sun, her pristine wings scattering golden rays upon the earth. Heavenly deity, my heavens, why is there an angel in this novice realm? Could this be a dwelling for angels? Gazing at the celestial figure, the foreign lord abandoned the thought of fleeing, collapsing to the ground in shock. His eyes were filled solely with awe. That was an angel. Even 100 or 1,000 of him would not be enough to withstand a single strike from her. Oh angel, I am but a lost traveler. I cannot find my way home and have unwittingly trespassed into your domain. I implore you, great angel, spare my life. I am willing to serve you." In the face of life and death, the foreign lord had clearly shed his earlier arrogance, prostrating himself like a dog bereft of its owner. "You, from the Korean nation, dare to serve my domain. How utterly laughable." The sacred light, sent by Lin Mo to eliminate intruders, Bai Lian gazed down from her elevated position. Her eyes filled with disdain, as though regarding an insufferable insect. As she began to chant her incantation, the night sky became illuminated with descending holy light. "What? You actually serve another?" The foreign lord, upon hearing Bai Lian's words, was struck with disbelief. How could the proud and unyielding angelic race ever pledge allegiance to another? Did that mean the great one she spoke of was an epic-level lord of all races? Perhaps even mythical? Realizing the stakes, he had no opportunity to send a warning. Bai Lian's holy light banished the wicked figure from the world, restoring silence to the domain. So, it was the lord of the Korean nation. He must have had accomplices who escaped. All must go on high alert. Should they dare to come again, they shall be annihilated. Lin Mo's figure gradually appeared before Bai Lian. Gazing at the remnants of the fallen lord, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. In the realm of the myriad heavens, a lord's death does not result in immediate expulsion. Instead, they revive within their own territory, albeit at the cost of half their level and resources. Unless their domain is eradicated alongside them, they cannot be ousted. However, should they dare to invade his territory again tomorrow, with Bai Lian's extraordinarily high intelligence, she would swiftly pinpoint their domain's location. At that time, they would be uprooted entirely and sent back to their homeland. Chapter 17. The Korean nation invades, war commences. In the arid expanse adjacent to the mountainous region, unbeknownst to him, Park Chan-wook had returned to his territory after the downfall of his companion. The very moment he arrived, he transmitted the intelligence he had gathered to his superior. "Boss, I bring good tidings. Tremendous news. While exploring the fog of war with Jeong-gil during the night, I discovered a rare estate located 2 kilometers from my territory. It is brimming with first and second tier black iron plants. The quantity is staggering, nearly 10,000 units. Park Chan-wook hastily composed and sent the message. After a prolonged wait, perhaps due to his superior having already retired for the night, he received no response. Anxious, Park Chan-wook contemplated heading directly to his boss's territory to report the discovery. Just then, Jin Song-byum's voice interrupted his thoughts. Over 10,000 units of black iron plants? Are you jesting? Historical records indicate that rare plant estates in the domain of newcomers have never exceeded about 5,000 units of black iron plants. How could there possibly be nearly 10,000? Where's Jeong-gil? It appears my counterpart is skeptical of your claims. Indeed, boss, I would never dare deceive you. The esteemed leader of the 13 new pillars of Goryeo, Park Chan-wook, insisted earnestly. Jin Song-byum replied, I sent a message to Jeong-gil, yet he hasn't responded. What could he be occupied with? Oh no, boss, I understand now. Jeong-gil mentioned he would guard that estate, instructing me to return and inform you. That rascal must have started harvesting it on his own. We must quickly gather our forces. The funding authority granted to you by the Goryeo High Command should have already bolstered our ranks to 10 units. But the more personnel, the better. The estate is truly vast. Park Chan-wook was not foolish. He had merely been momentarily swayed by his companion's dubious words. Now, fully aware, he felt an overwhelming urgency. Calm down. Within a 3-kilometer radius, there are 4 lords of Goryeo. I will contact them to dispatch troops alongside us, in case other foreign lords have already taken notice. We must assemble 50 units of troops to set forth. As for that little rascal Jeong-gil, when he returns, I shall ensure he faces the consequences. With that, the conversation concluded. Park Chan-wook was filled with a mix of anger and excitement. He was infuriated by Jeong-gil's betrayal after 3 years of camaraderie, especially at such a critical juncture concerning personal interests. He vowed to teach his companion a lesson once they mobilized their forces. Conversely, he was exhilarated by his boss's capabilities. It was only the 5th day, nearing the 6th, yet Jin Song-byum had already amassed the power to organize 50 units of troops. Such a formidable force was a rarity among the newcomers in the lordly realm. He had indeed allied himself with the right person. In the Wanlin Immortal Realm, within Lin Mo's territory, having vanquished the intruders, he found no inclination to continue his slumber. He hastened the construction, determined to complete it before the sun rose. Realizing that his territory had become exposed to the gaze of foreign lords, Lin Mo promptly ordered all troop units within his domain to commence the construction of the Immortal City Wall. 10 carnivorous flower spirits, after a day of mining, had returned with 140 units of secret silver. When converted to metal iron, that equated to 140,000 units. Sufficient to erect a wall 2 to 3 meters high surrounding his 1,000 by 1,000 meter territory. All troop units within the territory immediately exerted themselves, striving to complete the wall before dawn. Additionally, with Lin Mo's divine territorial traits, the constructed walls benefited from a 10-fold reduction in the growth cycle. Thus, completing the Immortal City Wall before dawn posed no insurmountable challenge. Bai Lian promptly set out to assist, fully aware of the wall's significance. Bai Lian, you need not assist. Accompany me to the palace. I have matters to discuss with you, Lin Mo interjected, halting her efforts as he had more pressing instructions for her. Seeing the grave expression on her lord's face, Bai Lian nodded and followed closely behind Lin Mo. As the sun rose, the azure sky gradually unveiled itself. When I encounter that Zhang Gil, I shall swiftly deal with him. Afterward, I shall return to my lord's side and await his commands. Park Chan-wook, having hurried back to deliver his message, now strode confidently, leading a dense formation of 50 troop units into the forested area. He had already devised a plan for revenge against Zhang Gil. Among the 50 units were human warriors wielding rusted swords, archers bearing longbows, and spearmen brandishing halberds. They were not merely units owned by a single lord but a grand assembly formed by 6 Goryeo lords, including Park Chan-wook and Jin Sung-byum. This was a privilege afforded to Jin Sung-byum, a rising star among the 13 new pillars of Goryeo, enabling him to mobilize resources from neighboring lords at will. This policy was part of Goryeo's strategy to accelerate the growth of the most talented young lords, empowering them to shoulder the nation's weighty responsibilities. Brother Park, is what you said true? Are there truly over 10,000 units of black iron plants? That could yield an astonishing sum of wealth in the form of celestial coins. Inquired 2 fellow Goryeo lords accompanying him, who had been unwittingly assigned to this mission by Jin Sung-byum. Only halfway through their journey did they grasp the situation from Park Chan-wook's murmurs. Humph, just do what you were told without so much chatter, Park Chan-wook retorted dismissively, adopting an air of authority. All right. As long as we each receive some resources after this, that's sufficient, the more amiable lord chuckled. Either out of goodwill or perhaps fear of offending Park Chan-wook. Park Chan-wook merely shot him a glance before disregarding him entirely. When daylight finally broke, the Grand Goryeo army reached their destination. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, they were collectively taken aback. What is this? How did such a towering wall arise overnight? Could it be the handiwork of that Zhang Gil? That shouldn't be possible. That brat lacks the capability. Park Chan-wook gaped at the formidable wall, reminiscent of a steel fortress, stretching endlessly before him. Look, boss, there are figures atop that wall. One of the lords exclaimed, spotting a silhouette illuminated by the dawn's light. With dark hair, clad in a white robe, his features were strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of unparalleled charisma. His cold, emotionless gaze scrutinized the gathering below. A naturally beautiful little girl sat in his lap, playfully extending her tiny hand, mimicking a gun gesture toward the Goryeo assembly. While seemingly adorable, her gesture darkened the expressions of the 3 Goryeo lords. Who are you? We discovered this estate first. You had best vacate the premises if you know what is good for you. I have no desire to expend energy on you, Park Chan-wook threatened. Assuming the individual before him was a rival lord who had stumbled upon the rare estate after them. In response to Park Chan-wook's threat, the young man lounging atop the wall, casually dangling a leg, pointed to his own temple with a finger, a smirk of mockery gracing his features. Do you dare imply that I am mentally deficient? Park Chan-wook glared at the gestures of his opponent, a surge of rage igniting within him as he prepared to command his troops to launch an assault. Boss Park, I believe the other side does not appear to be the lord of our Goryeo. They seem to be urging us to activate the universal language of the heavens. A nearby lord interjected. What? Not our Goryeo lord? Then they must be the footmen of Sakura Island, or perhaps those sickly wretches from the Dragon Kingdom. Park Chan-wook muttered under his breath, yet he still opted to enable the universal language of the heavens option. Can you understand now? He cast a mocking glance back at the figure atop the city wall. Fool, I can't be bothered to waste words with you. To his surprise, the young man on the wall spoke with profound eloquence. Damn it, truly one of those Dragon Kingdom scoundrels. How dare you look down upon our Goryeo lord? Prepare to meet your demise. Open fire. Park Chan-wook's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. He had ceased to ponder why an additional city wall had mysteriously appeared. His sole desire was to make that ostentatious Dragon Kingdom lord regret his arrogance. 50 soldiers from Goryeo received the command, and the archers immediately drew their bows. A rain of arrows whistled through the air, aimed directly at Lin Mo. Yet Lin Mo, seated atop the wall, remained unfazed, even finding the time to playfully pinch the tender face of the little flower spirit cradled in his arms. Drawing a shy reaction from her, the sound of clinking arrows reverberated in the air. To Park Chan-wook's astonishment, the dense volley of arrows failed to pierce the wretched Dragon Kingdom lord, instead being thwarted by a shimmering spatial barrier before him. Not a single hair was harmed. What Park Chan-wook was rendered speechless once more. Had the opponent already prepared some defensive artifact, sitting there so calmly, fully aware that they could not inflict harm upon him? Boss Park, that wall belongs to that Dragon Kingdom brat. He is seated atop his own wall, which protects him from harm and can withstand the combined onslaught of over a dozen second-tier archers. That wall must be at least of bronze grade. A Goryeo lord pointed out, astonished. Are you saying this endless wall was constructed by that brat? In just one night? Park Chan-wook's expression shifted to one of shock. Yet he could not help but scrutinize it closely. Yet no matter how he tried, He could not discern any information about the wall or the Dragon Kingdom Lord's attributes. What sorcery was obstructing his senses? In the realm of the heavens, only the powerful could freely probe the information of the weak. Otherwise, one would need to employ some high-tier artifact to mask all their own information. Otherwise, those of lower combat power could glean nothing about those significantly stronger. However, the Goryeo lords, born with an innate sense of superiority, could hardly believe that a Dragon Kingdom lord could surpass their own development. They could only assume Lin Mo was utilizing some sort of device to interfere with their perceptions. In contrast, Lin Mo was able to see through the information of his opponents with clarity. Lord, Park Chan-wook. Title, Steel Door Killer, Bronze Tier. Talent, Enhanced Range Perception, Acceleration. Level, 3, Maximum Achieved. Strength, 6, Stamina, 10. Intelligence, 6, Agility, 10. Skill, Vitality Seal, Bronze Tier, LV1. Trash. In Lin Mo's eyes, Park Chan-wook was even less than trash. Especially that title, Steel Door Killer. The Dragon Kingdom is a land of etiquette, and such shameless, repugnant individuals were not worth his time. He simply displayed a gesture resembling that of a peacock before his opponent. However, in the eyes of Goryeo men, this gesture was exceedingly insulting. Damn it. I want him dead. That wretched Dragon Kingdom beast. Everyone, attack. Even if it's a bronze-grade wall, I shall tear it down today. The moment you fall into my hands, you will wish for death. Park Chan-wook was truly enraged, his face flushed as he roared in front of Lin Mo. Yet to the onlookers, he had already descended to the lowest tier of humiliation. The warriors of Goryeo, each one roaring in fury, swung their rusted swords against the solid city wall. The halberdiers raised their long spears, aiming them at Lin Mo. The archers continued to draw their bows, relentlessly assaulting Lin Mo. Lord, they are quite bothersome. Would you like me to take down a couple of them? The fortunate little flower spirit in Lin Mo's arms looked up at her lord with wide, innocent eyes, her voice sweet yet cold. No, let them attack. Let them understand the vast chasm between heaven and earth. Do they think that with a mere 50-man army, they can trample upon the territory of a foreign lord? They will soon know despair. Lin Mo chuckled lightly, remaining steadfast atop the wall. This was not merely a bronze-grade wall, but rather a first-tier golden wall. Celestial City Wall. Description, effectively defends against intrusions into the territory. Grade, first-tier gold. Level, 10. Growth rate, 2,100-3,000. Defense, 800. Durability, 5,000. Even if they gathered thousands of such troops, they would not be able to inflict even a hint of damage upon his wall. This was an absolute value suppression. In just 5 minutes, the 50 Goryeo units were left panting for breath. In stark contrast, not a shred of damage had been inflicted on Lin Mo's wall. Boss Park, something feels off. I think we should retreat. Let us contact Brother Zheng and inquire about what is truly happening. This wall is absurd. It doesn't resemble a bronze-grade wall at all. Nor does it seem like a temporary defensive structure created by a magical artifact. A profound sense of powerlessness spread among the Goryeo lords. The wall before them seemed invincible. An insurmountable peak, with Lin Mo standing atop it as a figure they could only look up to. Damn it. This grudge will be remembered by Park Chan-wook of Goryeo. Humph, don't get too smug, you yellow-skinned rodent. Behind me stands Jin Xingfan, one of the 13 new pillars of Goryeo. If I report today's events to our leader, when the initial calamity of all races arrives, it will be your end, you yellow-skinned rodents. At that time, we lords of Goryeo will show you what true cruelty is. Any Dragon Kingdom lord I encounter during the initial calamity will make you pay the price for your foolishness. Having been unable to subdue Lin Mo, Park Chan-wook could only leave in a huff after uttering a few fierce words. Can you leave now? Unexpectedly. Just as they turned to leave in a huff, Lin Mo's indifferent voice rang out. You want us to stay? Huh, are you daydreaming? Do you think that with your obscure defensive structure, you are truly invincible? I'm standing right here. If you have the guts, come down. Park Chan-wook turned back, incredulous, then brazenly shouted, eager to see how the yellow-skinned rodent would deal with them while standing there. Pathetic. Before Lin Mo could respond, the little flower spirit in his arms disdainfully murmured. After casting a glance at Lin Mo, the little flower spirit raised her hand. The magic she typically used for tilling land, chopping wood, and mining was now directed toward inflicting harm. With a casual wave of her hand, a gust of wind swept through. Thud. A bloodied head rolled to the ground. Park Chan-wook's pupils dilated gradually, his haughty visage stiffening as he slowly turned to gaze upon a plate of decapitated warrior units. How could this be? This was a level 2 warrior, equipped with basic defensive gear. How could a mere child sever its head with a single blow? Park Chan-wook, aghast, turned to look at the little girl in Lin Mo's arms. Suddenly, it dawned on him. That must be this fellow's hero unit. Today marked the 6th day since the onset of the game, and many lords had already acquired hero units. This individual must have recruited a hero unit of silver rank or higher, which explained his audacity. You treacherous yellow-skinned rodent. We must flee. This matter must be reported to Jin Xingfan. If his silver-ranked hero intervenes, this yellow-skinned rodent is doomed. No longer brimming with the arrogance he had previously displayed, Park Chan-wook Having convinced himself he understood everything, immediately fled. Yet, his words were met with derision in Lin Mo's ears. His little flower fairy was merely a low-tier engineer unit, merely possessing the combat prowess comparable to a level 10 wild boss due to his divine title. In their eyes, it had somehow transformed into a silver-ranked hero unit. How utterly ridiculous. Don't let them escape. As those who had boasted of their strength began to retreat, Lin Mo finally spoke. At that very moment, the surrounding forest began to stir. Enormous purple wings unfurled before the eyes of the Goryo lords. Level 10 carnivorous flower fairies swayed gracefully, descending from the sky, encircling the 50-odd individuals from Goryo. Where are you gentlemen rushing off to? My lord has instructed us to treat you all with utmost hospitality, the flower fairies chimed, each one exuding charm and allure. Yet, in the eyes of these lords, these enchanting beings appeared as terrifying demons. For the aura radiating from each fairy instilled profound dread within them. No, this is impossible. What tier of units are these? Or are they all hero units? Park Chan-wook's mind was in disarray, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. That Jung-ji fellow likely wasn't he ignoring him. He simply had no opportunity to engage him any further. Who are you? Could you be a prodigy lord nurtured by the Dragon Kingdom? Wait. Are you the one known as the White Reaper, Shirbai? As realization dawned upon Park Chan-wook, he gazed at Lin Mo with palpable fear. Shirbai? Little Bai? He had acquired such a formidable title, remarkable indeed. Lin Mo was, of course, acquainted with Shirbai, another new lord from the Dragon Kingdom. Although they did not attend the same school, they had met during a high school simulation tournament, where Lin Mo had decisively dominated the competition. Shirbai had secured second place in that contest. After that, they had become close friends, sharing much with one another. It had been a long time since they last met, and Shirbai had made quite a name for himself among the newcomers of the human race. However, Lin Mo was no less accomplished. Enough of this idle chatter. Attack! Lin Mo, now weary of the banter, commanded the flower fairies to engage. Finally, the young lady would have a chance to enjoy a proper feast. Gentlemen, my lady will treat you well. The carnivorous flower fairies, swaying their figures, swiftly darted towards the Goryo crowd. Ah, my arm. No, don't come near, my lord. Save me. I don't want to die, my leg. The cacophony of screams quickly became the dominant melody of the forest. Blood stained the ground for meters, severed limbs and various organs strewn about. Meanwhile, Park Chan-wook, who had previously boasted, now stood frozen in terror, witnessing his subordinates devoured by these seemingly alluring, yet truly ghastly flower fairies. He felt as though he were trapped in a hellish realm. No, I must escape. If I don't flee now, I won't have another chance. Trembling, Park Chan-wook retrieved a talisman from his lordly space, poised to crush it. Now was the moment. Lin Mo had been observing his every action, waiting for this very instant. As his words fell, a figure with enormous, resplendent white wings appeared before all. An angel. Park Chan-wook's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He had been struck by too many shocks today, and now even an angel had materialized. He dared not delay any further and shattered the talisman completely. The talisman transformed into a stream of light, opening a spatial gate over 2 meters wide before him. As Park Chan-wook gazed at the holy figure charging towards him, he hurriedly turned to enter the gate. But could his speed ever rival that of a mythic-level White Lotus? Blood erupted from Park Chan-wook's neck as he staggered backward, his eyes wide with disbelief, collapsing before Lin Mo. Meanwhile, the White Lotus had already slipped through the mysterious portal in place of Park Chan-wook. Chapter 20. The Angel Descends? Occupying the territory. Last night, Lin Mo had tasked the White Lotus with eradicating every trace of the enemy. A lord's essential lesson is to always leave an escape route. Lin Mo was certain that if they dared to invade his territory again, they would undoubtedly have prepared for a retreat. Items like return scrolls or short-range teleportation talismans, though rare, were likely the first choice for that group. He intended to exploit this knowledge, sending the White Lotus to their territory. Now, the White Lotus had become an invincible presence within the human novice zone. Wherever she went, she would unleash calamity. He had given her 4 days to obliterate all enemy territories within several kilometers, aside from those belonging to Dragon Kingdom lords. In return, before the onset of the great calamity among the various races, he aimed not only to secure the first place for humanity, but also to drag down all other nations' lords, allowing the Dragon Kingdom lords to surge ahead effortlessly, bringing about a visibly significant enhancement. And the White Lotus had complied with Lin Mo's orders. Just as Park Chan-wook opened the portal, she swiftly dealt with him and successfully traversed the transport gate. All was settled. The 50 Goryo soldiers that had once stood were now entirely devoured by the carnivorous flower fairies. You're eating too quickly. We agreed on 5 each. One flower fairy complained, casting a displeased glance at her companion. Oh, but they were just so delectable. I couldn't help myself. You should blame yourself for being too slow. Another fairy elegantly wiped the blood from her lips with her delicate, slender fingers, her expression one of lingering delight. I wonder when we'll have such a feast again. Another flower fairy sighed in lament. Enough, everyone return. In 5 days, there will be another grand feast for you all. Lin Mo finally commanded. Hearing this, the flower fairies, eyes sparkling with excitement, gracefully made their way back to the territory. Humans often say beauty is akin to a pink skeleton. One could only imagine what their evaluations would be upon encountering these carnivorous flower fairies. Lin Mo mused to himself. Carnivorous flower fairy, race, plant, description, a humanoid combat unit transformed from a carnivorous flower under the influence of the territory's divine characteristics. Grade, golden tier 3. Level, 10, strength, 260, vitality, 500, intelligence, 560, agility, 200, skills, bloodmouth devour, active, whip, passive, resilience, passive, faithfulness, 85. With the enhancement of their mythical titles, each of the carnivorous flower spirits possesses the potential to become a dominant force in this realm. The combat prowess they exhibit is still reflective of their initial strength. My celestial tower is nearing the accumulation of celestial essence, at which point it will be capable of maximizing the population limit of my territory. There are a total of 14 carnivorous flower spirits, accompanied by a mythical-grade white lotus. I am unafraid to confront the lords of various nations. In the arid expanse, within the territory of the 13th new pillar of Goryeo, Kim Sung-byum, a figure as robust as a small mountain, is surrounded by several female engineers. Disheveled and bare-chested, he lounges in the Lord's grand hall, relishing his imperial-like treatment. The female engineers, each possessing exquisite and alluring figures, are only slightly inferior to Lin Mo's carnivorous flower spirits. However, should they be placed within the entertainment industry of Goryeo, they would undoubtedly be regarded as top-tier individuals coveted by the affluent. These are prizes bestowed upon Kim Sung-byum by the upper echelons of Goryeo as rewards for his diligent endeavors, all due to his exceptional human talents and bloodline attributes, which are of the highest caliber, Highland bloodline, brutal gene. This has resulted in his forces being comprised of berserkers from the moment of recruitment, exhibiting terrifying combat capabilities. This is one of the reasons he was selected as one of Goryeo's 13 new pillars. As long as he desires, a plethora of resources will be sent to him by the Goryeo commoners. The genetic legacy of Goryeo's elite remains unaltered even in the realms of the multiverse. Their strength is their audacious capital. I wonder how that bunch is faring. They haven't even bothered to respond to my messages. Disobedient hounds ultimately deserve to be culled. A sinister smirk crosses Kim Sung-byum's face. My lord, a teleportation portal has been activated within the territory. Just then, a military unit arrives to report. Oh, have they finally returned? Let us go see if they have any valuable spoils. He declares, if they fail to deliver what I desire, they shall pay in blood today. Kim Sung-byum pushes aside the alluring figures surrounding him and strides purposefully toward the grand hall's exit. Before him stands a 2-meter-high teleportation portal. Yet the figures within are slow to materialize. What nonsense are these fools up to? Kim Sung-byum expresses his impatience. Finally, a silhouette emerges from the portal, causing his pupils to constrict involuntarily. His muscles tense instinctively. What the hell? Kim Sung-byum thinks, subconsciously attempting to capture the appearance of the individual in his mind's eye. Such a territory is beneath contempt. A voice, pure and chilling, echoes, holy light. In the next moment, blinding holy light cascades down, enveloping the entirety of Kim Sung-byum's territory in a sanctified glow. Beep. Your mythical hero, White Lotus, has obliterated the territory of Lord Kim Sung-byum. You have acquired 60 resources from the conquest. Beep. You have obtained 600 wood, 600 stone, 600 water, 600 meat, 6 teleportation scrolls, 14 bottles of enhancement potions, and 30 pieces of basic armor for your units. Upon hearing the notifications in his mind, Lin Mo arched an eyebrow. Is this the strength of Goryeo's new talent? Indeed, they are affluent. He has yet to procure even a single piece of basic armor, while they already possess nearly 50. However, these items are unlikely to be the fruits of their own labor. Given Goryeo's nature, it is more probable that they were extorted from other lords. The oligarchs remain as such. If they enjoy standing atop their fellow kin, then I shall ascend to the pinnacle upon their heads. Lin Mo silently stowed away the equipment. With White Lotus's current strength, within 3 to 4 days, she should be able to annihilate all foreign lords within a 3-kilometer radius. I, too, shall experience a monumental surge in power before the impending calamity of the myriad races. Beep. Your mythical hero, White Lotus, has annihilated Lord Edward's territory. You have acquired 60 resources from the conquest. Beep. You have obtained 600 wood, 600 stone, and 600 water. Beep. You have acquired a black iron grade passive skill scroll, rock armor. Chapter 21. Territories sequentially annihilated, population limit. Skill, rock armor. Grade, black iron, tier 5. Attribute. Allies within a 100-yard radius will coalesce floating rock armor upon entering battle, increasing their vitality by 20 points. In the biological units of the multiverse, health points, defense, and recovery speed are the 3 main attributes. The Black Iron Tier 5 passive skill Lin Mo has acquired seemingly only grants an additional 20 vitality to himself and all combat units within his territory. However, with the dual enhancement of his divine title, this translates to a staggering 80 points of vitality. Currently, Lin Mo's vitality stands at an impressive 160 points. Should such a figure confront the invading lords of Goryeo, even standing before them, they would find themselves at a loss. In sheer resilience alone, he would dominate them with overwhelming numerical superiority. Meanwhile, before Kim Song-byum was obliterated by White Lotus, he managed to send the instinctively captured photograph to the chat channel of Goryeo's lords. What is this creature? Those pristine wings, could it be a half-beast? My heavens, what has happened to Boss Kim? Observing the image, it appears that this indistinct entity has attacked his territory. This photograph is far too blurry. All that is discernible is a humanoid figure with enormous wings, seemingly female. Beep. The territory of Goryeo's lord, Kim Song-byum, has been annihilated. Coordinates, 9511, the arid expanse. What? Boss Kim has been destroyed? It must have been this creature. Brothers, do you think this could be an angel? I've seen depictions of angels. Though the photo is fuzzy, there are numerous similarities, like that radiant light. Beep. The territory of Goryeo's lord, Choi Ho-min, has been annihilated. Coordinates, 9512, the arid expanse. Good heavens, Choi Ho-min's territory has fallen too? What on earth is this creature? Why does such a being exist in the realms of the multiverse? Beep. The territory of Asen's lord, Daida, has been obliterated. Coordinates, 9591, the arid expanse. Asen's new lords. That is a demigod-like entity. The terror unleashed by White Lotus gradually began to spread among the novice lords of various nations. Territory, the celestial realm of 10,000 forests. As White Lotus commenced her rapid cleansing operation, Lin Mo remained industrious. All wild creatures within a 1-kilometer radius of the territory have been eradicated. And now he prepares to clear the 2-kilometer radius. His territory has constructed a first-tier gold wall, rendering him unafraid of further invasions. Yet, he must hasten his development. Beep. You have successfully recruited 4 gold tier 3 unit, celestial carnivorous flower spirits. Notice, your territory population has reached its limit. Please upgrade the Lord's Hall. Lin Mo has filled the population cap and quickly utilized the Iron Black Tier 2, Celestial 7-color flower, as nourishment, enabling the newly recruited 4 carnivorous flower spirits to elevate swiftly. However, the Black Iron Tier 2 celestial bodies are no longer sufficient for accelerating the upgrades of these units. He must urgently seek out Black Iron Tier 3 flora. Xiao Wu, please assist me in locating any vendors selling Black Iron Tier 3 plant seeds. As per our usual arrangement, I will share 5 of the profits afterward. Lord Lin Mo has transferred 2,000 Black Iron Tier 2 plants, celestial 7-color flowers, to Lord Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, Boss Lin? Where did you acquire such a large quantity of Black Iron Tier 2 plants? These plants are sufficient to exchange for 4,000 celestial coins after the initial calamity of the myriad races. Lin Mo, just do as instructed, no need for further inquiries. Wu Xiao. Alright, but Boss Lin, the initial calamity of the myriad races is approaching, and my territory has scarcely developed. When the invasion arrives, Lin Mo, I see I have not considered this adequately. First, help me find these items, and when the initial calamity arrives, I will assist you in overcoming the challenges. Wu Xiao. Thank you, Brother Lin. May fortune and prosperity accompany you. At this moment, Wu Xiao was joyfully leaping within her territory. In truth, she could barely withstand the initial calamity of the myriad races, for according to past formations during such calamities, her current 4 warriors were sufficient for her survival. However, the outcome might not be entirely satisfactory, which is a predicament nearly 80% of new lords are bound to face. Nevertheless, with Lin Mo, who possesses a legendary hero, promising to aid her, things could only improve. Perhaps she might even earn a reward from the celestial will. Motivated, Wu Xiao promptly sat cross-legged in the golden wheat field, contemplating how to procure the Black Iron Tier 3 plant seeds for Lin Mo. In the Dragon Kingdom, Blue Star, the sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom, Tang Taimin, stood upon the elevated platform in the Congressional Hall, his expression grave as he gazed at the enormous display screen. Father, what troubles you? The eldest daughter, Tang Yinran, approached her father, gently taking his arm with a look of concern. It is about those angel-like beings that have suddenly appeared in the new realm. Since humanity joined the celestial battlefield a millennium ago, this is the first time such formidable beings have emerged in the novice zone. The Eagle Kingdom, the Goryeo Kingdom, Sakura Island, and India have already seen over 10 new lords eliminated. Although there are currently no reports of casualties among the Dragon Kingdom's lords, one cannot dismiss the possibility of mere coincidence. Tang Taimin sighed heavily, his gaze lingering on the indistinct massive figure displayed on the screen, reminiscing about his own days of battle in the celestial realm. Once a proud level 60 overlord, he had fallen victim to the ambush of angelic entities, coupled with the premeditated schemes of other lords, leading to his disastrous exit from the battlefield. Now, seeing such angel-like beings once again, Tang Taimin understood their terror. Although their identities could not be fully confirmed, should they indeed be those angelic beings, it would spell disaster for the entire human novice realm. With the initial calamity of the myriad races looming, this trial for the new lords would be far more severe than in times past. By the way, has the Myriad Races Federation released the invasion list? Tang Taimin seemed to recall something, turning to his daughter, Tang Yinran, for confirmation. Well, I came here to deliver that very list to you. The races participating in this round of the initial calamity invasion remain the usual suspects. While the final boss is yet to be confirmed, the strongest is likely the abyssal ancient tree. If the children perform normally this time, at least 90% should survive. Chapter 22. The initial calamity of the myriad races. Lin Mo's fate? Are those races involved again? Tang Taimin slowly opened the tome in his hand, which contained the list of races willing to partake in the invasion. GT011 Star Domain, Grey Goblins, deploying 76 million members. HI 998 Star Domain, Cannibals, deploying 33.8 million members. Forging Star, Gnomes, deploying 130 million members. Boss level participating races, to be confirmed. Total number of invading races, 10 billion. Humph. These scoundrels always take advantage of humanity. If I were still active on the celestial battlefield, I would surely eradicate these races, Tang Taimin coldly declared, slamming the invasion list onto the table before him. The initial calamity of the myriad races would not only be a trial for the new human lords, but for other races as well. As decreed by the celestial will, an immutable rule, any races meeting the criteria could join in the invasion against human lords. Likewise, humans could also participate in the invasion of other races' lords during the initial calamity. Moreover, any foreign lords eliminated during the initial calamity would yield 60% of their resources to the invading side. This encapsulates the essence of the era, invasion and plunder, the survival of the fittest. However, Tang Taimin remained dissatisfied with the races that consistently joined the ranks of those invading humanity, as if they believed humans to be easy prey. By the way, Father, have any exceptionally talented newcomers emerged from our Dragon Kingdom this time? Tang Yinran inquired curiously. Oh, don't mention it. This cohort represents the least successful batch of newcomers in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing his daughter's question, Tang Taimin sighed once more, his expression filled with resignation. How can that be? I've heard that a certain White Reaper has surfaced among our lords. Also Yen, the daughter of the Great Pillar family, seems quite promising as well. How can this be the worst cohort? Tang Yinran expressed her confusion. That White Reaper is the eldest son of a family whose awakened talent is indeed impressive, possessing undying warrior and spirit of revival. If he develops well in the early stages, he may become an immortal sovereign, a figure of calamity-level might. Yet, his birthplace is exceedingly poor. Situated within the territory of foreign lords, in a radius of several kilometers, he is surrounded by lords from Goryo and Sakura Island. You know their nature. Upon discovering the prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom in their midst, they would never allow him to develop unimpeded. His reputation as the White Reaper was earned through fierce battles with those foreign lords. However, despite his illustrious title, he has suffered significant resource losses in his early stages, and I fear he may not survive the upcoming initial calamity. Tang Taimin recounted the current situation of the White Reaper, causing Tang Yinran to frown. Her eyes filled with distaste. It's unfortunate that he was born within the encirclement of Goryo and Sakura Island. That is indeed dire. Do not fret, Father. Even if this White Reaper is unable to blossom during the initial calamity, my little sister's awakened talent is commendable. She shall uphold our glory. And what of Su Mukin from the Great Pillar family? Has he not awakened 2 Tier 3 talents as well? He too has potential. Tang Yinran, with her astute mind, sought to comfort her father. Let us hope. Tang Taimin sighed, a hint of melancholy in his tone. By the way, Father, what of the nation's top contender? I have yet to hear any news of him. Tang Yinran seemed to recall something, her eyes brightening. You mean Lin Mo? Well, that is a different matter. Although that lad is currently in peril, his talent has already assured him a bright future. However, Lin Mo's situation is somewhat more dismal. Both of his talents are of the lowest tier, one being financial expert and the other plant leader. Upon hearing about this lad's circumstances, I feared he was doomed. He might not even survive the initial calamity. The more Tang Taimin pondered, the more disheartened he became, and he ultimately swept his sleeve and departed from the congressional hall, leaving Tang Yinran in contemplative silence. Lin Mo has awakened such 2 talents. If it were only financial expert, it might have been manageable. After all, lords at level 40 and beyond require substantial resources to further expand their influence. However, being a plant leader converts him into a plant-type lord. Alas, perhaps this is Lin Mo's destiny. It appears that this time, only Yu Yin and Su Mu Chun can shoulder the great responsibility of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, the identity of those angelic beings must be investigated promptly. Should these creatures be indigenous to the novice region of the human race, it can only be said that this cohort of human newcomers is ill-fated. However, if they have traversed from the void, it is imperative to report this to the Federation of all races, allowing them to devise a means to expel these angelic entities. With this thought, Tang Yinran swiftly exited the conference hall, embarking on an intensive investigation concerning the angel-like creature. Beep. Your mythic hero, Bai Lian, has annihilated the territory of Lord Eva. You have acquired 60 resources from her. Alert. Your basic resources have reached their maximum capacity. No further deposits can be made into storage. Beep. You have obtained a bronze-level skill scroll, Wind Magic, Wind Rise. Beep. Your mythic hero, Bai Lian, has obliterated the territory of Lord Evanko. You have gained 60 resources from him. Alert. Your basic resources have reached their maximum capacity. No further deposits can be made into storage. Beep. You have acquired a black iron level item, Magic Ring. Beep. Your mythic hero, Bai Lian, has vanquished the territory of Lord Eva. You have received 60 resources from her. Alert. Your basic resources have reached their maximum capacity. No further deposits can be made into storage. Beep. You have obtained a bronze-level skill scroll, Wind Magic, Wind Rise. Beep. Your unit, the Man-Eating Flower Fairy, has slain a bronze 5-stage black-bellied python. Acquiring a bronze-level potion, Power Recovery Elixir. Lin Mo devoted a full 4 days to clearing all the wild monsters within a 3-kilometer radius, reaping significant rewards. Not only did the 14 man-eating flower fairies all reach level 14, but he also procured over 30 bottles of various potions. The most abundant being red and blue potions for health and mana recovery. Additionally, he acquired black iron level explosive damage potions, movement speed potions, and defensive potions. Alongside bronze level power recovery potions, true sight potions, and detoxification potions, as well as an assortment of unprocessed monster materials. What delighted Lin Mo the most were the rewards obtained by Bai Lian, who was over 10 kilometers away after defeating those lords. Skill, Wind Magic, Wind Rise. Tier, Bronze Tier 3. Attributes, active skill, summons 10 wind elementals to deal continuous damage, will continuously consume mana, or generate a one-time explosive damage effect. Cooldown none. Chapter 23. Countdown to the initial cataclysm of all races, public channel activated. Skills without cooldowns, even if they are merely of bronze tier, are extraordinarily rare. Without hesitation, Lin Mo chose to learn it. The number of skills a lord can learn at each stage is limited, but as the lord's level rises, they can utilize celestial coins to purchase skill erasure scrolls for a thorough cleansing, retaining only the most beneficial skills while discarding those that have become obsolete. Such a no cooldown bronze level skill can be retained until he reaches levels 20 or 30 before considering its removal. Windrise. Lin Mo began to chant the spell, casually waving his hand before him. In the terrain before him, 10 whirlwinds rapidly coalesced, forming towering wind elemental summons over 2 meters high. Wind elemental summon. Description: the combat units summoned by the skill Wind Rise are entirely controlled by the Lord. Tier, Bronze Tier 3. Level, 10, equal to Lord S level. Intelligence, 220. Agility, 200. Skills, Tear, passive LV1, Wind Burst. Active creates an explosion effect within a 10-yard radius. Gazing at the information interface of his summoned wind elementals, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was indeed benefiting from the effects of his divine title. Remarkably, this effectively doubled his combat strength. However, the mana consumption required to maintain the wind elementals was rather substantial. After a moment of assessing the rate at which his internal mana was depleting, he promptly dismissed the spell. He roughly estimated that with his current mana, he could sustain the existence of 10 wind elementals for half an hour. This could be advantageous for tackling stronger wild monsters to absorb damage or to lure enemies. No wonder that Lord opted not to utilize such a high-cost skill. It was likely that in the entire newbie zone, only he could manage the substantial consumption required for this skill. As Lin Mo pondered, he turned his attention to the equipment he had acquired. Aside from several pieces of basic defensive gear for his units, the most valuable item was the Magic Ring. Item, Magic Ring. Tier, Black Iron Tier 5. Attributes, Accessory. Effect, Intelligence 15, Magic Damage 5. Active effect, instantly restores 300 mana. Cooldown, 30 seconds. In terms of attributes, this ring boasts one of the highest enhancement values among Black Iron Tier equipment. Its active effect can restore approximately 8 mana points at once. Although this amount is not substantial, its rapid cooldown time makes it advantageous. After organizing all his gains, Lin Mo looked up at the gradually darkening yellow sky. Today marks the final day of the initial cataclysm of all races. Beginning the next morning, they will have to defend against the invasion of myriad races. This invasion will last for 4 days, a crucial period for the Lord's survival and rapid development. The arrival of beings from various realms signifies an influx of experience points and exceptional items. Lin Mo aims to become a nightmare to the myriad races during this initial cataclysm, achieving rapid self-growth through relentless slaughter. With this thought, he regarded a nearby tree as his target, and a layer of floating stone armor slowly materialized around him. While the armor's effect was still active, he immediately opened his personal interface. Lord, Lin Mo. Title, Spirit Sovereign, Mythic. Talent, Financial Expert, Plant Tribe Leader. Level, 13. Strength, 104. Stamina, 184. Intelligence, 164. Agility, 104. Skills, Planting Technique, LV1. Stone Armor, Black Iron Tier 5 Passive, Active. Wind Magic, Wind Rise, Bronze Tier 3. Inventory, Wheat, Spirit Form 76, 800 units. Grass Carp, 34, 100 units. Wood, 10,000 units. Stone, 10,000 units. Water Source, 10,000 units. Mithril, 4, 500 units. In 4 days, Lin Mo had also risen to level 13, with all 4 attributes exceeding 100. Such attributes afford him a certain level of self-protection, not just within the novice domain, but even in the battlefield of myriad realms. He then shifted his gaze to the side, observing the man-eating flower fairy. Spirit man-eating flower fairy. Race, plant tribe. Description, a humanoid combat unit transformed from a man-eating flower due to the influence of the territory's divine characteristics. Tier, Gold Tier 3. Level, 14. Strength, 182. Stamina, 430, 350 80, in stone armor state. Intelligence, 392. Agility, 140. Skills, Blood Maw Devour, active. Whip, passive. Resilience, passive. Recovery, passive. Loyalty, 89. Indeed, it is formidable, with a stamina of 430 points. Even if those myriad races stood still to strike, they might find it challenging to inflict damage. The initial cataclysm of all races serves as the first trial for novice lords entering the realm of myriad worlds. The human race has long since incorporated its considerations into the high school textbooks of its students, which is precisely the reason Lin Mo possesses confidence in the impending slaughter of the myriad races. The incoming threats are merely low-tier, high-level creatures such as goblins and man-eaters, which are indeed insufficient to be taken seriously. Ding! The grand event of the myriad races' initial cataclysm is imminent. The Blue Star public channel is temporarily open. All novice lords may freely exchange information. Once the myriad races' initial cataclysm commences, the Blue Star public channel will once again be sealed. Countdown to the myriad races' initial cataclysm. 12 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The public channel has been activated during their novice period. New lords can only express themselves within their own national channels. However, when a significant event approaches, the planetary public chat channel opens temporarily, which is indeed a remarkable feature of the celestial realms. Lord of Goryo. Hey, does anyone know what those angelic creatures actually are? They have already eliminated 11 lords from our Goryo nation. Lord of the Sun never sets. I heard from the higher-ups that they seem to be legendary beings, a result of the void distortion, mistakenly entering from the battlefield of the celestial realms, but they only operate in the Gobi regions. Lord of Bear Country. Our Bear Country has also lost 4 lords. May the heavens protect us from letting that monster reach our marshlands. Lord of A3 Country. What a misfortune. Let us talk about something else. Have you heard of the White Reaper? That fellow seems to have broken through the encirclement. What a tenacious character. Lord of Eagle Country. Haha. Among the lords of Dragon Country, this one is the only one worth our attention. Looking at Princess Tang Yuyan of Dragon Country, it's already the last day of the myriad race's initial cataclysm, yet not a single level 8 unit exists. Chapter 24. The second princess of Dragon Country, Jiang Taigong Fishing. Lin Mo observed the thousands of messages rapidly scrolling through the Blue Star public channel, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. He seemed to catch a glimpse of discussions regarding the White Jade Tang Yuyan. It appeared that the situation for both parties was rather grim. Goryo Country. Our Goryo is the foremost nation of the East, with our pillar Jiangqingzai. Slaughtering the myriad races is akin to chopping vegetables. Sakura Island. TCH, a nation dominated by conglomerates. If you weren't exploiting the resources of the common lords, would Jiangqingzai be able to possess a level 10 hero unit? What a farce. Goryo Country. Shut your mouth, you foot basin. You have no right to criticize our great Goryo lords. A3 Country. You must understand one thing. A3 Country, am the true leading nation of the East. Next comes Dragon Country, followed by Sakura, and lastly you, Stick. Lin Mo grimaced at these messages, finding no useful information amidst the barrage of insults. Blue Star was indeed beset by internal strife and external threats. With the nations embroiled in chaos internally, and the myriad races lurking ominously, when could humanity truly rise? By the way, have you noticed that among the lords obliterated by those angelic beings, there hasn't been a single lord from Dragon Country? Indeed. Even the United Nations has reported the list of victims, and it seems there truly has not been a single lord from Dragon Country. Goodness. This is chilling upon deeper reflection. Could this be a conspiracy from Dragon Country? I second that. Dragon Country lords, come forth and clarify this matter. Who knows? Perhaps those angelic beings simply detest your countenance. Baka, how dare a lord from Dragon Country retort? I see this is the handiwork of your nation. Exactly. Why is it that only your Dragon Country remains unscathed? This is definitely not a coincidence. Lord of Dragon Country, enough. If you wish to find fault, just say it plainly. There is no need for other excuses. Do you dislike our dragon country? Then let strength do the talking. Sakura Island. Do you think your dragon country is still the once mighty eastern power? How about this? Dare to wager in the myriad race's initial cataclysm. Let us bet on which nation's lord can ascend to the top of the leaderboard. Lord of Dragon Country, what is there to fear? When it comes to courage, no one from Dragon Country has ever feared anyone. Goryo Country, count us in. We too will wager with you Dragon Country lords. The losing side must publicly apologize to our Goryo nation and acknowledge that those island treasures originally belonged to us. Lord of Dragon Country, disgusting, simply revolting. Lord Tang Yuyan, tagging, Lord Lin Mo. Lin Mo, have you been keeping an eye on the public channel? The sudden private message left Lin Mo bewildered. He had been engrossed in the verbal battle. Why was he being dragged into it? It seemed that it was Tang Yuyan, the second princess of Dragon Country, who was exchanging barbs with Goryo and Sakura Island. This girl, despite being a princess, had an unexpectedly fiery temper. She was quick to ignite. Lin Mo, words are the weakest form of retaliation. I simply prefer to avoid unnecessary chatter. Tang Yuyan, I knew you were always one to remain low-key. Thankfully, you managed to refrain from joining this quarrel. However, seeing that you have not given up your lordship despite possessing merely 2 inferior talents is enough for me. I await your emergence on the leaderboard. This time, I will bear the banner of Dragon Country and defeat you. Lin Mo was at a loss for words. Was this girl overly impassioned? Nevertheless, since they wished to engage, let it be a grand affair. A subtle smile graced his lips as he reopened the Blue Star public channel. Lord of Dragon Country, enough talk. If we are to wager, let us wager something substantial. In addition to all resources, the losing side shall voluntarily exit the celestial realms. How about that? The oath had been established. Whether it be Dragon Country's brothers or lords from other nations, this was a pact between nations. Any who dare to wager may sign their names directly on it. The Lord of Dragon Country uploaded a gambling oath, awaiting the signatures of the lords. The sudden appearance of the oath momentarily silenced the previously raucous public channel. In truth, most lords were merely engaging in idle banter, akin to keyboard warriors online, with no real implications. Yet, once someone took concrete action and demanded accountability, they would shrink back like mice confronted by a cat. Within 5 minutes of the gambling oath being posted in the public channel, over 100 lords had affixed their names to it. Upon checking, there were a total of more than 130 names. Yet, 99 of them belonged to the valiant lords of Dragon Country, with Lin Mo's name leading the charge. Following him were Tang Yuyan, Su Myukin, and Shirbai among others. Who is this Lin Mo? How dare he be the first to sign? What does it matter who he is? The question is, do you dare to sign? Yura, I, the Lord of Bear Country, have signed. Those brash little stick fellows who were so loud before, where are they now? Come forth and sign. This is a wager recognized by the celestial realms. Once signed, there is no room for regret. Lord of Goryo, I'll sign. I refuse to believe that with our Jiangqingzai, your Dragon Country can surpass our Goryo. Lord of Eagle Country, I'll sign too. It has always been our Eagle Country that claims the lead. There is no way for you to overshadow our Goryo. Lord of A3 Country, the Lord of A3 Country, must prove that A3 Country is the true leading nation of the East. Lord of Sakura Island, Zinni, signed. I've long been displeased with your Dragon Country. If you're going to roll together. Lin Mo watched as the names began to fill the gambling oath. He genuinely smiled. Jiang Taigong Fishing, willing participants come forth. The big fish have indeed arrived. Do you still doubt that there are heroes stronger than level 10 golden ones? Where do you place my mythic level White Lotus? Foolish mortals. Within the Dragon Country channel, brothers signing the gambling oath, do not fear. With me, Shirbai, at your side. We shall not let that group succeed. Wow, with Shirbai's reassurance, we are at ease. And Lin Mo, the Great One, has not uttered a word since the beginning, yet he has handled this matter splendidly. Let us do this. Lord Tang Yuyan tagged, Lin Mo, I knew I did not misjudge you. Rest assured, I will exert every effort to claim that top spot on the leaderboard. Lord Su Myukin tagged, Lin Mo, well done. I will always stand behind you. The Lord Shirbai has marked, Lin Mo. And Lin Mo's brother continues to exude his usual dominance. He is indeed the man chosen by Shirbai. The Lord Wu Xiaoxiao has also marked, Lin Mo. And Lin Mo is unparalleled in the world. While others may be unaware of Lin Mo's prowess, how could Wu Xiaoxiao, who has truly witnessed the legendary hero unit of Lin Mo, be in the dark? She has seen that recently circulated image resembling an angel, though exceedingly blurry. She recognized at first glance that the angelic figure was none other than Lin Mo's hero unit. Due to the aura that once instilled fear in her, a presence she could never forget. Consider a hero unit capable of annihilating multiple nation lords within a mere 4 days. How could my Lin Mo ever be defeated? Chapter 25. The initial cataclysm of all races descends. Catastrophe-level monsters. Lin Mo quietly closed the chat channel and ascended the walls of his territory alone. This is merely the first step towards the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Subsequently, I shall not only demonstrate to the nations of Blue Star that the might of the Dragon Kingdom still endures, But I shall also compel all races to recognize a completely new dragon kingdom. What nonsense it is that humans have never been regarded by the myriad races, merely treated as playthings. Away with such notions. Who is the true plaything remains to be seen. His eyes sparkled with divine light, resembling a king ascending to the heavens, revealing an unwavering determination to dominate the world. That night, Balian finally returned to the territory, weary from her journey. Lin Mo greeted this celestial maiden descending from the heavens with a smile. My lord, you jest. This is precisely what Balian ought to do. Hero Balian. Race, Divine Tree Clan. Description, from the distant divine nation, the Balian tribe of the Divine Tree Clan. She is the strongest healing hero. Rank, Mythical Level 1. Level, 15. Strength, 1,500. Stamina, 1,500. Intelligence, 4,200. Agility, 1,200. Skills, Sacred Lotus Protection, active. Sacred Lotus Ascend, active. Divine Power, passive. Divine Judgment, passive. Loyalty, 96. Balian bowed deeply, her face alight with joy as she presented her current information panel. Already at level 15? Intelligence of 4,200. Balian, tell me honestly, can your current radiant light erase a mountain? Lin Mo's eyes shone with brilliance, astonished within. Regardless of the tier, all beings experience their most significant growth during the initial levels 1 to 10, yet from level 10 onwards, the growth rate of all attributes begins to decline. However, in exchange, biological units begin to awaken numerous skills and exclusive equipment. At level 15, Balian has awakened an active skill, though Lin Mo was unaware of its effects. Merely considering her staggering intelligence value of 4,200, even if this active skill were to be feeble, it would be beyond the capacity of any creature in this novice realm to withstand. The discerning lord, Lin Mo, realized that if Balian were to exert her full strength, she could indeed obliterate an entire mountain without question. Balian affirmed this, yet such an answer stirred turbulent waves within Lin Mo's heart. Good heavens, eradicate an entire mountain? Burn mountains and boil seas? A being of unparalleled strength? Should Balian be placed on the battlefield of the heavens now, she would undoubtedly instill far greater terror than those seasoned human lords of levels 30 or 40. Truly, she is a being of mythic caliber. Thus, in Lin Mo's eyes, the impending initial cataclysm of all races appeared as mere farce. Even if the myriad races gathered to assault this realm of the forest of 10,000, it would merely require Balian to cast her divine light a few more times. That night marked the most comfortable slumber Lin Mo had ever experienced, sleeping soundly until midday. In the capital of the territory, Wu Xiaoxiao sat by the bonfire, savoring delicious fish while still desperately checking the auction house for information. She had been diligently searching for black iron tier 3 plant seeds for Lin Mo, yet after 5 long days, there was not a shred of useful information. It could only be said that obtaining black iron tier 3 plant seeds was exceedingly difficult for novice lords like themselves, who had only just begun 10 days prior. Alas, tomorrow marks the day of the initial cataclysm of all races. Although I have recruited 6 new units during this period, I still lack confidence in ascending the rankings of the initial cataclysm. I have signed the contract for the wager. If I mess up in the initial cataclysm, it could spell the end of my lordship. Wu Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly towards the sky, but just as she tilted her head back, she caught sight of a beautiful and alluring face she did not recognize. Hello, are you Lord Wu Xiaoxiao? The newcomer inquired with a smile, startling Wu Xiaoxiao and causing her to quickly distance herself a yard from the enchanting woman. Why was there suddenly a living person in her territory? And why had her units not given any warning? Glancing around at her own troops, who were equally wide-eyed, she realized her units had only just detected the presence of this mysterious figure. Perhaps their units were simply too weak, but it was undeniable that the newcomer was far superior. She was a highly dangerous individual. Who are you? Wu Xiaoxiao asked warily, her gaze fixed on the striking figure. I am here to assist you at the behest of Lord Lin Mo, the alluring figure replied with a gentle smile, unfazed by Wu Xiaoxiao's demeanor. Oh, Lin Mo? Would you be so kind as to reveal your information panel? Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened upon hearing this, fearing she had failed to procure what Lin Mo desired. Perhaps the newcomer had no intention of aiding her through the initial cataclysm after all. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo had kept his promise, yet one must always remain vigilant. Wu Xiaoxiao insisted on viewing the stranger's information. Of course, the enchanting woman replied with a soft smile, openly displaying her information before Wu Xiaoxiao. Fairy-eating flower demon. Faction, Forest of 10,000. Lord, Lin Mo. Race, plant. Rank, Golden Tier 3 unit. Level, 14. Strength, 182. Stamina, 350. Intelligence, 392. Agility, 140. Skills, Bloodmouth Devour, active. Whip, passive. Resilience, passive. Recovery, passive. Loyalty, 89. Golden Tier 3? What absurd attributes are these? Wu Xiaoxiao was momentarily dumbfounded, genuinely shocked by the attributes displayed. It was indeed Lin Mo's envoy, but were these stats not somewhat exaggerated? Setting aside how Lin Mo had acquired such a top-tier human unit, How could he possibly have cultivated a unit exceeding level 10 in just 10 days? Had he poured all his resources into this one unit? Wait a moment. Level 14. Has Lord Lin Mo already upgraded the territory to Black Iron Tier 2? In just 10 days? Wu Xiaoxiao felt her mind momentarily freeze. Do you now believe? The man-eating flower demon, sent to assist Wu Xiaoxiao through the initial cataclysm, had maintained a smile throughout, observing every subtle change in her demeanor. To her, Wu Xiaoxiao's reaction was entirely understandable. After all, their lord possessed mythical traits. In this small human realm, even at level 13, he was an existence that surpassed the ordinary. Reaching a higher echelon, it was as if a mortal had encountered a celestial being, a shock that was entirely reasonable. I absolutely believe, Wu Xiaoxiao exclaimed. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Would you care for some fish to warm you up? Chapter 26. The terrifying monster and Wu Xiaoxiao's shock despite the multitude of questions swirling within her mind. Wu Xiaoxiao grasped one undeniable truth. After the rankings of the myriad race's initial calamity, there would indeed be a place for her on that list. Beyond this realization, she could choose to disregard all else. That night, Lin Mo slumbered deeply while Wu Xiaoxiao remained wide awake. Even as the sun began to rise, she was brimming with vitality. Listen carefully. For the next 4 days, all military units will serve under Sister Flower Demon. There can be no slacking. Wu Xiaoxiao rallied all her military units early in the morning. Understood. For laborers along with 6 warriors, a total of 10 units, responded in unison. The news of a formidable ally arriving to assist them in repelling the invasion of myriad races had reached them. They were not fools. Why risk their own lives in battle when they could simply support this powerful figure? As time swiftly passed, the countdown to the myriad race's initial calamity drew near. Countdown to the myriad race's initial calamity. 5, 4, 3, 2. Suddenly, the heavens transformed, an endless darkness swallowing the emerald skies in an instant. While crimson lightning cleaved through the void, rifts in space erupted across the firmament, casting the world around Wu Xiaoxiao into a sea of blood red. Frozen in place, Wu Xiaoxiao felt a mix of confusion and terror. Was this the commotion that accompanied the arrival of myriad races? It seemed excessively dramatic. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of something and stiffly turned to look in the opposite direction. It appeared that only their area had succumbed to such chaos. She gazed at the distant, normal sky and then back at the apocalyptic scene above her. I have an ominous premonition, Wu Xiaoxiao murmured, echoing Lin Mo's sentiments. With the countdown's conclusion, countless creatures from myriad races descended like a deluge from the crimson sky, crashing to the earth. How can there be so many? Panic gripped Wu Xiaoxiao as she beheld the tide of monstrous armies approaching. Goblins, cannibals, gremlins, bear folk, and aliens. Though their levels were relatively low, around 3 or 4, the sheer number was truly terrifying. Sister Flower Demon, can you handle this? She stammered, her legs trembling uncontrollably, fighting the urge to collapse as she addressed the alluring flower demon beside her. Of course, the man-eating flower demon replied assuredly, relieving Wu Xiaoxiao's anxiety. Indeed, the stats of this flower demon nearly rivaled that of an ordinary level 30 golden unit. Dealing with these low-level monsters would be akin to slicing through vegetables. Just as Wu Xiaoxiao began to relax, she keenly noticed the flower demon's grim expression as she scrutinized the incoming horde, her gaze fixed firmly on the crimson horizon. Wu Xiaoxiao frowned and began to observe closely. The wild creatures seemed to be in a state of panic, as if fleeing from some impending doom. Are there still more creatures yet to arrive? Oh my heavens! What kind of monster is that? It's enormous. In the National Assembly Hall of the Dragon Kingdom, Tang Yinran burst in, breathless. Father, it's terrible. The Myriad Races Federation has sent word that the final boss of the Myriad Races' initial calamity has changed. Multiple abyssal beings have emerged. Moreover, a disaster-level monster has inexplicably been sent through a space rift by the will of the heavens. Her words detonated like a deep-sea bomb, causing a monumental uproar in the vast hall. What? A disaster-level abyssal creature has entered the human realm? This could spell doom for our future. Tang Wang stood up in disbelief, his eyes gradually bloodshot. What did it mean for a disaster-level abyssal race to emerge? It was akin to the legendary mother of the insect race, feared by all myriad races. Even if all the old lords of Blue Star joined forces, we would pay a grievous price to repel it. Is this truly the will of heaven to annihilate our race? Tang Wang bellowed in fury. Contact the Myriad Races Federation. There must be some misunderstanding. How could they allow that disaster-level abyssal monster into the human realm? Wait, could it be that this abyssal creature is targeting those angelic beings? Only then could the balance of power in the new realm be maintained. A sudden realization struck Tang Wang, freezing him in place. Wu Xiaoxiao could distinctly feel the emotions emanating from the approaching monsters. Fear, madness, suffering, as though they were fleeing from an impending catastrophe. This scene invoked memories of a wildlife documentary she had once watched on Blue Star. When a volcano was about to erupt, regardless of their predatory or herbivorous nature, animals abandoned their hostilities, solely focused on escaping. And those myriad beings now mirrored that very state. As Wu Xiaoxiao followed the flower demon's gaze skyward, She finally comprehended what the myriad creatures feared. What kind of monster is that? It's colossal. She gasped, but quickly covered her mouth, fearing to draw the creature's attention. Her terrified gaze remained fixed upon the mountain-like figure plummeting to the ground. It was an ancient tree that reached the heavens, or rather a half-plant, half-animal entity. Its massive form towered like a mountain, its dark branches ensnaring a grotesque head. An overwhelming wave of abyssal death energy engulfed the area upon its arrival, devouring all fleeing creatures within miles. Abyssal monster, evil king tree. Description: a terrifying being imprisoned in the abyss. All who have seen its true form, aside from the hero who imprisoned it, have perished in the abyss. Title: catastrophic disaster, legendary. Enemy of all races, epic. Rank: legendary max. Level: 30 strength. Stamina. Intelligence. Agility. Status: dark, brutal, suffering, meditative, desirous. Skills: a level 30 legendary creature. A world-ending monster possessing a disaster title. Wu Xiaoxiao could no longer support her trembling legs and collapsed onto the ground, her eyes glazed over. Chapter 27, Legendary Boss. The battle erupts. In the realm of Wanjin Fairy Domain, Lin Mo gazed in astonishment at the colossal evil king tree, which loomed nearly a kilometer away. This turn of events was utterly unforeseen. When had the myriad race's initial calamity ever witnessed such an extraordinary creature? Shouldn't such beings exist on the battlefield of the heavens rather than in a mere novice village? Staring at the numbers filled with question marks, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming sense of dread. A level 30 legendary creature with the title of Disaster? Its attributes must surely exceed 10,000. The consequences of such a being descending upon the human novice realm would be catastrophic. What could they possibly do? The entire human realm would likely be insufficient to withstand its rampage. Balian, can you discern anything about the opponent? Lin Mo asked, his expression grave as he turned to Balian. As a mythic-level hero, Balian possesses exceptionally formidable attributes and is capable of perceiving numerous pieces of information that remain hidden from others. Ding. Your hero unit, Balian, has sent you a self-reflective message. Skills: Abyss Devour, LV7, Abyss Frenzy, LV5, Void Incarnation, LV3, Shelter, Passive, Deception, Passive, Core Source, Passive. All I can discern is the opponent's skill panel. However, from this, I can deduce that the enemy leans towards intelligence-based attributes and belongs to the abyssal plant category. It is highly likely that both its intelligence and physical strength have reached the 10,000 level. Yet, the weaknesses inherent in plant units, particularly their considerable size, are also vividly manifested in this foe, indicating that its agility is unlikely to exceed 1,000, if not significantly lower. Given the distance between us, it would take at least 3 to 4 days for it to reach our territory. In light of its skill panel, I believe it is prudent for us to prioritize defense and patiently await its vulnerabilities to emerge. Balian, hailing from the ancient holy race of the Sacred Tree clan, possesses vast knowledge and has encountered numerous secrets of beings from myriad worlds since childhood. Merely moments after the abyssal creature's arrival, she was able to surmise a significant portion of its information. What are our chances? Upon hearing Balian's analysis, Lin Mo's expression darkened further. If Balian could ascertain that the enemy possesses 2 attributes exceeding 10,000, his confidence waned considerably. A true powerhouse begins their ascent by conquering the first seemingly insurmountable mountain. If the Lord is willing to fight, then Balian shall fight. With the Lord's capabilities, there is certainly no cause for concern. Balian smiled gently, her eyes warm as she regarded Lin Mo. He was momentarily taken aback, only to find himself chuckling lightly. It seemed that in his role as Lord, he had been comforted by his own troops. Nevertheless, Balian's words kindled a sense of resolve within Lin Mo. How could I have forgotten? Today, the sky is a verdant realm, and all spirits within our territory can resurrect infinitely. Even if the entire domain were to be trampled, it could be restored to its former glory in an instant. With such invincibility, what is there to fear? Lin Mo's brow arched, and he couldn't help but chuckle, suddenly recalling the day's significance. Within the divine characteristics of his territory, today's azure expanse signifies that spirit units will be reborn after death. It could be said that even if a mythic-level ancestor creature were to descend today, it would be impossible to obliterate Lin Mo. With a surge of power, Lin Mo stepped onto the city wall. What does it matter if a legendary abyssal creature stands before me? It shall kneel before my divine traits. Countless winds arose. Lin Mo waved his hand, unleashing torrents of magical energy from his palm. Skill activated. 10 wind element summons appeared instantaneously before the city walls. He retrieved several vials of potions from his space and consumed them in quick succession. Ding. You have used a magic source potion. Mana will continue to recover for 30 minutes. Ding. You have used an explosive potion for 30 minutes. Your attacks will carry a splash effect. Ding. You have used an agility potion. Your agility will increase by 10 points for 30 minutes. Ding. Due to your divine characteristics, your agility has temporarily increased by 40 points. Ding. You have used a resilience potion. With an array of temporary enhancements, Lin Mo was thoroughly prepared for the impending battle. Balian, Remain in command of the territory. The rest shall fight alongside me. Lin Mo commanded. And the faces of all within the territory hardened with determination. They feared not death, but rather the thought of perishing after their lord. Bai Lian took to the skies above the territory. Sacred lotus protection. She invoked a spell inherited from the ancient sacred tree clan. Golden lotuses blossomed within the territory, enveloping the entire domain in their protective embrace. With her wings spread wide, she scattered countless healing light fragments over her troops, poised to eliminate any intruders. The other man-eating flower spirits leaped atop the city walls, guarding Lin Mo. Even the typically timid flower sprites mustered their courage and climbed to the battlements. Rallying around Lin Mo, a roar erupted. It seemed Lin Mo's defiance had provoked the enormous ancient tree, which was part plant and part organism, unleashing a terrifying magical sound that reverberated across the land. Ding! The territory of Lord Tresna of Vanti has been obliterated. Coordinates: 3212 Mountain Forest Area. Ding! The territory of Lord Benjamin of the Sunless Realm has been obliterated. Coordinates: 1212 Mountain Forest Area. Ding! The territory of Lord John of the Eagle Kingdom has been obliterated. Coordinates: 0882 Mountain Forest Area. Ding! Merely this one thunderous magical sound annihilated several lords and their territories in the vicinity of Lin Mo. This demonstrated the staggering extent of the enemy's power. The great battle was imminent. Warning: the abyssal boss is emanating despair, silence, decay, and numerous negative emotions towards your territory. Notice: the abyssal boss has activated the skill Abyss Frenzy. Countless abyssal summons are about to surge forth. Please heighten your defenses. Multiple alerts resonated in Lin Mo's mind. Simultaneously, he felt an indescribable negative emotion beginning to fester within him, a physiological suppression brought about by absolute power. It was akin to the supreme dragon might that the celestial dragon race possesses from birth. All races, when faced with the descent of a holy dragon, are suppressed in their bloodlines, resulting in a significant decrease in combat power, even leading to surrender without a fight. The malevolent king tree, surpassing Lin Mo by over 10 levels, wielded such overwhelming pressure. However, the effects of the divine title commenced. Lin Mo snorted coldly, and an ethereal palace projection erupted within the territory, grand and ephemeral, as if composed of celestial dust. Upon the palace's appearance, the negative emotions inflicted by the king tree vanished instantaneously. The units within the territory were invigorated, greatly inspired by this presence. This was Lin Mo's might, countering force with force. Chapter 28. Infinite Rebirth, Abundant Harvest of Abyssal Crystals. The fearsome, gargantuan king tree, reminiscent of an ancient demon, and the ethereal palace projection emanating from Lin Mo created an atmosphere of unparalleled intensity. It was akin to a battle between heaven and earth, between divinity and malevolence. Countless monstrous entities, howling in rage, surged forth toward Lin Mo's territory. Yet Lin Mo remained undaunted, his might unyielding. The man-eating flower spirits and wind elementals charged forth together. Even when outnumbered, the flower spirits grew increasingly valiant in combat. The thorny vines coiling around their arms lashed out at the abyssal creatures, their formidable power rendering the foe utterly defenseless. Seated in the void, Bai Lian waved her hand, sending down beams of holy light that obliterated a significant portion of the abyssal entities. Ding! Your unit, the man-eating flower spirit, has slain an abyssal summon, earning 100 experience points and an abyssal crystal. Ding! Your hero, Bai Lian, has slain an abyssal summon, earning 100 experience points and an abyssal crystal. It appeared that these abyssal summons were all of silver rank, level 6 or 7. Though numerous, they were insufficient to overwhelm the current man-eating flower spirits in a short span. Yet, prolonging the battle was not a viable option. A strategy to eliminate the boss must be devised. Lin Mo gazed up, fixated on the colossal king tree, his expression darkening as he contemplated the best course of action. Should Bai Lian charge directly into battle against it, the question of victory aside, the absence of Bai Lian's protection over the territory could lead to its consumption by the relentless abyssal army. Once the territory fell into irretrievable ruin, even with infinite rebirth, it would be a futile endeavor to recover. If the enemy could merely hold out until midnight, when his territory's characteristics would shift, his domain would undoubtedly meet its demise. As Lin Mo fervently engaged his mind in devising a strategy, the troops under his command found themselves in a dire predicament. The opposing forces, numbering in the tens of thousands, comprised an overwhelming horde of abyssal creatures. Despite the flower spirits wielding absolute power to suppress their foes, they ultimately found themselves outmatched, retreating in disarray. During this tumultuous period, some flower spirits lost their wings and arms to the ravenous abyssal beings, while others suffered grievous bites that tore away substantial flesh from their necks. Fortunately, thanks to the effect of infinite resurrection, the flower spirits decisively retreated, opting for self-detonation to transform back into seeds, burrowing into the earth. Mere moments later, a fully restored flower spirit emerged anew. This exemplified the terrifying aspect of Lin Mo's divine attributes. Fall back to the vicinity of the city walls. The golden grade walls will provide you with a temporary respite. He commanded, swiftly altering his strategy to prioritize the retreat of the flower spirits. Meanwhile, he took control of the wind elementals, positioning them at the forefront. After all, the only resource consumed by the wind elementals was his own magical energy, and as long as he had enough mana, he could summon them indefinitely. However, an unforeseen event transpired just as the flower spirits complied with Lin Mo's orders and began their rapid retreat. Amidst the valiant efforts of 10 wind elementals to hold the line, one of them ultimately succumbed to the relentless barrage of thousands of attacks, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that unleashed a violent tempest. This obliterated all abyssal creatures within a considerable radius, showcasing the formidable combat prowess of the wind elementals, augmented by Lin Mo's divine title. Yet, what astonished Lin Mo even more was that the destroyed wind elemental recovered without him having to actively cast a spell, and astonishingly, it did so without consuming any of his mana. This astounding revelation caused a spark of enlightenment to illuminate his eyes. Could it be? He seemed to grasp something extraordinary, and immediately delved into the information panel of the wind elementals. Wind elemental summon. Description: combat units summoned by the skill Wind Rise, entirely controlled by the Lord. Grade: Bronze Tier 3. Level: 13, on par with the Lord's level. Intelligence: 260. Stamina: 80, augmented by Rocky Armor effect. Agility: 260. Status: Celestial Body, currently benefiting from the effect of Infinite Resurrection Territory. Skills: Tear, passive LV1, Wind Burst, active generates an explosive effect within a 10-yard radius. As the information unfolded before Lin Mo's eyes, he fixated on the status section of the wind elementals. Indeed, even the summoned entities birthed from his spells had transformed into celestial bodies, enjoying the effect of infinite resurrection. It was as if he had stumbled upon a glitch in the system. Upon this realization, Lin Mo's mind ignited with a plan to tackle the current crisis. He strategically dispersed the 10 wind elementals across the paths of the abyssal creature's assault, subsequently relinquishing control and allowing them to remain stationary, purposefully absorbing the onslaught of their adversaries. As he envisioned, with this arrangement, the wind elementals swiftly succumbed, generating a series of thunderous wind blasts that carved out a vacuum amidst the tide of abyssal foes. Before the remaining creatures could surge forth, the wind elementals had already resurrected. This cycle repeated, establishing an impenetrable defensive barrier spanning several yards before Lin Mo's territory. Elated, Lin Mo felt a surge of hope. At least until midnight, his domain would remain secure. During this crucial interval, he needed to devise a method to vanquish the enemy. Should he send Bai Lian into battle? No, not just yet. He resolved to wait and observe whether the enemy would make any strategic decisions. With determination, he settled cross-legged atop the city wall. Behind him, the flower spirits and the airborne Bai Lian beheld the scene unfolding before the territory. Truly, their lord was remarkable. If they could withstand these arduous days, he would surely soar to great heights. Bai Lian silently mused. The situation remained unchanged until dusk approached, at which point a significant shift occurred. Perhaps the evil king tree, after an entire day of tireless skill usage, finally felt fatigued. The efficiency of the abyssal creature's assaults began to wane, creating noticeable gaps in their ranks, and their numbers visibly dwindled. By nightfall, the massive evil king tree appeared to have succumbed to slumber, ceasing all offensive actions. Lin Mo, relieved, finally allowed himself to relax. Without wasting a moment, he hurriedly examined the day's spoils. Amidst the deluge of abyssal monsters, he had indeed garnered a considerable bounty. Today's harvest: 36. 780 abyssal crystals, wraith armor, defensive gear for lord and hero units, 100 ghost banner, silver grade item, painful eye, abyssal material, shattered claw. Among these, the first 3 items held the most value for Lin Mo. Item: wraith armor. Grade: silver tier 1. Attributes: defensive equipment. Conditions: for lord and hero units. Effects: intelligence 45, constitution 45, 40 resistance against abyssal creature attacks. The attributes of the wraith armor were quite impressive, providing Lin Mo with substantial resistance and intelligence boosts. Should Bai Lian engage in battle with that formidable foe, he could equip her with this armor. Contemplating this, he donned the armor himself. Next, he turned his attention to the 100 ghost banner. Item: 100 ghost banner. Grade: silver tier 1. Attributes: magical item. Active effect: summons 100 low-tier silver ghosts for a single attack. Cooldown: 30 minutes. While Lin Mo could not control the 100 silver-grade ghosts, their combat prowess was still commendable. He was particularly curious whether the summoned entities would benefit from the territorial attributes. If so, the 100 ghost banner could significantly amplify the combat strength of Lin Mo's territory. Even without the effect of infinite resurrection, he felt confident in securing his domain. Finally, Lin Mo focused on the most abundant item: abyssal crystals. Item: abyssal crystals. Grade: none. Attributes: functional item. Effects: 1,000 abyssal crystals can summon a silver grade abyssal creature. 8. abyssal crystals can summon a gold-grade abyssal creature. 30,000 abyssal crystals can summon a legendary grade abyssal creature. 150,000 abyssal crystals can summon an epic grade abyssal creature. 500,000 abyssal crystals grant a buff from the Abyssal Lord. Note: abyssal beings are hostile to beings of the Holy Light. Please proceed with caution. To discover that it was a summoning type item took Lin Mo by surprise, yet he quickly noted the critical detail. The Abyss and the Holy Light were adversarial. Did this imply that should he recruit abyssal creatures, they would engage in combat with his forces? While not an insurmountable issue, defeating higher-tier beings would yield equivalent rewards. If he were to summon a legendary grade abyssal creature and subsequently eliminate it, the benefits would undoubtedly be considerable. Contemplating this, Lin Mo turned his gaze to the companions resting within the territory. After a day of battle, all had seen an increase in their levels. However, as the entity summoned from the abyss is not a true biological being, the experience points acquired by each individual are considerably diminished. Spirit-eating flower demon. Race, plant. Description: a humanoid combat unit transformed from a carnivorous plant, influenced by the territory's divine characteristics. Rank: Golden Tier 3. Level: 16. Strength: 240. Stamina: 425. Intelligence: 445. Agility: 160. Skills: Bloodmouth Devour, active. Whip Strike, passive. Resilience, passive. Recovery, passive. Loyalty, 90. Hero: White Lotus. Race: Divine Tree. Description: hailing from the distant Divine Realm's White Lotus tribe, she is the most formidable healing hero. Rank: Mythical Tier 1. Level: 17. Strength: 1,700. Stamina: 1,700. Intelligence: 4,900. Agility: 1,450. Skills: Sacred Lotus Protection, active. Sacred Lotus Ascendance, active. Divine Power, passive. Divine Judgment, passive. Loyalty, 96. The values of all combat units have begun to show a marked decline. This is a normal occurrence. Yet it signifies that all combat units will soon undergo their first wave of transformation. It remains uncertain what new innate skills White Lotus will awaken upon reaching level 20. It is anticipated that the unit types will undergo a metamorphosis at level 20, though Lin Mo cannot ascertain the specifics. After all, the heroes of the units he possesses are undocumented in the annals of human history. With nearly 5,000 in intelligence, White Lotus should be capable of dealing with ordinary legendary abyssal creatures. Furthermore, with time still remaining before midnight strikes, it would be prudent to experiment while the effect of infinite rebirth persists, Lin Mo murmured. Without hesitation, he opted to fuse 30,000 abyssal crystals to summon a legendary abyssal creature. Boom! A scarlet thunderbolt struck the territory mere paces before Lin Mo. A portal to the void of the abyss tore through the fabric of space, slowly opening. All within the territory observed this spectacle with heightened alertness, ever ready for battle. From within the abyssal portal emerged a being with skin as pale as snow, clad in dark, silent attire, her sickly pallor unable to conceal her ethereal beauty. Towering at 2 meters, she possessed a slender and graceful figure, her long, jet-black hair trailing on the ground, and an exaggerated crescent scythe hung ominously behind her, its polished blade exuding an unsettling chill. Abyssal Lord, Syndra. Race: Abyss. Description: a powerful lord from the endless abyss, commanding countless abyssal beings. She is a colossal figure within the abyss. Rank: Legendary Tier 2. Level: 25. Strength: 3,400. Stamina: 900. Intelligence: 1,000. Agility: 2,900. Skills: Abyssal Judgment, active. Bloodlust, passive. Light of Despair, passive. Devour, passive. Vengeful Spirit Surge, passive. Loyalty: summoned beings have no loyalty but obey their lord's command. Have I summoned an abyssal lord? Is such a thing even possible? Lin Mo gazed in astonishment at the information panel before him. He had anticipated summoning a legendary abyssal creature, assuming it to be a unit that would be easily manageable. However, he had inadvertently recruited another lord, akin to himself. Humph. You are a wretched being of the sacred realm. As Syndra emerged, her eyes initially reflected a fleeting confusion. Yet upon beholding White Lotus, the ancient enmity between the abyss and the sacred light ignited a fierce fury within her, ready to unleash a deadly rampage. Ding. A new combat unit has been detected in your territory. The divine territory characteristic is now in effect. Just as Syndra was poised to engage White Lotus, gripping her formidable scythe, she suddenly froze in place. White Lotus regarded her with a bemused expression. Upon hearing the information in his mind, Lin Mo was taken aback. Is it possible to assimilate her into a spirit eater? Ding. You have acquired the summoned unit Abyssal Scythe Syndra. Humph. I greet you, my lord. The dense aura of death that emanated from Syndra, fueled by her rage, gradually transformed within Lin Mo's territory into a vibrant purple, becoming strikingly alluring. Her previously sickly visage began to normalize as she knelt before Lin Mo in reverence. I have converted another lord into my unit. Chapter 30. The Honor of Syndra. You are indeed a lord from the abyssal domain. Lin Mo, still reeling from the unexpected consequences of his divine characteristic, hesitantly posed this obvious question. Yes, my lord. It is evident that you hail from the human race and may not fully comprehend certain laws in the battlefield of myriad realms. To put it succinctly, our abyssal kin were cursed by the ancient gods of the sacred light. Upon their demise, abyssal beings have a chance to drop what is known as abyssal crystals. This is precisely how you summoned me. It is all the doing of those accursed sacred light deities. Thus, our abyssal race harbors a profound hatred towards sacred light beings. The shadowy and fierce abyssal lord unmistakably exuded animosity in her words. Nevertheless, due to the transformation influenced by Lin Mo's territory, she no longer harbored such hostility towards White Lotus. If that is the case, you must be familiar with that fellow. Lin Mo temporarily abandoned his desire to glean further knowledge of the myriad realms from this abyssal lord, instead gesturing toward the colossal figure in the distance. The immediate concern is to address the malevolent tree of the king. The tree of the king, you say? It serves as one of our abyssal race's war machines, primarily deployed against weaker and numerous races. Syndra glanced back at the enormous tree-like creature, exhibiting no signs of surprise. Huh, is it truly employed against weaker races? Lin Mo responded with incredulity. My lord, every word I speak is the truth. The Abyss also possesses a specialized ultimate abyssal war machine designed to combat sacred light beings like them, which can only manifest during the great wars of gods and demons. It is evident that this abyssal lord possesses considerable knowledge of the secrets of the myriad realms. Lin Mo recognized the potential value Syndra could provide. Perhaps this abyssal lord would serve as a conduit for him to engage with the formidable races of the future. What weaknesses does it possess? Lin Mo inquired, seeking the crux of the matter. If one were to identify a weakness, it would be its sluggish movement speed. The Tree of the King is a creature inclined toward battlefield immobilization, primarily employing its ability to summon countless abyssal beings to exhaust its foes. Once the enemy's forces have dwindled sufficiently, it assimilates the territory into the abyss to obliterate the adversary completely. Syndra appeared genuinely loyal to Lin Mo, her words devoid of any deceit. This revelation plunged Lin Mo into contemplation. How much of what she stated was truthful? Especially given her potential for deception due to her lack of loyalty? How should one contend with such a monstrous entity? Lin Mo continued to seek answers from Syndra. Naturally, it would involve combating the abyss with sacred light. For instance, having her engage in battle, as sacred light inherently possesses the ability to suppress abyssal beings. As long as the outer shell of the Tree of the King is shattered and its core annihilated, the Tree of the King shall surely perish. Syndra spoke at length, yet ultimately concluded that the only recourse was to confront the situation with unwavering force, systematically addressing each issue from the outside. However, Lin Mo gleaned some useful information from her discourse. For instance, the malevolent king tree would soon begin to devour this realm, transforming the mountainous and forested areas into an abyssal expanse. This would undoubtedly spell catastrophic doom for his territory. Finally, Lin Mo posed one last question. Why do you show me such respect and provide such detailed answers? This query was the one that perplexed him the most. Logically, even though he had assimilated her into an immortal spirit body through his divine attributes, this transformation could only alter a creature's physical constitution, not its thoughts. Thus, it was evident that the abyssal lord harbored a deep-seated hatred for the White Lotus, yet chose to exercise restraint in Lin Mo's presence. This was a stark deviation from the tyrannical and unrestrained nature typical of abyssal beings. Upon hearing Lin Mo's question, Syndra pondered for a considerable duration. Because I see hope in you, my lord, she finally articulated, uttering a response that left those present bewildered. What do you mean by that? Lin Mo asked directly. Syndra cast a fleeting glance at the ever-smiling White Lotus before returning her gaze to Lin Mo. Your territorial characteristics must be of mythic max level, the most formidable type of lordly trait in this vast battlefield. I have already sensed it within my own attributes. If possible, I would like to invite you to accompany me to the abyss once we have dealt with that creature. You will understand everything then, but until that time, as a member of the abyssal race, I have my own struggles to bear. Syndra expressed her thoughts candidly. In truth, when she first appeared in the weak human domain, she was fully prepared to annihilate everything in her path. This was the instinct of the abyssal race. Only through slaughter could they evolve and grow stronger. However, influenced by Lin Mo's sudden mythic territorial attributes, Syndra was astonished to find her own powers augmented by nearly 8-fold. It was evidently a result of the traits possessed by this lord before her, which illuminated a path for her to escape her current plight. As long as she could escape that sea of suffering, she would not hesitate to pledge her loyalty to anyone. Moreover, throughout the ages of this vast battlefield, any lord who awakened mythic-level traits eventually ascended to the status of ancient gods. Thus, her encounter with the still relatively weak Lin Mo was indeed fortuitous. Although Syndra was a being of slaughter, she was no fool. That said, now you have become part of my forces. Can you appear whenever I require your assistance? Such as tomorrow when we confront that malevolent king tree? Lin Mo gestured toward the monstrous entity. My lord must possess an active summoning skill. Whenever you require me, I must appear before you, whether I wish to or not. Syndra elucidated, a reason among many for her compliance with Lin Mo. After all, it was that accursed ancient god of holy light who had orchestrated this situation. Very well, you may return for now. I shall summon you when needed, Lin Mo said, glancing at his information panel and discovering a newly acquired summoning skill before waving her off to retreat temporarily. Syndra felt honored to become a part of his forces. After bowing respectfully once more, she shot a glare at White Lotus before turning to re-enter the Abyssal Gate. Chapter 31, Abyssal Monsters? Merely stepping stones. To Lin Mo's surprise, he had garnered an unexpected gain that night. He had not merely subdued a legendary abyssal unit, but had acquired a commander of countless abyssal forces. Although, due to the constraints of the new realm's rules, he could not yet mobilize her legions. Once he completed the trials of the new domain and ascended to true lordship, he would undoubtedly be able to wield the might of that abyssal lordess army. This effectively laid the groundwork for Lin Mo's future endeavors in the vast battlefield. It appeared that the malevolent king tree could not be easily vanquished. The abyssal crystal core was a valuable asset. Over the next few days, accumulating more would allow him to potentially subjugate one or two more legendary abyssal lords. Such discrete enhancements were exceedingly advantageous. Lin Mo reflected as he regarded the malevolent king tree, no longer viewing it as a dire threat, but rather as an untapped treasure trove. Let us rest for now. We shall continue our response once that creature stirs again, Lin Mo commanded before returning to the palace, followed eagerly by the little flower sprites. Lady White Lotus, what occupies your thoughts? A group of elegant flower sprites swayed as they trailed after their lord. Only one carnivorous flower sprite, noticing the contemplative expression on White Lotus's face, approached her with curiosity. Nothing of importance. I was merely considering that although Syndra is an abyssal being, she possesses a commendable physique. It would not be amiss to make her a concubine for our lord in the future, White Lotus revealed, exposing a profoundly cunning side. Beneath her lotus-like exterior lay a heart far more devious than that of the abyssal race. The carnivorous flower sprite, witnessing this transformation in White Lotus, felt a chill run down its spine. Did Lady White Lotus suggest making that abyssal lord a concubine? What of the main consort? The flower sprite seemed to grasp the deeper implications of White Lotus's words, its eyes widening in realization. After a day of battle, you two should rest well, White Lotus said with an enigmatic smile, before making her way to the palace where Lin Mo resided. At this moment, her loyalty had risen to 98 points. Just 2 points shy of full allegiance. The earth trembled incessantly, as if ancient beasts were roaring in fury. The slumbering malevolent king tree finally stirred once more. The deathly energies of the abyss churned beneath it like relentless waves, and countless abyssal creatures began to howl savagely, reminiscent of the previous day's tumultuous tide. All forces advance. Lin Mo, fully prepared, immediately issued the command for attack. Over a dozen carnivorous flower sprites leapt from the battlements, charging into the abyssal tide. White Lotus remained seated in the void, continuously purging the world's impurities with holy light. Although she lacked the infinite rebirth trait today, she benefited from a doubled recovery speed. Lin Mo's attitude towards the malevolent king tree had also shifted. It was no longer a matter of life and death, but rather an opportunity to use it as a stepping stone for his forces to rapidly develop and to accumulate abyssal crystal cores, all while awaiting the chance to summon legendary abyssal beings once more that evening. The battle raged as fiercely as the day before. With the flower sprites having leveled up twice, their combat prowess exhibited significant breakthroughs, allowing them to dispatch abyssal creatures with ease. Lin Mo also utilized wind elements to assist with finishing blows. If the units grew weary, he would allow them to retreat to the territory for rest. If they were overwhelmed, he would summon the 100 Ghosts command flag, a banner that appeared like a demon's scribble, and with a vigorous flourish, the winds howled from it, as if a multitude of tormented spirits were wailing. Then, waves of spectral beings surged forth from the flag, rushing to annihilate all living creatures in sight. Spectral being. Race, Abyssal Spectral Clan. Grade, Silver Rank 1. Level, 15. Equal to the Lord's level. Strength, 225. Stamina, 340. Intelligence, 80. Agility, 400. Status, Rock Armor, Celestial Spirit. Skills, Bite, Passive, Soul Capture, Passive, Intimidation, Passive. As Lin Mo had anticipated, the summoned entities from the artifacts also benefited from the divine attributes of the godly territory. Consequently, 100 silver-level specters transformed into relentless harvesters upon the battlefield, exhibiting a ferocity surpassing that of the abyssal creatures, as they charged towards the evil king tree with reckless abandon. This also alleviated considerable pressure on Lin Mo's side. Unfortunately, such beings could not persist for an extended duration, lasting no more than 20 minutes before requiring a cooldown period for resummoning. In the realm of the abyss, summoned creatures clashed with one another. Ironically, Lin Mo, now merely at level 15, found himself at an advantage. This very fact seemed to incite the wrath of the evil king tree. As the 100 specters consumed nearly half of their number, they prepared to surge towards the evil king tree. At that moment, the mountains began to tremble violently. The grotesque and hideous head of the evil king tree opened its mouth to an unsettling degree. From within, a humanoid black goat slowly emerged. It possessed the body of a mountain goat, yet stood upright, its long, jet-black horns symbolizing the essence of malevolence. Upon touching the ground, the black goat, with mere casual steps, obliterated the relentless onslaught of specters, creating a vast crater in the mountain. Summoned creature, Horn of the Demon. Race, Abyssal Demon. Grade, Golden Max. Level, 20. Strength, 1000. Stamina, 1200. Intelligence, 500. Agility, 1000. Status, Resentment, Curse. Skills, Dark Infusion, Passive, Mastery of the Undead. This was the deployment of a unit akin to an elite hero. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly at the bizarre black goat. Yet, the appearance of one black goat was not the end. From the mouth of the evil king tree emerged 3 more identical black goat creatures. This was no foe that the carnivorous flower spirits could contend with. Summoning Syndra, Lin Mo cast the summoning spell, and upon the ground beside him, a dark purple summoning array rapidly materialized. A tall figure gradually materialized beside Lin Mo. Those abyssal creatures are yours to handle. Lin Mo wasted no words and directly assigned the task to Syndra. No problem, Syndra replied, raising her gaze to the distant mountains, where 4 enormous black goats advanced alongside the abyssal army. She then transformed into a streak of purple light, darting out of the territory in an instant. Chapter 32. Clearly a lord, yet feels like managing a harem. Utilizing her agility stat, enhanced 8-fold by Lin Mo's divine characteristics, Syndra became a flash of purple light, plunging into the surging tide of the abyss. Limbs scattered, blood splattering, and bones obliterated, a tempest of blood filled the air. Syndra resembled the reaper of life itself. Every swing of her exaggeratedly large scythe resulted in the demise of countless abyssal beings. Abyssal kin. Traitors must be expelled. The 4 demon black goats, akin to small mountains, glared at the frenzied Syndra, their eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury. As fellow abyssal beings, to assist other races against the abyss was undoubtedly an act of betrayal. As demons, the black goats seemed intent on crushing this daring traitor. They all surged forth, causing the earth to tremble violently, their black demon horns flashing with a crimson glow. The goats transitioned from running upright to galloping on all fours. Even Lin Mo, positioned hundreds of meters away, could feel the overwhelming force exuded by their massive forms. Should these black goats charge towards his golden tier city walls, they would undoubtedly shatter upon impact. After dealing with the evil king tree, Lin Mo contemplated methods to further upgrade his territory and fortify his defenses. A fierce clash ensued between the 4 black goats and Syndra. Although Syndra was no larger than the hoof of a black goat, she possessed absolute numerical superiority and could never be the disadvantaged party. The massive scythe, radiating with the brilliance of the silver moon, swung through the air with ferocity. A violet energy storm erupted forth, colliding with the 4 black goats. Boom, boom, boom. The forest was decimated, and the ground cracked for hundreds of meters. Of the 4 colliding black goats, 2 were reduced to massive fragments crashing down into the woods. The remaining 2 fared poorly. One was decapitated, while the other lay gasping on the ground, unable to continue the fight. Such was the legendary power wielded by Syndra. Ding. Your unit Syndra has slain a horn of the abyssal demon, acquiring goat magic. Ding. Your unit Syndra has slain a horn of the abyssal demon, acquiring demon horn. Ding. Your unit Syndra has slain a horn of the abyssal demon. Ding. Your unit Syndra has slain a horn of the abyssal demon, acquiring demon totem. Humph. To deal with such creatures, a mere few slashes suffice. A single strike of my holy light would be enough. Lin Mo seemed to hear a faint cold snort. He looked up to see Bai Lian, seated in the void, arms crossed, watching the battle with a disdainful expression. Lin Mo's lips twitched. Fortunately, Syndra was not a permanent combat unit of the territory. Otherwise, with both Syndra and Bai Lian coexisting, there would certainly be no days of peace. The century-long conflict between the Abyss and Holy Light continued unabated. After vanquishing the 4 colossal black goats, Syndra did not immediately charge towards the evil king tree, but instead turned to Lin Mo, awaiting his next command. Come back for now. It is not yet time to deal with it. Lin Mo conveyed through the Lord system. Syndra nodded and promptly made her way back to the territory. The evil king tree remained silent, no longer stirring. However, the abyssal army continued its advance, and Lin Mo did not slacken his efforts, leading his forces to resist. Throughout the day, the 13 flower spirits had all reached level 18, their strength experiencing a significant leap. With Syndra's involvement, Bai Lian's participation was markedly reduced, resulting in her modest progress today, only gaining a single level, matching the flower spirits in strength. By nightfall, the evil king tree remained utterly still, and Bai Lian began to show signs of discontent, refusing to touch the fragrant meal prepared by the flower spirits. Instead, she remained by Lin Mo's side, casting resentful glances at Syndra, who was enjoying her meal. My lord, the cuisine of your human race is truly exquisite. It surpasses our abyssal fare by countless measures. Syndra remarked as she devoured her food, not forgetting to express her admiration. Umph, mere abyssal vermin. How could they compare to the provisions personally procured by our esteemed lord? Bai Lian retorted, her annoyance with Syndra palpable. That is indeed 100, 1,000, even 10,000 times better than your holy light beings. Mere simpletons who find satisfaction merely by basking in the sun. Syndra, equally unyielding, wielded her words like a dagger, striking at the core of the matter. Oh, it appears you harbor a deep-seated resentment towards our holy light beings. Bai Lian rose slowly, her smile a mere veneer masking her irritation, as faint veins pulsed beneath her flawless visage. I have long been displeased with your sanctimonious kind. What now? Do you wish to come to blows? Syndra, with a chicken leg still in her mouth, abruptly slammed her hands on the table, embodying a spirit of defiance. Lin Mo, seated between the two, could only facepalm in exasperation. Syndra, once you've had your fill, it's best you return early. We shall require your presence again tomorrow. Lin Mo took on the role of peacemaker with a resigned sigh. Very well, my lord, I shall take my leave at once. Despite her earlier bravado, Syndra transformed into a picture of politeness at Lin Mo's words, bowing slightly before nonchalantly snatching another chicken leg and swaggering away through the abyssal gate. Humph. Consider yourself fortunate to leave so swiftly. Otherwise, I would have stripped you bare and summoned you to serve our lord tonight. Bai Lian, witnessing Syndra's obedient departure, remained visibly displeased, muttering under her breath. What? I distinctly heard what you just said. Lin Mo, sitting beside Bai Lian, could not overlook her murmurs. Oh my lord, look. A shooting star. Bai Lian's demeanor shifted to a naive delight as she clung to Lin Mo's arm, feigning distraction. You all have gone too far. I am, after all, a lord. Why does it feel as though I am managing a harem like an emperor? This simply will not do. The territory must exude more masculine energy. I shall explore the construction of barracks and similar edifices to bolster our male troops. With only 2 days remaining, I must undertake some special tasks tomorrow that align with the evolving characteristics of our territory. I hope they yield the desired results. Chapter 33. Fighting until the final moment. On the evening of the second day of the multitude's initial calamity, all units within the territory had begun their much-needed rest. Only Lin Mo ascended the towering city walls, gazing into the distance at the colossal figure looming beyond. With 2 days left, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Bai Lian would reach level 20 by the end of tomorrow, after which she would undergo her first metamorphosis. Lin Mo mused softly, confident that a level 20 Bai Lian could handle a legendary boss at level 30. He contemplated the developmental plan for the coming days while reviewing the day's harvest overview. Today's harvest: Abyssal Crystals 28, 120 pieces, Black Goat Magic, Gold Tier active. Demon Horns, Special Equipment, Demon Totem, Faith-based item, Shattered Skull, Abyssal Material. The day's spoils, aside from the Abyssal Crystals, included only a few useful items dropped by Syndra during her battle with the Gold Tier Black Goat. Skill: Black Goat Magic. Alias: Curse of the Demon. Rank: Gold Tier 1. Attributes: Active Skill. Allows the user to enslave the bodies of fallen enemies through magic. Restrictions: 1. Can only be used on enemies of Gold Tier or lower, regardless of their biological classification. 2. The maximum number of enslaved units is 5. Indeed, the power of Gold Tier magic is formidable. Such demonic spells, if found on Blue Star, would be valued at millions of dragon coins, and even then, they would be rare commodities. To think he had obtained it within the novice realm of humanity was astonishing. However, he remained uncertain whether the units enslaved under his command would receive the Celestial Essence enhancement. This was something he could test tomorrow. After selecting to learn the Black Goat magic, he continued to peruse the rewards. Item: Demon Horns. Rank: Legendary. Attributes: Special Equipment Accessory. Effect: Demon Disguise Aura, once worn. All units within the territory will be transformed into demons, imperceptible to beings of epic tier and below. A special piece of equipment for disguise. Lin Mo retrieved the demon horns from his lordly space for a closer inspection. They bore an uncanny resemblance to the twin horns of the black goat, dark as pitch and exuding an aura of malevolence. He attempted to affix them atop his head. To his surprise, the originally oversized horns shrank instantaneously, perfectly conforming to his head and securing themselves in place. Ding. Your race has transformed from celestial to demon, effect ongoing. Indeed, the moment he donned them, the system promptly notified him, and his information panel now indicated that he belonged to the demon race. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, his once fair visage now bore an unsettling hint of wickedness. The many flower fairies, already resting within the palace, remained oblivious to the pair of demon horns sprouting from their heads. The adorable little flower fairies, lost in slumber, merely felt an odd tightness atop their heads, akin to a constricting spell, and lazily scratched their heads before returning to their dreams. Only Bai Lian, who had been waiting for Lin Mo's return, sat alone by the bedside, curiously touching her own horns with a strange expression. Is this the symbol of a demon? TSK, not very appealing. Bai Lian used the radiant glow from her immaculate wings as a mirror to examine her current appearance, her face contorting in distaste. Lin Mo, having merely checked the effect, swiftly removed the horns. They might yet prove useful in the future. Lastly, he examined the final item. Item, Demon Totem. Rank, none. Attributes, faith-based item. Effect, daily prayers directed at the demon totem will grant the supplicant the protection of the demon. It resembled a firewood stick. He might as well use it to light a fire. Pray to a cunning demon for guidance. Am I a fool? Lin Mo regarded the demon totem in his hand, akin to a mere stick of kindling, with disdain, tossing it directly into the still-burning campfire. With the abyssal crystals just shy of 30,000. He planned to summon more the following day. After casting one last glance at the number of abyssal crystals, he gracefully descended from the walls, making his way back to the palace. Meanwhile, among the lords of various nations who had endured 2 days of relentless battles, a stark polarization had emerged. The strong grew ever stronger, while the weak struggled to survive. In the queen's capital of the territory. Wow, Flower Fairy Sister, you are amazing. With this, I can confidently say I will not only secure a spot in the top 10 of the multitude's initial calamity, but will surely land in the top 3. Long live Lin Mo. At this moment, Wu Xiaoxiao danced with excitement, clasping the arm of a seemingly weary carnivorous flower fairy, bouncing with joy. Surrounding her territory lay mountains of corpses. Over the course of 2 full days, the carnivorous flower fairy dispatched by Lin Mo had eliminated no fewer than 500 beings from the multitude. Her level soared from 13 to 16. This was largely due to the inexplicably descended legendary boss in the distance. Were it not for its presence, the multitude of creatures fleeing towards Wu Xiaoxiao's territory would not have amassed in such numbers, making her victories so effortless. Firstly, the fleeing creatures were devoid of any fighting spirit. Secondly, Lin Mo's carnivorous flower fairy possessed attributes that were overwhelmingly superior. Thus, in just 2 days, Wu Xiaoxiao made remarkable progress without losing a single soldier. Her foundational structures were nearing level 8, and after another 2 days of slaying the myriad beings, she would be poised to elevate her territory to Black Iron Tier 2, becoming the second new lord, after Lin Mo, to achieve such a rank. Long live Lin Mo. In the icy plains. Territory, Icy Snow War Spear. A legion of ice and snow lions, summoned through arcane magic, tirelessly vanquished the relentless tide of myriad creatures encroaching upon their territory. Before the flickering campfire, a multitude of wounded soldiers gathered, their faces etched with pain. Sumyukin, her silken white locks cascading like the finest snow, appeared wearied as she tended to the flames. Beside her lay a veritable mountain of empty vials, the remnants of her magical endeavors. Little did anyone know the immense reserves of magical energy she had expended over the past 2 days of the initial calamity of the myriad races. Those 5 magnificent ice and snow lions had sustained their form for a full 2 days without a hint of dissipating. This feat had been achieved solely through her relentless consumption of potions. Although the casualties had exceeded her expectations, the spoils had proven quite bountiful. The structures within her territory were on the cusp of being upgraded to level 6. With a concerted effort over the next 2 days, she aspired to elevate all her buildings to level 10, thereby advancing her territory to the 2nd tier of Black Iron. With such an accomplishment, she could surely secure a place among the top 10 of the initial calamity rankings. The young woman uncapped another vial of azure potion, tilting her head back to drink it as though it were mere water. Lin Mo, I shall fight until the very last moment. Just watch. Chapter 34, Abyssal Corruption. Territory Assimilation? In the marshy expanse lay the nation of Faith. Rise, commanded a young man with ebony hair, his demeanor indifferent as he slowly raised his palm. A radiant white energy emanated from his hand, penetrating the torn bodies of the myriad races surrounding his domain. To his astonishment, those ravaged corpses began to stir, resurrecting to join the fray once more, their eyes now an eerie, pallid hue. Exhaling slowly, the young man returned to his perch upon the stone steps before the Lord's Hall. With this, he had amassed a force of 24 combat units within his territory. He felt confident that the impending invasion by the myriad races over the next 2 days would pose little threat. I have exerted my utmost effort. If this does not secure the top position in the initial calamity rankings, Lin Mo, do not hold me accountable. The young man murmured softly, his thoughts drifting back to the national simulation tournament held a year prior. In a 2v2 battle, the figure that had rendered him utterly powerless seemed to whisper in his ear at this very moment. Xiaobai, you're falling short. Acknowledge me as your elder brother, and I shall teach you the art of Sun Tzu's strategies. A faint smile crept upon his lips. Lin Mo, if you too could awaken 2 upper-tier talents, then surely the title of first in the initial calamity would rightfully belong to you. In the thicket adjacent to the desolate expanse, the iron torrent of the territory stirred. Lin Mo, is it? Inquired a golden-haired youth clad in exquisite armor, seated atop a mountain of fallen bodies from the myriad races, his expression grim as he gazed into the distant forest. Beneath the corpses lay a regiment of finely wrought ironclad soldiers. Only the foremost 10 were vibrant life forms. The remaining nearly 90 were lifeless constructs of metal. This scene was orchestrated by none other than Jiang Qingzai, a pivotal figure among the 13 new pillars of the Goryeo nation. His talents, steel era, and fury of war, enabled him to assemble a battalion of ironclad soldiers despite commanding only a first-tier black iron territory. Against those flesh-and-blood intruders, this iron tide was an insatiable machine of slaughter. No matter their numbers, they would be crushed beneath this relentless torrent of steel. You insignificant wretch, daring to openly provoke the authority of our Goryeo lord. Not only you, but even the so-called White Reaper, Su Mukin, or Tang Yuyen, shall I personally obliterate. Lin Mo, do not perish in this initial calamity. You shall fall by my hand. Jiang Qingzai exuded an aura reminiscent of a sovereign, ruling over all living beings. Anyone who displeased him would be cast into an abyss of despair. He was determined to crush Lin Mo and all signatories of the wager beneath his heel. He vowed to make the populace of Blue Star aware of who the true king of the human race was. On the third day of the initial calamity, the sky had yet to dawn with any light, yet a colossal entity on another mountainside was already stirring. It ceased its futile summoning of abyssal creatures and began to lumber towards Lin Mo's territory, its immense form casting a foreboding shadow. The two were now merely 1,000 meters apart. Lin Mo gazed upon the mountain-like beast advancing toward his domain, feeling a profound sense of visual impact. It seemed the Abyssal King Tree recognized that mere minions would not suffice against him and intended to take matters into its own hands. Having assembled his forces, Lin Mo stood atop the city walls, awaiting the adversary's move. This was uncharacteristic of the Abyssal King Tree. Despite being a legendary war machine, it lacked independent thought. It was expected to adhere to the typical military protocol, first deploying abyssal summons for attrition before commencing to devour the enemy's territory. Syndra, wielding a massive scythe, stood behind Lin Mo, perplexed. We cannot delay, it is almost upon us. We must act now. White Lotus, Lin Mo decided to summon the mythic hero, the great weapon of his territory. Yes, White Lotus responded eagerly, finally poised to showcase her prowess after 2 days of restraint. She was determined to demonstrate to this abyssal harbinger the true nature of absolute power. As White Lotus stepped forward, she cast a provocative glance at Syndra, inciting the latter to clench her fists, murmuring a curse under her breath. No, my lord. The Abyssal King Tree does not intend to crush us with its body. It seeks to directly unleash abyssal corruption, assimilating this region into the abyss. Just as Syndra dismissed White Lotus with disdainful eyes, the enormous form of the Abyssal King began to decelerate. A malevolent darkness radiated from its being, enveloping the surroundings in a grayish fog. Trees and flora within the mist rapidly withered, and rocks began to crumble. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened. Was this creature attempting to assimilate the land surrounding his territory into the abyss? What ramifications would such an assimilation impose on the local inhabitants? Observing the terrifying lethality of the grayish fog, Lin Mo hesitated to allow White Lotus to advance recklessly. He needed to comprehend the full extent of the enemy's assimilation capabilities. Typically, living beings immersed in the abyss would suffer both bodily and spiritual decay. Perhaps her divine light could stave off that corruption for a time. But as she had yet to reach level 20 and undergo her first transformation, her endurance would not last long. Syndra relayed all that she knew to Lin Mo. The corruption of living beings' bodies and souls is akin to a toxic substance. Upon hearing Syndra's explanation, Lin Mo's somber expression lightened slightly. He glanced up at the blue sky beginning to brighten. I wonder if today's characteristic of celestial spirit can survive in any domain will have any effect in this situation. Lin Mo pondered as his gaze swept over the jungles beyond his territory. In the shadowy thicket, the rustling of leaves suggested that wild creatures had ventured out under the cover of night, searching for food. Eureka! Windrise! Lin Mo exclaimed, a sudden inspiration striking him as he gestured, summoning a tempest that surged into the forest. Notification. You have slain a black iron-level gray wolf and obtained a gray wolf's tooth. Material. Black Goat Magic. Chapter 35. Celestial Spirit Values Double Again. The dark magical energy erupted from Lin Mo's hands, swiftly penetrating the thicket. Notification. You have gained the ability to control a gray wolf unit using Black Goat Magic. Lin Mo's thoughts were quite straightforward. Given that he possessed the territorial trait of Celestial Spirit Body, allowing survival in any realm, it was conceivable that even the assimilated abyssal territories could be disregarded. However, he needed to conduct a verification first. His own troops were far too precious to be used for testing. Fortunately, he had learned Black Goat Magic the previous night, which was perfectly suited for the current situation. He commanded the black iron-level gray wolf he had slain using wind element magic, manipulating it with Black Goat Magic to dive into the swiftly approaching grayish-white mist. The agile figure vanished into the murky fog in an instant, leaving only Lin Mo, who meticulously sensed the corporeal changes of the controlled unit. The gray wolf. now under Lin Mo's black goat magic, enjoyed the benefits of the territorial characteristics and moved freely within the gray mist, unaffected in the slightest. Excellent. It was not eroded in any way. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he released his control over the gray wolf. Gazing at the immense figure that seemed almost within reach, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. Could it launch an attack while assimilating the territory? He inquired again with Syndra. If it encountered danger, would it choose to cease assimilation to either attack or flee? Syndra was puzzled by Lin Mo's intentions, but responded truthfully. That would suffice. A slight smile curved Lin Mo's lips as he retrieved the demon's horn and donned it upon his head. Ding. Your race has been disguised from celestial spirit to demon, effect ongoing. Listen closely, none of you will be affected by the gray mist today. Moreover, the enemy will not launch an attack as long as they remain oblivious to your disguised identity as demons. I need you to approach the evil king tree, even to climb upon it for exploration. Given that it is a tree-like entity of the abyssal race, it is highly probable that it harbors seeds of a botanical nature. I require you to retrieve those potential seeds. Do you all understand? Lin Mo began to solemnly instruct all the troops within his territory. The Lord intends to seek out seeds with rank, to cultivate them back in the territory. The flower fairies immediately grasped Lin Mo's intention, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, that is my thought. If successful, you shall double in strength by tomorrow. A smile played on Lin Mo's face. This idea had arisen unexpectedly while he observed the evil king tree up close, yet it undeniably possessed feasibility. My lord, how did you know that the enemy's crown would yield seeds? Syndra's eyes widened slightly in disbelief as she looked at Lin Mo. This was information even she was unaware of. Because I am a plant lord, Lin Mo simply stated. Without further ado, spurred by Lin Mo's command, all the troops charged toward the evil king tree. Syndra accompanied them, as she, being a creature of the abyss, possessed more knowledge of the evil king tree than Lin Mo, thus lending assurance to the expedition. Bai Lian remained in the territory, ready to respond to any potential upheavals. Time trickled by, and the grayish-white mist that assimilated all things into the abyss seeped into Lin Mo's territory. Yet, it bore no impact on Lin Mo's domain. Ding. Your troop unit, the flower fairy, has harvested a seed from the evil king tree. It has arrived. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Lin Mo instantly perked up. He retrieved the seed, which was as dark as ink and the size of a watermelon. Evil king tree seed. Description: the seed of the legendary abyssal creature, the evil king tree, filled with death and despair. Rank: silver, unranked. Effect: unknown. Seeing that the evil king tree seed possessed a silver rank, Lin Mo could not help but beam with joy, immediately heading toward the prepared land. He buried the seed from the evil king tree into the ground, then drenched it with ample water. Under the enhancement of Lin Mo's divine level traits, even the seed from a legendary creature began to sprout and grow in an instant. Soon it reached a height equivalent to Lin Mo's own. Yet its appearance differed significantly from the evil king tree, being somewhat slender, with its branches resembling a baby's head. However, once the evil king tree seed grew to this extent, it showed no further changes. It neither bore fruit nor exhibited signs of awakening, appearing merely as a uniquely shaped ornament. Could it be that this plan was unfeasible? Lin Mo furrowed his brow, pondering in doubt. Ding. Your troop unit, the flower fairy, has harvested another seed from the evil king tree. The prompt sounded again. Are there many evil king tree seeds? Lin Mo sent a message to the troop unit through the Lord system. Indeed, there are countless, so many that we cannot gather them all. The adorable voice of the flower fairy responded. Then gather more, enough to collect 10,000. Since relying on the evil king tree seed for self-sowing proved unworkable, we shall harvest more, enough to reach 10,000, and plant them all. In that case, we should possess the equivalent of 10,000 celestial spirit bodies of the same rank. Lin Mo thought to himself. The flower fairies reported that while there were plenty of seeds, the difficulty of harvesting was immense. After all, the evil king tree was a living entity, constantly shifting, with its surface adorned with sharp, thorn-like protrusions. Lin Mo's troops spent an entire day, and just before dusk, they finally managed to collect 10,000 evil king tree seeds. Lin Mo buried the last seed into the ground. The final evil king tree seed sprouted and grew until it matched Lin Mo's height, ceasing any further changes. Ding. You now possess 10,000 silver-grade celestial spirit bodies, doubling the attributes of all celestial spirit bodies in your territory. A delightful prompt echoed in Lin Mo's mind. Indeed, it was a success. All celestial spirit bodies within the territory had their attributes doubled. Hero: Bai Lian. Race: Divine Tree Clan. Description: from the distant Divine Nation, the White Lotus tribe of the Divine Tree Clan, the strongest healing hero. Rank: Mythical Tier 1. Level: 18. Strength: 3,640. Vitality: 3,640. Intelligence: 10,800. Agility: 3,360. Skills: Holy Lotus Protection, active. Holy Lotus Ascension, active. Divine Power, passive. Divine Judgment, passive. Loyalty: 98. Chapter 36. Intelligence attribute surpasses 10,000. The evil tree must perish. Lin Mo gazed at Bai Lian's current attributes, his eyes shimmering with a divine light. Bai Lian's intelligence attribute had exceeded 10,000. It was difficult to fathom the magnitude of power her holy light could wield now. An attribute surpassing 10,000 was an unprecedented feat for humanity. To his knowledge, the strongest overlord of the Dragon Kingdom, in his prime, had several hero units reaching level 60, the pinnacle being a dragon-like creature named Candle Dragon, which was revered as a national guardian beast. However, even at its peak, its highest vitality was barely over 8,000, perhaps reaching 10,000 under certain buffs. Yet it paled in comparison to Bai Lian's current attributes. What kind of might does my lord possess? How has my attribute risen so dramatically? This exquisite sensation, akin to a rebirth, was truly delightful. An abrupt exclamation captured the attention of all present. The usually aloof and menacing Syndra, at this moment, was unable to contain herself, covering her face with trembling hands. Her incredulous eyes peeked through her fingers, gazing in shock at her own information panel. Abyssal Lord, Syndra. Race, Abyssal Clan. Description: a formidable lord within the endless abyss, commanding countless abyssal creatures, is a prominent figure amidst the depths. Rank: Legendary Tier 2. Level: 25. Strength: 6,800. Stamina: 1,800. Intelligence: 2,000. Agility: 5,800. Skills: Abyssal Judgment, active. Bloodthirsty Battle Intent, passive. Light of Despair, passive. Devour, passive. Vengeful Spirit Speed, passive. Loyalty: summoned beings possess no loyalty, but heed the Lord's commands. Although Syndra had once experienced the exhilarating sensation of her attributes doubling upon her transformation into a celestial spirit, this was also the reason she pledged her allegiance to Lin Mo. Yet now, her attributes had astonishingly doubled once more. She had always believed that Lin Mo's enhancements to unit attributes would manifest as an indirect elevation resulting from his lordly rank. A scenario not uncommon in the battlefield among the realms. It was merely that Lin Mo possessed a notably high divine characteristic bonus. However, she could never have anticipated that Lin Mo's ascension stemmed from the mere act of planting seeds. This method of enhancement was utterly unprecedented, leaving her exclaiming in disbelief. Lacking worldly experience. Do you believe that as long as you faithfully follow our Lord, your attributes will one day rival the ancient deities? Nay, one could assert that you will surpass them. Bai Lian gazed at the excited Syndra, her arms crossed, bemused as if observing a country bumpkin. Indeed, I am grateful to our omnipotent Lord for bestowing upon me strength. If I were to confront that trouble now, perhaps I could resolve it without our Lord's intervention. Syndra expressed, kneeling before Lin Mo in gratitude. Very well, such an enhancement is not to be trifled with. Bai Lian, you are nearing level 20. Tomorrow marks the final deadline for the trial of the multitudes. Should we fail to vanquish that formidable foe by then, it shall escape. Although humanity has slain legendary beings before, this calamity-level abyssal creature could serve as a milestone in the ascension of our race. Hence, it must perish, Lin Mo declared, his expression resolute as he pointed toward the evil king's sacred tree. Understood. Bai Lian shall exert every effort. Bai Lian, entrusted with Lin Mo's high expectations, promptly bowed in submission. Excellent, yet you are still insufficient. Go forth and merge those saplings of the evil king's sacred tree, elevating your level to 20. Prepare for your first metamorphosis. Lin Mo commanded Bai Lian while issuing the same directive to all combat units. The difference between a level 20 and a level 19 unit, though merely a single tier apart, represented a significant disparity in strength. This gap existed in the transformation that every being of the realms underwent upon reaching level 20. A multitude of saplings from the evil god tree were swiftly consumed by Bai Lian and her companions, while Syndra, observing from the side, could only drool with envy. However, she was acutely aware that even at her current level 25, merging those seeds would yield minimal enhancement for her. It could even be deemed a waste. She would be better off slaying a few abyssal lords to gain more experience. Ding! Your hero unit Bai Lian has reached level 20. The holy light shall cleanse her incomplete form. Notice, your territory is receiving an infusion of energy from the sacred domain. 2 notification chimes resonated. Bai Lian was the first to attain level 20. Ethereal holy light began to flow from the darkness, swirling around Bai Lian as if enveloping her in a cocoon before her transformation into a butterfly. An abundance of holy light energy surrounded her, forming a colossal sphere of energy. From the outside, it was impossible to discern what transpired within. Lin Mo observed that this metamorphosis would take considerable time. TSK. Truly worthy of a being of holy light. Even the first transformation is so modest. Syndra remarked, not in jest, but sincerely, as she too had undergone a transformation at level 20, albeit in a far more brutal manner, one of decay and rebirth, a tumultuous exchange of power. During her metamorphosis, she had to endure assaults from abyssal creatures, suffering and striving through agony. In contrast, Bai Lian's transformation appeared exceedingly tranquil. Ding! Your unit, the man-eating flower fairy, has reached level 20 and is undergoing a transformation into a new form. Following Bai Lian, the man-eating flower fairies began their own transformations. However, being of the golden tier, their metamorphosis progressed at a much swifter pace, akin to a serpent shedding its skin and evolving into a dragon. Their purple, alluring exteriors rapidly shed, revealing skin that was more resembling that of humans, fair and delicate. The enchanting features of their faces became more ethereal as their gaping maws vanished, replaced by an aura of transcendent beauty. Their massive purple wings transformed into grayish-white appendages akin to those of birds. White vines began to weave into skirts around their forms, exposing their fair, rounded legs before Lin Mo's gaze. The newly transformed, celestial man-eating flower fairies conformed more closely to human aesthetics, reminiscent of the revered white lotus in the hearts of humanity, untouchable and sacred. Celestial radiant moon flower fairy. Race, plant. Description: a special race born from the first transformation under the influence of the Lord's divine characteristics. The Lord is everything to them. Rank, golden tier 3. Level, 20. Strength, 580. Stamina, 1080. Intelligence, 1140. Agility, 420. Skills, moon eclipse, active, moon morning, passive, advanced resilience, passive, natural regeneration, passive. Loyalty, 100. Chapter 37, Abyssal Abnormality Prison. This is entirely akin to a transformation into a different species. In both appearance and information panel, Lin Mo could discern no trace of the former man-eating flower fairies in these newly emerged radiant moon flower fairies. My lord, we are still the same flower fairies who love to cling to you for sleep, one of them chirped, her sparkling eyes twinkling with charm. And my culinary skills remained unchanged. It was as though she had perceived Lin Mo's thoughts. Unchanged, you say? Your demeanor has become so much purer. No longer are there any of those risque remarks. Lin Mo mused inwardly, lamenting the loss. Nonetheless, with their highest attributes now reaching the thousands, they had become formidable combat units. Lin Mo hoped Bai Lian would awaken before the decisive battle tomorrow, perfectly timed to commence their final assault on the evil king's sacred tree. That night, Lin Mo experienced a different kind of happiness. The purity of her alabaster skin, so tender and soft, was truly intoxicating. Were it not for pressing matters awaiting him at dawn, he would have gladly taken a day or two off to indulge in such delights. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, the moon setting and the sun rising. The final dawn of the trial of the multitudes slowly emerged. Lin Mo, accompanied by a host of units resembling celestial maidens, ascended once more to the ramparts. Bai Lian remained motionless, perhaps destined to miss this climactic battle. Today, the sky was tinged with violet, signifying that they would be immune to any harm. Go forth and fight with abandon. There is no need to concern yourselves with the rear. Seize that foe, Lin Mo proclaimed, sweeping his hand, summoning all units within the territory to action, as the radiant moonflower fairies soared into the sky, their wings shimmering with lunar light. Syndra, already brimming with anticipation, licked her lips in a bloodthirsty manner before darting toward the evil king's sacred tree like a streak of purple light. Today's divine territory characteristic was celestial spirit damage immunity. This meant that Lin Mo was invincible today. Even if ancient deities descended upon the myriad races, they could not harm a single hair on his body. Syndra had also shared with Lin Mo the approximate statistics of the evil king's sacred tree the previous night. After the effect of Lin Mo's divine title doubled once more, the gap in strength between her and the evil king divine tree had diminished significantly. Although she could not probe directly, her extraordinary senses allowed her to gauge the aura emanating from her opponent. Syndra speculated the approximate values to confront. Strength, 5,000. Stamina, 10,000. Intelligence, 15,000. Agility, 800. Stamina would not exceed 13,000, and while intelligence was indeed high, it remained within the range of 15,000. The remaining values were negligible. Logically speaking, Syndra's maximum strength was merely 6,800, while facing the evil king divine tree, which boasted over 10,000 in stamina. She should have been unable to penetrate its defenses, let alone eliminate it. However, Lin Mo's divine territory characteristics obliterated such possibilities. This was due to his divine trait within the celestial realm domain, which included a true damage of 10 from celestial spirit body effect. What constitutes true damage? It is the ability to inflict harm regardless of whether one's stamina reaches 100,000, 1 million, or even 10 million. Units with true damage can still cause injury to you. This is one of the most tyrannical and elusive principles among the myriad laws of the celestial realms. The moonflower fairies, descending from the heavens, unleashed their lunar eclipse ability, shooting forth moonlight as sharp as blades towards the surface of the evil king divine tree. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions erupted upon the evil king divine tree. Sensing its life threatened, the evil king divine tree finally terminated its abyssal assimilation. The dense fog quickly dissipated through the forest, revealing a scene that made Lin Mo furrow his brow deeply. The once lush and resource-rich forested area had transformed into a desolate wasteland, now marred by countless abyssal fissures that stretched endlessly. This illustrated the terrifying nature of abyssal assimilation. Lin Mo was immensely grateful for his divine traits. Had he not possessed them, confronting such a creature would have meant certain death. Roar! The evil king divine tree, having endured a barrage of damage, finally erupted in fury, its massive and grotesque head exhibiting a human-like rage. Black goats erupted from its mouth. Positioned beneath the evil king divine tree, Syndra awaited, her scythe radiating an alluring purple glow, unleashing a torrent of light blades as the massive black goats crashed to the ground. Instantly, the purple light transformed into a storm of blades, dismembering the black goats in an instant. With such limited means, the demise of the evil king divine tree was inevitable. No matter how it struggled, it was futile. Humans, stop. If my form is obliterated, it will bring catastrophic disaster upon countless races, including the abyss. Just as the evil king divine tree found itself in peril, Lin Mo heard it speak for the first time. However, the words it uttered did not sway Lin Mo. No matter what you say, it cannot alter your fate of annihilation. Abandon all hope. Lin Mo's expression remained impassive. An entity deemed a calamity by myriad races was devoid of any merit. If it could be killed, it must be slain. If it could not be, it must be driven into the void. Otherwise, who could predict which race would be the next to fall to such a being? No. The evil king divine tree swayed its colossal, cumbersome body, attempting to flee. Yet, with a determination to eliminate it, Lin Mo would not permit its escape so easily. The 100 Demons flag summoned countless monsters to block its retreat, while the Black Goat's magic controlled the corpses of 5 Black Goats for additional assault. Ultimately, amidst Lin Mo's meticulously orchestrated encirclement, the evil king divine tree's massive exterior began to crack like a spider's web. With Syndra's final strike, its immense form shattered, countless dark shards raining down like a celestial shower upon the earth. Yet, the battle was far from over. Beneath the colossal shell of the evil king divine tree, a robust heart pulsed with a sinister black light. Was this the core that Syndra had spoken of? If they could breach this heart, it would spell the end of everything. Lin Mo's eyes glimmered with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the rewards for vanquishing this legendary boss. Wait, this is not a war weapon. This is an abyssal aberration prison. Unlike Lin Mo's hopeful gaze, Syndra was taken aback upon seeing the black heart, swiftly replaced by terror. No, everything is wrong. This is not the war weapon I understood. This is a prison housing a horrific existence. That heart was the very cage. Yet at this moment, they were shattering the prison meant to contain it. Syndra's panicked words had yet to reach Lin Mo's ears when a voice, as though echoing from the dawn of time, proclaimed, annihilation. In an instant, an area spanning miles around the black heart transformed into an abyssal domain. Chapter 38, Abyssal Sovereign. The Annihilating Demon King. Annihilation. A whisper akin to that of a demon from hell obliterated the already ravaged mountainous region where Lin Mo stood. The heavens shattered. The earth trembled. Only Lin Mo's realm and its units, currently in a state of damage immunity, were spared from this devastation. The events unfolded too suddenly. Lin Mo felt as though the world before him had collapsed entirely, his domain resembling a floating island adrift in the void. My lord, this is bad. Everything is wrong. The evil king divine tree we defeated is not a true war weapon of the abyss. It is a prison sealing a terrifying entity. Syndra's fragmented voice resonated through the lord's system, reaching Lin Mo's ears. You need not say more. I have already seen. Lin Mo's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze upon the terrifying figure floating in the void, exuding an arrogant aura. Abyssal Sovereign, Annihilating Demon King. Description: one of the early contenders for the Abyssal Throne, imprisoned in the Abyssal Prison for nearly a millennium after being defeated by the Abyssal Lord, its power severely diminished. Titles: World Annihilator, Mythical, Obliterator of Followers, Mythical, Planet Destroyer, Epic, Devourer of Souls, Epic, Unending Slaughter, Legendary. Rank: Epic Tier 2, Diminishing. Level: 41, Diminishing. Strength: Diminishing. Stamina: Diminishing. Intelligence: Diminishing. Agility: Diminishing. Status: Awakening, Diminishing, Battle Intent Rising, Seeking Slaughter. Skills: Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine. He had initially thought the ordeal was nearing its conclusion, yet this was merely the beginning of calamity. A series of attributes beyond comprehension presented themselves, with the opponent being a terrifying entity already at level 41 in the epic tier. Just the capacity to obliterate the surrounding mountainous region with a single strike upon its emergence was a testament to its overwhelmingly despair-inducing power. Oh, a mere newcomer domain. Yet there exists beings capable of withstanding my obliteration. It appears I have been imprisoned for too long, and my body is on the verge of decaying. Abyssal Lord. I finally see the light of day once more. Once I devour and refine this domain, the annihilating demon army shall sweep across the abyss again. It shall engulf the entire celestial battlefield. I, the annihilating demon king, shall make all realms tremble in anticipation of my return. With obsidian wings interwoven with the shattered void extending from his back, the annihilating demon king, covered in scales of darkness, opened his arms as though embracing rebirth. His eyes, glowing with crimson demonic light, seemed poised to pierce through this world and gaze directly into the abyssal realm. Circles of magical energy, symbolizing the abyssal sovereign, began to awaken around him. He was poised to unveil his unparalleled might once more amidst the celestial realms. Syndra, fear not. Today, you are invincible. Channel your utmost strength to defeat him. He is currently in his most vulnerable state. Should we grant him time to recuperate, our chances of victory will dwindle to nothing. Lin Mo suddenly bellowed, taking the initiative by commanding 5 black goat corpses animated through dark magic to charge at the entity suspended in the void. Syndra, still grappling with the terror of encountering the fabled abyssal overlord, was jolted from her fear by Lin Mo's fierce shout. Indeed, today, she embodied invincibility, possessing the most tyrannical attribute of true damage among the celestial laws. The adversary had languished in silence for a millennium, rendering him exceedingly weak. This battle was far from over. Syndra continuously rallied herself within. Ding. Your unit Syndra is triggering the passive skill, Despair's Light. Effect. When the enemies are in a state of despair, all attributes begin to multiply, up to a limit of 70. Ding. Your unit Syndra is triggering the passive skill, Bloodthirsty Battle Intent. Effect. In the throes of life and death, bodily functions are enhanced by 100. Life recovery speed is significantly increased. Ding. Your unit Syndra is triggering the passive skill, Vengeful Spirit's Speed. Effect. When in combat, personal agility increases by 50. A series of notifications echoed in Lin Mo's mind. He gazed, astonished, at the fully unleashed Syndra. Emanating rings of despairing black light encircled her. With her surrounding purple aura gradually shifting from violet to crimson, her eyes gleaming with a fierce red light. In this state, Syndra's strength and agility surged dramatically, teetering on the brink of surpassing the 10,000 mark. Her sudden emergence instilled Lin Mo with renewed hope for victory. Perhaps, in this state, Syndra could indeed vanquish the foe. Oh, the Abyssal Lord? Choosing to assist a frail human in battle. How intriguing. The Extinction Demon King regarded Syndra's burgeoning power with a calm demeanor. His gaze towards Lin Mo filled with amusement. He was genuinely curious as to how a seemingly weak human could garner the favor of the Abyssal Lord. Underestimate no one. Today, I shall slay gods. Syndra, now in a frenzied state, epitomized indifference to life and death, ready to confront any challenge head-on. With her long, crimson flame tail trailing behind, she wielded a massive scythe and charged alongside the colliding black goats towards the Extinction Demon King. Boom, boom, boom. The gargantuan black goats, far exceeding the size of the Extinction Demon King, collided with him, unleashing a series of thunderous impacts. Syndra followed closely behind, her scythe, imbued with the power of despair. Aimed for the Demon King's neck. Ding. The sharp clang of metal echoed as the gleaming scythe struck the Demon King's palm. While the 5 black goats were held at bay by an inexplicable force, unable to advance a single step closer, he effortlessly absorbed the full force of Lin Mo's attack, showcasing the vast disparity in their strengths. Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite possessing a formidable true damage bonus, he needed to make contact with the opponent to inflict harm. Currently, all his attacks were thwarted by that mysterious power. Even with true damage enhancement, it was utterly futile. A profound sense of frustration took root within him. We shall assist. The moonlit fairies finally reacted, hastily joining the fray, their pristine wings unleashing radiant moonlight in an attempt to attack. Yet, they too were repelled by the invisible force surrounding the Extinction Demon King. Chapter 39. This territory of the human race is exceedingly peculiar. So weak. The Extinction Demon King coldly observed these feeble creatures attempting to challenge him, particularly Syndra, whose betrayal as a fellow denizen of the abyss irked him greatly. Flames of revenge. He began to chant a spell of abyssal magic. Chains ablaze with vengeful fire erupted from his back, binding all creatures that dared to assault him. Damage immune. Damage immune. Attack ineffective. A series of white numbers floated above Syndra and her allies. Damage immune? How unexpected that such weak beings possess such a buff. Truly a waste. Oblivion. The Extinction Demon King realized that the flames of revenge could not consume these feeble creatures. He quickly deduced that they were all under the influence of a damage immunity buff. However, such buffs must have limits. If the flames of vengeance could not surpass this threshold, he would simply unleash oblivion once more. The Extinction Demon King activated his cataclysmic skill capable of annihilating entire forests. Terrifying void energy surged forth from him, obliterating the remnants of the scorched earth within the void. The void energy swept over Lin Mo's territory like a tempest. Yet, the damage immunity held strong. As the void energy receded, the Extinction Demon King began to sense something was amiss. How could even his oblivion fail to breach this damage immunity? He had once extinguished countless worlds with this very skill. How was it ineffective against this seemingly weak human lord? No, It seemed that it was ineffective against this particular human. Human, what kind of buff are you employing? He questioned. Epic level? Or perhaps my body, having endured a millennium of imprisonment, has weakened to such a degree? The Extinction Demon King furrowed his brow, unable to accept his current state. If you seek vengeance against the Abyssal Lord, then hasten to do so. What valor is there in flaunting your strength in our human novice realm? Or are you now fearful of the Abyssal Lord, too timid to confront him directly? Is this why you have descended to this weak novice realm, to showcase your might? At this moment, Lin Mo's mind raced as he sought a strategy. He began to engage the Demon King in verbal sparring, aware that nearly 10 hours of invincibility lay ahead. He could leverage this time to project an aura of intimidation, leading the Demon King to believe he was not to be trifled with, thus compelling him to retreat. However, should the Demon King refrain from attacking him, he might turn his ire towards other lords. If he sought to wreak havoc on foreign lords, that would be acceptable. But he could not allow the entire Dragon Kingdom novice cohort to be annihilated alongside him. Should that occur, he would find himself the sole survivor in the novice realm, creating a chasm in the lineage of human lords. What to do? Humph, Abyssal Lord. Were it not for that despicable wretch's fortuitous acquisition of the ancient god's legacy, I would easily surpass him in individual strength, even tenfold. How laughable that you, blind to the truth, would dare to suggest I fear him. Were it not for your peculiar damage immunity buff, I would have long extinguished you from existence. At this moment, the Extinction Demon King realized that Lin Mo's audacity was likely backed by an authentic epic damage immunity buff. Although difficult to believe, it was a possibility. Since you are so formidable, you should promptly return to the Abyss and engage the Abyssal Lord in a battle of hundreds of rounds, reclaiming the glory that once belonged to you. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly as he sought to guide the Demon King away from this realm through his words. All novice realms are easy to leave but difficult to enter. Once he departed, even if he were to attain the status of an ancient god, he would never return to this novice realm. Such was the decree of the celestial will, a rule no being could breach. Ignorant humanity. I have been imprisoned for a millennium, my strength diminished to a mere remnant, unable to extinguish even a feeble creature such as yourself. How then can I hope to contend with the Lord of the Abyss? Yet, if I can refine your entire new realm and cultivate my great army, I may still have a chance to return to my former glory. At that time, the entire battlefield of the heavens will pay homage to me. The Demon King of Annihilation wore a proud expression, having meticulously plotted his path to resurgence. Alas, you may not have that opportunity. This time, it was not Lin Mo who spoke. A chilling female voice resonated first. Lin Mo, surprised, turned to see the brilliant white energy sphere whereby Lien was undergoing her transformation, suddenly radiating a dazzling light. A sacred figure gradually emerged from the divine luminescence, her immense 4 wings unfurling, showering the earth with countless holy energies that caused the crops within the territory to flourish rapidly. 4 radiant holy swords appeared behind her wings. The newly transformed Bai Lien was now even larger, enveloped in multiple layers of resplendent holy armor, a halo symbolizing the light of hope shining behind her. This visage was nothing short of spectacular. Hero, 4-winged holy light, Bai Lien. Race, divine tree clan. Title, Knight Commander of the Sacred Realm, mythical. Description, hailing from the distant divine kingdom's divine tree clan Bai Lien tribe. She is the mightiest healing hero, and after her first transformation, she will become a formidable combat support hero. Grade, mythical tier 1. Level, 20, second stage. Strength, 4,100. Stamina, 6,900. Intelligence, 13,200. Agility, 4,300. Skills, Divine Light Descends, active. 4-winged Battle in the Heavens, active. Radiant Holy Sword 4-sword form, passive. Combat Support form, passive. Divine Judgment, passive. Loyalty, 99. Bai Lien, can you contend with this foe now? Lin Mo discreetly messaged Bai Lien. Rest assured, my lord. Although my attributes currently pale in comparison to this being, with your damage immunity buff, given sufficient time, his demise is inevitable. Bai Lien's words brimmed with unwavering confidence, which brought great joy to Lin Mo. He had not anticipated such a stark difference between the 19th level Bai Lien and the 20th level Bai Lien. Having undergone her first transformation, Bai Lien had attained a new combat state, with all her skills updated and iterated. Merely gazing upon her towering figure revealed that she was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. A being of holy light, or a member of the divine tree clan from the sacred realm. How could you pledge allegiance to this feeble human? The Demon King of Annihilation had long since noticed the sacred light orb within Lin Mo's domain, yet had disregarded it while it remained dormant. However, with the emergence of a mythical level divine tree clan being from that orb, he could not help but recognize the gravity of the situation. This human realm was far too anomalous. Chapter 40. The final fortune of the Demon King of Annihilation. One must question how a proud being from the sacred realm, who even the Lord of the Abyss looked down upon, could ever serve a weak human. It was indeed bizarre, utterly perplexing. The Demon King of Annihilation no longer bore his initial arrogance. Now, his face was etched with caution. The strange occurrences within this human territory were too numerous. First, the allegiance of the Abyssal Lord, followed by the emergence of what resembled an epic-level damage immunity buff. Now, a mythical-level holy being had appeared. Who could say what other unexpected trump cards he might possess? Could it be that this opponent could even summon ancient gods? How tiresome. Exceedingly tiresome. I disdain to expend my divine power on such a feeble human. Today, consider it your good fortune, should we meet again on the battlefield of the heavens. Even the ancient gods shall fall beneath my hand. The demon king of annihilation retracted the flames of vengeance back into his being, glaring at Lin Mo with malice. This was clearly a threat before retreating. Lin Mo instantly grasped the other's intentions. Bai Lian, can you keep him here? Slaying an epic-level being would yield far more generous rewards than that of the legendary Evil Tree King. It was likely that no human had ever accomplished such a feat of exterminating an epic being in millennia. Now that the demon king of annihilation sought to depart, Lin Mo instead piqued the interest of his adversary. Ding! Your mythical-level hero Bai Lian has sent you the dimensional information of the demon king of annihilation. Abyssal Sovereign, Demon King of Annihilation. Strength, 21,000, diminishing. Stamina, 19,000, diminishing. Intelligence, 10,800, diminishing. Agility, 31,000, diminishing. Status, Awakening, diminishing, battle intent rising, seeking slaughter. Skills, Annihilation, epic active. Prison of Heaven, epic active. Desire for slaughter, epic passive. Overlord Body, epic passive. Limitless enhancement, epic passive. I shall not disappoint my lord's expectations. Bai Lian's lips curled into a slight smile as she sent Lin Mo the information she had gleaned about the demon king of annihilation. The four radiant swords behind her wings erupted with fierce divine light. It turns out this fellow has been posturing all along. Despite his attributes having plummeted to such a degree and continuing to decline, he still attempts to maintain an air of superiority. TSK. Upon seeing the true state of his opponent, Lin Mo felt that the demon king of annihilation truly deserved a little golden statue award. His attributes were not vastly different from the current Bai Lian, especially given Bai Lian's advantage of real damage. The demon king of annihilation might not necessarily be her match. Insatiable greed. To think he wishes to leave me behind. How utterly ridiculous. Prison of Heaven. Sensing that his currently unfavorable condition had been exposed before the holy being, the demon king of annihilation shed all pretense of strength and unleashed his most powerful control skill. If he could restrain her for a mere few seconds, he would undoubtedly shatter the void and escape this realm. It was almost laughable. The once fearsome demon king of annihilation, who had instilled dread in countless races, now sought to flee from a weak human lord. Human lord, I shall remember your essence when I rise again. The demon king of annihilation had yet to finish his vow when the four radiant holy swords behind Bai Lian descended toward his head. A terrifying energy erupted from within him once more. Under this overwhelming force, the surrounding region seemed to freeze in both time and space. This was the effect of his divine skill, Prison of Heaven. This skill harnessed the power of shattered fragments of time and space laws. As he observed everything become frozen, the demon king of annihilation cast one last glance at Lin Mo before attempting to shatter the void. My lord has commanded that you be kept here. Do you think you can still escape? A chilling female voice rang out from behind the demon king of annihilation. Upon hearing this voice, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Turning his gaze back, to his astonishment, amidst the stasis of time and space, the four-winged holy being had broken through the limitations and was charging toward him once more. How can this be? This is a skill capable of controlling even equally powered foes. Why are you unrestrained? The demon king of annihilation could no longer maintain his composure. Too many unfathomable events had transpired since his return to the light. Had the celestial realms transformed to such an outrageous extent in his absence of a millennium? Open your eyes wide and behold your opponent's attributes. I see you have been imprisoned for far too long. Your mind is nearly broken. Bai Lian spared no mercy as she danced with her sword, the approaching holy light energy instilling a profound sense of crisis within the demon king of annihilation. He hastily dodged while simultaneously casting a glance at Bai Lian's information interface. Regardless of their rank or attributes, the dominant party can freely access the information of the weaker side. Only beings like Bai Lian, a mythical hero unit whose attributes nearly rival those of the demon king of annihilation, can disregard such rules. No, this is impossible. How can you, at a mere level 20, possess attributes that far exceed those typical for your level? The demon king of annihilation was utterly flabbergasted. Bai Lian's information panel had shattered his understanding. At level 20, his own attributes barely reached 1,000. How could any being at the same level possess attributes exceeding 10,000? Even if they were a mythical entity, it should be inconceivable. It was merely by chance that you encountered our lord during your escape. This is your final stroke of luck, demon king of annihilation. Holy light. With a cold snort, Bai Lian unleashed four radiant swords that instantly erupted into a dazzling storm of holy light, leaving the demon king with no avenue of escape. Cursed be this fate. After enduring a millennium of imprisonment, to encounter such a bizarre lord again is infuriating. Warning. The epic level Demon King of Annihilation has activated the passive skill Killing Desire. Warning. The epic level Demon King of Annihilation has triggered the passive skill Supreme Body. Warning. Epic Parasitic Entity. By Lien, he is preparing to fight to the death. He is about to unleash his ultimate attack. Lin Mo, hearing a series of warnings echo in his mind, felt a surge of danger and quickly instructed Bai Lian. Now, Bai Lian nodded firmly, understanding that despite the former ruler of the Abyss now being in decline, his desperate mindset could still pose significant trouble. She could not afford to grant him a chance to turn the tide. Holy light descends. Four-winged battle angel. The enormous four wings unfurled as if to encompass the entire world, and a celestial melody resounded as if heralding divine favor. Countless beams of holy light cascaded through the shattered void. The four massive swords ignited with a holy flame that instilled despair in the wicked. The Demon King of Annihilation's eyes widened in horror, with nowhere left to flee. Chapter 41. Annihilating the Epic Level Boss. The Queen of the Territory, Imperial Capital. Sister Flower Fairy. Do you know what is happening in Lin Mo's territory right now? What is that enormous black shroud? Wu Xiaoxiao gazed at the distant, suddenly descending black veil, which enveloped Lin Mo's domain, rendering her unable to discern what transpired within. Today marks the final day of the initial calamity for the myriad races. The invading creatures have been nearly vanquished, with scarcely any remaining to threaten the territory. With nothing else to occupy her time, Wu Xiaoxiao began to observe Lin Mo's vicinity. Just yesterday, the area where Lin Mo resided had been shrouded in mysterious fog, obscuring her view of the surrounding woods. She was uncertain of the status of the colossal legendary creature that had suddenly appeared. Was Lin Mo still safe? Their lord. The carnivorous flower fairy's eyes were filled with nothing but concern. She too was unaware of her lord's current situation. All she knew was that the legendary evil king tree had been vanquished by her lord, yet the battle seemed far from over and was intensifying. Their lord would surely be fine, for Bai Lian was with him. Even if the opponent were a legendary entity, Bai Lian would undoubtedly eliminate them. The flower fairy clenched her fists tightly, convinced that their lord would never retreat in defeat. By the way, I am quite curious. What tier is Sister Bai Lian? Is she not a legend? Wu Xiaoxiao inquired with keen interest, captivated by the flower fairy's tone. Legend? Legendary beings are not worthy to even carry Bai Lian's shoes. To her surprise, the flower fairy displayed a look of utter disdain upon hearing the term legend. Could it be that Sister Bai Lian is an epic-level hero? No. Could she be a mythical level? Wu Xiaoxiao stood in shock, unable to fathom that there truly existed someone capable of attaining a hero unit beyond the legendary tier. Within the mountain forest where Lin Mo resided, the once fierce aura of the Demon King of Annihilation had extinguished entirely after a prolonged struggle. Now, he resembled a stray dog, prostrate in the void, his body marred with ghastly wounds. His chest was a ghastly sight. Flesh rotting away to reveal bone, evidence of the corruption brought on by holy light. Why are you so powerful? And you, this abyssal lord, possess attributes that defy your current level. Human, how is it that a feeble human can wield the strength of higher races? Why do you possess such formidable power? Tell me. The crimson flames in one of the Demon King's eyes had dimmed, clearly nearing his last breath. Yet he could not close his eyes. All abnormalities stemmed from this human lord. Humans, regarded as mere ants by the myriad races, had ascended to rule over others. Being ugly is not your fault. But looking down upon humanity is your mistake. If you wish to know, perhaps in your next life, you should be reborn in my territory. Lin Mo chuckled lightly, gesturing for Bai Lian to execute him. Human. With those final words, the Demon King of Annihilation was engulfed entirely by Bai Lian's celestial radiance. Ding. Your mythical level hero Bai Lian has slain the epic level boss, the Demon King of Annihilation. You have received boss drop rewards, Vengeful Flame, epic level active skill. Fragment of Space Law, Seedling of the Evil King Tree, Silver Grade, Unranked, Abyssal Hero Recruitment Card, Abyssal Troop Structure, Demon Army, 5,000 Abyssal Crystals. Ding. Your hero unit level has reached its limit. Please upgrade the Lord's Hall first. Ding. Your troop unit level has reached its limit. Please upgrade the Lord's Hall first. Ding. Your level has reached its limit. Please upgrade the Lord's Hall first. Ding. The final boss of the initial calamity for the myriad races is about to appear. Boss Information Preface, from the ancient and evil abyssal race. Possessing the power of Golden Level 10, the boss will manifest millions of clones at every central location of the regions. Please prepare for battle immediately. A series of notifications resounded in Lin Mo's ears. He disregarded the last message about the boss's appearance and began to examine the rewards he had obtained. He surmised that the incoming golden level abyssal boss would be the final hurdle that the lords of the myriad races would face during the initial calamity. However, such a being was no longer of interest to Lin Mo. He would leave that golden level 10 boss for others. He had far superior rewards awaiting his attention. Skill, Vengeful Flame. Tier, Epic Level 1. Attributes, Active skill, summons multiple chains burning with vengeful fire from behind to bind the enemy, inflicting 1000 intelligence damage. Passive, upon entering combat, vengeful flames ignite around the user, dealing 600 intelligence damage to nearby enemies and reflecting 30 of physical damage taken. Cost, consumes Lord's mental energy upon active release. Cooldown none. This is the effect of an epic level skill, truly formidable. Lin Mo had never encountered a skill with a tenfold attribute increase before. The skill's passive ability was equally powerful, considering Lin Mo's high vitality. Once he entered combat and ignited the vengeful flames, he could remain stationary and rely solely on the reflected damage to annihilate his foes. Utterly invincible. Lin Mo was thoroughly satisfied as he learned the skill. This was the last skill he could acquire at present, as he was still only level 20. And there were limits to the skills he could learn. It seems that after the complete conclusion of the initial calamity among the myriad races, it is imperative to elevate the rank of my territory promptly. Otherwise, a plethora of resources would be squandered. Lin Mo murmured to himself while casting his gaze upon the next reward. Item, fragment of the law of space. Description, a fragment of one of the myriad laws within the celestial realms, possessing formidable effects. Effect, can be fused with equipment or skills at will to acquire certain spatial abilities. A fragment of the law of space. This is a power that humanity has never encountered thus far. Moreover, it is a law second only to true damage and time among the myriad laws. Such an item is exceedingly precious, and Lin Mo currently lacks any equipment or skills that can be permanently retained. He can only temporarily store this fragment of space within the Lord's domain, awaiting a future moment to choose its fusion. Chapter 42, not a loss, but a profitable venture. Item, seedling of the evil king tree. Description, a powerful plant used in the abyssal domain to cultivate war weapons. Effect, can be sown and will reproduce on its own. With a 1 chance of cultivating a legendary level evil king tree, counted as 10 units of population for the territory. Upon seeing the introduction of the evil king tree seedling, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. A self-reproducing silver-grade plant. Indeed, this will be an essential resource for upgrading both territorial buildings and unit types in the future. Moreover, there is a chance to cultivate a legendary evil king tree. Lin Mo had witnessed the might of the evil king tree, a legendary calamity weapon, whose lethality is beyond question. Although the probability is merely 1. With Lin Mo's divine characteristics, he could cultivate 1,000 evil king trees in just a few days. He could hardly believe that, with such a wide net of chances, he could remain unfortunate enough to not succeed even once. He entrusted the evil king tree seedling to the little flower fairies and continued to examine the rewards. Abyssal Hero Recruitment Card. Description, a token that attracts powerful beings from the abyss. Effect, upon use, can randomly recruit a hero unit ranging from silver to epic grade. Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly as he contemplated how to utilize this hero recruitment card. His territory already housed a mythic level hero, and recruiting a second would require 50 identical hero recruitment cards. Furthermore, he could not guarantee that he would recruit an epic level hero. There was also the possibility of acquiring a silver grade abyssal hero, which would be inferior even to the current units in his territory. This would be somewhat counterproductive. His gaze gradually shifted to the side, where Syndra was idly swinging her legs, seemingly lost in thought. Sensing someone watching her, she turned her head, only to find Lin Mo regarding her with an intent gaze, causing her to shudder slightly. "Lord, is there something you need?" Syndra inquired cautiously, her hands covering her proud bosom. "Come here," Lin Mo beckoned to her. "Oh," Syndra replied, perplexed, but obediently approached Lin Mo's side. "Do you wish to become a hero unit within my territory? If so, there will be future opportunities for you to elevate your rank. However, should you choose to become a hero unit, it may not be so easy to betray me afterward. Of course, if you prefer to remain a unit type, I will not force you. The choice is yours." Lin Mo spoke with an even demeanor, yet the underlying implication was unmistakable to Syndra. Should she choose to depart as a unit type, Lin Mo might overlook her significant assistance during the initial calamity among the myriad races. However, if she opted to become Lin Mo's hero, any future departure would be deemed a betrayal, and he would not easily let her go. This was Lin Mo's test for her, to see if she truly wished to pledge her loyalty to him. Syndra's expression grew increasingly conflicted. In truth, she had contemplated regaining her freedom after resolving her issues within the abyssal domain. After all, nothing is more valuable than freedom, which is the pursuit of all beings across the celestial realms. Yet the power Lin Mo had demonstrated today left her in awe. Even the once mighty demon king of destruction, who dared to challenge the abyssal lord, had fallen to Lin Mo. It is worth noting that Lin Mo was barely at level 20, merely at the beginning of his path as a lord. It is difficult to imagine the heights he might achieve in the future. Becoming Lin Mo's hero unit could indeed be advantageous, especially since it would afford her the possibility of rank elevation. Continuously growing stronger is the path to greater freedom, is it not? With this thought, Syndra resolutely affirmed her decision. "Lord, I am willing to become your hero unit, to serve you faithfully until my last breath," Syndra declared. kneeling on one knee before Lin Mo in allegiance. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. His desire to fully incorporate Syndra stemmed from her demonstrated potential. Moreover, it would be far too cumbersome and uncertain to gather 50 abyssal hero recruitment cards. Thus, converting Syndra, with whom he had already established some rapport, into a hero unit would also mitigate the risk of her harboring thoughts of betrayal. Furthermore, her forces would indirectly become his own, making this the most optimal solution. However, let me make this clear. Once you become a hero of the territory, you must not engage in any conflict with Bailian. Should I discover any battles between you in the future, you will face severe consequences. The worst outcome could be your expulsion. Do you understand? Lin Mo asserted with the authority of a lord, delivering a solemn warning to the two. Yes, Bailian obeys, she replied. Very well. I shall abide by it as well, Syndra said, biting her lip before acquiescing. Seeing their agreement, Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief. He wished to avoid any future turmoil. Moreover, should the events occurring within his territory be witnessed by other human lords, it could potentially stir a significant uproar across the entire star domain. The mythic and legendary heroes, who would typically be coveted, would appear rather inconsequential in Lin Mo's domain. Disobedience would result in expulsion. One must wonder which human would dare speak so boldly to these two heroes. After resolving matters with the two, Lin Mo did not hasten to convert Syndra into a hero unit. Instead, he continued to examine the rewards. Item: Abyssal Unit Building, Demon Army of Annihilation. Description: The army of the ancient Abyssal Monarch. Possessing this army grants you calamity level power. Effect: Used for territorial construction, can consume magic crystals to produce unit types. This item can be constructed first, and later, Lin Mo could devise a method to meet the conditions for summoning units that require magic crystals. Magic crystals may only exist within the Abyssal Realm. Lastly, there were 5,000 Abyssal Crystal Cores, which, combined with the previous 28,000, now brought Lin Mo's total to over 30,000 cores. According to his earlier strategy, he should now recruit a legendary level Abyssal being. However, having already defeated an epic level boss, Lin Mo's appetite had grown considerably. Legendary unit types no longer held his interest. For the time being, he would store these crystal cores within the Lord's domain, waiting for an opportunity to venture into the Abyssal Realm, slay more abyssal creatures, and gather enough cores to summon epic-level beings. After all, Lin Mo was determined to explore the Abyssal Realm. The novice domain was no longer sufficient for his rapid development. Furthermore, both the magical crystals required for summoning the demon army and the abyssal cores are exclusively found in the abyss. Additionally, this endeavor could assist Syndra in resolving her troubles and earn a substantial amount of loyalty points. It seems that a journey to the abyss would not be a loss, but rather quite profitable. Chapter 43. The final boss enters the battlefield. Attention! The final boss has entered the battlefield. All lords are to commence the hunt immediately. The time limit for the boss hunt ends at midnight, while Lin Mo was still within his territory tallying his rewards. The true boss of the initial calamity for myriad races had quietly arrived in this domain. However, due to the devastation wrought by the destruction demon upon Lin Mo's region, the golden tier boss from the abyss could not enter his territory. In the icy expanse of the territory, Awaken, who had persevered through countless blue potions, summoned all the forces of his domain, preparing to advance towards the heart of the frozen plains. He aimed to eliminate the boss before any other lord could seize the opportunity. It is well known that a first kill reward for a novice lord is immensely generous, and it would also significantly enhance their score in the initial calamity for myriad races. This could very well be her final chance to ascend to the top of the leaderboard. For snow lions, drenched in the blood of other races, stood proudly amidst the blizzard. Awaken led a contingent of over 10 warriors, pressing forward towards their ultimate destination, in the queen's capital of the territory. Why has the final boss not descended upon the plains? Wu Xiaoxiao meticulously examined the map within her field of vision and discovered that the final boss had materialized in various regions, with the exception of her plains and the mountainous area where Lin Mo resided. Could it be due to the anomalies that had occurred around Lin Mo's territory earlier? Regrettably, she had hoped to leverage the power of the Flower Fairy Sister to make a final surge for points. However, it seemed her journey through the initial calamity for myriad races was drawing to a close. Now, she could only await her ranking. With a soft sigh, Wu Xiaoxiao welcomed the prospect of a well-deserved rest. In the faith nation of the territory, among the lords of other nations, Shabai, known by the moniker of the White Reaper, had commenced the final assault. After 4 days of slaughter, Shabai had successfully assembled an army of 50 corpses from myriad races, relying on his formidable capabilities. In this marshy region, no adversary could match his prowess. He was exceedingly confident in securing the first kill of the boss. With all forces mobilized, Shabai's eyes gleamed with determination. He had no time to mend his tattered garments from prolonged combat. He promptly commanded his army to advance towards the location of the marsh boss, in the steel torrent of the territory. Do you wish to contest me for the first kill of the boss? Preposterous. Jiang Qingzai, the prominent figure of Goryeo, stepped through a territorial portal, and arrived at another Goryeo Lord's domain. Brother Jiang, that is the boss for this round. This Goryeo Lord, evidently of humble origins, treated Jiang Qingzai, the new pillar of the Goryeo era, with utmost deference. He rose without the customary kneeling that one would offer to elders, instead directing a finger towards the boss's location. Final boss, Abyssal Ancient Tree. Description: a warlord-level entity of the savage tribe from the Abyss, possessing peak golden tier combat strength. Those who dare to underestimate it have already been devoured. Title: Human Race Slayer, Gold, Twisted Treant, Silver. Rank: Golden Tier 5. Level: 10. Strength: 125. Stamina: 165. Intelligence: 110. Agility: 20. Status: Chaotic. Skills: Crushing Vines, Passive. Berserk, Passive. Tough Skin, Passive. Life Drain, Passive. Oh, is this the Golden Tier boss? Its attributes surpass those of my heroes. However, if this is all it offers, it merely requires a bit more exertion on my part. The first kill of the boss will undoubtedly be claimed by me. Jiang Qingzai? Jiang Qingzai, with an air of arrogance, gazed at the towering tree demon, approximately 20 meters high, letting out a dismissive snort. Assemble all your forces and trigger the boss's berserk state. He did not rush into combat, but instead regarded the humble Goryeo Lord before him, issuing an unquestionable command. But Brother Jiang, my forces are only at levels 3 to 4. Moreover, we have just emerged from the war of the myriad races and are utterly exhausted. Upon hearing Jiang Qingzai's words, the Lord's face fell, revealing a desperate plea in his eyes. Do you wish for me to repeat myself? Jiang Qingzai's gaze turned dangerous. He cared not for the state of his subordinate. His command was absolute. I shall summon them at once. The Lord, despite his reluctance, felt compelled to obey Jiang Qingzai's menacing glare, rising to gather his troops. The battle-weary warriors from the territory gathered with sighs of resignation, some even exhibiting open dissatisfaction, an ominous sign of impending rebellion. The Lord's territory now housed only 6 warriors and 3 laborers, all at levels 3 to 4. Surviving the initial calamity was already a stroke of luck. Send them in alongside you. Expedite the process of inciting the boss's berserk state. Jiang Qingzai's cold words resonated in the Lord's ears, causing him to clench his fists in silent fury, yet he dared not voice his anger. All of you charge. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately could not defy Jiang Qingzai's orders, leading his troops into battle against the boss. But how could a golden tier level 10 boss be shaken by a fledgling lord? The abyssal ancient tree retaliated immediately, countless thorny vines crushing the 9 units of soldiers. As the Lord witnessed the ferocity of the boss, he attempted to retreat, but it was too late. He found himself ensnared by the massive thorns, the sharp pain and pressure rendering him breathless. Jiang Qingzai, save me, you scoundrel. In his final moments, the Lord erupted in rage, cursing the cold-hearted pillar of strength. Humph, a useless wretch unable to even trigger the boss's berserk state, better off dead. Jiang Qingzai watched impassively as his compatriot perished at the hands of the boss. His eyes filled with deep disdain. All warriors, mobilize. Seize the first kill of the boss for me. Druids, incapacitate this boss. Jiang Qingzai stood before the portal, issuing commands. Soon, the sound of marching echoed from within the teleportation passage. A druid controlling a massive bear emerged first, followed by a legion of ironclad warriors numbering over 100. Chapter 44. The rankings of the calamity for myriad races are revealed. Jiang Qingzai's foremost hero unit, the druid, possessed the ability to control and transform into a bear. As a golden tier 3 druid, he matched the combat prowess of a berserker of the same tier, outclassing even the orc race in battle. With a wealth of resources amassed, Jiang Qingzai had elevated this hero unit to level 10. Now, the druid's 4-dimensional attributes nearly equaled half of those of the final boss. Coupled with Jiang Qingzai's innate talents, Iron Age, which allows the creation of non-living warrior constructs by consuming iron elements, and Fury of War, he had assembled a 100-strong iron army. It can be said that within the new realm, Jiang Qingzai's forces were nearly invincible. Even the final boss would be at his mercy. After Jiang Qingzai issued the assault command, the druid boldly transformed into a colossal bear, charging alongside the behemoth he controlled towards the abyssal ancient tree. Behind them, an innumerable legion of iron soldiers followed suit, devoid of life and oblivious to fear. Thus, they relentlessly clashed against the thorny vines of the abyssal ancient tree with their steely forms. The battle was imminent, marked by extraordinary ferocity. Jiang Qingzai, having expended nearly 30% of his forces, brought the final boss to the brink of collapse. The decisive blow, however, was delivered by his own hand. Metallic ceiling of the steel era. As Jiang Qingzai unleashed his power, the shattered bodies of the iron warriors transformed into liquid metal. They enveloped the abyssal ancient tree entirely. And with a firm grip of his hand, the final boss was ultimately obliterated. Notice, domain announcement. The Lord of Goryeo, Jiang Qingzai, has achieved the first kill of the final boss during the Multitude's initial cataclysm. Reward, 10 points. The Multitude's initial cataclysm will conclude in 3 minutes. What do you Dragon Kingdom lords have to compare to me? With an almost prodigious talent, given time to develop, I could effortlessly handle even legendary level bosses. In this new era, I shall be the vanguard among lords. After personally slaying the final boss, Jiang Qingzai's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. He could already envision the scene of those Dragon Kingdom lords who dared to sign the wager, each of them lamenting and cursing Lin Mo for proposing the bet. He intended to make those foolish clowns from the Dragon Kingdom recognize their true standing. The multitude's initial cataclysm had concluded. The public channel of Blue Star will remain open until midnight tonight. My heavens, I had just arrived at the vicinity of this boss, pondering my strategy for the assault. And how could it be that the Lord of Goryo has claimed it? Ridiculous. How could this happen in such a short span? I hadn't even scratched the boss's skin. How could the Lord of Goryo be so formidable? This just shows your ignorance, doesn't it? Our Goryo's pillar possesses 2 top-tier talents of the 3rd rank. They are in no way comparable to your so-called prodigies. Indeed, Jiang Qingzai is in a completely different league from us lords. What of that braggart who was clamoring to sign the wager? Why is he silent now? Has he become mute, or was he already eliminated? Don't be too pleased with yourselves, Goryo. What does it matter if you secured the first kill of the boss? The final leaderboard will ultimately reflect total scores, and the outcome is yet to be determined. I advise you Dragon Kingdom lords to stop daydreaming. You cannot compete with us from Goryo. Brother Jiang, what a remarkable maneuver. I was on the verge of defeating that final boss myself, but unexpectedly, Brother Jiang beat me to it. I, Koei-tien, humbly bow in admiration. Look, our Sakura Island chief is not bad either, but as long as it's not the Dragon Kingdom securing first place, it matters not. We simply cannot abide by the Dragon Kingdom. Just as Su Mukin, having just arrived at the boss's location, gazed at the messages in the public channel, clenched her fists in frustration. Damn it, why is the boss's lair so far from me? If not for the extensive time spent traveling, perhaps I wouldn't have lost to this Jiang Qingzai, but now, it is too late for regrets. She had prepared so much for this final moment that the number of multitudes she had slain in 4 days might not be satisfactory. It seemed she could not prove herself for the Dragon Kingdom. Next, she hoped that fellow newcomers from the Dragon Kingdom, Shibai and Tang Yuyan, could surpass her. Su Mukin, her expression desolate, slumped to the ground, fearing she would disappoint Lin Mo, cursed bastard. It was so close. In the marshy terrain, Shibai stared at the empty space where the boss had just vanished, feeling a surge of indignation. He had exerted every effort to reach the boss's domain and had battled with it. Just 10 health points short, and he could have claimed the boss's first kill. Yet, it was snatched away by Jiang Qingzai at the last moment. A profound sense of bitterness enveloped him. It was over, all over. Shibai sank onto the ground. It seemed he would be unable to secure the top spot on the leaderboard for the multitude's initial cataclysm. He was aware of Su Mukin's predicament. She could not possibly rival Jiang Qingzai. As for Princess Tang Yuyan, despite being highly regarded by many in the Dragon Kingdom, her talent fell short of his. This time, the Dragon Kingdom had lost the multitude's initial cataclysm. The cost to be paid would be the surrender of all resources by the 100 Dragon Kingdom lords who signed the wager, banishing them from the world of lords. This would inflict a severe blow to the developmental strength of the Dragon Kingdom's lords. He felt like a sinner of the Dragon Kingdom. Shibai's gaze gradually dimmed. Ding! Commencing the final score tally for the multitude's initial cataclysm. All listed participants will receive rewards from all realms, with the top 10 receiving generous prizes. In the eyes of all newcomer lords, a leaderboard began to materialize, displaying rankings in reverse order. Multitude's initial cataclysm scoreboard, 100th place. Ivanov, Lord of the Bear Country. Territory name, War Alliance. Total monsters slain, 173. Total points earned, 98. It's our Ivanov from the Bear Country. I can't believe he made it into the top 100. Long live Lord Ivan. To advance into the top 100 among billions of lords is the hope of humanity. This is our fighting nation. Multitude's initial cataclysm scoreboard, 70th place. Diski from the A3 country. Territory name, capital of Shiva. Total monsters slain, 239. Total points earned, 137. Oh, my goddess Diski has surged to 70th place. Truly the pride of our high caste. Sakura Island, Dragon Kingdom, take note. Our A3 country is the largest nation in the East. TSK, who would have thought that little A3 could have someone reach 70th place? Yet this level is still insufficient to compare with our Jiang Qingzai. Multitude's initial cataclysm scoreboard, 50th place. John George from the Eagle Country. Territory name, City of Freedom. Total monsters slain, 296. Total points earned, 199. Chapter 45. The Shock of the Dragon Kingdom. Talents emerge. Watch closely. For now is the time for our Eagle Country to shine. I dare say we will occupy at least half of the top 50. This is the confidence of the strongest nation on Blue Star. It is hard to fathom how these lords accomplished this. Having slain nearly 300 myriad beings in just 4 days, it is simply incomprehensible. As the leaderboard gradually revealed the ranked lords in reverse order, the Dragon Kingdom lords grew increasingly uneasy, for there were far too few lords from the Dragon Kingdom listed in the top 100. Among the last 50 places, Only 3 lords from the Dragon Kingdom had made the cut. It remained uncertain how many Dragon Kingdom lords would ascend to the final 50. Most crucially, which nation's lord would claim the top spot? If it were not a Dragon Kingdom lord, what kind of storm would it unleash? Multitude's initial cataclysm scoreboard. 16th place, Tang Yuyan, Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Territory name, Island of the End. Total monsters slain, 381. Total points earned, 256. Look, it's our Dragon Kingdom princess. 16th place is already quite commendable, at least better than that braggart from the Eagle Country. Nearly 400 slain. The princess is incredibly strong. Alas, while it is gratifying for the princess to rank prominently, it is still not first. The Dragon Kingdom princess, Tang Yuyan, second daughter of King Tang, gazed at her name on the leaderboard, her eyes widening in disbelief. In the end, she was still inferior to Jiang Qingzai. How infuriating. I, a dignified princess of the Dragon Kingdom, cannot even prove myself for my nation. What kind of princess am I? Always proud and strong-willed. Tang Yuyan's eyes now brimmed with tears, her heart consumed by disappointment in herself. At the same time, she felt a profound sense of guilt towards the people of the Dragon Kingdom for their high expectations of her. If only she could be stronger. Now all she wished for was someone to take her place and save the Dragon Kingdom, to seize the top position. However, such hope seemed exceedingly slim. In the Grand Hall of the Dragon Kingdom's parliament, she let out a heavy sigh, realizing that her innate talent was indeed lacking. If only both Yu Yan and she possessed superior talents, there would have been a chance to compete with Jiang Qingzai for the top spot. King Tang Taimin sat in the main seat, gazing at the ranking information of his daughter, and could not help but sigh deeply, his eyes revealing unmistakable disappointment. Now, only Su Mukin and Shibai remained, and he hoped they could defeat Jiang Qingzai. Otherwise, the losses for the Dragon Kingdom this time would likely set a historical record. He imagined that the ruler of Goryeo was already preparing to call and mock the Dragon Kingdom. Tang Yanran, the king's eldest daughter, stood solemnly behind her father, placing her final hopes on the other 2 seed lords from the Dragon Kingdom. 7th on the multitude's initial cataclysm scoreboard, Dragon Kingdom, Lord Su Mukin. Territory name, Snowy Battle Spear. Total monsters slain, 433. Total score, 301. She was our class beauty, who had always maintained an aloof demeanor, finally erupted. Though only 7th, she stood at the pinnacle of newcomers. Alas, what a pity it was that if Lin Mo had talents on par with the goddess Su Mukin, first place would surely belong to the Dragon Kingdom. Su Mukin's ascent did not ignite much enthusiasm among the lords of the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, it made them acutely aware that the Dragon Kingdom was in dire straits. In the domestic hall, King Tang's expression darkened, his large hands gripping the armrests of his chair tightly. Now, the last hope for the Dragon Kingdom rested solely on Shibai. 4th on the multitude's initial cataclysm scoreboard, Dragon Kingdom, Lord Shibai. Territory name, Realm of Faith. Total monsters slain, 473. Total score, 389. It's over. The Dragon Kingdom has suffered a crushing defeat. Lord Shibai was already our strongest lord, yet he only reached 4th place. There was no hope left. I was curious who ranked above Shibai besides Jiang Qingzai. Finally, Shibai, the last bastion of hope for the lords of the Dragon Kingdom, ascended the leaderboard. But regrettably, he only secured 3rd place. Alas, it was time to prepare for the defeat compensation. Although the Dragon Kingdom had lost, the spirit of its people must not be tarnished. According to the terms of the wager, resources would have to be surrendered by our Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps this would allow us to retain a few outstanding lords. King Tang let out a heavy breath, though he already harbored a sense of foreboding. When the reality set in, it was still disheartening. The king would not blame those lords who recklessly proposed the wager. After all, this was the fiery spirit inherent to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. He only wished to minimize the impending blow that the Dragon Kingdom would suffer. Shibai, Tang Yuyan, and Su Mukin must find a way to remain in the realm of the myriad heavens, as they represented the backbone of the Dragon Kingdom for the next decade, 2 decades, or even century. They could not be allowed to end their lordship so easily. King Tang issued another command. Very well, I shall communicate with the higher-ups of Goryeo. Yet, it appears that the Dragon Kingdom cannot escape a severe reckoning this time. Tang Yanran sighed lightly, preparing to turn and address the compensation issue with Goryeo. 3rd on the multitude's initial cataclysm scoreboard, Goryeo Lord Jiang Qingzai. Territory name, Iron Torrent. Total monsters slain, 480, including the final boss. Total score, 440, with a 10-point bonus for the first boss kill. Huh, Zhang Laodao is 3rd. Is there a mistake? How can he possibly only be 3rd? Tang Yanran's body suddenly froze in place. Then she turned back in disbelief, gazing at the Goryeo Lord who everyone expected would claim the top spot, only to find he had achieved a mere 3rd place. A wave of confusion swept through the hall as everyone grappled with the absurdity of the situation. Achieving a 10-point score bonus, yet still only reaching 3rd place? What then of the 2nd place? How extraordinary must the 1st place be? Let us hold off on that. Let us see the final rankings first. King Tang waved for Tang Yanran to refrain from rushing to contact Goryeo. A flicker of hope appeared on his face. Could it be that among the final two, one was a lord from the Dragon Kingdom? Though the possibility seemed slender. Second on the multitude's initial cataclysm scoreboard, Dragon Kingdom, Lord Wu Xiaoxiao. Territory name, Queen's Imperial Capital. Total monsters slain, 1280. Total score, 1740. This second place name is identical to that of my classmate. When did the Dragon Kingdom produce such a remarkable figure? To slay 1280 myriad beings in 4 days? That equates to eliminating 420 every day. My heavens. Is Wu Xiaoxiao's territory some kind of meat grinder? The score of the second place is even 4 times that of Jiang Qingzai. This cannot be correct. How could anyone achieve such a feat in just 4 days? Not to mention slaying over 1,000 myriad beings. Even encountering 1,000 would be deemed preposterous. Indeed, only over 300 myriad beings had appeared around my territory. The hall of the Dragon Kingdom's parliament fell into an unusual silence. Is this Wu Xiaoxiao a student from our school? How come I've never heard of her? To slay over 1,000 myriad beings in 4 days, her territory must at least possess a level 10 golden hero, and her troops should have reached silver rank. Additionally, she would need an array of powerful artifacts to achieve such a feat after a brief moment of astonishment. King Tang could not help but inquire about this individual's information from the statistics personnel. Your Majesty, Wu Xiaoxiao is a student at the Imperial Capital's Demon Academy, and she is a classmate of Sum Yukin. She has awakened 2 mid-grade, 3 talents. The statistician found information on Wu Xiaoxiao and recited it to King Tang. However, upon seeing Wu Xiaoxiao's 2 mid-grade 3 talents, the statistician was also taken aback. How could someone with 2 mid-grade 3 talents achieve such an extraordinary score in the multitude's initial cataclysm? Too unbelievable. Forget the rest. Contact the principal of the Demon Academy and request all of Wu Xiaoxiao's records during her time at school. The sudden emergence of such a phenomenal talent in the Dragon Kingdom must be closely monitored. Whether or not the last one is a lord from the Dragon Kingdom no longer matters. With Wu Xiaoxiao's presence, the Dragon Kingdom is bound to leap to a higher echelon within the next century. King Tang was filled with elation. His mood today had been akin to a roller coaster. Plunging from the unsatisfactory rankings of various talented lords to the exhilarating heights of Wu Xiaoxiao claiming second place. This was undoubtedly the greatest gain for the Dragon Kingdom. However, I am even more curious about the first place. If Wu Xiaoxiao could slay over 1,000 myriad beings to achieve second place, then the first must be even more outrageous. This is a situation never before seen in the entirety of Blue Star. If the individual were a lord from another nation, they would need to be meticulously monitored for every action they take. Such a figure could potentially alter the entire landscape of Blue Star in the future. Tang Yinran expressed a differing opinion. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their fervent gazes toward the big screen, eagerly awaiting the revelation of the first place. As they waited in vain, the first piece of information never materialized. The Lord, Wanlin Immortal Realm. Ding. You have achieved first place in the myriad race's initial tribulation. As the top contender, you have the privilege to selectively conceal certain information about yourself. The voice of the Celestial will resonated in Lin Mo's ears. Then let us conceal the name of the territory, or I could fabricate one at will. Lin Mo pondered before responding. After all, given the wager at hand, his name could not be obscured. Thus, he decided to conceal the territory name, as it could easily reveal his hidden cards. Everything else was inconsequential. Ding. A false territory name has been established. Beautiful 3000. Are you satisfied? Lin Mo. Oh, whatever, it's fine. He was at a loss for words regarding the system's level of name fabrication, but he was too apathetic to think of alternatives, resigning himself to the situation. First place in the myriad race's initial tribulation, Lord Lin Mo of the Dragon Kingdom. Territory name, Beautiful 3000. Total number of monsters slain, 85,733. Total score obtained, 279. 000. Had the heavens lost their senses? Shouldn't they review the information they had published? Goodness, he had slain over 80,000 creatures from myriad races? Surely, he must have dulled thousands of blades in the process. Could it be that Lin Mo is the earthly incarnation of Chun Haonan, the king of slaughter from the heavens? My word, while it was known that the first place would be extraordinary, no one could have anticipated it would be to this degree. Clearly, the Dragon Kingdom had faked this. They must have bribed the Myriad Races Federation, pulling some strings during the initial tribulation. Have they lost their minds? The Myriad Races Federation could not possibly be bribed by the Dragon Kingdom. The entire human race would be insignificant before the Myriad Races Federation. The news of Lin Mo claiming first place sent shockwaves across Blue Star. Goodness, the second place had only slain over 10 million creatures, which had already rewritten Blue Star's history. But over 80,000? This was no mere historical revision. It was the creation of a myth. Even a level 34 lord would be incapable of achieving such a feat. How could a mere newcomer accomplish this? The only plausible explanation was that the Dragon Kingdom had cheated, or the information was erroneous. Those despicable Dragon Kingdom denizens, unable to match my strength, resorting to underhanded tactics. How shameful. Jiang Cheng was equally infuriated. He had assumed he would secure first place, only for an outrageous Wu Xiaoxiao to emerge, which, while hard to accept, teetered on the edge of reason. However, Lin Mo's performance shattered any semblance of rationality. Jiang Cheng was now utterly convinced that Lin Mo had certainly cheated. Within the Grand Hall of the Dragon Kingdom, silence fell once more, so palpable one could hear a pin drop. Yan, what are your thoughts on this matter? King Tang found himself at a loss for words and turned to his astute eldest daughter. I believe Lin Mo's achievement is not entirely implausible. Tang Yan attempted to find some excuses for Lin Mo, the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, as she spoke, she too found herself uncertain about how to articulate her thoughts. Your Majesty, a call from the High Lord of the Federation. An official announced just as the tension in the room reached a breaking point, connecting a call to the Grand Hall's display. Answer it. King Tang knew instantly what the caller intended, but he was unperturbed by his allies' potential words and directed them to connect the call. King Tang, you despicable scoundrel. Just how many unspeakable acts did you commit before the myriad race's initial tribulation? Your new lord in the Dragon Kingdom has killed over 80,000 creatures in just 4 days during the initial tribulation. Do you not think this information is absurd? I have reported your cheating to the Myriad Races Federation, and they will send representatives to investigate the Dragon Kingdom. Those who have committed wrongdoings will not escape. Furthermore, I strongly suspect that the angelic being that previously appeared was a conspiracy orchestrated by your Dragon Kingdom in collusion with the Myriad Races. This will also warrant scrutiny from the Myriad Races. Hearing the enraged accusations from the King of Goryo, the officials present could not help but darken in countenance. Enough. Hang up. The Goryo officials remained as foolish as ever. The Dragon Kingdom could not possibly bribe the Myriad Races Federation. Such a narrow-minded perspective was utterly laughable. King Tang remained expressionless as he listened to the Goryo King's impassioned denouncement, and without a change in demeanor, he instructed the call to be terminated. However, if they truly sought to harm Lin Mo, it might present an opportunity. He decided to find a way to contact Lin Mo and inquire about his circumstances. As for the Myriad Races Federation coming to investigate, he would inform Lin Mo, suggesting he return to Blue Star for a face-to-face discussion. Although King Tang himself found it hard to believe that Lin Mo's results were genuine, he ultimately needed to confirm with Lin Mo himself. Until he could ascertain that Lin Mo had not cheated to achieve first place, King Tang chose to side with Lin Mo. I will have Yue Ying speak with Lin Mo. I believe she can glean some information from him. Tang Yan nodded in agreement. It could be said that Lin Mo's astonishing ascent to the pinnacle of humanity had become a pressing matter for the Dragon Kingdom's leadership, leaving no room for negligence. Territory, Wanlin Immortal Domain. The Myriad Race's initial tribulation had concluded, and the rewards for those who made the leaderboard were distributed into the Lord's space. The rewards for Lin Mo, as the first place winner, were nothing short of extraordinary. Congratulations. You have achieved first place in the Myriad Race's initial tribulation. Your rewards include Advanced Ecosystem, Legendary, 100. 000 Celestial Coins, Legendary. Territory Building Limit Increase Order, Golden. Human Hero Recruitment Orders X30, Golden. Armory, Unique Territory Building. Celestial Specimen Album, Mythical. Each reward possessed immeasurable value. Lin Mo began to explore them in detail. Advanced Ecosystem. Description: the reward for achieving first place in the Myriad Race's initial tribulation can enhance the ecological environment surrounding the Lord's territory. Tier, Legendary. Effect: upon selection, the area within 3 kilometers surrounding the territory transforms into a land rich in resources, light cloud purple sandalwood, alloy or veins, exotic tribes, spiritual herbistates. Lin Mo glanced at the completely shattered void surrounding his territory and promptly chose to use it. A mysterious force began to mend the space where Lin Mo's territory lay. The sky regaining its former brightness, and the earth began to rejuvenate, lush vegetation sprouting rapidly across the land. Towering light cloud purple sandalwood trees stood proudly around Lin Mo's territory, while alloy or veins gleamed with metallic luster in the forest. The fragrant aroma of spiritual herbs gradually wafted into Lin Mo's nostrils. In the blink of an eye, what had previously been a void transformed into a vibrant landscape, far superior to the initial mountainous region Lin Mo had started with. It could be said that the realm Lin Mo now inhabited had surpassed all resource levels of a novice territory. If Lin Mo were to harvest all the resources here, his territory would undoubtedly elevate several tiers. Lin Mo gazed contentedly at this scene, and then dispatched the little flower spirits to explore the newly transformed environment surrounding his territory, instructing the moonlight flower fairies to secure the perimeter of this bountiful resource area. No one was permitted to exploit its resources. After issuing these commands, Lin Mo continued to examine the rewards. 100,000 Celestial Coins. Description: the universal currency of the celestial battlefield, highly potent for purchases. You can even acquire divine weapons with celestial coins. Lin Mo gazed at the 100,000 celestial coins, and could not help but reminisce about the rudimentary knowledge of the celestial worlds he had acquired during his high school years. Each celestial coin equates to 100,000 renminbi. The value encapsulated within these 100,000 celestial coins is sufficient to elevate Lin Mo to the status of a billionaire in Blue Star. Even if Lin Mo chose to relinquish his position as a lord, this sum would afford him and his descendants a lifetime of opulence and grandeur. Such is the nature of the celestial worlds. Here, boundless wealth abounds, and as long as one possesses sufficient strength, nothing remains out of reach. Naturally, Lin Mo would never engage in the folly of sacrificing a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. These 100,000 celestial coins would serve as the initial capital for his entry into the celestial battlefield. For now, he would set them aside. The third reward was the Territory Building Limit Enhancement Order. Description: upon usage, it allows for the expansion of the number of buildings in the territory, thereby significantly enhancing its strength. Effect: increases the barracks limit by 3 units, the defense tower limit by 15 units. Enables the duplication of 1 unit in the Lord's Hall, raises the housing limit by 10 units. Increases the hero population limit in the Hero Hall by 1 unit, and allows the wall structures to be upgraded by 1 tier. This enhancement could be utilized once the territory undergoes an upgrade. As Lin Mo contemplated the effects of the Territory Building Limit Enhancement Order, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. He was poised to elevate his territory to the Black Iron Tier 3, which would encompass an area of 10,000 by 10,000 square meters. And the increase in building limits would perfectly complement the territory at that time. Next was the Human Hero Recruitment Order. Description: used to recruit human heroes of considerable potential. Tier: Gold. Quantity: 30. Effect: depending on the Lord's territory level, selective recruitment is permitted, and the heroes recruited will invariably be of Gold tier. Note: the Hero Recruitment Order is distinct from the corresponding recruitment card. The Hero Recruitment Order disregards the increasing limit on recruitment orders as the number of hero units rises. This Gold Hero Recruitment Order is exceedingly precious for the human race, yet it holds somewhat diminished value for Lin Mo at present. He would explore the possibility of selling these 30 hero orders to the Dragon Kingdom's lord in exchange for some valuable resources. The worth of this Gold Hero Recruitment Order surpasses even that of the 100,000 celestial coins. The pinnacle heroes obtainable by humanity are of Gold tier, and among every 10,000 lords, only 1 or 2 may possess the chance to recruit a Gold tier hero unit. Although the Dragon Kingdom boasts numerous lords, the number of lords with Gold tier status is exceedingly rare. This indirectly enhances the value of the Gold Hero Recruitment Order. Resolute in his decision, Lin Mo temporarily stored the 30 hero recruitment orders. The next reward was the sole architectural reward he had received: Armory. Description: capable of independently researching weaponry and equipment for units and heroes. The quality of the developed equipment correlates with the armory's level. Starting tier: Silver. Effect: can develop silver tier weapons, armor, special equipment, functional equipment, and disposable equipment for units, heroes. In the celestial battlefield, the true combat strength of units heavily relies on the accumulation of equipment and skills. A thoroughly developed Gold tier unit can easily annihilate a similarly leveled legendary tier unit that has not undergone adequate development. Similarly, hero units have a substantial demand for equipment. Although the current White Lotus possesses formidable attributes, the absence of corresponding equipment reveals notable weaknesses. Generally, an armory is unlocked only after a novice lord passes the second phase assessment to become a true lord. Lin Mo had acquired such a building during the early stages of the game, propelling him far ahead of all other newcomers. It could even be said that he was surpassing the typical development of other multi-race lords. Chapter 48, Goryo Challenge, Real-Time Broadcast. The final reward, the most valuable among all, was the Divine Specimen Codex. Description: being a supreme existence in the celestial worlds, one often harbors a penchant for collecting the souls of powerful beings across races. Tier: Mythical. Effect: for each type of advanced race's powerful soul accumulated, one can obtain a skill inheritance from a deity, mythical tier. Accumulate Abyssal Being Souls, 1 million, can obtain Dark-type Divine Magic. Accumulate Elemental Being Souls, 100,000, can obtain Elemental-type Divine Magic. Accumulate Angelic Souls, 10,000, can obtain Holy Light-type Divine Magic. Accumulate Dragon Souls, 1,000, can obtain Supreme-type Divine Magic. Accumulate Primal Beast Souls, 100, can randomly obtain Divine Laws. Accumulate Divine Fragments, 10, can obtain Divine Inheritance. Incredible! The richness of this reward is beyond Lin Mo's imagination. The Divine Specimen Codex, which grants access to mythical skills, undoubtedly serves as a bridge for Lin Mo to transcend the confines of humanity and ascend to a higher realm. Should he fulfill all 6 conditions within, he would undoubtedly become an entity surpassing all races. This presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to alter his fate, and Lin Mo treasured it, placing it back into his lord's space. It seems that his reasons for venturing into the abyss have multiplied. At this moment, Lin Mo felt as though it was all destined. Just as he finished tallying his gains, an icon flashing in the chat channel captured his attention. Upon closer inspection, He noted that there were already over 999 messages. Lin Mo, however, paid it no mind. After attaining first place in the initial calamity among the myriad races, he had received private messages from lords across various nations. Most were filled with skepticism regarding the authenticity of his achievements, with only one supportive message from a lord of the Dragon Kingdom, alongside messages from classmates and friends. He was disinclined to check each one individually, choosing instead to ignore the entire chat channel. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Yuyin was currently attempting to invite Lin Mo to her home for a visit upon his return to Blue Star. But her message was lost in the flood of private messages Lin Mo received. Additionally, Su Myukin, overwhelmed with joy upon seeing Lin Mo claim the top spot, had sent an emotional confession, along with Wu Xiaoxiao's excited congratulatory remarks. These private messages would likely remain unseen by Lin Mo for the foreseeable future. Ding. A lord has challenged you. Do you accept the challenge? Ding. The public channel of Blue Star has marked you with a national designation. Ding. You have received an email marked with your nation's name. Please check it. A series of notification sounds finally compelled Lin Mo to reluctantly open the chat channel. Initially, he assumed it was the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom seeking to understand his situation, using such extreme means to capture his attention. However, upon opening the chat channel, his brow furrowed slightly. The Lord of Goryo, Jiang Cheng, has sent you an invitation for a peak lord battle. Message, Lin Mo, if you are a man, accept my challenge. I intend to tear off your ugly disguise in front of all humanity. What first place? I believe you have resorted to despicable and underhanded tactics. The ruler of Goryo has marked you in the public channel of Blue Star. Message, Lin Mo, I am Kim Sanpang, the ruler of Goryo. The entire nation harbors doubts regarding your performance in this initial calamity among the myriad races. I request that you validate your strength through a challenge with Jiang Cheng. Should you choose to refuse, I swear as the ruler of Goryo that Blue Star shall no longer be your homeland. Please think carefully. Goryo has sent you a wager. Betting terms. Maintain the original content of the previous bet regarding the myriad race's initial tribulation. And additionally stipulate that the victor of this lordly pinnacle battle shall possess the authority to dictate the future path of the opposing lord's dominion. This serves as a judgment upon evil. Justice shall ultimately prevail. Lo and behold, the kingdom of Goryo is evidently serious this time. It seems that Lin Mo's actions have indeed provoked their ire, particularly that of Jiang Qingzai. Nevertheless, Lin Mo must bear the consequences of his own misdeeds, having resorted to unscrupulous methods to secure victory in the wager. Facing judgment is but a natural outcome. Indeed, one must consider that losing this bet would mean the end of a lord's career. How could the kingdom of Goryo possibly acquiesce? Lin Mo is now in dire straits. A torrent of messages, coupled with the verbal assaults from other lords in the public channel, flooded his vision. Fools and blind worms. Since you are oblivious to your own demise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Lin Mo's gaze gradually turned icy. If some insist on presenting their faces for a beating, he would begrudgingly oblige. He agreed to the challenge and opted to initiate a live broadcast of the battle conditions to all members of humanity. Lin Mo consented outright. Ding. You have accepted the challenge from the opposing party. Please select the unit types you wish to deploy in the lordly pinnacle battle. The voice of the celestial will resonated once more. However, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a playful smile blooming upon his face. Return, little flower spirit. I have a task for you. Lin Mo communicated with the workers in his territory through the system. He had devised a plan to ensure that the kingdom of Goryo would suffer the most humiliating defeat possible. Territory, Steel Torrent. Jiang Qingzai sat upon the throne in the Lord's Hall, propping his chin with one hand, his expression as dark as a stormy sea. Beside him stood a virtual figure clad in the garb of a Goryo official. Regardless of whether Lin Mo consents to the challenge, it will ultimately benefit our kingdom of Goryo. Should he refuse, it would indirectly confirm his act of cheating, at which point the Myriad Races Federation would expel him from the celestial realm and imprison him in the Myriad Races prison. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom, suspected of collusion and harboring him, would also face repercussions from the Myriad Races. If he stubbornly agrees, all the better. You shall crush him in the battlefield with absolute might and claim victory. In that scenario, the fate of Lin Mo and the Dragon Kingdom shall only worsen. The middle-aged official grinned slyly. Lin Mo's illicit acquisition of first place in the Myriad Races' initial tribulation, coupled with the Dragon Kingdom's inaction, has utterly incensed their monarch. The King of Goryo, Jin Sampang, is determined to retaliate against the Dragon Kingdom in the most vicious manner. Humph, my lord, you worry too much, even without your directive. I would challenge him to reclaim Goryo's honor. However, I suspect that Lin Mo will likely shy away from combat with me. Ding. Global announcement. Dragon Kingdom Lord Lin Mo has accepted the challenge from Goryo Lord Jiang Qingzai and has initiated a live broadcast of the battle conditions. Jiang Qingzai and the Goryo official were momentarily stunned. Chapter 49. I shall strike you. A little flower spirit will suffice. Good heavens, Lin Mo truly dared to agree. I thought he would cower like a turtle and avoid any response. Even if he were to hide, how would it matter? Even if he planned to never return to Blue Star, the Myriad Races Federation would eventually seek him out to uncover the truth. Does hiding serve any purpose? I believe this Lin Mo is a man of his word, though it may ultimately bring ruin to the entire Dragon Kingdom. He deserves it. Cheating in the Myriad Race's initial tribulation is unprecedented in human history and must be met with severe punishment. Territory, Steel Torrent. Ha ha ha. Excellent, splendid. The hall echoed with boisterous laughter. Jiang Qingzai laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. This outcome was precisely to his liking. Firstly, he could publicly humiliate the Dragon Kingdom, and secondly, this would be his chance to achieve lasting fame. Jiang Qingzai, I sense something amiss. The Goryeo official, who had previously been brimming with confidence, now wore a furrowed brow. His expression tinged with disbelief. What is amiss? The Dragon Kingdom intends to abandon this pawn. Just watch my performance. Everyone, assemble immediately. Prepare for battle with full force. I shall make the sound of steel resonate as the main theme of Blue Star. I will descend before all humanity in the posture of a king. Jiang Qingzai stood as if already perched upon the scales of victory, exuding an air of regal authority. Perhaps I am overthinking, but you must not let your guard down. Even if Lin Mo has the potential to cheat, that staggering kill count of over 80,000 should be enough to keep you focused and diligent. The Goryeo official reiterated with caution. Understood, understood, just await my good news. Jiang Qingzai waved his hand impatiently, then with a flick of his wrist, the steel elements within the hall transformed into an imposing suit of armor that adorned him. Beyond his territory lay an imposing army of steel, 100 strong, radiating an unstoppable momentum, their spirits soaring high. The Goryeo official beheld this scene, a knowing smile gracing his lips. How could such a Jiang Qingzai possibly lose? It seems I truly overthought the matter. Dragon Kingdom's National Assembly Hall. Damn it. Has Yu Yin still not contacted Lin Mo? I should have reached out to him through state channels from the very beginning. This lad is far too anxious. Even if he possesses some hidden trump card, he ought to have informed the state beforehand. His current identity transcends his own. He now represents the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom in opposition to Jiang Qingzai of Goryeo. This boy is utterly reckless. Tang Wang, uncertain of Lin Mo's true capabilities, could not help but pound the table in frustration, rising to his feet. Gazing at the impending lordly pinnacle battle, his heart raced with trepidation, unsure of what to do. How could the illustrious monarch of the Dragon Kingdom find himself in such a position of uncertainty? Winning would be one thing, but losing? Humph. I must teach Lin Mo a lesson. Even if he had informed me prior to accepting the challenge, allowing the state to support him with resources, I would not be this furious. This lad is simply infuriating. Tang Wang was genuinely enraged. As a former Apex Lord, he now radiated a fearsome aura that instilled pressure upon all present. The hall fell silent. Territory, Myriad Forest Fairy Realm. Little Luna, do you understand what I am saying? Lin Mo was meticulously adorning a little flower spirit. He was not grooming her like a father would his daughter, rather. He was equipping her with all the gear he possessed that could be donned by unit types. But my lord, Luna is merely a worker. I have no combat experience or skills. What if I lose? Little Luna was a somewhat shy flower spirit. At this moment, she was piled high with the various pieces of equipment Lin Mo had brought forth, resembling a small potato. The mismatched thorny armor dwarfed her. The oversized furnace hat was comically large, and the magical boots could reach her thighs. Not to mention the staff that stood taller than she did. These items were originally Lin Mo's accumulated black iron-grade gear, previously equipped on the Moonlight Flower Fairy. However, after the Myriad Race's initial tribulation concluded, he had intended to recycle these items through the Supreme Palace and Armory. But now, they had a far more noble purpose. Spirit Flower Fairy Luna. Description: a flower spirit transformed through the spirit realm, adorably devoid of intellect. Do not be fooled by their small size. They work diligently. Unit type: worker. Level: 10 maxed. Rank: golden max. Strength: 216. Stamina: 367. Intelligence: 408. Agility: 189. Status: Thorn Counter, Equipment Bonus. Source of Magic, Equipment Bonus. Triple Speed Boost, Equipment Bonus. Loyalty: 100. Now fully equipped, Luna, relying solely on the enhancements from her black iron-grade equipment and the doubling effect of her divine title, possesses an astonishing strength. With base attributes that would make a lowly flower sprite appear formidable. At this moment, she boasts a numerical strength in the hundreds, surpassing even the final boss attributes encountered during the initial tribulation of the Myriad Races. This diminutive flower sprite has become a being comparable to a gold-grade boss. Ready to confront Jiang Qingzai. To ensure absolute safety, Lin Mo decided to provide her with an additional safeguard. He transferred a surge of dark energy from his palm to the flower sprite, forming a shadowy bracelet around her wrist, exuding an aura of dark magic. With this layer of protection, even Jiang Qingzai, now a level 30 Grand Lord, would be forced to kneel before her. As Luna prepared to step forth, she understood the gravity of her mission. Her adorably naive eyes gradually filled with resolve as she approached the battlefield's grand entrance. Little Luna, victory is imperative, but it must be achieved with flair, showcasing the prowess of her lord to all. Lin Mo imparted his final encouragement to the flower sprite. Indeed, Luna would not disappoint her lord. Little Luna's heart brimmed with affection for her lord, and with a flushed face, she charged into the battlefield's threshold. Inside lay a unique space, an arena with infinite possibilities. The scene unfolding within would be witnessed by all of humanity. The flower sprite's entrance sparked an uproar among the audience. Why did Lin Mo send in a mere child? Yet, one must admit, what a delightful unit this is. Is Lin Mo truly so heartless as to send a child to face certain doom against Jiang Qingzai, who has mobilized all his forces? Such cruelty. I could adopt this charming girl as my daughter. Lin Mo is truly a demon. Chapter 50, Extreme Contrast, Shocking Humanity. The flower sprite's appearance sent ripples through the crowd, igniting a sense of indignation among the citizens of Blue Star. They had assumed Lin Mo intended to shoulder the burden alone. But they had vastly underestimated the depths of his audacity. He not only refrained from stepping forward, but also sent a cute unit to face certain death on his behalf. This only deepened their disdain for Lin Mo. How could the great Lin Mo send only a flower sprite into battle? He possesses overwhelming strength. At that moment, Wu Xiaoxiao was fully engrossed in the pinnacle battle of the lords. However, she never anticipated Lin Mo would resort to such tactics against Jiang Qingzai. Was this any different from surrendering? The little girl must have misjudged the situation. The small girl she perceived might be significantly stronger than her. No, she was undoubtedly several times more powerful. Just then, the carnivorous flower sprite, preparing to return to her territory, waggled a finger in front of Wu Xiaoxiao. What? This little girl is several times stronger than me? Is she Lin Mo's second hero unit? Wu Xiaoxiao exclaimed in disbelief. After 4 days of tribulation, her attributes had all surpassed 30, ranking her among the top new lords. If the girl Lin Mo sent forth was indeed several times stronger, did that mean her attributes had reached triple digits, like this astonishing flower sprite before her? She was no hero, merely a diligent flower sprite. Not only adorable, but also remarkably gentle. The carnivorous flower sprite observed little Luna's petite figure and couldn't help but smile with pride. She had not anticipated her lord would concoct such a scheme, sending a worker unit to confront the opposing lord's army. Nevertheless, this would certainly heighten the entertainment value. She was eager to witness the astonishment on everyone's faces when they saw a worker unit capable of defeating an army of 100 lords. Just imagining it was exhilarating. Wu Xiaoxiao, grasping the implications of the carnivorous flower sprite's words, gazed incredulously at the image of the flower sprite on the battlefield. Her face a picture of disbelief. On the battlefield, the flower sprite sprinted forward, recalling Lin Mo's instructions. Even under the scrutiny of billions of eyes and facing a formidable iron army exuding an aura of menace, she stood tall, hands on her hips, awaiting the enemy's advance. Little girl, what with that earnest expression? Do you truly believe you can defeat us? Hurry back and send your lord to meet his demise. One must bear the consequences of their actions. Lin Mo is sending a mere child to fight for him. Do you not possess even a shred of shame? Jiang Qingzai, seated upon his throne amid the iron army, exuded an air of dominance. He waved his hand, generously offering the young girl an opportunity to retreat. However, the flower sprite's next words caused his expression to darken. You are mistaken. Our lord is not a shameless person. He is stronger than any of you. He will become the mightiest lord in human history. You lack the qualifications to even carry his shoes. Speaking with someone like you is a waste of Luna's affection. After boldly declaring her loyalty, the flower sprite crossed her arms defiantly, lifting her chin with pride. Ha ha ha, this little girl is killing me with cuteness. I might just adopt her. Jiang Qingzai's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom, but one must admit, this girl's loyalty was commendable. It was unclear how Lin Mo had nurtured such a unit. Even in the face of imminent death, the little girl defended her lord's honor. One wondered what Lin Mo felt in his heart at this moment. Did he regret his decisions? A barrage of compliments for the flower sprite flooded the screen, indicating that she had captured everyone's affection. Alas, they all believed this charming little sprite was destined for doom. How tragic for her to sacrifice her life for that foolish lord, they mused, but I shall show no mercy. The world is cruel. Execute her immediately, and ensure her equipment remains intact. It appears to be of high quality. Collect it. Jiang Qingzai, after briefly experiencing anger, was overtaken by sorrow. He commanded one of his units to step forward and execute the flower sprite, intending to claim her evidently superior black iron-grade gear. Understood. The leading steel warrior responded in a monotonous tone, then proceeded with heavy steps toward the flower sprite, each footfall echoing ominously on the ground. It was as if the death knell for the little flower sprite had been struck, prompting all onlookers to instinctively close their eyes. Unable to bear witness to the impending doom, the glistening steel blade was slowly raised above the head, then came crashing down upon the little flower sprite with formidable force. The sprite visibly panicked, raising her staff in a desperate attempt to fend off the onslaught. Yet, how could mere wood and the frail form of a child withstand the sharp edge of a blade and the chill of iron armor? Thud, crack. After the heavy clash echoed, The sound of metal being crushed reverberated through the air. The scene that unfolded left everyone dumbfounded. The anticipated tragedy did not materialize. Instead, the outcome was utterly contrary. The little flower sprite was not cleaved in two, and her seemingly tattered staff remained unscathed. Conversely, the armored warrior wielding the sharp blade was reduced to a mere heap of scrap metal. What had just transpired? How had the tide of battle shifted so dramatically before my very eyes? My heavens, I just witnessed it. That little girl is a mage unit. With a mere flick of her staff, she crushed that Iron Man. I saw it too. I knew Lin Mo wouldn't be so foolish as to send his troops to their demise. He must have dispatched a unit from his territory. This unit resembling a young girl is indeed formidable. The barrage of comments from the audience surged once more, overwhelmed by this unexpected turn of events. Chapter 51. Who exactly is the little flower sprite? Oh, it turns out she is Lin Mo's hero unit. Child-type hero units are quite rare, yet. Is she merely one hero? Does Lin Mo believe she can turn the tide? After a brief moment of shock, Jiangqing quickly grasped the truth of the situation. This seemingly harmless little girl was, in fact, Lin Mo's hero unit. No wonder Lin Mo was untroubled by her entering alone. However, is it somewhat dismissive of Jiangqing to consider her merely a hero unit? He is the first to have slain the final boss. Since Lin Mo is so overconfident, he shall receive a resounding slap in the face. All troops advance. Crush the enemy utterly. Jiangqing commanded as he issued the order to attack. Just a hero unit. Does he truly think she can stand against my 100-strong iron army? My lord, I sense a faint oppressive aura emanating from that little girl. Should I also join the battle? At that moment, the druid, a hero unit beside Jiangqing, spoke in a low voice, cautioning his lord. As a being capable of transforming into a beast, his instinct for danger far exceeded that of humans. He had keenly detected a trace of peril in the little flower sprite, albeit faint, perhaps due to her not yet fully unleashing her murderous intent. What? You too fear this little creature? Jiangqing cast a disparaging glance at the druid, his eyes filled with skepticism. No, I do not fear her, rather. I believe my involvement would bring a swifter conclusion to this battle, the druid hastily clarified upon sensing his lord's doubt. Humph, why rush to end the battle? I want to witness Lin Mo's torment as he watches his hero unit slowly lose vitality. You stay here and observe. Jiangqing ultimately denied the druid's request to join the fray. The druid regarded Jiangqing with a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Though they had lost one steel warrior, the remaining 199 formed a formidable tide of iron, crashing towards Luna. Despite the slight panic on her face, Luna maintained her composure. Her staff unleashed waves of elven magic, intertwining pale energy with the void, continuously colliding with the advancing army. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted. The Iron Men at the forefront were obliterated into shards of scrap metal. However, with the sheer number of Iron Men, this minor depletion did not reveal the true extent of the little flower sprite's power. As the tide of iron was about to crash upon her, the elven magic she employed for woodcutting finally erupted. Sharp blades of wind burst forth from the little flower sprite, her intelligence bolstered by an impressive 408 points, rendering her wind blade magic exceedingly formidable and vast in range. The oncoming Iron Men were instantaneously decimated, a multitude of scrap metal flying through the air, some even landing at Jiangqing's feet. What kind of power is this? Could Lin Mo's hero unit also be of golden rank and fully leveled? How terrifying. With a single blow, she severely injured that iron army. It is simply unimaginable. Indeed, Lin Mo's hero unit must be of the highest caliber among humans. No wonder he dared to send her in alone. Perhaps she could indeed win this battle. We underestimated Lin Mo. But this does not justify the reason for his slaughter of 80,000 creatures in just 4 days. All those observing this battle began to realize the true might of Lin Mo. Their perceptions shifting significantly as they entertained the notion that this seemingly weak hero unit might genuinely secure victory. Jiangqing surveyed the neatly severed scraps of metal at his feet, his expression darkening. So, she indeed possesses some strength. However, at this level, thinking she could defeat me, Jiangqing, is still a mere jest. Unfazed by the setback, he casually waved his hand, releasing a wave of gray energy from his palm. The shattered steel was transformed back into liquid metal, and one by one, the Iron Men revived, rejoining the battle. I shall see where this hero's limits lie. After all, my talent is infinite. Jiangqing remained confident. He failed to notice the druid, his hero, revealing an expression of profound disappointment beside him. Had his lord allowed him to take the field sooner, perhaps there was a chance for victory in this battle. But if this continued, the druid turned his gaze towards the seemingly inexhaustible magical girl. This was no hero unit at all. The familiar elven magic indicated she was merely a basic worker unit. The sheer strength she exhibited was unfathomable to the druid, yet he understood the consequences. If her worker unit was this powerful, what would it be like if she deployed true combat units? His arrogant lord had no chance of winning whatsoever. Yet, this proud lord of his possessed a heart that could not tolerate any doubts. He longed to dissuade him, but felt powerless. Perhaps I should consider defection. Following such a lord will only lead to ruin, the druid thought sorrowfully. Fists of stone. Let Luna vanish entirely. Little Luna, seemingly provoked by the relentless onslaught, unleashed her full strength, employing her elven magic used for mining to erupt from her fists. She struck the ground with a mighty punch. Boom. The earth cracked around her fragile form. A radius of 100 feet spared none. All iron men within this terrifying force crumbled to dust, transforming into heaps of scrap metal. For the first time, Jiang Cheng felt a sense of life-threatening danger. Fortunately, he still had hero units to safeguard him. The druid immediately manifested his bear form, positioning himself alongside his giant bear to shield his lord. This barely withstood the full force of the little flower sprite's strike. What is that? What rank of hero unit is she? Had she transcended the 10th level? Ascended to an even higher rank? Jiang Cheng, feeling an overwhelming surge of power cascading over him, sat upright for the first time. Or rather, he found himself rigid, his body trembling uncontrollably. The energy unleashed by that little flower fairy was more terrifying than that of the final boss. How could this be possible? My lord, give it your all. Utilize your full strength. I shall join the fray as well. This battle is far from over. The druid, transformed into a colossal bear, slowly lowered his massive arms, his eyes shifting from caution to sheer horror. That earlier power was nearly beyond his capacity to withstand. What manner of creature is this little flower fairy? Could her attributes surpass those of the abyssal ancient tree? However, the flower fairy was traditionally the lowest-ranking entity among the elves. How could she wield such formidable power? Could it be due to her lord? Chapter 52. The Flower Fairy's Grand Deed. The druid's conjecture held merit. The strength of a troop largely depended on the prowess of their commanding lord. His current might was the result of Jiang Cheng's exorbitant efforts to elevate his level at an extraordinary pace to the 10th tier. Yet this flower fairy, though not an elite unit, possessed power that surpassed even that of hero-class entities. Stop dawdling and charge forward. I will manipulate all the iron to assist your assault. Jiang Cheng interrupted the druid's introspection, fully aware of the enemy's formidable strength. Though reluctant to admit it, the harrowing sensation of near death from that terrifying attack was undeniable. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's command, the druid bellowed in anger, a bear paw imprint materializing above him. This was his exclusive skill, Roar, which would enhance both his and the bear's strength and endurance attributes by 30, significantly bolstering their combat capabilities. Jiang Cheng, apprehensive of being swiftly eliminated by that little creature, hastily activated his Steel Fortune talent, transforming all the shattered iron soldiers into a torrent of metallic liquid akin to the Milky Way, surging toward the druid. Part of the molten iron enveloped the druid, forming a robust suit of steel armor, adorned with spikes to maximize its lethality. The remainder coalesced into a formidable iron wall and 2 enlarged iron warriors before him. Having accomplished this, Jiang Cheng swiftly triggered his second talent, Fury of the Brave Heart. Bloodline talent, Fury of the Brave Heart. Rank, Golden Tier 3. Effect, all allied units gain the Blood Battle buff, enhancing their 4-dimensional attributes by 2 every 5 minutes, up to a maximum increase of 55, bolstered by both Fury of the Brave Heart and Roar. The druid's attributes now rivaled those of the abyssal ancient tree boss, coupled with the steel armor. It could be said that Jiang Cheng had surpassed the abilities exhibited by that peculiar little flower fairy. Thud, thud, thud. The druid and the giant bear unleashed their full might, charging at the flower fairy. Meanwhile, Luna felt a flicker of panic as she witnessed the overwhelming display from her adversaries. After all, she was merely a laborer. Combat was not her forte. Oh, the gift from my lord. In her moment of disarray, little Luna suddenly recalled the inky black bracelet Lin Mo had bestowed upon her. She activated the mysterious bracelet using elven magic. The arcane patterns on the bracelet erupted in dazzling white light, followed by an explosive crack as it shattered, releasing tendrils of black mist that began to weave into a colossal figure behind her. The druid and the bear halted their advance, their faces etched with shock as they beheld 5 towering silhouettes that loomed over them. As the black mist coalesced, the true form of the shadow emerged into view, dark as a demon, with twisted horns, a decayed and exposed body, and wounds stitched with black mist. These were demons from the abyss. It appeared they had been slain and resurrected through some nefarious means. My heavens, these black goats are demons. Their power is at least of the golden tier. The sight of the flower fairy summoning 5 massive black goat corpses sent chills down the spines of all onlookers. Abyssal creatures have long been a taboo for humanity, particularly the demonic kind, known for their bloodthirsty nature. Humans could only be lambs awaiting slaughter in their presence. How could a battle between 2 human lords summon forth the abyssal demons? This transcended the very concept of a peak lord battle. This was a war of races. In the Grand Hall of the Dragon Kingdom, King Tang's expression grew grave as he witnessed this scene on the large screen. The abyssal demons were minions of the evil King Tree, cast into the novice world by the will of the heavens. I have encountered them before on the battlefield of the cosmos. These beings fear neither death nor pain, exhibiting ferocious combat strength. Even seasoned human lords of level 50 must tread carefully around them. How could Lin Mo have summoned such a unit? What opportunities has he seized? King Tang pondered the terrifying strength of the abyssal black goats, while simultaneously feeling a burning curiosity regarding Lin Mo's extraordinary capabilities, achievements that humanity had not accomplished in nearly a millennium. Father, do you think those angelic beings are also related to Lin Mo? The angelic beings had appeared between the mountains and the neighboring areas. And Lin Mo was right there. The fact that the angelic beings posed no threat to the lords of the Dragon Kingdom could very well be due to Lin Mo. Tang Yanran proposed a bold, yet entirely plausible hypothesis. Are you suggesting that those angelic beings are Lin Mo's hero units? Just based on the 2 low-tier talents he awakened? King Tang replied, somewhat incredulous. As he spoke, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Everyone focused intently on the unfolding battle. In the Peak Lord battle, no, this is impossible. Abyssal demons. The druid's incredulous roar was abruptly cut short as the enormous black goat collided with him, sending him and his battle bear flying through the air in disarray for over 10 paces. What in the world is happening? The once self-assured Jiang Qing now felt a tinge of fear. The 5 abyssal black goats were no longer foes he could contend with. This was no fair fight. From the very beginning, he had been the one being crushed, and the entity crushing him was merely a unit akin to a hero summoned by Lin Mo. This shattered Jiang Qing's confidence, built upon the pride of his talents. I concede. Jiang Qing's expression shifted dramatically. He realized his defeat was inevitable and sought to surrender gracefully. However, the massive black goat charged at an absurd speed, barreling through the iron wall and Jiang Qing alike. The colossal iron wall, imbued with terrifying force, pulverized Jiang Qing midair. Ding! Lord of Goryeo, Jiang Qing, has perished. Victorious, Lin Mo. Detailed score of the Peak Lord battle. Jiang Qing's score, 1 point. Unit score, 0. Hero unit score, 1. Lin Mo's score, 99. Unit score, 99. Hero unit score, 0. The conclusion of the battle caught everyone by surprise. From the appearance of the 5 black goats to the final resolution, the entire ordeal lasted scarcely a minute. Lin Mo achieved victory through absolute domination. Chapter 53, My Lord. Please be a little gentler. How utterly absurd. The units dispatched by Lin Mo are far from heroic. They are merely a type of soldier unit. Oh, it must be that the attributes of this soldier unit are so exceptionally high that we are unable to probe them, leading us to mistakenly believe this is Lin Mo's hero unit. Having traversed the myriad battlefields for over 20 years, I have never encountered such an outrageous situation. At that moment, the people from various nations watching this battle collectively gasped in astonishment. It became evident that Lin Mo's strength was beyond their wildest imaginations. They had never witnessed, nor could they have imagined, someone possessing such formidable power. However, upon witnessing the terrifying capabilities of Lin Mo's soldier units, they suddenly felt that the tale of a single individual from the myriad races slaying over 80,000 beings was not so unfathomable after all. Consequently, following this battle, the voices of doubt regarding Lin Mo among the citizens of other nations diminished by 90%. The remaining 10% consisted of those who could not accept the existence of such an extraordinary lord in the Dragon Kingdom and were still unwilling to believe the reality. Ding! The previous wager is now in effect. Participants in the wager. Goryeo, 149 people. Sakura Isle, 98 people. Eagle Nation, 69 people. India, 44 people. The aforementioned lord shall adhere to the terms of the wager, and all territorial resources will be evenly transferred to the accounts of the listed Dragon Kingdom lords, while the others will be directly expelled from the Celestial Realm. Lord Jiang Qing of Goryeo has had his resources depleted. He has exited the Celestial Realm. Lord Jin Taming of Goryeo has had his resources depleted. He has exited the Celestial Realm. The voice of the Celestial will resonate in the ears of all lords. The Dragon Kingdom lords who had signed the wager with Lin Mo were pleasantly surprised to find their resources multiplying several times within their lordly space. Meanwhile, the lords of other nations who had lost their bets lamented, some even vanishing from this novice world in anguish. Goryeo's royal palace. Damn it, that cursed Dragon Kingdom. That cursed Lin Mo. What on earth is happening? How can Lin Mo, as a human lord, summon the abyssal demon race? This is nothing short of cheating. And that absurd soldier unit. How can a mere soldier unit defeat Jiang Qing? Is the world going mad, or am I? The corpulent visage of Goryeo's ruler, Jin Sampang, twisted in rage. Your Excellency, this matter cannot simply be dismissed. Our losses in Goryeo are the most significant among all nations of Blue Star. The national loss has reached 10. If we do not find a way to regain some dignity, Goryeo's status in the East will plummet. How can we regain our dignity? The Dragon Kingdom possesses a monster like Lin Mo. One of his soldier units can rival our strongest pillars. What does that say about his overall territorial strength? A minister of Goryeo voiced his indignation. Listening to the furious words of his ministers, Jin Sampang was equally unwilling to let the matter rest. Yet, recalling Lin Mo's extraordinary combat power, he furrowed his brow and posed a question. Gentlemen, while we may not be able to confront Lin Mo directly, let us not forget that the Myriad Races Federation is on its way. Many nations have suffered losses due to the Dragon Kingdom, and Lin Mo's actions are indeed outrageous. We could easily unite with those nations that have faced defeat to stir the waters. Ultimately, we can lay the blame on the Dragon Kingdom. Ideally, we can label Lin Mo as a wanted criminal by the myriad races. The minister's eyes gleamed with intensity as he conceived a plan for revenge against the Dragon Kingdom and Lin Mo. Upon hearing this, Jin Sanpong's eyes sparkled with golden light. This is indeed a brilliant strategy. The Myriad Races Federation is a governing body that oversees all beings in the celestial realm. Its power far exceeds that of a single Lin Mo. Even the entirety of Blue Star combined would not be a match for the Federation. There are too many outrageous events happening concerning Lin Mo. We can seize this opportunity to portray him as a heinous entity colluding with the remnants of the abyss in the eyes of the Federation. Naturally, the Myriad Races Federation will take action against Lin Mo. Once targeted by the Federation, no matter how capable Lin Mo is, he will find it impossible to escape. The Dragon Kingdom will also suffer the consequences. Excellent. Let us proceed accordingly. You will now unite with other nations that have suffered losses, and you shall manage the ensuing matters. As long as you execute this flawlessly, you shall not go unrewarded. With a decisive slap of his thigh, Jin Sanpong made up his mind. These affairs would be entrusted entirely to the ministers of Koryo. The minister, filled with excitement, immediately took his leave to commence the task. In the territory of Wanlin Fairy Realm, Lin Mo did not concern himself with little Luna's performance in the peak battle of lords. He was well aware that her victory was inevitable. The specifics of the process were of no importance to him. Instead, he utilized this time to initiate extensive upgrades to the territorial buildings. The saplings of the evil King Divine tree had taken root and borne fruit, yielding several silver-grade plants that matched his height. Lin Mo instructed his flower fairy subordinates to utilize them for upgrading the buildings within the territory. Additionally, he constructed the arsenal and the abyssal soldier building within the territory. With the acquisition of the building construction limit order, he proceeded to construct all possible buildings to reinforce the foundation of his territory. The surrounding resource zones were marked on the map by the flower fairies and the moonlight flower fairies. Having completed these tasks, Lin Mo merely needed to await the completion of all building upgrades to elevate the territory to the level of Black Iron Tier 3. Following this, he would recruit a vast number of soldier units and prepare for the upcoming new phase of development. That night, feeling the leisure and comfort akin to having accomplished a significant task, Lin Mo reclined upon an exceptionally grand bed in the palace. Surrounding him were over a dozen exquisite moonlight flower fairies and the now normal-sized White Lotus. The most blissful moments in life are undoubtedly those Lin Mo was currently savoring. Both White Lotus and the Moonlight Flower Fairies had achieved a loyalty level of 100 points following their experience with the Demon King of Destruction. At this juncture, they truly belonged to Lin Mo. He could do as he pleased, as long as he disregarded societal norms and repercussions. White Lotus, let us return to Blue Star together tomorrow. The territory will likely complete its upgrade in about 3 days. Once the territory ascends to Black Iron Tier 3, I shall bring you back. Lin Mo was surrounded by beautiful maidens, with White Lotus comfortably nestled in his embrace, quietly relishing this brief respite after the battle. Return to Blue Star? To see my great aunt? Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, White Lotus's first reaction was exactly that. Aware of the traditions held by humanity, a slight blush crept across her cheeks. But my lord, you must be a little gentler, okay? Chapter 54. Are you certain this is the size of a human? Now, Lin Mo's territory could be regarded as a taboo existence within this novice world. The 5-meter-tall golden walls alone were insurmountable for those fledgling lords. Coupled with the soldier units and the defensive towers within the territory, Lin Mo could easily entrust the management of this territory for 10 days to half a month without issue. Having experienced the extraordinary initial calamity of the myriad races, not only did Lin Mo require a brief respite, but the soldier units within the territory also needed a balance of labor and leisure. Thus, Lin Mo decided to take White Lotus back to Blue Star for a few days of rest, to allow her to witness the splendor of the human world. After a night of deep slumber, as dawn gradually broke, Lin Mo had already departed from his territory. Blue Star, imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Mo returned to his residential area through a spatial wormhole. The exquisitely beautiful Bai Lian had folded away her pristine white wings, donning a pure white miniskirt that gracefully caressed her figure. Her long, jade-like legs were unabashedly displayed, utterly captivating. Lin Mo gently grasped Bai Lian's small hand, leading her towards his room, while she trailed closely beside him like a dutiful little girl, unwilling to part for even a moment. As they approached the entrance to his abode, her fair complexion flushed a deeper shade of crimson, a hint of anxiety flickering in her enchanting eyes. It was indeed a curious circumstance for a being of such exalted status in the sacred realm to feel nervous at the prospect of meeting her future in-laws. Eventually, Lin Mo and Bai Lian arrived before the door of Unit 2702. Lin Mo reached out and gently knocked, his expression tinged with hope. Yet, as time lingered on, no one appeared to answer the door. Could it be that your family is temporarily away? Bai Lian inquired, noticing the slight despondency in Lin Mo's demeanor. Realizing that the situation might not align with her expectations. It's fine, they must still be out, Lin Mo replied, turning to her with a soft smile. Reassured by her concern, he retrieved the house key from his pocket and slowly opened the door. The interior was sparsely furnished, containing only the essentials of domestic life. Devoid of any superfluous items, resembling a room long uninhabited. I lost my parents at a young age. It was Chun Bo Ming who raised me. However, he forbade me from calling him father or brother, insisting I simply address him by his name. I am unaware of what he truly does. To me, he remains an enigma. If he is not home now, it is likely he will not return for nearly a month. Lin Mo explained as he led Bai Lian upstairs to his room. In stark contrast to the simplicity of the first floor, Lin Mo's room exuded a vibrant, lived-in atmosphere. Various figurines and posters cluttered the space, a chaotic yet evident reflection of his passion for life. Listening to Lin Mo's unadorned recounting, Bai Lian felt a pang of empathy. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Just as Lin Mo intended to release her hand to procure some refreshments for her, he noticed Bai Lian gripping his palm tightly. Unwilling to let go, when he turned to her, she pressed her soft lips against his, her closed eyes and flushed cheeks igniting a fervor deep within him. The two spent the day entwined in a passionate embrace that extended into the night. Bai Lian, a being of mythical stature, possessed an extraordinary vitality that nearly drained Lin Mo of his strength, surpassing the vigor of mortal women, yet equally exquisite. My lord, I require some clean clothes. Bai Lian murmured, nestled within Lin Mo's embrace, a thin blanket draped over her, her bare legs entwined around him. They resembled a pair of star-crossed lovers, radiating an intoxicating intimacy. Is it customary for celestial beings not to wear fitted garments? Lin Mo teased, captivated by the rosy hue gracing Bai Lian's fair visage. He had previously overlooked the peculiarity of her attire. Humph, beings of the holy light do not age like your human women. We require no external enhancements to preserve our eternal beauty, Bai Lian replied with a hint of pride, pressing closer to Lin Mo, her chest swelling with self-assurance. Lin Mo felt the embers of desire rekindle within him. I shall fetch you some clothing. Wait here for me. It is still early. And since a fairy has descended to the mortal realm, one must be mentally prepared, he declared, hastily extricating himself from their tender cocoon, eager to search his wardrobe. Bai Lian found Lin Mo's flustered demeanor utterly charming, stifling a giggle behind her hand. He rummaged through his closet, retrieving a white shirt and a pair of jeans that fit her perfectly, as her statuesque form was only a few centimeters shorter than his own towering height of 185 meters. However, Bai Lian, unaccustomed to fitted clothing, found that the shirt did little to conceal the hint of pink peeking through. Please wait a moment, Lin Mo said, shaking his head at the sight of her, realizing the need for discretion. He instructed Bai Lian to remain as he donned a cap and mask to obscure his face. Rushing out the door, after a brief walk of 500 or 600 meters, Lin Mo arrived at a shop across the street, specializing in women's intimate apparel. Observing the sparsely populated store, he steeled himself and entered. Hello, how may I assist you? The attendant asked, eyeing the oddly dressed young man with a hint of suspicion. I need an outfit for my girlfriend. How much will it cost? Lin Mo said, his inexperience evident in his vague phrasing. What size do you need? The attendant inquired. Still skeptical. Seeing Lin Mo's confusion, she prompted, A, B, C, or D. Realization dawned on him, yet he struggled to articulate, resorting to gesturing with his hands. G? Are you certain? The attendant's eyes widened in disbelief at the size he indicated. Was that truly a size attainable by mortals? The size Lin Mo demonstrated was nothing short of astonishing. He felt helpless, aware that beings from the celestial realm possessed an extraordinary and incomprehensible coordination. After procuring the necessary items, Lin Mo exited the store, only for the attendant to promptly dial the authorities, reporting a suspected pervert. Chapter 55. Tang Yuyan and Su Mukin's visit, a grave trial. The capital of Longwo was replete with authentic culinary delights. The tender, succulent meat of the imperial capital's roast duck, paired with its special dipping sauce, was utterly irresistible. The traditional fried sauce noodles, with their delectable sauce combined with refreshing cold dishes, left a lasting impression. There were also classic dishes like donkey rolls, braised dishes, hot pot, and the unique bean juice that was an acquired taste for those not native to the imperial capital. Lin Mo and Bai Lian, akin to ethereal beings, traversed the eastern city of the imperial capital throughout the night. Neither were ordinary individuals. Endowed with formidable strength, they required significantly more sustenance than the average person. They sampled an array of culinary delights, yet felt no sense of fullness. Is this truly your homeland? It is indeed a rare paradise among many races. Far more enjoyable than our sacred realm, Bai Lian exclaimed, reveling in the joy of the evening, reminiscent of her carefree childhood. Free from the burdens of interspecies warfare and conflicts among companions, allowing her to simply savor the moment. By the end of the night, Bai Lian had developed a fondness for the blue star, particularly relishing the opportunity to be with Lin Mo, akin to a couple in love, constantly entwined together. For Bai Lian, that night was a rare and precious time, while for Lin Mo, it was a night of diligent labor. The following morning, a gentle knock at the door interrupted the tender slumber of the entwined couple. Surely, no one knows of my return, Lin Mo pondered. Could it be Chun Bo-ming has returned? He hastily donned a pair of shorts and emerged from the warmth of his sanctuary. Approaching the door to peer through the peephole, when he discerned the two figures standing at the door, he couldn't help but pause. His expression peculiar as he hastily donned a t-shirt before slowly opening the door. Indeed, you have returned. As the door swung open, he was greeted by a young lady of striking beauty, her makeup exquisite yet exuding an air of bravery. Arms crossed and a slight smile playing at the corners of her lips as she regarded Lin Mo. The girl's features were imbued with a spirited charm, and her lovely visage was unmistakably adorned with an air of unyielding pride. Accompanying her was another girl of equal beauty, their auras strikingly similar, both radiating a sense of lofty nobility. However, the girl trailing behind possessed hair as white as frost, and within her gaze upon Lin Mo lay a subtle tenderness that was hard to overlook. The visitors were none other than Princess Tang Yuyan of the Dragon Kingdom and Sum Yukin. What brings you here? Lin Mo inquired, somewhat taken aback as he opened the door wider. How dare you even ask? We have sent you countless private messages, and you have completely ignored us. Now you sneak back to Blue Star alone for a good time, without inviting us. Tang Yuyan couldn't help but pout slightly, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Lin Mo, it is truly splendid to know you have secured the first position in the myriad race's initial tribulation at Blue Star. We are here specifically to congratulate you. Do you have time today? We could go to the metropolis together. Remember that carousel we used to ride together? Sum Yukin and Lin Mo shared a childhood bond that was inseparable, hence it was only natural for her to extend the invitation for them to gather once more. Just as Lin Mo was about to decline, as he had never been particularly fond of shopping with women, except for Bai Lian, a delicate and pure voice floated down from the second floor of the house. A charming figure clad in a white shirt and blue jeans gracefully appeared before them. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, and her features were far more exquisite than those of Tang Yuyan and Sum Yukin, particularly with an undeniable aura of sanctity surrounding her. This left both girls momentarily speechless, their mouths agape. Lin Mo, who is she? Sum Yukin asked, her voice laced with jealousy. The girl swiftly bypassed Tang Yuyan and approached Lin Mo, her delicate hand gently intertwining with his arm, striving to showcase their closeness. Simultaneously, her gaze remained fixed on Bai Lian, brimming with envy and rivalry. This is my heroic unit, Bai Lian, Lin Mo explained, somewhat bemused by Sum Yukin's actions. However, he only divulged Bai Lian's name, withholding any further details from the two. Oh, just a heroic unit? Sum Yukin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, her hostility gradually dissipating, and when her eyes returned to Bai Lian, they were now filled with clarity. Since the advent of the Blue Star Lord era, becoming a lord has been the aspiration of every human, and among the many reasons for this longing, the allure of beautiful beings from the myriad worlds undoubtedly ranks high. After a millennium of development, the mindset of Blue Star's populace has evolved beyond traditional confines. It is no longer deemed a grave sin for a man to possess multiple beautiful consorts, provided he has the requisite strength. Few would stoop to question another's private conduct. And Lin Mo, without a doubt, possessed such strength. Sum Yukin's relief stemmed from the knowledge that Bai Lian was merely Lin Mo's heroic unit. Even if she were to be with Lin Mo now, her position would not overshadow others. This reflects the transformed mindset of the Dragon Kingdom's populace, allowing her hope to become Lin Mo's foremost wife. With this thought, Sum Yukin made a concerted effort to appear even more intimate with Lin Mo, inadvertently causing him some discomfort. You didn't come all this way just to invite me out for a simple outing, did you? Lin Mo mused, believing his relationship with Sum Yukin to be purely platonic. Surely, there was something more pressing she wished to discuss. Never mind, this place is too much of a battlefield. I should swiftly address the main issue. At this moment, Tang Yuyan felt like the most conspicuous third wheel. Her desire to spend time with Lin Mo and deepen their bond faded away. Moments later, Bai Lian served tea to the trio seated together. Sum Yukin nestled against Lin Mo's right side, while Bai Lian naturally took her place on his left. Tang Yuyan, facing the three, felt somewhat outnumbered. Well then, let us get back on track, Tang Yuyan remarked, observing the closeness of the three with a slight twitch of her mouth. Sighing, she decided to set aside her grievances and broach the matter at hand. In 7 days, the legendary adjudicator of the Myriad Races Federation will arrive in our Dragon Kingdom. The purpose of their visit is you, Lin Mo. This will be a severe trial, concerning not only your safety, but also the future of the Dragon Kingdom. The adjudicator of the Myriad Races Federation? Lin Mo pondered for a moment, quickly grasping the implications. It was likely due to the disturbances he had caused in the newcomer domain, alongside Bai Lian's annihilation of several national lords and the emergence of the legendary abyssal entity known as the Evil King Divine Tree. Such occurrences in the newcomer domain would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Myriad Races Federation. especially since certain nations on Blue Star would be eager to see the Dragon Kingdom fall, seeing it as a formidable rival. A severe trial? Could it be that the adjudicator of the Myriad Races Federation will take action against me? Lin Mo noted the crucial nuance in Tang Yuyen's words and inquired with curiosity. The Myriad Races Federation was renowned throughout the myriad worlds for its tyrannical methods, and it was unlikely that their envoy would be benevolent. That is a fair interpretation, Tang Yuyen replied, her expression grave as she subtly glanced at Bai Lian beside Lin Mo. Is that angelic creature your Bai Lian? Though she bore no distinct angelic traits, the ethereal aura emanating from her made it difficult for Tang Yuyen to dissociate the two. With this thought, Tang Yuyen carefully chose her words. Lin Mo, are you aware that the mountainous region you inhabit has given rise to an extraordinary being? Throughout her speech, her eyes remained fixed on Lin Mo's face, seeking answers in his subtle expressions. However, she was disappointed to find Lin Mo's demeanor unchanged, revealing no signs of the reaction she anticipated. Are you referring to that angelic being? I have heard whispers, Lin Mo acknowledged, understanding the underlying implications of Tang Yuyen's words. Yet the secrets of Bai Lian were not something he could reveal to anyone, even a princess. Oh, is that so? By the way, did you encounter the abyssal monster that accidentally intruded during the Myriad Race's initial tribulation? Tang Yuyen cast another enticing bait. This was information only known to the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom, and Tang Yuyen had only learned of it after her father summoned her back to Blue Star. That legendary disaster creature had emerged during the Myriad Race's initial tribulation, akin to that angelic being. Yet it had vanished without a trace, leaving no catastrophic destruction in the newcomer domain. Such a mysterious occurrence had left even the Myriad Races Federation in a fog. According to her father, that legendary disaster creature had descended precisely within the mountainous region where Lin Mo resided. I do recall some details. It must have been around the onset of the Myriad Race's initial tribulation. The sky seemed to plunge into chaos, and a creature as massive as a small mountain appeared in the mountains not far from my territory. However, throughout the duration, it exhibited no unusual behavior, and upon the conclusion of the initial calamity among the myriad races, it departed on its own. Truly perplexing. Lin Mo responded with a feigned seriousness, while Bai Lian beside him nodded in deep agreement, as if both were mere spectators. Indeed, this is crucial intelligence. I shall relay it to my father later. Ultimately, Lin Mo, what exactly did you experience during the initial calamity of the myriad races that led you to slay over 80,000 beings of various races? And how is it that all the lords within a 3-kilometer radius of your territory were eliminated? This time, Tang Yuyen, no longer concealing her intentions, posed her final question directly. You might not be aware, but my hero Bai Lian is a max-level golden hero. I expended immense resources to elevate her to level 10. And during the initial calamity, I seized the opportunity to enhance my territory further, thereby augmenting Bai Lian's strength once more. Now, with Bai Lian at level 15, coupled with various potions, after 4 days of relentless monster slaying, 80,000 is hardly her limit. If you wish to know why my region faced such an onslaught of beings from the myriad races, I dare say it is likely due to the arrival of that disaster creature. Lin Mo's explanation was logical, yet upon closer inspection, it was riddled with flaws. However, Lin Mo himself was unconcerned. He merely offered an explanation to avoid the incessant pestering of various chaotic entities, indifferent to whether others believed him or not. Very well. One last matter. My father wishes to invite you to dinner, to ascertain whether you will grant him the courtesy. If you are inclined to do so, please visit the National Lord's residence the day before the envoy from the myriad races arrives. Left without the answers she sought from Lin Mo, Tang Yuyen could only depart in disappointment. Yet after leaving, she relayed the final matter entrusted to her by her father to Lin Mo. With that, she turned to leave. An invitation from the National Lord? This was something Lin Mo could not dismiss lightly, for the recipient was the apex leader of the Dragon Kingdom. Throughout his tenure, the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom's populace for him remained exceptionally high. It could be said that he was an exceedingly qualified lord. He had to show him some measure of respect. Furthermore, there was the matter of the envoy from the myriad races. Tang Yuyen mentioned that they might take action against him. The beings of myriad races typically possessed profound backgrounds. Even those of mere legendary status were far more formidable than similarly ranked bosses like the evil King Divine Tree. It seemed he needed to expedite his development upon returning to his territory. Lin Mo, may I stay at your house tonight? Just as Lin Mo pondered the news Tang Yuyen had brought, Su Myukin, who had not yet departed, timidly spoke up. This might be somewhat inappropriate, don't you think? If the Grand Pillar Kingdom were to discover that we, a solitary man and woman, were alone in a room, they would undoubtedly come charging in with swords drawn. The mere thought of Su Myukin's father, a formidable figure of unmatched prowess in the Grand Pillar Kingdom, sent a shiver down Lin Mo's spine. He was one of the nightmares of Lin Mo's childhood and a renowned powerhouse across the entire Blue Star. No worries, my father has given his consent. Su Myukin's exquisite face dropped, her voice barely a whisper. What? Your father from the Grand Pillar Kingdom actually permitted you to stay at my house? This is akin to the sun rising from the west. However, Lin Mo's eyes widened in surprise. when had the Grand Pillar Kingdom's father, who typically regarded his daughter as a treasure, become so trusting of him? Yet, glancing at Bai Lian beside him, he felt uneasy. After all, if the two were to engage in intimate activities at night, and Su Mukin overheard, it would be exceedingly awkward. Just as Lin Mo was about to decline, Bai Lian interjected, "Sure, if Sister Su wishes to stay, let her stay. I've learned some culinary skills from a few companions in our territory, and I can prepare dinner for you both tonight." To Lin Mo's astonishment, Bai Lian spoke first, leaving him without the chance to refuse. He found it difficult to comprehend Bai Lian's actions. Did beings from the heavenly realm truly not care about such matters between men and women? Chapter 57. Potential Stock. Su Mukin, Hero Syndra. After Su Mukin took up residence in Lin Mo's home, her days were primarily spent in the company of Bai Lian. The two seemed to deliberately avoid Lin Mo, whispering secrets to one another. Lin Mo naturally trusted Bai Lian, as her loyalty had reached a perfect score of 100. Among all beings from the myriad worlds, once loyalty to the Lord hits 100, it signifies absolute obedience, devoid of any inclination towards betrayal. As for what the two discussed during their time together, Lin Mo was unconcerned. If it pertained to matters of the Lord, Bai Lian would undoubtedly keep him informed. Thus, with Su Mukin's inclusion, the trio spent their days in joyful banter, marking the most carefree and delightful days Lin Mo had experienced since becoming a lord. That night, Bai Lian returned to Lin Mo's room, while Su Mukin was assigned a room on the ground floor. Su Mukin bore no discontent. However, upon witnessing Bai Lian gracefully stride towards Lin Mo's room, a hint of jealousy flickered within her. Yet, recalling Bai Lian's daytime discussions about Lin Mo's future, she felt it only fitting that Lin Mo should possess a hero of Bai Lian's caliber. Inside Lin Mo's chamber, Bai Lian, taking advantage of their solitude, directly broached the subject of what she and Su Mukin had discussed earlier. "Do you not wish to know what Su and I spoke of today?" Lin Mo had anticipated this and jested, "Are you plotting against me in collusion with Su Mukin? That is utterly impossible. I am merely scouting for a potential ally who could assist you in the future," Bai Lian asserted, her demeanor turning serious. Now that she was Lin Mo's, the thought of betrayal was inconceivable. Even if Lin Mo was jesting, she felt compelled to clarify this matter gravely. Seeking an ally for me. By the way, I seem to be unaware of Su Mukin's 2 talents. Has she revealed her talents to you?" Lin Mo turned, intrigued, his gaze landing on Bai Lian, who had shed her garments to reveal her flawless form, curiosity dancing in his eyes. Indeed, Su Mukin has awakened 2 upper-tier talents, which are among the most exceptional even within your human ranks. Although their effects were not immediately apparent in the early stages, as she develops further, her talents may surpass even some of the prodigies of myriad races. She has awakened Emperor of Ice and Snow, and Life Creation. Bai Lian gracefully approached Lin Mo, her smooth, fair body enveloping him in an embrace. As Lin Mo caressed the beauty in his arms, he contemplated the implications of these 2 talents. The 2 categories of talents that humans could awaken had long been documented by their ancestors, and they often perused those talent descriptions in anticipation of the day they might awaken one themselves. Lin Mo indeed recalled the talents Su Mukin had awakened. Race talent, Emperor of Ice and Snow. Effect, can control ice elements to manifest as tangible attacks. The controllable range of ice elements will increase with the Lord's level. Bloodline talent, Life Creation. Effect, inherits the bloodline of the Mother of Humanity, enabling mastery over the laws of life, origin, and evolution for biological shaping. Both talents were undeniably of the highest caliber. Mastering elemental powers equated to being a creator in their own right, while Life Creation bestowed upon Su Mukin the potential to become the future Empress of humanity. The combination of these talents would yield effects greater than the sum of their parts. Such a potential asset would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial to him in the future. Mu-chun and I are childhood friends. Our bond runs deep. Lin Mo's feelings for Su Mu-chun evidently transcend mere camaraderie. However, it is still insufficient. Only those who have truly matured into adulthood will remain steadfast at the center of one's heart. Bai Lian added with a knowing tone. Lin Mo's lips twitched slightly. With Bai Lian having articulated her thoughts so clearly, he could hardly feign ignorance. "This matter shall be discussed at a later time," Lin Mo replied vaguely, and then chose not to squander this precious moment any further. Time flew swiftly by, and before long, 3 days had slipped away. Before departing, Su Mu-chun gazed at Lin Mo with a conflicted expression for quite some time, but ultimately, he merely offered a simple farewell, expressing a desire to keep in touch frequently across the myriad realms before returning to the newcomer domain. Lin Mo, left to contemplate the empty first floor, sighed softly, realizing that the person he longed to see had indeed not returned, and thus he made his way back to the territory alongside Bai Lian. In the territory of Wanlin Immortal Realm, as Lin Mo and Bai Lian stepped through the spatial wormhole, they beheld the territory that had undergone a complete transformation, causing a subtle smile to grace Lin Mo's lips. Following the use of the Territory Building Limit Enhancement Order, the foundational structures had seen a substantial increase. The previously elevated 5-meter-high city walls of the Immortal City had now doubled to a height of 10 meters. Immortal City Walls. Description: effectively defends against external invasions of the territory. Grade: Gold Tier 2. Level: 20. Defense: 15,000. Durability: 1,000,000. With the enhancement of Lin Mo's divine attributes, the Gold Tier 2. Level 20 Immortal City Walls now boasted a staggering durability of 1 million and a defense of 15,000. Such a defensive structure could withstand any assault from the return of the Evil King Divine Tree without so much as a scratch. Lin Mo's territory had, in this newcomer domain, truly become an invincible stronghold. Furthermore, within the territory, an additional 15 defensive towers had been erected at various positions, fortifying the skies above. 3 new immortal soldier towers had also been added, each capable of accumulating the same amount of celestial energy, effectively quadrupling the number of troops Lin Mo could recruit at once. The palace had expanded by 10, directly increasing the population cap to 221 individuals. The combat strength of the territory was poised for a qualitative leap. Additionally, the Divine General Hall had increased its hero unit population limit by 1. With this in mind, Lin Mo promptly activated the Abyss Lord's summoning magic, summoning Syndra to his side. It has been a long time, my lord. Syndra bowed respectfully to Lin Mo. The promises made previously were now due for fulfillment. Lin Mo declared as he retrieved the Abyss Hero recruitment card from his lordly space and casually crushed it. The pitch-black card transformed into pure energy that surged into Syndra, establishing a connection between the Lord and the hero unit. Ding. You have converted the unit Syndra into a hero unit. Syndra possesses a loyalty of 76, initial loyalty 70. Ding. The Abyssal soldiers sense the arrival of the Divine Lord. They will enjoy the benefits of your Divine Title 10 and can directly heed your commands. Chapter 58. A brand new unit, the Crimson Tree Monarch. The surprise came so suddenly. Lin Mo had officially brought Syndra under his command, and as the Abyss Lord, the forces she commanded within the Abyss now belonged to him. Syndra, how many Abyssal soldiers do you command? Lin Mo inquired, eager to know. I have over 60,000 Abyssal soldiers within my territory, and there are still more than 30,000 engaged in battles outside. In total, it amounts to just over 100,000. Syndra's response delighted Lin Mo immensely. This directly augmented the combat strength of his territory by 100,000 units. Will your soldiers be able to venture out of the Abyss once I step onto the battlefield of the myriad realms? Lin Mo did not conceal his intentions. Nor did he need to. Both were acutely aware of each other's needs, and there was no need for subterfuge. He was unafraid that this would diminish Syndra's loyalty. My lord, to be candid, abyssal beings can only appear outside the Abyss under specific circumstances, apart from the actions of the will of the myriad realms. They must serve directly under another lord, like myself, to gain the privilege of entering and exiting the Abyss. Moreover, only the Abyss Lord can open the Abyssal Gate to permit abyssal beings to leave. Beyond that, there are no other methods to allow abyssal beings to depart the Abyss. However, the Abyss Lord has recently been gravely wounded by the ancient gods of the myriad realms and has since gone into hiding. The opening of the Abyssal Gate seems hopeless in the near future. Syndra spoke with utmost detail and caution, wishing to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings with Lin Mo. Lin Mo's previously invigorated spirit sank once more. It seemed he had rejoiced too early. Every realm has its realm lord. And the Abyss's realm lord is indeed the Abyss Lord, a being as formidable as the ancient gods. The realm inhabited by humanity also has its realm lord, known as the Xinyuan clan. Humanity has only gleaned knowledge of him from ancient relics, but has never encountered him in person. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that the realm lord governs the passage of beings in and out of the realm. Syndra had not lied to him. Very well, Lin Mo replied. Somewhat disinterested, he turned his gaze back to the structures within the territory. The territory building limit enhancement order still had one final power that Lin Mo had yet to utilize, the Lord's Hall duplication. This is typically employed when a territory has expanded to a certain degree, facilitating management, prompting the Lord to establish an auxiliary Lord's Hall. The two would be interconnected, allowing the Lord to traverse freely between the two halls. This can wait. Let us first upgrade the territory. Lin Mo returned the now mostly depleted territory building limit enhancement order to his lordly space and turned his focus to upgrading the overall territory. Ding. The Lord's Hall has met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade. Upon issuing the command, the celestial mist enveloping the ground within the territory immediately stirred, expanding the territory's boundaries. The Lord's Hall radiated with 7-colored divine light. As the colors shifted, the hall's form grew increasingly magnificent. What had once been a simple structure at the Black Iron Tier 2 was now evolving into a palace-like scale at Black Iron Tier 3. After a quarter of an hour, the territory underwent a new transformation. Lord's Hall, Wanlin Immortal Realm. Grade, Black Iron Tier 3. Population units, 21,221. Hero units, 13. Building units, 3850. Current territorial area, 10,000 by 10,000 square meters. Current resources: wood 10,000 100 000, stone 10,000 100 000, food 10,000 100 000, water 10,000 100 000, iron, secret silver 6, 700 100 000. Unlockable buildings: Immortal Soldier Tower, Celestial Transformation produces troops, cost, stone wood x 10,000, 3 towers. Defensive Tower, Celestial Transformation defends the territory, cost, stone wood x 50,000, 9 towers. The territorial range had expanded tenfold. Lin Mo now possessed a territory comparable to that of a small city. The expansion of the territory would not encroach upon the territories of other lords. The rules of the myriad realms would only serve to infinitely expand the land under Lin Mo's control. For instance, Wu Xiaoxiao's territory was approximately 3 kilometers away from Lin Mo's. Now, it was situated 3 kilometers from the border of Lin Mo's territory. Lin Mo issued another command to exhaust all celestial energy within the Immortal Soldier Towers to expand the troop units. Ding! During your territory's stewardship, 2 legendary Evil King trees have sprouted within its confines. Shall we proceed to release the Evil King trees? Note: 1 Evil King tree counts as 10 units of population. At this moment, the Lord System abruptly notified Lin Mo. He was taken aback and immediately turned to gaze at the field, where tens of thousands of Evil King tree saplings were cultivated. Among them stood 2 distinctly dark plants. Vastly different from the ordinary Evil King tree saplings. They towered several times higher than their common counterparts, already resembling true Evil King trees to a significant extent. Without hesitation, Lin Mo recognized that legendary units far surpassed the Moonflower Fairies in strength. They represented the pinnacle of advanced combat power, excluding hero units within the territory. It was only logical to prioritize the release of the Evil King trees. Ding! You have released 2 legendary Evil King trees. As the notification chimed, the 2 unique plants began their metamorphosis. Their roots emerged from the soil, exhibiting signs of vitality. Their crowns slowly opened, revealing their eyes. Abyssal creature, Evil King tree. Description: newly born Evil King trees possess immense cultivation potential and exhibit absolute loyalty to their lord. Unit: combat type. Level: 1. Rank: legendary, 1st tier. Strength: 86. Stamina: 130. Intelligence: 154. Agility: 31. Status: dark. Skills: Abyssal Devour, LV1. Falsehood, passive. Core of Origin, passive. Loyalty, max. The level 1 Evil King trees possess 2 attributes exceeding 100, an astonishing feat. Lin Mo recalled that even at level 10, his own stats only averaged 10 points across 4 attributes. With the current threefold attribute enhancement, he barely reached 80 points. Now, with the Evil King trees, the task of cultivating new land would become considerably more manageable. Luna, merge all the Evil King tree saplings with these 2 beings and expedite their ascension to level 20. Lin Mo instructed succinctly. Since Luna had successfully completed her previous mission assigned by Lin Mo, she had risen to prominence among the flower fairies, subtly trending towards becoming the leader of the builders. Lin Mo's directive to Luna allowed her to collaborate with the other flower fairies for efficient resource allocation and troop recruitment. Having accomplished all of this, Lin Mo finally issued the command to commence mass production of combat units. Ding! You have recruited a new golden tier combat unit, Crimson Tree Lord. Chapter 59. Seeking resources, all troops mobilized. A unique notification resonated within Lin Mo's mind. As the alert sounded, the 4 celestial soldier towers within the territory simultaneously radiated a blinding divine light. The intense brilliance rendered the surrounding world remarkably dim. The divine light coalesced, growing ever stronger until it reached a certain threshold, at which point it erupted, showering the territory in a cascade of golden radiance. Lin Mo surveyed the scene, estimating that there were well over 100 golden beams. Once they touched the ground, they gradually began to take on human forms. As the golden glow dissipated to reveal the figures within, Lin Mo's expression froze. What an unexpected turn. Another female combat unit? A cadre of crimson maidens, adorned in crimson armor and exuding a proud demeanor, slowly gathered before Lin Mo. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The newly emerged combat units retained their botanical characteristics. Their long hair intertwined with vibrant red petals, and their fair faces were partially concealed by wooden masks, revealing only their alluring yet not overly provocative crimson eyes. They donned striking armor fashioned from red wood, with oversized crimson swords slung across their backs. Celestial Spirit Crimson Tree Lord. Race, plant. Description: they are a rare warlike faction among plant-type combat units, and those they despise shall be crushed by the massive crimson swords they wield. Rank: Golden Max. Level: 1. Strength: 85. Stamina: 92. Intelligence: 35. Agility: 50. Skills: Giant Sword Storm, active. Counterattack Storm, passive. War Bloodline, passive. Resilient Body, Passive. Loyalty, 70. We pay our respects to you, esteemed lord. The valiant spirit of these Crimson Tree lords was palpable, rivaling that of any male warrior. Lin Mo's heart leapt with joy as he examined the Crimson Tree Lord's information panel. Another golden tier hero unit. Moreover, they ranked among the most elite within that tier. Initially, Lin Mo had considered himself extraordinarily fortunate to recruit a golden tier man-eating flower fairy, as the best heroes available to human lords from the Celestial Soldier Towers were typically golden tier. The odds of obtaining a golden tier unit were exceedingly slim. Yet, having consecutively recruited 2 golden tier units, with this latest one even surpassing the previous man-eating flower fairy by 2 small levels, reaching the pinnacle of golden tier, was truly remarkable. While both units belonged to the golden tier, the disparities in strength between each tier were monumental. The Golden Max Crimson Tree Lords boasted nearly 100 in their attributes at level 1. When they reached level 10, they would be nearly on par with the current Moonflower Fairies. Furthermore, the previous Moonflower Fairies operated more like hybrid combatants, while the new Crimson Tree Lords were pure fighters, equipped with formidable melee capabilities and exceptional defenses. They were indeed a rare breed of combat unit. You shall join those two in leveling up, Lin Mo commanded, his satisfaction evident as he regarded the Crimson Tree Lords. Being newcomers, the Crimson Tree Lords evidently misunderstood Lin Mo's directive, believing he was instructing them to venture out alone to hunt for experience. Eager for battle, they prepared to charge beyond the territory. Hey, you robust sisters. Come here, Luna called out, waving to the Crimson Tree spirits, who seemed oblivious to their true purpose. Are you calling us? The leading Crimson Tree Lord frowned, clearly perplexed as to why a mere builder within the territory dared to speak so boldly. You must have misunderstood. Upon joining my territory, there is no need to waste time leveling up through combat, relying solely on slaying monsters. You would take an entire month to catch up with the progress of other units in the territory. Listen to that flower fairy, Lin Mo patiently explained. Understood, esteemed lord. You wish for us to accumulate experience through farming, correct? As your combat units, we shall adhere to your every command. This is the spirit of knighthood. The Crimson Tree Lords harbored no doubts regarding Lin Mo's orders. As knights of the plant realm, they too embodied the spirit of chivalry. Ding, your unit, Crimson Tree Lord, has gained 3 loyalty points due to your unusual directive. Lin Mo was speechless. However, he chose not to dwell on it excessively. The combat units were now fully assembled. 6 flower fairies, 14 moonflower fairies, 2 evil king trees, and 178 Crimson Tree Lords. The total number of military units amounts to 200. While such a quantity may seem insignificant amidst the vastness of the myriad realms of battle, the overall strength it manifests is undeniably formidable. Once all military units have elevated their levels to 20 after half a day's rigorous training, they shall embark on a new quest for exploration, influenced by the reward for securing first place in the initial tribulation of the myriad races. The resources surrounding Lin Mo's territory have already ascended several tiers, no longer merely a basic resource environment. The advanced ecosystem now in place is one that would undoubtedly incite considerable contention among lords within the celestial battlefield. This locale not only harbors precious and rare minerals and flora, but also boasts formidable wild creatures that far surpass those in the novice realms. The existence of high-tier wild beasts signifies the availability of superior-grade materials and items. Lin Mo intends to mobilize all his forces to swiftly scour the resources within a 3-kilometer radius of his territory before the adjudicators from the myriad races arrive in the Dragon Kingdom. Only by doing so can he elevate the overall strength of his domain to a new echelon, thus instilling in himself a sense of confidence to face the impending trials. With the entire army prepared, Lin Mo issued a command, and all units, organized into precise formations, advanced towards the 4 cardinal directions of the territory. 2 of the Evil King's sacred trees would oversee the resources in their respective quadrants. These were the legendary war machines esteemed by the abyssal races. Once all military units vanished from Lin Mo's sight, he turned his gaze towards the 2 buildings he had yet to examine, the Abyssal Demon Soldier Tower and the Refining Pavilion. Abyssal Demon Soldier Tower. Description: a structure designed to attract abyssal demon soldiers, capable of summoning formidable combat forces for the territory. Tier: Gold Max. Level: 20. Defense: 2,700. Durability: 66,000. Function: recruit demon soldiers. Requires the consumption of magic crystals to summon 1,000 magic crystals per demon soldier unit. This structure necessitates the expenditure of magic crystals to summon new combat units. Lin Mo merely glanced at the building's panel before shifting his attention to the Refining Pavilion. Refining Pavilion. Description: utilizing rare metallic minerals and blueprints, various divine weapons can be forged. Tier: Legendary Tier 3. Level: 20. Defense: 10,800. Durability: 110,000. Refining list: Netherhead Greatsword, Silver Tier Weapon. Required materials: 50,000 units of mithril, 20 Netherwolf Skull. 1 Candle Elephant Femur. Raven Staff, Silver Tier Weapon. Required materials: 45 Raven Magic Sources, 300 units of Rosewood. Golden Lightning, Silver Tier Special Equipment. Required materials, 100 Thunder Essence, 100 Golden-tailed Rat Tails. This was transformed from the arsenal, reward from the initial tribulation of the myriad races. Lin Mo was pleasantly surprised to discover that the refining pavilion commenced its operations with Silver Tier equipment. Typically, an arsenal requires the Lord to reach level 30 and upgrade the Lord's Hall to unlock. After establishing the arsenal, it must begin mass production of Black Iron Tier equipment. As the arsenal accumulates experience, it can gradually elevate the tiers of the equipment available for development. However, starting with Silver Tier equipment certainly alleviated some of Lin Mo's burdens. Yet, he found himself at a loss regarding the materials required for crafting. Currently, the auction house was still dealing in Black Iron Tier materials, and he had no hope of acquiring what he needed from there. Unlocking higher tier permissions for the auction house would require Lin Mo to reach level 30 and become a formal lord. Was he to remain helplessly gazing at Silver Tier equipment before him, unable to utilize it? Ding! Your military unit, the Evil King's Sacred Tree, has annihilated the Silver Tier wild beast, the Crow Clan, and obtained 100 Raven Magic Sources. Just as Lin Mo pondered how to gather the necessary materials, news of his military units defeating wild beasts echoed in his mind. To his delight, the newly established advanced ecosystem contained precisely the wild creatures he sought. Fortune indeed favored him. There was no need for Lin Mo to do anything but await his military units to clear the entirety of the 3-kilometer advanced ecosystem. At that time, he could forge the equipment with the materials he had gathered. With this thought, Lin Mo felt a sense of calm wash over him. To pass the time, he reopened the class chat group to see what his classmates were up to and if there was any valuable information to glean. Damn it. Sakura Island has gone too far. They've allied with several lords from Korea to launch an invasion against the Dragon Kingdom. Many of my contacts among the Dragon Kingdom lords have already been ousted by those brutes. Not just Sakura Island in Korea, but the Six Nations Alliance led by the Eagle Nation is also targeting the Dragon Kingdom lords. Right, our classmate Zhao Li was eliminated by those despicable fiends. You all should be cautious. As Lin Mo read the messages in the class chat, his brow furrowed slightly. An alliance of 8 nations invading the Dragon Kingdom? Unconscionable. Even in this celestial realm, such reprehensible conduct was beyond belief. However, after some contemplation, Lin Mo discerned their motives. It was merely a collective retaliation from these nations, having suffered significant losses to the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, Lin Mo found himself with limited options. Given his current capabilities, he could not disperse his forces throughout the vast novice realm to eliminate lords from other nations. Aside from Wu Xiaoxiao, there seemed to be no other lords remaining in close proximity. Nevertheless, Lin Mo had a far superior plan for making those nations pay back 100-fold for the losses inflicted upon the Dragon Kingdom. However, this would involve the impending arrival of the adjudicator from the myriad races. Upon learning of the foreign lords conspiring to oppress the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Mo felt an intensified urgency to bolster his strength. Time passed swiftly, as Lin Mo diligently pursued his development plans. 5 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lin Mo, accompanied by Bai Lian, returned once more to Blue Star. A long red limousine with a license plate beginning with red A came to a halt in front of Lin Mo's residential community. The red A license plate indicated that it belonged to a military commander of national stature, a privilege reserved for the most esteemed individuals. The arrival of such a distinguished vehicle immediately stirred excitement throughout Lin Mo's community. Who could this esteemed commander be visiting our humble neighborhood? It's simply unbelievable. Regardless of which illustrious figure it is, they represent the pinnacle of strength supporting the Dragon Kingdom. To witness them is a blessing of a lifetime. Look over there. Who are those two? That young man looks familiar. Could it be Lin Mo, the one who secured first place in the initial tribulation of the myriad races? Neighbors gathered at the entrance of the community, exchanging excited speculations. At that moment, Lin Mo's appearance with Bai Lian captured everyone's attention. Some seemed to recognize Lin Mo, who wore a cap to obscure his face, and the focus of their discussions swiftly shifted from the high-ranking Dragon Kingdom official to Lin Mo himself. Presently, Lin Mo's reputation within the Dragon Kingdom was resounding. Many schoolchildren regarded him as a paragon. Lin Mo had brought honor to the Dragon Kingdom on the broader stage of Blue Star. He was indeed the hero of the Dragon Kingdom. With the gaze of the multitude upon him, Lin Mo approached the luxurious Rolls-Royce bearing the distinguished red A license plate. The driver of the vehicle deliberately exited to open the rear door for Lin Mo, greeting him with utmost respect as he boarded. "Humph, young lad. You've truly made a name for yourself. Even the sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom has personally commanded me to escort you to the sovereign's residence." As soon as Lin Mo settled into the car, a deep voice resonated from the adjacent seat. Turning his gaze, Lin Mo beheld a robust and distinguished middle-aged man clad in an opulent suit, who smiled lightly as he regarded him. "Uncle Su, I never expected the sovereign would send you personally to pick me up," Lin Mo remarked, instinctively retracting his neck at the sight of the man, only to straighten his posture and respond with a smile. The individual was none other than Su Quirin. the paramount force of the Dragon Kingdom and the father of Su Myukin. Chapter 61. Su Quirin's Intuition, Audience with the Sovereign. Your standing now surpasses even mine. Even my disobedient daughter contends with me because of you, Su Quirin said, folding his arms across his broad chest. His stern demeanor revealing a hint of exasperation as he spoke to Lin Mo. Lin Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seems Su Quirin's words were a consequence of the previous incident involving Su Myukin staying at his residence. By the way, Uncle Su, do you still need to guard the human realm? Lin Mo sought to divert the topic from his daughter. Of course I must guard it. But with the Xianyuan clan in control, my absence for a while poses no issue. Tomorrow, that creature from the myriad races is arriving. And as the Dragon Kingdom's foremost strength, how could I be absent? Su Quirin's expression turned earnest upon hearing Lin Mo's question. His gaze drifted, as if lost in thought. And he remained silent for a considerable time. After a lengthy pause, Su Quirin suddenly turned to glance at Balian, who sat beside Lin Mo. The interior of the spacious red A-class vehicle, adorned with a crimson theme, did not feel cramped even with 4 individuals seated side by side. Balian was conveniently positioned for Su Quirin to observe her directly. General Su Quirin, he unexpectedly extended his hand toward Balian, who was often perceived as domineering. The Holy Light Clan, Balian. She gracefully reciprocated the gesture, shaking his hand. What do you think of me, an unworthy junior? Su Quirin inquired, sensing a formidable strength emanating from her seemingly delicate grasp. General Su, you may be overthinking it. The Lord is a paragon among the myriad races. It is no surprise that a humble being of the Holy Light Clan like myself would attract his attention. Moreover, I am not the only one. Many Holy Light beings aspired to serve under the Lord. I merely had the fortune to respond to his call, Balian replied with a soft chuckle. Su Quirin maintained a genial smile as he observed Balian's expressions, noting her calm demeanor and perceiving no signs of pretense. He then readjusted his posture. Then I shall entrust you with the care of this junior. Not detecting any unusual behavior, Su Quirin relinquished his probing and lightly requested, certainly. Balian replied succinctly. Their brief exchange left Lin Mo somewhat perplexed. However, within Su Quirin's mind, a conclusion had already formed. This Balian was no ordinary individual. She was at least a legendary being, and among the legends, she belonged to a notably powerful class. Such a being indeed had the capability to aid Lin Mo in achieving the highest accolades during the trials of the myriad races. After all, the human lords had never before possessed a hero unit of higher than golden rank in loyalty. Lin Mo was indeed exceptional. Since it was not merely a matter of talent, it must be related to the territory characteristics that had long been overlooked by everyone. In the myriad worlds, the foundations upon which each race relied upon after becoming a lord varied greatly. The 4 fundamental elements of a lord are race, bloodline, characteristics, and environment. Some races, such as the insectoids and plant beings, depend heavily on territorial development, while others, like the half-beasts, rise through racial talents. And ancient biological races achieve dominance through their bloodline gifts. Humans, however, rely on both racial and bloodline talents to survive in the myriad worlds, while races that thrive on characteristics are exceedingly rare. Examples include the abyssal race, the holy light race, and the elemental race, each inherently powerful and scarce. The fact that a being of seemingly legendary caliber would ally with Lin Mo undoubtedly indicated that Lin Mo's awakened territorial characteristics were remarkably potent. Su Quirin, as one of the pinnacle forces of humanity, had honed his keen perception and amassed extensive knowledge through years of conflict among the myriad races. He could discern Lin Mo's hidden trump card merely through the subtleties of conversation. Throughout their journey, Su Quirin recounted the harsh realities of the battlefield, warning Lin Mo of the looming threats from the insectoid calamities against humanity, the incessant disturbances of mysterious energies in the void, and hints of ancient gods from other star systems issuing challenges to the Xianyuan clan, information unknown to most lords. However, Su Quirin's intent in sharing these matters with Lin Mo was not merely for amusement. He sought to make Lin Mo aware of the current plight facing humanity. Since Lin Mo had shattered the previously insurmountable limits of humanity, beginning with the possession of a legendary hero unit, it was possible that his future achievements would elevate humanity to unprecedented heights. Therefore, instilling within Lin Mo the necessary awareness was his true intention. As they continued their conversation, upon nearing the sovereign's residence, Su Quirin altered his typically stern demeanor, patting Lin Mo's shoulder with a broad hand. As a kindly elder would express his hopes for a younger kin. You go ahead to the back garden to meet the sovereign. I kindly request, Lady Balian, to grant them some private time together. Upon entering the sovereign's residence, Su Quirin paused to address the two. Balian did not respond, but turned her gaze towards her lord. It's all right. You can stay here with Uncle Su and wait. Feel free to amuse yourself. I shall return shortly. Lin Mo nodded slightly to Balian, and then turned to walk towards the back garden of the sovereign's residence. Upon his first arrival at the sovereign's abode, Lin Mo was taken aback by the surroundings, which starkly contrasted with his expectations. There were no grand halls, no intricately carved architecture. nor any lavish embellishments of gold or jade. The entire sovereign's residence exuded an air of simplicity. Had it not been for Su Quirin personally escorting him, he might have presumed he had arrived at some merchant's estate. Upon reaching the back garden, Lin Mo noticed that aside from the aesthetically pleasing lotus flowers floating upon the lake, the environment bore little distinction from a suburban park. In a pavilion within the garden, a middle-aged man clad in golden official robes adorned with a nine-dragon motif sat with his back to Lin Mo, casting bait into the lake as he quietly fished. This man was evidently the current sovereign, King Tang Taimin. In order to avoid disturbing his tranquil fishing, Lin Mo tread lightly as he approached. Lin Mo, you've kept me waiting for quite a while, King Tang called out with a smile before Lin Mo could reach him. Greetings, your sovereign. Lin Mo replied with a respectful bow, maintaining a balance of humility and confidence. You are a remarkable youth. Your future is limitless. To possess the strength to slay legendary calamity beings at such a young age, the Dragon Kingdom shall surely prosper because of you. King Tang set aside his fishing rod and gradually turned to face Lin Mo, his words stirring deep emotions within him. Chapter 62. Lin Mo, become my son-in-law. King Tang must have known about the evil king tree he had slain? No, he likely did not know. He was merely speculating. Lin Mo surmised the meaning behind King Tang's words, yet his slightly raised eyebrows did not escape the sovereign's keen gaze. Upon witnessing Lin Mo's reaction, the Tang King's smile widened even further. He remarked jovially that the being in question was a legendary calamity creature, one that even the elder lords might struggle to defeat, let alone someone of Lin Mo's stature. Lin Mo, however, calmly refuted this notion. It's of no consequence. Although you may not be able to conquer it now, a day will come when you can. The Tang King continued. What truly matters is that I wish to meet the ambitious youth who fought for the glory of the Dragon Kingdom during the initial tribulation of the myriad races. Having met you today, I am confident that your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of our forebears. The Tang King offered his accolades generously, clearly impressed by Lin Mo. With a solemn demeanor, Lin Mo replied, this is merely my duty. He found it difficult to discern the Tang King's true intentions, realizing that the mind of a sovereign is not something an ordinary person can easily fathom. I have but one question for you, the Tang King began, rising slowly and approaching Lin Mo with a beaming smile. Towering at over 2 meters, he was a full head taller than Lin Mo, who stood at 185 meters. In their juxtaposition, the Tang King loomed above, while Lin Mo maintained a composed demeanor. How would you feel about becoming my son-in-law? The Tang King's smile remained unfaltering. Excuse me? Lin Mo's previously serene expression faltered momentarily, as he had anticipated inquiries regarding his hidden strengths. He never expected the Tang King to deviate from the norm and propose such an unexpected arrangement. Marry whom? The eldest princess, Tang Yanran, or the second princess, Tang Yuyan? Lin Mo's expression turned peculiar, and he remained speechless. Ah, young man, do not overthink it. I hold no ulterior motives. Simply consider it, the Tang King reassured him. There is no shame in becoming a son-in-law of Tang Taimin, and I can assist you in accelerating your territorial development. There is no rush for an answer. Let us first navigate through tomorrow's calamity. The Tang King strolled past Lin Mo, heading towards the garden's exit. Lin Mo, with a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth, turned to follow him out of the rear garden and into the main hall. The servants of the royal estate had prepared a lavish banquet. Tang Yuyan, Tang Yanran, and Su Myukin were all gathered in the grand hall, evidently ready to dine together. What did the king just discuss with you? As soon as Lin Mo took his seat, the eager Su Myukin leaned in to whisper. Tang Yuyan, seated beside her, cast a curious glance towards the two, seemingly intent on eavesdropping. The king inquired whether I would marry his daughter. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, revealing the Tang King's words without hesitation. Only 3 people in the room heard him. Tang Yuyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to her father, while Su Myukin's expression darkened. Bai Lian began to scrutinize Tang Yuyan with growing curiosity, shaking her head subtly in disbelief. Well then, let us seize this opportunity during our meal to discuss serious matters, the Tang King initiated, capturing everyone's attention instantly. Tomorrow, you shall face the scrutiny of the Myriad Races Federation. However, I suspect you are unaware of their basic information. During this meal, let the Grand General enlighten you about his understanding of the Myriad Races Federation and the adjudicators who will be present. The Tang King's expression turned grave. As it was clear that his visit today was not merely for a meal, he aimed to ensure Lin Mo was well informed to navigate the impending challenges smoothly. Seated beside the Tang King, Su Quirin raised his wine cup and took a hearty swig. The fiery spirit did not betray any emotion on his rugged face. But when he spoke, his tone grew somber. Those who can join the Myriad Races Federation are monsters among men. The participants within are formidable beings from numerous races, and the Federation was founded by a legendary entity from the Sacred Realm. The sole criterion for joining is that one must possess strength surpassing 99% of peers in the same rank. He continued. The adjudicators within the Myriad Races Federation are the strongest amongst equals. As Su Quirin raised his cup once more, it seemed he was grappling with the weight of these revelations. The absence of the human race within the Federation is due to our inherent weakness. No human has reached the requisite standards. He elaborated. You are likely aware of the abyssal calamity-level creatures that have invaded the novice realm during the initial tribulation of the myriad races. Such entities pose a catastrophic threat to entire races. Yet, before the formidable beings of the Myriad Races Federation, these calamity-level creatures present no danger. One could say that any single powerhouse from the Federation could effortlessly obliterate such monsters. This exemplifies the formidable foundation of the Myriad Races Federation. Su Quirin's lengthy discourse did not induce boredom. Rather, it caused those indulging in the feast to gradually set down their chopsticks, their expressions turning grave. They had never truly comprehended the world beyond. Hearing from the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's might about the human race's comparative weakness against the Myriad Races Federation instilled a sense of psychological oppression within them. The thought of the Myriad Races Federation arriving the next day to scrutinize Lin Mo only amplified Su Mukin's anxiety as she clenched her hands tightly. Father, what are Lin Mo's chances of passing the scrutiny? She inquired, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at her father. Do not speak of Lin Mo, even I, faced with such a test from the Myriad Races Federation, would not possess absolute confidence in passing. Su Quirin sighed heavily, his expression forlorn. Su Mukin felt her spirits plummet at his words, her hand reaching out to gently grasp Lin Mo's arm in a show of solidarity. This is merely to elucidate the terrifying nature of the Myriad Races Federation. Do not underestimate them, Su Quirin cautioned. Though Lin Mo has achieved first place in the initial tribulation, such an accomplishment may still fail to capture the attention of the Myriad Races Federation. The Tang King interjected. Thus, after much contemplation, I have devised a strategy for you. You are the hope for the prosperity of our Dragon Kingdom, and I do not wish for you to encounter misfortune. If you agree to my plan, your chances of passing the scrutiny will significantly increase. The Tang King gazed intently at Lin Mo, hope shimmering in his eyes. Chapter 63, The Sovereign Strategy, The Princess's Power. Could the method you propose be? Lin Mo, recalling the conversation in the garden, hesitated. Cough, cough. Young man, do not misconstrue my words. I am not referring to that matter. The Tang King quickly interjected. Sensing Lin Mo's misunderstanding. You should know who she is, Tang Yinran, my eldest daughter, the Grand Princess of the Dragon Kingdom. Based on my assessment of that legendary adjudicator's strength, they are at least level 30, while Yinran currently stands at 27. The solution is simple. Let Yinran temporarily serve as your unit of troops, utilizing her power to assist you in confronting the adjudicator. I refuse. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Mo resolutely declined the Tang King's generous offer. Lin Mo, you may not yet be aware of my two innate talents. My racial and bloodline abilities are mimetic celestial kingdom and trimodal adaptation, a combination of upper third and mid-third tier skills. Though modest, I am the most suitable individual to aid you in passing the Myriad Races Federation's adjudicator examination. Tang Yinran gracefully rose, her demeanor warm as she addressed Lin Mo. She bore a striking resemblance to Tang Yuyan, possessing the same breathtaking beauty, yet their personalities were worlds apart. Tang Yuyan possesses a formidable and assertive personality, executing tasks with relentless efficiency. In stark contrast, Tang Yinran embodies grace and poise, adeptly navigating situations with a keen sense of balance, epitomizing a person of grand vision. She remains indifferent to any sense of personal honor or disgrace that may accompany serving others in her capacity as a lord. Her sole focus is the benefit of the Dragon Kingdom, disregarding personal gains or losses. With my sister's assistance, Lin Mo, do you not think you could pass the examiner's assessment? Why do you refuse? Tang Yuyan was the first to voice her confusion. Indeed, Lin Mo, having the collaboration of the 27th level lord, the Grand Princess, is undoubtedly more advantageous than facing that examiner alone. Su Mukin chimed in, his concern palpable. Your Majesty, esteemed guests, I am acutely aware of the burdens I carry. I shall not gamble my future against the safety of the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Mo asserted with grave seriousness. Yet he refrained from divulging the reasoning behind his refusal. This reasoning was one he could not disclose. Should Tang Yinran become his heroic unit, she would inevitably learn of his divine attributes and titles, an unspoken taboo for Lin Mo. Until he has truly matured, the existence of his divine traits must remain a secret. For the fewer who know, the safer it is for them. The Dragon King regarded Lin Mo's earnest demeanor and, for the first time, refrained from urging him to acquiesce to the decision. Tang Yinran furrowed her brow slightly, observing Lin Mo's resolute expression, silently contemplating her persuasive words. In her view, Lin Mo evidently had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, whether it be the terrifying prowess of the federal examiner or the dire consequences of failure. Lin Mo likely still harbored a sense of unwarranted optimism, a common malady among youth of his age, who often possess an inflated self-esteem and a shallow understanding of reality. Lin Mo, let us engage in a duel. Should you earn my recognition in battle, I shall cease my efforts to persuade you to agree. However, if you fall short of my expectations, this matter cannot rest solely in your hands. What say you? Tang Iran ultimately abandoned her intention to persuade Lin Mo through words, opting instead to showcase her true prowess, allowing him to witness a broader horizon. Those present found their eyes alight with anticipation. Su Quirin nodded in agreement, recognizing that the Grand Princess's direct approach would likely be more effective against the obstinate Lin Mo, who was known for his unwavering resolve. Very well. Lin Mo replied without hesitation. Lin Mo, allow me to remind you that there lies a chasm between Iran and Jiang Qingzai. While you may defeat Jiang Qingzai with the strength of a single unit, facing Iran will be an entirely different endeavor. You may find yourself at a distinct disadvantage even if you exert your utmost effort, the Dragon King mused. Hoping to glean more insight into Lin Mo's capabilities through this battle, subtly employing a tactic of provocation. Grand Princess, please proceed. It was clear that Lin Mo did not heed the cautionary words of those around him. Tang Iran shook her head with a light laugh, no longer hesitating. On her wrist, a mark symbolizing her lordship gradually manifested. Ding! Grand Princess Tang Yuyuan challenges you to the Lord's Golden Tournament. The notification echoed in Lin Mo's mind. The fundamental distinction between the Lord's Golden Tournament and the Lord's Peak Battle lies in the former being a combat of exchange, while the latter requires both parties to exert their full strength, determining supremacy and even life and death. As a fellow Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, Tang Iran had no need to engage Lin Mo in a peak battle. Agreed, Lin Mo affirmed without a moment's pause. A void wormhole gradually unfolded before the two. Tang Iran stepped forward first. As her foot crossed the threshold, a dazzling suit of golden armor adorned her form. As she advanced toward the center of the battlefield, a legion of golden-armored warriors materialized around her. Her unit type and manifestation of her mimetic heaven talent. Race talent, mimetic heaven. Effect. All unit types within the territory are transformed into heavenly warriors, significantly enhancing their attributes and bestowing a heavenly majesty buff to their attacks. Additionally, within Tang Iran's army are aerial combat units and ground units, yet the nature of the units remains unchanged, a testament to the efficacy of her bloodline talent. Bloodline talent, 3 modes of land, sea, and air. Effect. Units within the territory can switch freely among land, sea, and air modes, with distinct combat styles and effects in each state. Despite Tang Iran's level being merely 27, her command over such a formidable army positions her among the elite of level 30 lords of the human race. Upon witnessing this, Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. After 5 days of rapid development in his territory, he was eager to test the fruits of his labor against Tang Iran. Without delay, he strode toward the void wormhole. As he stepped into the battlefield, 2 towering beings, akin to mountains, appeared behind him. Chapter 64. Confrontation with the Grand Princess. Lin Mo's battle power. Upon entering the battlefield, 2 massive shadows loomed, and those observing from the sidelines were struck with disbelief. The Dragon King's eyes shimmered with golden light, comprehension dawning as he grasped why Lin Mo was determined to confront the federal examiner alone. What a clever lad. Could this be the reward for being the first in the initial trial of the myriad races? With these 2 behemoths, this young man is not someone to be trifled with. The Grand Duke Su Quirin also wore an expression of astonishment. Are these Lin Mo's units? Is that not the malevolent tree of the evil king that inexplicably intruded during the initial trial of the myriad races? And he possesses 2 of them? Tang Iran's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed upon the 2 colossal monsters, her heart racing with shock. Lin Mo not only commanded what resembled legendary hero units, but also possessed legendary unit types. Oh, so this is your trump card? On the battlefield, Tang Iran, positioned opposite Lin Mo, gazed intently at the 2 titanic beings behind him. If Lin Mo wielded such strength, he indeed held some qualifications to resist the federal examiner. However, merely relying on 2 level 20 evil king trees to defeat me? Surely, you underestimate me. Tang Iran chuckled lightly, her delicate hands sweeping across her chest. With a swift motion, her units unleashed a radiant glow from their golden armor, intertwining to form a colossal light shield. The shield radiated a divine aura buff, the most effective means of countering evil and abyssal entities. Lin Mo wasted no time, commanding the 2 level 20 evil king trees to release their skill, Abyssal Tide. The abyssal tide that Lin Mo had once endured reemerged. Although the version cast by his level 20 units lacked the vast range of a level 30 evil king tree, it nonetheless posed a formidable challenge for a human lord. An unending tide of abyssal entities surged forth, crashing against Tang Iran's immense light shield. Despite her verbal dismissal, Tang Iran steeled herself, fully aware of the gravity of the approaching abyssal tide, resolutely guarding against any creature breaching her shield. As Tang Yanran issued a death command to her troops, she too sprang into action. A series of golden war spears materialized behind her, and upon uttering a soft battle word, they were unleashed in a synchronized barrage towards the tide of abyssal monsters. Each golden spear that struck the mass of creatures caused a violent explosion, with an extensive area of effect. Almost single-handedly, one spear could annihilate dozens of abyssal beings. Moreover, after each expendable spear, Tang Yanran could rapidly replenish them, creating a relentless barrage reminiscent of a rapid-fire assault. After I was cunningly eliminated from the battlefield of the myriad realms by that group, Yanran single-handedly dispatched nearly half of their forces. Her formidable might was such that even at my peak level 27, I appeared somewhat inferior. Observing this fierce battle from afar, King Tang unabashedly expressed his pride in his daughter, praising her figure that resembled a Valkyrie. Tang Yuyan, standing nearby, gazed at her sister with admiration. The Grand Princess truly embodied the pinnacle of talent in our Dragon Kingdom, and in the absence of Lin Mo's rise, she seemed poised to temporarily shoulder the kingdom's weighty responsibilities. Su Qiren also offered commendations, acknowledging Tang Yanran's prowess. Was it possible that even Lin Mo, possessing 2 legendary level units, could inflict no harm upon the Grand Princess? Indeed, the disparity between them was immense. Su Myukin observed the swarm of abyssal creatures that had poured forth and the ever-composed Tang Yuyan, letting out a soft sigh. However, it was only natural. Lin Mo had recently assumed leadership, whereas the Grand Princess had been a formal lord for 3 years, earning a certain renown in the battlefield of the myriad realms. It was only to be expected that Lin Mo could not rival her. How about it, Lin Mo? Do you grasp the concept that there are realms beyond realms? And individuals beyond individuals? Surrender, and allow me to become your temporary hero unit. I shall assist you in successfully passing the assessment by the Federated Examiner. In the throes of battle, Tang Yanran bore a striking resemblance to Tang Yuyan. Both possessed an exceptional grace, standing as paragons among women. She gazed at Lin Mo with an air of pride, awaiting his decision. The Grand Princess was indeed remarkable, able to withstand the onslaught of 2 legendary beings. Yet, if she deemed Lin Mo's defeat a foregone conclusion based solely on this state of affairs, it seemed somewhat hasty. Lin Mo appeared unperturbed by the current battlefield dynamics. After all, the level 20 Evil King's sacred tree he faced was an entirely different entity from the one that had previously besieged his domain. The Evil King's sacred tree that had descended upon the novice realm bore both legendary and epic titles, endowing it with combat prowess far exceeding that of its kind. Furthermore, the opponent had undergone a transformation at level 30, surpassing the level 20 Evil King's sacred tree in both skills and attributes. Lin Mo could only bolster the level 20 Evil King's sacred tree to approximate a level 30 existence through attribute enhancements, but that was the extent of it. Ultimately, Lin Mo regarded the Evil King's sacred tree merely as a war machine, an entity to expend the enemy's strength in the lordly conflict. The true might to vanquish foes lay in his hero units, and the dual entities of the Moonlight Flower Fairy and the Crimson Tree Monarch. However, since the enemy had not yet engaged the hero units, Lin Mo was determined not to let Bai Lian intervene. Let the Grand Princess witness the true power of my units, he declared, sweeping his hand dramatically. Waves of crimson surged forth behind him. As warriors clad in scarlet armor and wielding colossal swords, the Crimson Tree Monarchs joined the fray, exuding an intense battle fervor. Upon witnessing the emergence of Lin Mo's new units, Tang Yanran's brow furrowed instantly. You possess units exceeding level 20, and they are of the highest golden tier? She exclaimed, incredulous. How could Lin Mo, having only recently become a lord, command such formidable forces? If 2 level 20 Evil King's sacred trees could be attributed to the initial rewards of the myriad races, then how could one explain this large assembly of 23 and 24 level golden tier units? Chapter 65. The Crimson Tree Monarch's First Battle. The Grand Princess concedes. It is well known that the biological development cycle in the world of myriad realms sees level 20 as a significant threshold. Upon reaching this level, beings undergo a transformation that geometrically enhances their strength. Simultaneously, the acquisition of experience points becomes progressively challenging. Were it not for such a universal law, Tang Yanran would not have taken 4 years to barely reach level 27 as a formal lord. Typically, a normal human lord aspiring to become a level 60 dominator would require nearly a century of development. Both King Tang and the Great Pillar Kingdom have traversed this lengthy phase to achieve their current statuses. Yet Lin Mo had only been a lord for a matter of days, half a month perhaps. How could he possibly command units surpassing level 20? Not only was Tang Yanran incredulous, even the 2 seasoned dominators, who had fought for over a century in the myriad realms, were momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. Lin Mo's talent, though considered of a lower grade, and his developmental trajectory within the bounds of normal human lords, had nevertheless allowed him to achieve such remarkable progress in a mere few weeks. The only plausible explanation lay in Lin Mo's territorial characteristics. What extraordinary territorial qualities has this lad acquired to achieve such absurd growth? Su Qiren murmured softly, his eyes widening in realization. Though he had long suspected Lin Mo possessed an unparalleled trait not found among humans, the nature of such a characteristic that could propel Lin Mo's development at this terrifying pace was beyond comprehension. Only ancient races in the myriad realms could rely on territorial traits to become powerful entities. While the records of human ancestors mentioned such phenomena, none had exhibited the outrageous level of prowess displayed by Lin Mo. King Tang was equally astounded by Lin Mo's astonishing growth rate. Both were aware of Lin Mo's uniqueness, but remained uncertain about the specifics of his exceptional traits. Your Majesty, let us observe a while longer, Su Qiren suggested. We cannot ascertain the detailed information of these units from outside the battlefield. The true strength of Lin Mo's 20-some level units remains to be evaluated. As he spoke, Su Qiren focused intently on the unfolding battle. Although Lin Mo's units were predominantly in their 20s, their numbers hardly exceeded a mere dozen. Against the Grand Princess's nearly 1,000-strong force, the disparity in power was evident. Lin Mo's calm demeanor suggested a profound confidence, and Su Qiren was keen to witness how Lin Mo might turn the tide in his favor. While outsiders could not discern the specific attributes of the units engaged in battle, Tang Yinran, situated at the heart of the conflict, could. She was the first to truly comprehend the extraordinary traits that Lin Mo possessed. Fairy of the Crimson Spirit, Valkyrie. Race, plant. Description, the Crimson Tree Monarch. Having undergone its first transformation, has become a valiant warrior of the Valkyrie lineage. Grade, Golden Max. Level, 23. Strength, 1,900. Vitality, 2,140. Intelligence, 890. Agility, 1,300. Skills, Valkyrie Form, Initial State, Greatsword Storm, Active, Counterstorm, Passive, War Bloodline, Passive, Resilient Body, Passive. Loyalty, 81. Is this truly the attribute that a unit of over 20 levels should possess? Tang Yinran exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. This revelation had utterly shattered her worldview. According to conventional theoretical data, a max-level golden unit, upon reaching the 20s, would typically exhibit a single attribute of merely over 200 points. Yet, Lin Mo's Scarlet Valkyries astonishingly surpassed this norm, boasting panel values nearly 8 times greater. In the vast expanse of myriad worlds, such exaggerated figures at the same level were exceedingly rare. What hidden power does Lin Mo possess? Tang Yinran was completely taken aback by the outrageous statistics of Lin Mo's units, oblivious to the fact that his units were rapidly advancing towards her. Until a resounding bang echoed through the air. A colossal light shield, formed by nearly 1,000 units, was utterly pierced by a streak of crimson. Following that, a cacophony of thuds ensued. Tang Yinran snapped back to reality, only to find that the defensive layer created by her units had already been dismantled by Tu Peng. The Valkyries, clad in scarlet armor, surged into her ranks like wolves among sheep, brutally dispatching numerous units in swift succession. The disparity in levels was glaringly evident. I concede, Tang Yinran declared, wishing to mitigate unnecessary losses. Ding. Lord Golden Tournament won by Lord Lin Mo. The battle concluded, leaving onlookers baffled by its abrupt end. All I discerned was that Lin Mo's units possess formidable armor-piercing abilities. The barrier formed by the Grand Princess could not hinder them, Su Qiren remarked, knitting her brow as she recounted her observations. The battle had concluded far too swiftly. Lin Mo's scarlet units had penetrated Tang Yinran's forces in the blink of an eye, commencing their slaughter. This indicated that Lin Mo's units wielded combat prowess far exceeding that of comparable units. Even with 14 units facing nearly 1,000, Yinran had decisively chosen to surrender. This guy's rate of development is astonishing, and his actual combat capability is far from what we initially presumed. Tang Wang shared his thoughts with the assembly. As for the relatively inexperienced newcomers Tang Yuyan and Tang Yinran, they could only grasp that Lin Mo had evolved beyond the realm of ordinary lords, achieving a growth rate that was unattainable for them. Once the two exited the battlefield, Tang Yinran, having shed her earlier resolve, acquiesced to Lin Mo's request for independence in battle. Lin Mo, in turn, refrained from elaborating further. Deep within, he pondered the extent of combat prowess attained by the Scarlet Valkyries, having evolved from the Crimson Tree King. The Valkyries now possessed an exclusive unit skill, Valkyrie Form, with the following effects. Transformation into Valkyrie Form increases attack range by 3 meters, armor-piercing effect by 30, attack power by 70, movement speed by 50, and health by 200. Attack additionally grants 12 life steal, 30 wounding effect, and 30 splash damage. Chapter 66. The Tribunal of All Races, the Arrival of the Mechanical Race. During Lin Mo's confrontation with Tang Yinran, the Scarlet Valkyries had not activated their Valkyrie Form. Nevertheless, even without exerting their full strength, they effortlessly triumphed over Tang Yinran, who commanded a legion of 1,000. Had all 100 of his Scarlet Valkyries unleashed their Valkyrie Form, even 10 Tang Yinrans would stand no chance against him. Adding the mythic-level White Lotus into the fray would further bolster Lin Mo's confidence against the Tribunal's examiners from the myriad races. Observing Lin Mo's remarkable victory against overwhelming odds, Su Qiren and Tang Wang refrained from suggesting that Tang Yinran assist Lin Mo in passing the examiner's evaluation. Indeed, a promising youth destined for greatness. With that, I shall no longer worry about tomorrow's events. Stay the night at the estate. We shall depart for the National Assembly Hall early tomorrow. Many nations will be tuning in to witness the examiner's assessment of you. Rest well tonight. Tang Wang firmly patted Lin Mo's shoulder, his countenance radiating pride. After ensuring accommodations were arranged for Lin Mo, he summoned Tang Yinran to the main hall. Tang Yuyan understood that her father wished to glean the details of their battle. She too was eager to ascertain Lin Mo's true strength, but her father barred her from entering, denying her any opportunity to eavesdrop. Yinran, share with me the specifics of Lin Mo's current prowess, Tang Wang inquired softly from his seat at the head of the hall. Lin Mo undoubtedly harbored significant secrets. Everything he had displayed thus far was beyond what a mere human lord should possess. I cannot easily gauge his true strength. But if we were to engage in a full-scale battle, my chances of victory would scarcely exceed 40%, Tang Yinran slowly replied, taking a seat beside her father, her eyes still reflecting her astonishment. She recalled the scene of the Valkyries in scarlet armor as they descended upon her army, still finding it somewhat ludicrous. Should Lin Mo unleash his full power, the number of scarlet units at his disposal would be unfathomable, coupled with his legendary hero unit. Claiming she had a 40% chance of victory seemed overly optimistic. Everyone has their secrets, yet knowing that his strength has grown to such formidable heights offers some reassurance. Tomorrow, the examiner may very well test how long Lin Mo can endure in the siege battle he has devised. Given the strength he has displayed today, it seems secure. Tang Wang's expression finally brightened with a smile. The night passed swiftly. As dawn broke, the National Assembly Hall of the Dragon Kingdom was already teeming with attendees. Nearly 80% of the high-ranking officials had gathered. 8 massive screens positioned at the hall's cardinal points displayed video links from the leaders of 42 nations across Blue Star. Among them, the screen facing the Dragon Kingdom's hierarchy showcased leaders from powerful nations such as Eagle, Sakura, India, and Korea. Tang Wang, are you prepared to face the impending sanctions? The white-haired leader of the Eagle Nation inquired, his expression grave, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Sanctions? What crime has our Dragon Kingdom committed? Why should we face sanctions? It is merely the examiner from the myriad races coming to our kingdom to ascertain the truth. Tang Wang replied, his demeanor stern, a forced smile masking his disdain as he regarded the Eagle Nation's leader. The rivalry for the title of the strongest nation on Blue Star had been ongoing for centuries, with the Eagle Nation desperately wishing for the Dragon Kingdom's downfall. Tang Wang, do not be so obstinate. Although the matter of Lin Mo's alleged cheating has been cleared due to Jiang Cheng's failure, many questions about him remain. Even if he is innocent, he surely harbors unspeakable secrets. Do you not fear that he might expose his secrets during this examination? Inquired Kim Sampang, the leader of Korea, a cunning smile spreading across his rotund face, eliciting gritted teeth from the Dragon Kingdom's officials who longed to strike him. Exposing those secrets would be trivial. What we truly fear is Lin Mo failing to withstand the examiner's evaluation and perishing on the spot, even if he is innocent. The Dragon Kingdom will still have to pay a price, remarked the aging leader of the Sakura Nation, leaning heavily on his cane, a cold smirk gracing his otherwise stern visage. The safety of the Dragon Kingdom is not for you to concern yourselves with. Tend to your own nations and refrain from overreaching, lest you find your hands severed. King Tang let out a cold sneer, his words unwavering in their resolve. As the leaders of various nations engaged in a heated exchange, a violent spatial storm suddenly erupted above the assembly hall of the Dragon Kingdom's parliament, causing all electrical devices within to malfunction. The emergence of this spatial tempest signified the arrival of envoys from the myriad races. At that moment, a member of the parliament came forth to report, calling for the opening of the dome to await their arrival. The expression on King Tang's face shifted to one of grave seriousness, prompting him to command the unveiling of the dome above the assembly hall. The immense fan-shaped dome slowly unfurled, revealing a colossal wormhole above, reminiscent of a monstrous beast poised to devour the heavens. Countless bolts of lightning intertwined within, and soon after, a gigantic mechanical life form pierced through the storm, descending gradually into the assembly hall. The appearance of this entity bore a striking resemblance to that of an angel. Entirely enveloped in mechanized armor, with vast mechanical wings emanating a blue luminescent veil, allowing it to hover in the void. Was this the adjudicator from the myriad races? Lin Mo? It was indeed the archangel of the mechanical race. Hiss, had this being not already ascended to the formidable level of 80? It had become the sovereign of the mechanical star domain in the celestial battlefield. Yet it still personally came to handle matters assigned by the Federal Alliance of the myriad races. Would such a being's arrival on Blue Star truly not result in a cataclysmic upheaval of the star domain, potentially obliterating it entirely? The high-ranking officials of the parliament were profoundly moved upon witnessing the descent of this colossal mechanical entity. The mechanical race was one of the most ancient factions among the myriad races, its history far surpassing that of Blue Star by several magnitudes. Their technological prowess had reached a level capable of effortlessly annihilating an entire star domain. The archangel of the mechanical race, mentioned by them, was one of its elders and among the more powerful figures among the numerous epic lords, currently commanding the entire mechanical star domain. However, this was not the true archangel, but rather a simulacrum of it. At this juncture, King Tang spoke to stabilize the emotions of those present. Chapter 67. The mechanical race was astounded. Was this the developmental pace of the human race? If the true archangel had descended, not only Blue Star, but the entire star domain would be thrown into chaos by its extraordinary and terrifying might. Countless planets would undoubtedly be extinguished as a consequence. Yet, the mechanical life form that had materialized before them, resembling the archangel, evidently lacked such overwhelming presence. To humanity, the simulacrum of the mechanical race could be considered a descendant, a progeny. I am the sovereign of the 733rd planet of the mechanical star domain, as well as the legendary adjudicator of the Federal Alliance, angel number 099. I have come to investigate the emergence of angelic entities within the human domain and the alleged misconduct of Lin Mo from the Dragon Kingdom. Is the party in question present? A cold, mechanical voice emanated from the enormous life form, startling the inhabitants of the imperial capital, compelling them to gaze upwards towards the assembly hall. Bring Lin Mo forth, King Tang commanded, gesturing for a member of the assembly to summon Lin Mo from the rear hall. Lin Mo, prepared for the trial ahead, had donned a white ancient-style combat outfit specifically tailored by Tang Yinran. The attire, inspired by the garb of ancient heroes, was augmented with the functionalities of lordly technology. As Lin Mo emerged through the slowly opening doors of the assembly hall, all eyes fell upon him. Witnessing for the first time a figure clad in a futuristic white ensemble, exuding an ethereal aura, his countenance strikingly handsome, indeed, more so than any idol group seen online. Especially with the presence of the sacred white lotus beside him, they appeared as celestial companions from the heavens. Standing beside his father, Sumyukin could not help but be entranced. I am Lin Mo, he declared, introducing himself without awaiting King Tang's endorsement. During the Lord's identity verification, it was confirmed that he was indeed Lin Mo. The first inquiry of the adjudication pertained to whether the angelic entities were connected to Lin Mo. The second inquiry examined whether Lin Mo possessed the capability to slay 800 million beings of the myriad races within 4 days. Prior to the testing, the parties involved were reminded that if the defendant failed the assessment, it would directly determine the outcomes of both inquiries. Consequently, the defendant and their nation would be subject to the appropriate penalties according to the laws of the myriad races. Did the defendant or their nation have any objections? The colossal mechanical life form's singular red eye scanned Lin Mo, confirming his identity, and then proceeded to announce the procedural guidelines for the examination. As the envoy from the mechanical race, their concern lay in fairness and impartiality, showing no fear of potential bias from the adjudicator. King Tang stood alongside Lin Mo, whispering reassurance to him. The Dragon Kingdom's sovereign, Tang Taimin, felt indifferent to the proceedings. King Tang spoke first, and Lin Mo echoed his lack of dissent, though internally he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. This seemingly fair adjudication subtly revealed the judgment of the strong over the weak. If the Dragon Kingdom possessed the strength to challenge the entire Federal Alliance, why should they be subjected to scrutiny by others? The simulation for the testing commenced. Upon completion, Lin Mo was informed that he could begin the assessment. This examination would be showcased transparently to all present. Following the completion of the formalized procedures, a spatial wormhole gradually unfolded before the immense form of 099. Beyond the wormhole lay a battlefield replete with technological wonders. Without hesitation, Lin Mo used the Lord system to connect to the wormhole, subsequently transporting himself and the White Lotus into the combat arena. Your task for this assessment is a siege battle. You must remain within a city on the verge of collapse and hold your ground for a quarter of an hour against the attacking forces of the simulated beings to pass this test. Do you understand? As Lin Mo entered the battlefield, the previously cold mechanical voice transformed into a more human-like tone, conveying the nature of the test not only to Lin Mo but also to all in attendance. Understood, Lin Mo nodded slightly. You have 3 minutes to prepare, during which you may summon all your units into this space. Once the 3 minutes elapse, the simulated army will commence their assault. Make haste in your preparations. Angel No. 099 seemed to have awakened a degree of autonomous consciousness, resembling an examiner offering pre-battle counsel to a candidate. Lin Mo wasted no time. He was uncertain of the challenges that lay ahead in the siege battle. He could only summon all his units and brace himself to respond with utmost effort. With that thought, another spatial wormhole manifested behind him, and unit after unit emerged through it. Among them were the 2 towering Evil King sacred trees. Upon their appearance on the battlefield, all those watching the conflict widened their eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? Aren't these the calamity-level abyssal creatures that descended upon the novice domain? How could they possibly be Lin Mo's units? Exclaimed Kim Sampang, the sovereign of Goryeo, his voice laced with incredulity. These are not the same Evil King sacred trees that descended. Their combat power seems slightly diminished. Could they be rewards Lin Mo received during the initial tribulation of the myriad races? This is no test at all. Lin Mo possesses such units that even an assault of 100,000 beings from the myriad races could be effortlessly annihilated. The sovereign of the bear country could not help but gasp in astonishment. Clearly, it wasn't he just them, even Angel No. 099 had not anticipated that Lin Mo would amass such formidable power in a matter of days. Your units. The voice of 099 resonated in Lin Mo's ears. The voice carried a hint of incredulity. Such a state would not allow for a true assessment of your capabilities at that moment. The testing parameters have been resimulated. The evaluation has been meticulously redesigned based on your performance during the initial cataclysm of the multitude, ensuring proportional testing criteria. You may prepare for 3 additional minutes. Is there a latent power yet to be revealed? Unit 099 seemed utterly speechless by its own maneuvering, yet for the sake of an authentic and equitable test. It must recreate Lin Mo's condition during the multitude's initial cataclysm, an exact replication of the battlefield at that time. Only this would genuinely ascertain whether Lin Mo had engaged in any deceitful conduct. Lin Mo remained silent, merely summoning all his troops in one decisive move. 2 evil king divine trees, 14 moonflower fairies, and 178 scarlet valkyries. Unit 099 remarked. Are you jesting with me? Is this the rate at which a human lord can develop within 5 days? The testing parameters were resimulated once more. Chapter 68. He shall ascend above all of Blue Star. Once all of Lin Mo's forces were fully deployed, he stirred a tempest among the onlookers. What manner of monster is this? How could he amass such a formidable army in a mere fortnight? This was unprecedented in human history. The ruler of Goryeo, Kim Sampang, could no longer remain seated, rising abruptly with an expression of shock and fury. He was both astonished by Lin Mo's astonishing growth rate, and enraged that the power Lin Mo now commanded was not something a human lord should possess after merely 15 days. This must be yet another scheme devised by the Dragon Kingdom. Accursed Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, he recalled how Lin Mo had once annihilated Jiang Cheng's forces with a single unit. From the very beginning, he had defied conventions. Could it be that he had awakened some extraordinary trait? Kim Sampang was not foolish. Daring to play tricks before the Multitude Federation was not something the Dragon Kingdom would attempt. The only explanation for this phenomenon lay in Lin Mo's own abilities. It seemed that if Lin Mo were not subdued by Unit 099 today, the Dragon Kingdom would inevitably rise to become the preeminent power of Blue Star. No, it could even eclipse the entirety of Blue Star itself. At that moment, the ruler of Sakura Island, too, wore a grim expression. Not only he, but all the leaders of nations watching this test came to a similar realization. This cannot continue. Lin Mo must not be allowed to grow any further. The ruler of the Eagle Kingdom, observing the events on the large screen, clenched his silver teeth tightly. His fists pounded against the table. He was the one who wished for Lin Mo's disappearance most fervently in this test. The Eagle Kingdom ought to be the foremost power of Blue Star. Lin Mo must perish. He fervently prayed in his heart. Finally, after undergoing 3 rounds of re-simulated tests, Lin Mo's final challenge was finally determined. He now found himself in a dilapidated town, constructed with mechanical technology, spanning a mere 100 by 100 square meters. Here, even his entire army could scarcely be accommodated. Surrounding him were mechanical beings of golden caliber, bearing their fangs. Among them were mechanical life forms comparable in size to the evil King Divine trees. His task was to survive amidst this unending tide of mechanical creatures for a quarter of an hour. Upon witnessing the challenge that Lin Mo was to face, the spectators gasped in astonishment. Is it not a bit excessive for the adjudicator of the multitude to impose such a trial? How could Lin Mo, who has yet to become a formal lord, contend against so many golden-level beings? Is this not a blatant attempt to condemn him to death? Some high-ranking officials from the Dragon Kingdom could no longer bear to watch and voice their dissent to King Tang. Lin Mo is the entire Dragon Kingdom's treasure. How could they, as its leaders, stand idly by and watch him sacrifice himself so needlessly? The mechanical race is one that adheres to absolute fairness. While the current setup may seem like a death trap for Lin Mo, it was indeed a simulation based on his previous slaughter of over 80,000 beings during the initial cataclysm. Sigh. Although King Tang was aware of some of Lin Mo's true strengths, particularly his ability to vanquish a 1,000-strong army with just a handful of scarlet units, Lin Mo commanded over 100. However, such a challenge was far beyond the capacity of a mere level 20 lord. Even a seasoned lord of level 30 or 40 would likely perish under such circumstances. King Tang's unwavering confidence in Lin Mo began to waver. Lin Mo will prevail, spoke Tang Yanran, who had personally experienced Lin Mo's strength. She understood Lin Mo's capabilities better than anyone. She had once pondered whether she could endure such a challenge for a quarter of an hour, even with all her might. After much deliberation, she conservatively estimated that she might have a 40% chance of success. If she had only a 40% chance, then Lin Mo must have at least a 50% likelihood of triumph. Such odds were already considerable. The crowd's eyes glimmered with intrigue. While they were curious as to why the Grand Princess had such faith in Lin Mo, they could only suppress their dissent in light of her conviction. Very well. If that is the case, Lin Mo is undoubtedly doomed. The ruler of the Eagle Kingdom, now wearing a renewed smile, believed that such a setup would surely spell disaster for even a seasoned 30-level lord, let alone Lin Mo, who had only recently attained lordship. How could Lin Mo, in this brief span of half a month, grow to rival a 30-level lord? The thoughts of those outside the battlefield varied widely, and many hoped for Lin Mo's failure in this confrontation. Yet, within the battlefield, Lin Mo was already prepared for the impending conflict. He surveyed the mechanical creatures encircling him, reminiscent of the calamity he faced against the evil King Divine trees during the initial cataclysm. The adjudicator of the mechanical race may have been fair and just, but he had underestimated the individual combat capabilities of Lin Mo's units. The Scarlet Valkyries, with their attributes exceeding eightfold, were already on par with legendary units. Pitted against a tide of golden-level creatures, Lin Mo still held a significant advantage. Moreover, he had the assistance of Bai Lian and Xian de La. As the countdown to preparation concluded, the battle was poised to erupt. The diverse mechanical entities surged forth with an unstoppable momentum toward Lin Mo. The metallic clashing resounded, shaking the earth. Without needing to command, Lin Mo's preparations were already in place. Much like his previous encounter with the evil King Divine trees, he unfurled his holy wings and ascended into the air. A sacred light enveloped all of Lin Mo's troops as he invoked his immune to celestial spirit damage trait. This was the true source of Lin Mo's confidence. Even when faced with an overwhelming number of foes, he was fortified by his mythical attributes. None could defeat him. Not only would he endure for a quarter of an hour, but today, he would seize this opportunity to proclaim the rise of the Dragon Kingdom to all nations of Blue Star. All troops advance, Lin Mo declared with a flourish, his heart swelling with pride. The 100 Scarlet Valkyries, clad in crimson armor, drew their massive swords and swiftly charged to confront the mechanical tide. They blossomed like thorny roses upon a pristine expanse, piercing through all enemies who dared to underestimate them. Chapter 69, Valkyrie Form, Rampage. The 14 radiant moonflower fairies stood resolutely alongside Bai Lian, guarding the dilapidated city. Two colossal evil king trees immediately unleashed the abyssal tide, collaborating with the Scarlet Valkyries in combat. Simultaneously, a faint murky mist began to manifest upon their forms. Lin Mo's objective today was not merely to endure for a quarter of an hour. He aimed to secure victory in this war. Boom. The first violent explosion erupted, followed by a series of thunderous reverberations akin to firecrackers. In her standard state, the Scarlet Valkyrie, clad in heavy armor, surged forth. Each time a mechanical life form was crushed beneath her might, its core energy would erupt in a fierce explosion. Such explosive damage would be utterly lethal to ordinary human soldiers. Flames and shockwaves have always been the most devastating weapons against flesh and blood. However, before the heavily armored Scarlet Valkyrie, these explosions were akin to mere tickles. The seemingly wooden scarlet armor could withstand nearly 1,000 degrees of heat and effectively obstruct the transmission of shockwaves. Coupled with her outrageous stamina, one could say that even without Lin Mo's unique trait of spirit body damage immunity, the Scarlet Valkyrie remained invincible against these mechanical monstrosities. The scene unfolding on the battlefield captivated all who beheld it from the outside. Have I ever seen such a unit commanded by Lin Mo? Such formidable defense and strength. Surely this unit's stamina exceeds 300. A golden tier unit. Lin Mo's more than 100 soldiers were undoubtedly of the golden max level and adorned with substantial defensive gear. Otherwise, they could not possibly possess such high stamina. The senior members of the National Assembly, seasoned lords who had endured nearly half a year of slaughter in the Celestial Wars, were astounded by the display Lin Mo presented. Only Tang Wang and Tang Yanran, who were somewhat aware of Lin Mo's capabilities, were not taken aback. Humph, employing such a life-risking strategy from the outset, if Lin Mo survives today, it truly reflects poorly on his questionable battle intelligence, sneered the king of Goryeo, Jin Sampang. In his view, Lin Mo aimed to bolster his troops' morale with this fierce demeanor before allowing those units to counterattack and hold their ground. This would not only elevate the soldiers' spirits, but also open a significant avenue for survival, enabling them to endure through the critical 15 minutes of testing. Yet, such tactics were ultimately fleeting. Setting aside how much elite power Lin Mo's charge strategy would consume, even if they successfully boosted morale with a counterattack, how much stamina would remain for these units to face the ensuing onslaught of mechanical life forms? Lin Mo was still too young, lacking in combat experience. Only perceiving the merits of this strategy while overlooking its pitfalls, Jin Sampang, relying on his extensive experience on the celestial battlefield, foresaw Lin Mo's eventual fate, a conclusion any competent lord could deduce. Unfortunately, while their reasoning was sound, Lin Mo himself was anything but ordinary. More than 100 Scarlet Valkyries were distributed evenly across various positions, relentlessly charging forth. Just as Jin Sampang had anticipated, they ceased their advance after penetrating a certain depth. Just when Jin Sampang thought this was the limit of Lin Mo's units, preparing to initiate a countercharge, he was astonished to discover that the halted Valkyries did not rush back. Instead, they radiated an air of prideful combat intent. A pure white energy glowed upon their scarlet armor, as if these units were unleashing some sort of buff skill. What was happening? Was Lin Mo devising yet another scheme? Jin Sampang struggled to comprehend Lin Mo's maneuvers. The longer these units remained deep within enemy lines, the greater their attrition. If this continued, they might lack the strength to return. But just as Jean Sampang believed Lin Mo was courting disaster, all the Scarlet Valkyries that had infiltrated the enemy ranks underwent a transformation. The original Valkyries, clad in tightly fitted armor resembling that of a pangolin, which rendered them nearly impervious, now fully embraced their Valkyrie form, shedding their heavy armor while retaining only the crucial protective elements. The discarded armor transformed into crimson long spears, while more of it enveloped their already colossal greatswords, converting them into knightly lances. Now, gazing upon the panel of the Scarlet Valkyries, one could see Spirit Valkyrie, Scarlet. Race, plant. Description: the Scarlet Tree Monarch, having undergone its first metamorphosis, transforms into a valiant warrior of the Valkyrie clan. Title: Valkyrie Form. Legendary substantial enhancement of all attributes, with combat prowess increasing as the battle rages on. Grade: Golden Max Legend. No tier. Level: 23. Strength: 2330. Armor penetration effect. Increases attack power by 70. Stamina: 2550. Increases life by 200. Intelligence: 890. Agility: 1450. Increases movement speed by 50. Status: 12 life steal, 30 severe injury effect. 30 yard splash damage, growing stronger with each battle. Skills: Valkyrie Form, Initial State. Greatsword Storm, Active. Counterattack Storm, Passive. War Bloodline, Passive. Resilient Body, Passive. Loyalty, 81. This was the full unleashing of the Valkyrie state. The Valkyrie's new form instantly captivated the attention of all onlookers. Lin Mo's unit possesses another form? And this state appears to be far superior to the previous one. Tang Yinran was once again left speechless. It turned out that Lin Mo had not revealed his true strength during their duel. This was a fighting stance much more suited for battle, both offensive and defensive. A unit truly hard to come by. Why could I not acquire such units during my time on the celestial battlefield? Tang Wang expressed, a hint of envy evident in his eyes. Ultimately, a man's romantic ideals often revolve around long black hair, long legs, and mechs. And Lin Mo possessed them all at this moment, which could not help but evoke his envy. Chapter 70. Syndra appears, reveling in carnage. The newly transformed Valkyries became the focal point of attention as they entered the fray, their power in this state leaving observers astounded. In their initial state, the Valkyries relied on their heavy armor and immense stamina to physically smash through mechanical life forms. Now, in their current form, they truly commenced battle. They transformed into streaks of crimson light, trailing fiery tails as they darted through the waves of mechanical life forms. Wherever the red glow passed, the earth shattered, and countless mechanical beings erupted in explosions. In terms of slaughter speed, the Valkyries in their Valkyrie state were several times more formidable than their initial form. How could this be? How could such a unit exist among the golden tier ranks? Not only was Tang Wang envious, but Jean Sampang was practically green with envy. Why? Why are such military units not of my Goryo? Lin Mo must be cursed. What secrets does this Lord of the Dragon Kingdom possess? Why does he consistently manifest extraordinary phenomena? The Lord of the Sakura Islands spoke in a hoarse voice, his eyelids drooping, yet a glimmer of avarice flickered beneath. At this moment, he fervently prayed that Lin Mo would unveil his secrets during this battle. It would be even better if Lin Mo could survive this trial, allowing him to grow into a proper lord. The instant he steps onto the battlefield of the heavens, Sakura Island will dispatch the most formidable lord organization to seize everything Lin Mo possesses. As the Lord of Sakura Island contemplated, a sinister grin crept across his face. His aged features contorted in a grotesque manner, akin to a malevolent demon. He was not alone in his malicious thoughts. Few other rulers shared his sentiments. If only we could entice Lin Mo to our Eagle Kingdom, then we would undoubtedly surpass the Dragon Kingdom in a short span, establishing ourselves as the true dominant power on this blue star. Should we fail to sway him, we must resort to acquiring the secrets he possesses, regardless of the means. Lin Mo cannot be allowed to remain with the Dragon Kingdom. The Lord of the Eagle Kingdom wore a gloomy expression, having meticulously plotted his course of action in his mind. Amidst this turbulent contest rife with hidden currents, Lin Mo remained singularly focused on confronting the challenges before him. To label these challenges as mere predicaments would be misleading. They were more accurately described as trials. The overwhelming tide of mechanical life forms was far too great. It should be noted that Lin Mo had previously slain over 80,000 myriad creatures within just 4 days. Yet, this test unleashed an equivalent number of mechanical beings simultaneously. This was precisely why Lin Mo needed only to endure for a mere quarter of an hour to validate his capabilities. Relying solely on the Valkyrie and the 2 evil king trans would evidently be insufficient to accomplish this task within the allotted time. Thus, he decided to summon Syndra. Lin Mo resolutely called forth Syndra, who had now evolved into one of his heroic units. A stunningly enchanting purple figure gradually materialized behind Lin Mo. I have seen the Lord, Syndra acknowledged, having undergone significant transformation in the past 5 days. Lin Mo had extensively developed surrounding resources and vanquished countless wild monsters, acquiring a wealth of rare materials. These materials conveniently fulfilled the forging requirements for 3 silver-grade equipment pieces at the Furnace Pavilion. Syndra's current attributes were as follows: Abyss Lord, Syndra. Race, Abyssal. Title, Excellent Configuration. Gold increases all 4 dimensions by 8. Grade, Legendary Tier 2. Level, 27. Strength, 7,400. Stamina, 2,400. Intelligence, 2,800. Agility, 7,000. Equipment, Underworld Giant Sword, Silver Tier 3. Golden Lightning, Silver Tier 3. Status, Song of the Dead, Thunderous Might, Bloodthirst, Despair, Devour. Skills, Abyssal Judgment, Active, Bloodthirsty Battle Intent, Passive, Light of Despair, Passive, Devour, Passive, Vengeful Spirit Speed, Passive. Loyalty, 86. The enhancements to Syndra's attributes resulted not only from her level increase of 2, but also from Lin Mo equipping her with 2 pieces of silver-grade gear, significantly boosting her stats. Underworld Giant Sword. Description: the sword wielded by the Ghost King in life, imbued with the essence of death and life's lament, capable of corroding the enemy's soul. Grade, Silver Tier 3. Attributes, Hero Equipment, Lord. Effect, increases strength by 30, agility by 50, and inflicts 15 soul damage. Special passive, Song of the Dead. Upon entering combat, emanates an intense aura of death, reducing enemy attack power and speed by 30 within a 30-yard radius. Golden Lightning. Description: a blessing from the God King Alagard. Grade, Silver Tier 3. Attributes, Hero Special Equipment, Lord. Effect, increases agility by 150, adds electrical damage to attacks. Special passive, Thunderous Might. The higher the agility during combat, the more Golden Lightning strikes, 10150, will be summoned to deliver lethal attacks to enemies. Of the 3 existing silver-grade weapons in the Furnace Pavilion, 2 were fully equipped to Syndra, as an assassin-type abyssal being. Syndra's state of Song of the Dead, combined with the Thunderous Might from Golden Lightning, transformed her attacks from single target to area of effect damage, coupled with her inherent large-scale destructive skill. Abyssal Judgment. It could be said that Syndra's current damage potential rivaled that of the evil King Trance, with her output exceeding the combined total of both Trance. Go forth and slay freely, Lin Mo commanded. A bloodthirsty smile crept upon Syndra's lips as phantasmal specters accompanied by arcs of golden lightning began to manifest around her alluring form. In the next instant, she transformed into a brilliant aurora of intertwined colors, plunging into the tide of mechanical life forms. If the 80,000 mechanical beings formed a colossal wave, then Syndra was the sword rainbow that could overturn the ocean. Where the aurora passed, all life within a 30-yard radius was obliterated. The vast multitude of mechanical life forms visibly began to diminish. What is this military unit summoned by Lin Mo? What terrifying destructive power is this? Does he intend to annihilate the entire mechanical army single-handedly? It is unimaginable that our human race has birthed such a remarkably powerful lord at such a young age. With Lin Mo among us, how can the Dragon Kingdom not rise? Within the Dragon Kingdom's conference hall, officials were spellbound by the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 71. The Crux of the Matter. Tang Wang, Su Qiren, Tang Yinyan, and others widened their eyes at the battlefield scene. Lin Mo has actually acquired a second heroic unit? Has he managed to collect 50 hero recruitment cards in just half a month? Tang Yinyan now understood why Lin Mo was reluctant to have her serve as his temporary heroic unit. The combat prowess of this newly summoned hero far surpassed her own. She realized that her strength had not even registered in Lin Mo's eyes. Furthermore, this heroic unit of Lin Mo was likely also of legendary caliber, and not only that, but it was also equipped with silver-grade gear. Tang Wang gazed at the dazzling display of colors and the exaggerated level of combat power on the battlefield, unable to contain his astonishment. What trials did Lin Mo endure at the outset? The last person in our human race to possess a legendary tier heroic unit was our ancestor from 8 centuries ago. That individual acquired his unit only after rescuing a gravely wounded legendary being. Yet Lin Mo has, in merely half a month, already attained 2 legendary heroic units. This is... Su Qiren found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the sheer incredibility of Lin Mo's achievements. I have a premonition that this battle marks the true beginning of Lin Mo transcending the limits of humanity. After a brief moment of shock, Tang Wang gazed at Lin Mo's upright figure, his eyes gleaming with determination. Meanwhile, Tang Yuyan and Su Mucheng, standing beside their father, were left in a daze. Is this still the Lin Mo they once knew? Why, in such a brief span of time, had he created a chasm-like divide between himself and them? Su Mucheng bit her crimson lip, her beautiful eyes veiled with a layer of mist. The aspiration she once harbored to catch up with Lin Mo now seemed an unattainable fantasy. Would she ever have the chance to stand beside Lin Mo again? In stark contrast to Su Mucheng's sense of despondency, Tang Yuyan, having witnessed Lin Mo's presence akin to a divine warrior, found herself profoundly intrigued by him. Although they had known each other as rivals for 3 years, her perception of Lin Mo had undergone a seismic shift at this moment. No longer did she regard him as a competitor. She felt unworthy of such a title. In her subconscious, Lin Mo's silhouette had gradually transformed into a benchmark on her path to greatness. She no longer sought to match Lin Mo. Rather, she yearned for a day in the future when she, too, could display the strength of a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom before the leaders of various nations. Outside the battlefield, myriad lives unfolded. Within it, Lin Mo remained oblivious to the extent of the impact his actions had on the hearts and minds of many. He only knew that this battle must conclude with his absolute victory. In the midst of the fray, Syndra seemed to sense her lord's ambition, her fighting spirit soaring. The slaughter of mechanical life forms resembled the act of mowing grass. Wherever she tread, a vast expanse of dismantled remnants lay in her wake. In her frenzied state of carnage, the number of mechanical life forms began to dwindle drastically. In merely 10 minutes, the once unceasing tide of myriad creatures had shown significant fragmentation. Should this rate of reduction continue, in 2 or 3 minutes, Syndra and a Crimson Valkyrie could surely claim victory in this battle. The onlookers had fallen into a stunned silence, all preparing to witness a moment of history. The leaders of the nations were left dumbfounded, their prior scheming evaporating in an instant. How could Lin Mo, having only begun half a month ago, possess such extraordinary combat prowess? If he were to complete the novice domain's assessment and emerge as a legitimate lord to enter the celestial battlefield, what nation present could hope to contend with Lin Mo at that time? They would likely find themselves praying that Lin Mo would not come seeking retribution. As time slipped away, the mechanical life forms on the battlefield dwindled from tens of thousands to mere thousands, and ultimately to fewer than 100. This battle was undeniably a victory for Lin Mo. At this moment, who could still remember that Lin Mo had initially come to undergo an assessment rather than to achieve triumph? Just as everyone believed Lin Mo had achieved an unprecedented record, an unforeseen event unfolded on the battlefield. When Syndra struck down the last of the mechanical life forms, the 099 unit did not declare the conclusion of Lin Mo's assessment. Instead, a deafening alarm blared. The siren sound was urgent and colossal, startling the citizens of the imperial capital. It was then that a colossal wormhole slowly opened in the mechanical sky above Lin Mo's battlefield, interwoven with terrifying storms of lightning. And a warframe resembling the 099 unit descended from within. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Could it be that Lin Mo's assessment was not yet concluded? Why had the 099 unit appeared on its own? No, that was not the 099 unit. Did they not see that the 099 unit remained hovering above the Congressional Hall? This must be another mechanical life form simulated for the assessment. Surely, this had exceeded the bounds of the assessment? Had Lin Mo encountered such horrifying creatures during the initial calamity of the myriad races? How could that be? The high-ranking officials of various nations were profoundly shaken. They had reason to suspect that the usually impartial mechanical race had ulterior motives at this moment. Perhaps they had been influenced by the lords of other nations. Wishing to eliminate Lin Mo, leaders from countries such as Goryo, Eagle, Cherry Blossom, and others seemed to rediscover hope in their quest to vanquish Lin Mo. Rather than witness the rise of the Dragon Kingdom elevating the entire Blue Star, they preferred to see their own nation's standings remain stable. As long as the Dragon Kingdom did not rise above them, they would rather delay the development of the Blue Star by centuries than allow the Dragon Kingdom to dominate. Among those present, Tang Wang, Su Qiren, and Tang Yinyan seemed to grasp something, their eyes wide with shock as they exchanged glances. Indeed, the calamity-level Evil King tree during the initial calamity of the myriad races had been aimed at Lin Mo. Tang Yinyan realized with clarity. Furthermore, Lin Mo had already possessed the strength to defeat the calamity-level Evil King tree at that time. His 2 Evil King tree units must have been acquired after vanquishing the calamity-level Evil King tree. Su Qiren concurred wholeheartedly. Lin Mo's White Lotus was not merely a legendary hero unit. Tang Wang then recognized the crux of the issue. Chapter 72, The Emergence of the White Lotus and Angel Unit 999. Lin Mo's hero unit was not of the legendary tier. Rather, it was of a higher caliber. Otherwise, how could the White Lotus have defeated the 30-level calamity-titled Evil King tree before Lin Mo even reached level 20? Was Lin Mo's hero unit actually of the epic tier? Tang Yinyan dared to speculate it was of epic level, but beyond that, no one dared to believe. Or perhaps Lin Mo's hero was a uniquely exceptional existence within the legendary max tier. Do you recall the angelic entity that had appeared earlier to annihilate the lords of various nations in the novice domain? In that incident, only the Dragon Kingdom's lord had not been destroyed. This precisely indicated that the angelic beings were somehow linked to the Dragon Kingdom. The most fitting explanation was that these angelic beings were Lin Mo's White Lotus. Su Qiren composed himself, furrowing his brow in careful analysis. The crowd had heard the exchange between the few of them, especially when the Great Pillar Kingdom mentioned that the angelic being was the White Lotus. Everyone experienced a moment of clarity akin to the sun breaking through the clouds. Or perhaps Lin Mo's hero unit was, in fact, the Angels of Paradise Island. The angels of Paradise Island had once served the ancient gods, and after the disappearance of the ancient god, they had established their own race. The angels were of legendary status from birth, and as they aged, they could potentially advance in tier. The current Angel King was a terrifying figure at the epic max level. Furthermore, the mechanical race had engaged in transactions with Paradise Island, obtaining angelic genetic sequences, thereby creating numerous angelic-like mechas. Tang Wang shared with the crowd the secrets he knew about Paradise Island and the mechanical race. Did this not imply that the endpoint of this battle would be a confrontation between angels and angelic mechanical entities? Tang Yinyan's interest surged. Having traversed the celestial battlefield for 4 years, she had yet to witness angelic beings. Now, to witness a monumental battle between two angelic entities in the Dragon Kingdom was nothing short of exhilarating. Yet, this was merely speculation. Whether Lin Mo's hero unit was truly a genuine angel remained uncertain. Tang Wang shook his head once more. However, the audience had already been ignited with immense anticipation by the words shared among the few. Even the leaders of various nations widened their eyes, ready to witness the final act of this battle. Just as Tang Wang and the others were pondering, the angelic-like mechanical unit Lin Mo faced indeed mirrored the calamity-level evil king tree he had encountered during the initial calamity of the myriad races. Mechanical life. Angel Unit 999. Description: a mechanical race boss specifically designed for simulated assessments. Title: Mechanical Era, Epic, Angelic-like, Legendary. Rank: Legendary Tier 3. Level: 40. Strength: 17, 900. Stamina: 24,000. Intelligence: 18, 500. Agility: 16, 900. Status: Just Scales, Constant Patches, Combat Power Enhancement, Swift Transformation. Data of Angel Unit Number 999. A Quadrilateral Warrior? Lin Mo exclaimed in astonishment upon discovering the panel information of the angelic machine. Its four-dimensional composite value approached equilibrium, indicating that the opponent possessed no absolute weaknesses to exploit. Victory could only be achieved through sheer combat power. In that case, let the anticipation build. Lin Mo chuckled softly. Indeed, the itch to engage had begun to surface. Such a being would serve as the perfect whetstone for my skills. Bai Lian soared through the skies, her demeanor serene. Go forth and bring this battle to its grand conclusion. Ensure the spectacle is sufficiently grand. I do not wish for others to discern my true capabilities. After issuing her command, Lin Mo added, there are still many onlookers outside. Lin Mo wished to conceal the full extent of his strength, allowing Bai Lian to unleash her absolute power swiftly, both to bewilder the spectators and to establish an invincible image for himself. This was also his contribution to the Dragon Kingdom, a declaration to the world that under Lin Mo's presence, the Dragon Kingdom would undoubtedly rise. This was a fact that no one could deny. Upon hearing this, Bai Lian immediately unfurled the sacred light barrier surrounding her. The previously emitted healing light could be likened to a gentle drizzle. However, her fully unleashed sacred light now resembled a celestial canopy, obscuring the sun and instilling fear. Her majestic, holy wings slowly spread open, revealing 4 sacred swords forged from divine light behind them. The pure white phosphorus and noble gold coalesced into a battle armor that replaced Bai Lian's loose white attire. This was her current, 4-winged battle heaven form, far surpassing any angelic beings. Hero: 4-winged holy light, Bai Lian. Race: Divine Tree Tribe. Title: Knight Commander of the Sacred Realm, Mythical. Description: hailing from the distant divine kingdoms Bai Lian tribe, she is the strongest healing hero who, after her first transformation, will become a powerful battle support hero. Rank: Mythical Tier 1. Level: 24, Second Phase. Strength: 4, 600. Stamina: 7, 700, enhanced by rock armor. Intelligence: 16, 303. 000, enhanced by Crow's magic. Agility: 5, 300. Equipment: Crow's Staff, Silver Max. Status: 4-winged Holy Light, Source of Crow's magic, Holy Light Divine Sword, Battle Support Form. Holy Light Buff. Skills: Divine Light Descends, active. 4-winged Battle Heaven, active. Radiant Holy Sword 4-sword form, passive. Battle Support Form, passive. Divine Judgment, passive. Loyalty, 100. Though Bai Lian currently wielded merely a silver tier Crow's Staff, the effects of Lin Mo's God tier title provided her with an 8-fold enhancement, bringing her intelligence close to 20,000. Crow's Staff. Description: a weapon crafted by the ancient magic-wielding Crow clan. Rank: Silver Max. Attributes: Hero Equipment, Lord. Effect: increases intelligence by 130, mana regeneration by 30. Converts magical damage into 25 ancient magical damage. Magic can inflict critical damage. Special passive: Source of Magic. Increases intelligence based on the amount of magic possessed by the being. Under normal circumstances, the Crow's Staff could not provide such a terrifying enhancement. However, as it was wielded by the mythical Bai Lian, a being of sacred light with an innate affinity for boundless magic, combined with Lin Mo's divine title, the cumulative effect of these buffs resulted in an enhancement akin to a glitch. Chapter 73, Power Beyond Calculation. Ultimately, it was by Lian's rank that was exceedingly high. Even a mythical being using black iron tier equipment would possess formidable power. Additionally, Lin Mo's god tier title effect was absurdly powerful. Any one of these factors, if diminished, would preclude the existence of such terrifying numerical enhancements. In other words, in this scenario, only Lin Mo could achieve such a feat in all the realms. After Bai Lian made her grand appearance in her complete form, the first to feel astonished was not the crowd outside, who had been eagerly awaiting this moment, but the angel unit number 099, a mechanical being serving as a judge for the Multi-Species Federation. Lin Mo, does this heroic unit originate from the sacred realm? The previously cold mechanical voice now carried a hint of human-like astonishment. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, did not respond, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had not anticipated that his carefulness would lead to a slip in front of this mechanical being. I spoke too freely. Please do not misunderstand, my lord Lin Mo. All information gathered during the assessment will be transmitted to the Multi-Species Federation for confidential storage, and not a single detail will be disclosed externally. You need not worry about this. Noticing Lin Mo's prolonged silence, Unit 099 quickly elaborated, adding a tone of deference towards Lin Mo. This unexpected demeanor took Lin Mo aback. However, surprises aside, the battle still loomed ahead. Bai Lian showed no signs of hesitation. The four sacred swords ignited in blazing holy flames, piercing towards Unit 999. The terrifying holy flames scorched the void, distorting it with signs of impending collapse. Unit 999 swiftly calculated a countermeasure using its advanced technology. An energy barrier rapidly coalesced before it, and countless small mechas erupted from its massive frame, charging towards Bai Lian. In the outside world, all could witness the anticipated clash of angelic beings, especially after Bai Lian transformed into her new form, leading many to believe she was indeed an angel. Among them, the previously speculated King Tang, who had conjectured Bai Lian's angelic nature, now found himself wavering. This was due to his past experiences at the pinnacle of humanity, granting him a perspective far exceeding others. The angels he knew did not undergo transformations akin to Bai Lian's. Where did Lin Mo's hero truly come from? How peculiar. King Tang murmured softly in confusion. Regardless, as long as Lin Mo is powerful, that is enough. I've watched this lad grow. His character is commendable. Recently, I've been contemplating a union between him and my daughter, hastening their bond for the future stability of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Qiren could no longer suppress his smile. Hands on his hips as he observed Lin Mo on the battlefield, growing increasingly satisfied, completely shedding his previous stern demeanor towards Lin Mo. You, old rascal, have some good intentions. If a match is to be made, it should be with Yanran or Yu Yan. You, a mere general of the Dragon Kingdom, could surpass our monarch's status? It should be Yanran or Yu Yan who takes the lead. The normally serious Tang Taiman suddenly became poetic, referring to the Dragon Kingdom's pillar as an old rascal. His words even suggested a rivalry for the position of Lin Mo's father-in-law. Oh, I say, King Tang, are you being a bit excessive? There should be a sense of precedence. Mu Chun and Lin Mo have been childhood sweethearts. In order to marry Lin Mo, it is most fitting for Mu Chun to become a grand talent. Upon hearing the words of King Tang, Su Qiren immediately grew agitated, nearly raising his voice in a quarrel with the king. The spectators present could not help but break into a cold sweat. However, the only person in the entire Dragon Kingdom brave enough to speak to King Tang in such a manner was this esteemed and powerful figure, the grand pillar of the nation. After all, these two had once traversed the battlefield as old comrades. How dare you, Su Qiren? You no longer address me with honorifics, merely calling me King Tang? Fine. Our camaraderie ends here. Furthermore, when it comes to matters of the heart, there is no precedence. It is merely a question of who is most suited to whom. At this moment, King Tang resembled a cunning fox, hands tucked into his sleeves, head tilted dismissively. No matter how vehemently Su Qiren protested, he feigned ignorance. This only served to further frustrate Su Qiren. The two were entirely unconcerned with Lin Mo's predicament on the battlefield. His examination was already a foregone conclusion. Yet they overlooked the blushing figures of Su Mu Chun and Tang Yu Yan, who stood by, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Father, what on earth are you saying? Who wishes to marry Lin Mo? Tang Yu Yan's words were insincere, her tone lacking conviction. In contrast, Su Mu Chen's eyes sparkled with golden light. She had awaited this opportunity for far too long. If she could formalize her relationship with Lin Mo through this, she was indifferent to the scale of their status. The calmest of all was Tang Yanran. Now 27, she was 9 years Lin Mo's senior. In the prime of her beauty, she held no objections to marrying Lin Mo, for according to the Lord's laws, a powerful individual possessing a harem of beauties was not excessive. Lin Mo was indeed worthy of such devotion. Her eyes gleamed with curiosity and astonishment as she fixated on the battlefield, where the conflict had reached a fever pitch. It was perplexing, truly perplexing. Just how formidable was Lin Mo's heroic unit? Those angelic mechs inflicted no harm upon her whatsoever. With unwavering focus, Tang Yanran's gaze burned bright, her heart brimming with intrigue and awe. On the battlefield, the White Lotus seemed akin to a sovereign of all existence, wielding her 4 holy swords to rend the very fabric of reality, delivering a grievous blow to the 999th mech. In contrast, the 999th mech, possessing an absolute attribute advantage, unleashed its assault upon the White Lotus, yet she neither dodged nor evaded, absorbing the blows without sustaining even a scratch. The CPU of the 099th mech, recording all of this, was nearly overwhelmed by analysis. It could not comprehend how Lin Mo's heroic unit possessed such terrifying defensive capabilities. Even if they hailed from the sacred domain, surely they must endure some damage? It was utterly confounding. Were it not for the laws of the United Races Federation, it would have transmitted the battle footage directly to the mechanical clan, seeking insight from their learned elders. The angelic 999th mech was the latest model, closely resembling an angelic combat suit. Its skill set allowed for seamless transitions between long-range and close-range attacks, boasting multi-layered defensive barriers. Logically, facing this being of sacred light should have resulted in at least a balanced exchange, if not a decisive victory. Yet the 999th mech had presumed itself to be superior, only to find reality defying its expectations, far exceeding the parameters of its electronic calculations. Chapter 74, Lin Mo's Victory, 099th mech invites dialogue. In the realm of technological warfare, the 999th battle armor, despite its home field advantage, continually found itself at a disadvantage. The colossal holy sword of the White Lotus struck its form repeatedly, even with its perpetual patch status, allowing it to harness retroactive powers to heal, and the passive technological shell to accumulate armor value. Its recovery rate fell short of the damage inflicted by the White Lotus. This angelic being seemed to possess absolute defense. All of its attacks merely vanished into the abyss, making no impact whatsoever. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. The probability of failure stood at 9,999. It was imperative to activate the ultimate skill, which could reduce the failure rate to 10. The electronic brain of the angelic 999th mech whirred frantically, ultimately arriving at one conclusion: to unleash its final trump card. A tremendous energy erupted from the chest of the 999th mech, the extreme power beginning to coalesce, sending shivers down the spines of all present. What kind of terrifying energy was being accumulated? If converted to our nuclear energy standards, what level would that yield? The senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom could not help but compare the energy being amassed to the highest destructive weapons of humanity. Report, esteemed counselors. According to precise calculations from the nuclear energy instruments, the energy now accumulating in the opponent's chest has reached level 8 nuclear fusion. Should they continue to charge at this rate, they will achieve level 15 nuclear fusion in a mere 15 seconds. Upon hearing the counselors' murmurs, the staff on site conducted their calculations, yielding results that left everyone astounded. Level 8 nuclear fusion could obliterate 100 towns, while level 15 could extinguish half of the Dragon Kingdom. The technological prowess of the mechanical clan was indeed terrifying. This was merely a test model in a simulated environment. If the 099th angelic mech were to unleash such a devastating attack, it could spell doom for the entire Dragon Kingdom. The enthusiasm that had surged within the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom due to Lin Mo's performance was now replaced by a heavy silence, even more profound than before. What on earth was Lin Mo doing? Why wasn't he interrupting the opponent's charge? Did he intend to withstand such an assault? At this critical moment in battle, Su Quirin ceased his bickering with King Tang. He focused intently on the situation unfolding on the battlefield, anxious for Lin Mo's success in this final trial. Yet Lin Mo's actions only heightened his agitation. Standing resolutely upon the earth, he faced the impending energy storm with an expression as calm as a still lake. Unperturbed in the slightest, his posture was straight, the winds generated by the energy storm rustling his pristine attire. In that moment, Lin Mo resembled a swordsman defying the heavens. His indifferent demeanor infused with a commanding aura. The bond between White Lotus and Lin Mo was one of mutual understanding, a master and hero united in purpose. Even without words, she grasped Lin Mo's resolve to establish his name and honor for himself and the entire Dragon Kingdom in this battle. Inspired by Lin Mo, White Lotus soared through the void, impervious to the opponent's maneuvers, embodying the spirit of a lone guardian. Finally, the energy within the chest of the 999th mech reached its zenith. "Sir, we have achieved level 15 nuclear fusion," exclaimed the staff outside, their voices trembling. This was power capable of annihilating half the Dragon Kingdom. Would Lin Mo survive? In that instant, everyone witnessing the battlefield held their breath for Lin Mo. Lin Mo. "You can do it." Su Muchen's expression was resolute, her gaze fixed upon the proud figure that captured her heart. "Go, Lin Mo. The honor of the Dragon Kingdom rests upon your shoulders." Tang Yuyan, too, clenched her fists, her eyes unwavering as she observed the center of the battlefield. Boom. The cataclysmic energy was finally unleashed from the chest of the 999th angelic mech. The colossal beam of energy, capable of dimming the heavens and earth, engulfed all of Lin Mo's units, soaring into the sky. It was as if a sword of creation cleaved through the cosmos, compelling all beneath its shadow to bow in reverence. Yet Lin Mo, how could he possibly transcend even the heavens? As the energy reached its ultimate release, the entire congressional hall was enveloped in a blinding white void. None could open their eyes in such brilliance. Fortunately, this blinding radiance did not endure for long. In a mere 30 seconds, the energy dissipated, and the world regained its former hues. Yet, when everyone reopened their eyes, eager to gaze upon the battlefield's center, they could not contain their excitement, expressing it through exuberant gestures. A colossal holy sword had pierced the cranium of the 999th mech, which collapsed like a heap of scrap metal. The owner of that divine blade, Lin Mo, stood proudly upon the remains of the 999th mech, brandishing 3 remaining holy swords that radiated a pure, resplendent light. In this battle, Lin Mo triumphed. Lin Mo emerged victorious. The Dragon Kingdom prevailed. The people finally recognized the truth. This is our lord from the Dragon Kingdom. His name is Lin Mo. Mark my words. Who would dare maliciously team up against the newcomers from the Dragon Kingdom in the novice area, now that Lin Mo has returned? This moment filled the hearts of those from the Dragon Kingdom with an invigorating fervor. Sumyukin could not help but cover her mouth with her delicate hand, as tears of excitement streamed down her cheeks. Tang Yuyan was utterly captivated by Lin Mo at that moment. Gazing at his unwavering figure, her heart began to race. Her affections had already soared towards Lin Mo Ding. Human Lord Lin Mo has exceeded the examination requirements. The result of the examination for Human Lord Lin Mo is not guilty. The 099th mech ultimately delivered Lin Mo's verdict. King Tang exhaled in relief, slowly returning to his chair, and raised the teacup on the table to moisten his parched throat, only to discover his hand trembling uncontrollably. Well done, Lin Mo. It seems both Yin Yin and Yu Yin are destined to marry you, King Tang remarked with a smile of satisfaction. Victorious Lin Mo felt no sense of pride. Instead, he realized through this battle the extent of his own insignificance. Had it not been for today's spirit body damage immunity trait, he could have endured for a mere quarter of an hour, but he would have sustained grievous injuries from the opponent's final strike. It seems I must hasten my journey into the abyss upon returning to the myriad worlds. Lin Mo, I previously mentioned that I had some words for you after your victory. The voice of the 099th mech resonated once more. Chapter 75, The Galactic War of the 100 Races, A Chance for Racial Ascendance. The 099th mech did not moderate its volume, and its words immediately captivated the excited senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom. Is the adjudicator from the myriad races not planning to depart? It seems he has more to say to Lin Mo. Could it be that the trial is not yet concluded? Everyone temporarily restrained their restless hearts, turning their attention to the 099th mech, eager to hear what this adjudicator of myriad races would reveal. I would like to invite you to participate in the Galactic War of the 100 Races. The next words from the 099th mech sent a wave of astonishment through the minds of everyone present. The Galactic War of the 100 Races. This is a battle among the top 100 races in the entire galaxy, held every 500 years in the myriad worlds. Each grand event incites unprecedented prosperity throughout the star system. The 100 races will have the opportunity for bloodline ascendance during this conflict. Any who ultimately advance will grant their respective races the privilege of bloodline retrogression or enhancement. Such rewards, if bestowed upon humanity, could shatter the long-standing limitation of remaining at the golden tier for millennia. To refer to it as a racial ascendance would not be an exaggeration. Yet, humanity had never even had the qualification to witness such rewards. For participation in the Galactic War of the 100 Races, humanity must possess at least one epic tier powerhouse. However, how can a race that has never surpassed the golden tier find an epic tier powerhouse to lead them? This has resulted in humanity being marginalized to the depths of the cosmos for 1,000 years in the myriad worlds. Whenever a grand era arises, they are always sidelined, with no opportunity to even observe the battles, let alone participate. Yet now, this ancient race of machines, the 099th mech, astonishingly invites Lin Mo to join the 100 Races War. This could not fail to stir excitement among all of humanity. Not only did the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom show faces flushed with excitement, but even the leaders of the nations that had long desired the downfall of the Dragon Kingdom now stood in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Lin Mo and the towering mech. If Lin Mo were to have the opportunity to participate in the Galactic War of the 100 Races, even securing the last place would accelerate humanity's development by hundreds of years. This would be a monumental boon for all of humanity. In that moment, they seemed to completely forget their competitive and adversarial relationships. All national leaders were filled with eager anticipation, fixated on the unfolding events. What benefits would inviting me to participate in the Galactic War of the 100 Races bring you? As the focal point of attention, Lin Mo remained the most clear-headed among them all, while everyone awaited his agreement to the invitation, envisioning a glorious conquest for all humanity. Lin Mo pondered the true intentions behind the offer. It is known that the Galactic War of the 100 Races also involves the mechanical race, the 099th mech. Having learned that his heroic unit hails from the sacred realm, still wishes to extend an invitation. Defeating them might cause some difficulties during the war, but that hardly aligns with logic, unless they stand to gain something far greater than the rewards of the conflict itself. You humans truly are suspicious by nature. Look at your high-ranking officials. Their eyes are practically sparkling with anticipation, nearly wishing to agree on your behalf. Yet here you are, contemplating whether there might be some conspiracy at play. It is precisely because of your cleverness that I have taken an interest in you. The voice of the 099th mech sounded calmly, yet its words splashed cold water upon the heated atmosphere, awakening everyone present. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The other party must be scheming something. How embarrassing, as a senior official of the Dragon Kingdom. I am nearly of the elder generation to Lin Mo, yet I was nearly fooled by such a proposition. Who could argue otherwise? The temptation is simply overwhelming. Lin Mo's extraordinary talents and disposition make us feel utterly inadequate. Hearing the words of embarrassment from the senior officials, King Tang felt a similar sense of shame, but, in turn, valued Lin Mo even more. A leader capable of maintaining composure in the face of such immense temptation is precisely what the Dragon Kingdom truly needs. Speak, then. What are your terms? Lin Mo exhaled slowly. Fortunately, he had already acquired the mythic level trait, granting him a measure of resistance to such temptations. Otherwise, he would have struggled to withstand this life-altering opportunity. My request is quite simple. We, the mechanical race, can provide you with the opportunity to participate in the 100 Races War. In return, regardless of your achievements in the battle, there is a reward known as the Race Migration Order. We require this item to migrate our entire mechanical race to a higher civilization star system. And you, Lin Mo, are considered the 999th prodigy in our mechanical race's investments. Thus, you need not worry about any ulterior motives, as there are already 998 equally exceptional prodigies who have reached an agreement with me. The 099th mech articulated its conditions to Lin Mo and to all present. I agree. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo readily assented. The Race Migration Order holds no immediate value for humanity. They would require thousands of years to develop before catching up with the current mechanical race. The opposing party seeks to migrate as a whole, having already attained the pinnacle of combat prowess within the galaxy. This star system holds no resources worthy of their pursuit. To humanity, Blue Star is but a mere speck in the vast ocean of this galaxy. For now, they should refrain from considering such a migration. If their intention is merely to seek this, Lin Mo can naturally acquiesce. Excellent. I have witnessed your potential today. Given sufficient time, you shall undoubtedly emerge as a formidable sovereign within the galaxy. Thus, we, the mechanic race, have established a rapport with you in advance. Since you have consented, I shall divulge the remaining details. In 1 month's time, a planetary-level Lord Peak battle will be held in the solar system. You must first triumph in this Lord Peak battle to obtain the badge of the solar system's elite. 1 year from now, the Great War of the 100 Races in the galaxy will commence. With the badge of the solar system's elite obtained, you may swiftly develop within the inner systems established by our mechanic race. You must reach at least level 60 within this year to genuinely partake in the Great War of the 100 Races. Do you comprehend all of this? Upon seeing Lin Mo's agreement, Machine 099 promptly relayed all pertinent matters to him. Chapter 76. The Submission of Resources, the Pressure Brought by Lin Mo. My heavens. Achieving level 60 in just 1 year. How is that conceivable? The crowd, upon hearing Machine 099's words, bore expressions of disbelief. In human understanding, for a lord to progress from the beginning to level 60 and acquire the title of Overlord typically requires at least a century. The current rulers of the Dragon Kingdom, King Tang, and the Great Pillar Kingdom, Su Qiren, exemplify this truth. Their talents are among the rarest within humanity. And after nearly a century of combat in the battlefield of myriad realms, they finally attained the renown of level 60 overlords. Excluding the significant time spent on military organization and rest, they fought tirelessly for nearly 50 years to reach level 60. Yet, according to Machine 099, reaching level 60 seems to be a feat achievable in just 1 year, rather than an endeavor demanding the passage of long years. Lin Mo found this revelation exceedingly surprising. He possesses the mythic level territory trait, enabling him to upgrade swiftly through the fusion with celestial spirits. Yet how does the mechanic race achieve such advancements? Truly, as one of the oldest races in the myriad realms, their latent energy is beyond human comprehension. Does this mean I have merely 1 month to prepare? Lin Mo inquired once more. In 1 month, he must participate in the solar system's Lord Peak battle, followed by commencing an unknown path of development within the mechanic race's artificial inner systems, leading up to the Great War of the 100 Races in the galaxy. During this period, he would have no opportunity for respite. Indeed, however, this month is not intended for rest. Shortly, I will transmit to you the list of elites participating in the solar system's Lord Peak battle. During this month's preparation, you must grow powerful enough to defeat those elites of the solar system, Machine 099 reiterated. Understood, I shall participate as scheduled. Lin Mo responded, harboring no thoughts of surrender. but rather a burgeoning anticipation. Even without the rapid advancement opportunity provided by Machine 099, he could still achieve swift growth through his mythic level traits, reaching level 60 in just a few years. Nonetheless, he would not forsake such an opportunity. From Machine 099's words, he discerned that level 60 is not the terminus for a lord, but rather the commencement of their journey into the realm of the powerful. The sooner he could engage with that echelon, the greater the benefits for him. The rules for participation in the solar system have been sent to you. Prepare diligently. Do not stumble at the starting line. Among the 999 prodigies of myriad races, I hold the highest expectations for you. We shall meet again in the mechanic race's inner systems in 1 month. With that final admonition, Machine 099's immense mechanical form vanished into the space-time wormhole above the sky. The National Assembly Hall returned to its former tranquility, yet beneath this calm lay the tumultuous hearts of the leaders from various nations, who had witnessed Lin Mo emerge as the beacon of hope for humanity. Just moments ago, leaders from nations such as Eagle and Goryo had wished to see Lin Mo brought to ruin. However, following today's proceedings, even the most petty-minded ruler of Goryo, Jin Sampang, now regarded Lin Mo as if he were a priceless treasure. His Majesty King Tang, it is indeed our honor to witness the rise of Brother Lin Mo today. To congratulate His Excellency on becoming the hope for humanity's resurgence, we, from Sakura Island, generously offer 2 units of our national treasury resources to the Dragon Kingdom. This is our contribution to the rise of humanity. The previously sinister smirking ruler of Sakura Island now bore a smile as warm as the spring breeze, voluntarily proposing to submit 2 units of resources from their national treasury to the Dragon Kingdom. As the second largest nation in the East, with its strength only surpassed by the Dragon Kingdom, the resources held within Sakura Island's treasury were equivalent to a decade's worth of their national development. King Tang, witnessing such generosity, was not taken aback. Lin Mo had become the most sought-after figure among humanity. No amount of flattery would be excessive, for as long as Lin Mo could successfully participate in the galaxy's 100 races war in a year, even the smallest reward could save a nation a century's worth of developmental time. The Dragon Kingdom's ruler, as the most just nation of Blue Star, I represent Eagle Nation and contribute 5 units of treasury resources to the Dragon Kingdom. The ruler of Eagle Nation followed suit. We from India are willing to contribute 6 units of our treasury resources to the Dragon Kingdom. We, from Bear Country, shall also contribute 5 units. In an instant, the voices of the rulers from various nations rose in a clamor, leaving the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom astounded. If the 50 or so leaders present were to average contributions of 3 to 5 units to the Dragon Kingdom, it would significantly shorten the Dragon Kingdom's development time by nearly a century. In this way, the Dragon Kingdom would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of Blue Star. Indeed, Lin Mo had single-handedly elevated the entire Dragon Kingdom above all others. The senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom could not help but express their excitement. At this moment, they regarded Lin Mo not as a mere junior, but with the reverence typically reserved for the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom, a hero of their nation. However, just then, a sudden voice pierced the atmosphere. All present turned their gazes toward Lin Mo. As for you 8 nations led by Eagle Nation, each must submit 20 units of national resources to the Dragon Kingdom. Remember, this is a submission, not a contribution. Lin Mo's expression was chillingly formidable as he stepped forth from the technological battlefield into the center of the assembly hall, looking down upon the leaders of the 8 nations displayed on the large screen with an air of authority that brooked no dissent. The names displayed on the screen included Eagle, Goryo, Sakura, Sun Never Sets, India, Bear Country, Nepal, and Hungary, the masterminds behind the collusion to target the Dragon Kingdom's lord in the novice world, and the instigators of this trial by the myriad race's federal examiners. Though Lin Mo had turned misfortune into fortune, the original intentions of these nations had been profoundly wicked. A harsh lesson must be imparted to them, demonstrating the dire consequences of enmity with the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Mo's declaration plunged the atmosphere into icy silence, even shocking King Tang, the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom. Every nation is required to contribute 20 units of national power resources. It is crucial to note that Lin Mo refers to national power resources rather than treasury resources. This demand would directly diminish the nearly century-long developmental trajectory of these 8 countries. How could they possibly consent to such a thing? Chapter 77, A Grave Situation. Is this dream truly real? If they were to acquiesce, they would be stripped of their status as developed nations and relegated to the category of developing countries. As expected, just as King Tang was contemplating this internally, a sharp, furious voice interrupted his thoughts. Shiba, nonsense. Lin Mo, do not overstep your bounds. I admit I previously harbored suspicions against you. Yet now, you stand as the beacon of hope for the resurgence of humanity. I am willing to contribute 4 units of treasury resources to your Dragon Kingdom as compensation. Yet you exhibit insatiable greed, attempting to covet our Goryo's 20 units of national power resources. Do you wish for a war between our Goryo and your Dragon Kingdom? Do you desire for the 8 nations to unite and reduce your dragon kingdom to its former state? At this moment, Jin Sanpeng's face flushed crimson with rage, akin to an enraged porcupine, as he pointed at Lin Mo from behind the large screen, hurling invectives. His actions thoroughly incensed all high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom. King Tang exuded an aura of a formidable sovereign, his wrath casting dark clouds across the skies above the assembly. It felt as though lightning danced within. He had once been ousted from the battlefield of myriad realms by these shameless nations. Had he remained within that battlefield, he would have undoubtedly attained the title of the strongest among humankind. And why would the Dragon Kingdom be so desperate in contending for the foremost position on this blue star? You threaten me with national war? By all means, give it a try. I shall return immediately to the novice realm and slay every newcomer from your Goryo, causing a catastrophic rift during the era of lords. Once your Goryo's strength diminishes to a critical point, I shall directly lead my forces to obliterate your Goryo regime. Henceforth, Goryo may need to adopt the surname Dragon. Lin Mo's words were icily devoid of mercy. His audacity to speak so publicly indicated his capability to follow through. Why you dare? Jin Sanpeng stammered, his fury rendering him speechless. He understood the truth in Lin Mo's words. Given Lin Mo's current strength, upon returning to the novice world, he would be an invincible entity. Even if all newcomers from the 8 nations united against Lin Mo, it would be akin to eggs striking a stone. I concede. 20 it is. Ultimately, Jin Sanpeng, having come to terms with reality, slumped helplessly onto the table, his voice devoid of vigor. Now you concede. It's over. 20 is what other nations must contribute to the Dragon Kingdom, while your Goryo is required to submit 40. Lin Mo's sardonic laughter echoed as he spoke. And not only Jin Sanpeng, but even the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom gasped in astonishment. Ruthless. Lin Mo was exceedingly ruthless. A contribution of 30 units of national power resources could severely damage a nation's foundation. Imagine reducing it by nearly half. Lin Mo seemed intent on reverting Goryo to a mere shadow of its former self. With the requirement of submitting 40 units of national power resources, Goryo would likely be reduced to a minor eastern nation, unable to stand alongside the Dragon Kingdom, Asan, and Sakura. You are doomed. Jin Sanpeng, infuriated, felt his vision darken, and a spurt of blood splattered onto the large screen before he fainted. His previous arrogance transformed into utter despair. Lord Lin Mo, please do not be angered. Once our king awakens, we shall respond immediately. Kindly grant us some time. As Jin Sanpeng lost consciousness, a nearby Goryo minister, fully alert, swiftly took the microphone from him, pleading with Lin Mo in a tone of subservience that made Lin Mo's expression soften slightly. If we do not receive a response by tonight, we will sever all ties with the Dragon Kingdom permanently. Lin Mo maintained his resolute stance. Very well. I shall ensure you receive a response tonight. After a moment of internal deliberation, the high-ranking officials of Goryo quickly acquiesced. Jin Sanpeng, being embroiled in the situation, had already lost his wits due to Lin Mo's declarations. Meanwhile, the leaders of the other nations, such as the Eagle and Sakura, had come to recognize reality. The current Lin Mo was no longer someone they could manipulate, should they refuse to comply today. It would be a trivial matter for him to annihilate all the lords in their novice realm. Moreover, if, a year from now, Lin Mo were to attain some extraordinary opportunity during the galactic war among the myriad races, no amount of 20 national power resources could remedy the situation. Given Lin Mo's vengeful demeanor today, the price they would pay could very well be national extinction. With Lin Mo's decisive actions against Goryo, the remaining 7 nations consented swiftly. The Dragon Kingdom's gains from just this day equaled the resources of 150 years of development. Thus, on this day, the Dragon Kingdom rose to prominence. As a key figure in this ascension, Lin Mo was fervently celebrated by all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Some had even privately conspired that upon King Tang's term expiration, they would collectively elevate Lin Mo to the throne. These individuals even voluntarily pooled resources to erect a grand statue of Lin Mo, 100 meters tall, to herald their nation's hero to the world. Lin Mo's renown had reached unprecedented heights. Of course, these matters were merely the prelude. At present, the examination had just concluded, and all high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom were diligently engaged in receiving the vast resources transmitted from other nations. Lin Mo, you are not permitted to return to the novice realm tonight. You must allow me to treat you to a splendid dinner. Before resuming his duties, King Tang made a special trip to Lin Mo to emphasize. Lin Mo, considering the development of his territory, felt that one evening's delay was inconsequential and readily agreed. That night, the usually austere royal residence was adorned with festive lights. King Tang ordered the rare vintage wine, preserved for a century, to be brought forth for Lin Mo. Now that he had just come of age, he could partake in a hearty drink with them. As the evening unfolded, everyone gathered joyously, with King Tang and Su Qiren insisting on toasting Lin Mo, while the other quietly whispered with Tang Yuyan and Su Muchan. Lin Mo observed the 2 women flush with embarrassment upon hearing what the Grand Pillar Nation had conveyed to them, casting shy glances in his direction. Lin Mo could only vaguely discern their murmurs about cooked rice and similar phrases, leaving him bemused. After several rounds of wine and an array of dishes, Lin Mo found himself genuinely inebriated, overwhelmed with happiness, which led him to drink more than usual. However, on this very night, he experienced a rather peculiar dream. He dreamt that Su Muchan and Tang Yuyan appeared in his dream at some unknown time, engaging in carefree and spirited activities with him. Until the following day, when the sun was high in the sky, Lin Mo awoke from his drunken slumber to find himself sprawled beside two stunning women, his mind momentarily blank. They were both as bare as he, their fair and smooth skin pressed against his. Lin Mo immediately sensed that he was in a precarious situation. Chapter 78, A Disturbance After Drinking. Data of the Solar System's Lords. He didn't engage in reckless behavior while intoxicated, did he? And with the nation's leader and the prized jewels of the Grand Pillar Nation, no less. If these two were to discover this, he would surely face dire consequences. Balian. Quick, let us leave. This place is not suitable for lingering. Lin Mo hastily donned his clothes at an unprecedented speed, wrapping the two women snugly in blankets before leaping from the bed, summoning Balian through the Lord's system as he made for the myriad realms. Even when confronting the myriad race's adjudicator, he had never felt this level of panic. What is wrong, my lord? In the wormhole of space. Balian observed Lin Mo's frantic demeanor and could not help but inquire with curiosity. Did you witness us engaging in that act last night? At this moment, Lin Mo recalled something and turned to Balian, his gaze fixed intently upon her. As his heroic unit, Balian had reached maximum loyalty. They should be in perfect synchrony at all times. Before he made his mistake that evening, she ought to have intervened. So why did it still transpire? Oh, with a beautiful woman presenting herself, should I have hindered my lord from savoring such a delightful experience? Balian suddenly comprehended and broke into an oddly amused smile. Oh, are you suggesting they came willingly to your door? Lin Mo discerned the implication in Balian's words. It was not solely his error. Rather, Su Muchan and Tang Yuyan had actively sought to engage with him in that manner. With a swift step, Lin Mo found himself within his territory. Yet his mind remained somewhat muddled. Why would they choose to do such a thing? My lord, I have stated from the very beginning that you are a child of destiny. In the future, countless exquisite beauties will flock to you. This is merely the beginning. As you grow stronger, the potential you display will become increasingly formidable, attracting even princesses from foreign nations. Princesses of the Galactic Federation and from the Star Realms will surely fall for you, Balian remarked softly. Lin Mo now fully grasped the situation. This was the privilege of the powerful in the era of lords. He realized he had acted rather recklessly, leaving those two in such a state. Well, it's settled then. I'll contact them later through the system. I, Lin Mo, am not an irresponsible man. After all, isn't marriage simply a matter of time? Once I return from the abyss, he concluded, ultimately abandoning the idea of returning to the Lord's mansion. While he may be on the verge of an early marriage, having a supportive woman by his side could indeed be advantageous for a lord like him. Thus, he ceased his frivolous thoughts. In a month, he was to participate in the pinnacle battle of lords in the solar system. He needed to develop rapidly within this month, significantly enhancing his strength in order to secure a commendable rank against powerful lords from the solar system. It was said that only the top 10 in the Lord's pinnacle battle would receive a prestigious token of strength. However, the solar system boasted numerous powerful beings. Just on the moon, there were no fewer than 10 legendary lords, not to mention the far more formidable planetary factions like those of Pluto and Neptune, far surpassing Blue Star. Reflecting on this, Lin Mo remembered that the machine Unit 099 had mentioned it would transmit a list of solar system powers to him. He opened his Lord interface, where the previously capped chat window of 999 had now transformed into an infinite value. This was likely a result of the new lords in the novice domain sending messages after learning of his test results. He had no time to sift through countless messages and instead entered the name of Angel 099 into the search bar. Amidst the deluge of information, one relevant message caught his eye. Mechanical Clan Lord Angel 099 has sent you Solar System Lord Comprehensive Assessment. Upon opening the message, he found Solar System Lord Comprehensive Assessment. Categories: Silver Rank Lords, Gold Rank Lords, Legendary Rank Lords, Epic Rank Lords. It was divided into 4 main categories. Lin Mo pondered that he could currently be classified as a Black Iron Rank Lord, but after a month of development, he should be able to attain Silver Rank. He thus focused on opening the Silver Rank Lord's ranking. Silver Rank Lord's Strength ranking. First place, Lord of the Great Sun Star, Sun, Princess Liang. Rank, Silver Max. Level, 37. Units commanded, 30,000, 3 heroic units. Second place, Lord of the Great Sun Star, Sun, Haidman Tian. Rank, Silver Tier 3. Level, 35. Units commanded, 12,000, 3 heroic units. Third place, Lord of Pluto, Sun, Lord of the Dark Night Stars. Rank, Silver Tier 3. Level, 34. Units commanded, 12,000, 3 heroic units. 10th place, Lord of Saturn, Sun, Long Tian Dui. Rank, Silver Tier 2. Level, 31. Units commanded, 6,000, 3 heroic units. Lin Mo quickly absorbed the information of the top 10 silver rank lords. Indeed, the princess of the Great Sun Empire possessed an unparalleled strength among silver rank lords. He couldn't help but murmur softly. As the center of the solar system, the Great Sun Star is the most powerful planetary faction, containing energy that far exceeds that of Blue Star by 1,000-fold. It is only natural for her to wield such terrifying power. Moreover, the weakest among the top 10 silver rank lords, the 10th place, currently commanded a silver tier 2 territory, with units nearly 30 times more than Lin Mo's. There was indeed a significant gap between him and these individuals. Even the Grand Princess of the Dragon Kingdom, Tang Yanran, had reached only level 27 as a silver tier 3 lord, yet she couldn't even break into the top 100 of this ranking. Ultimately, it boiled down to the limited resources and talents of the human race. Even if territorial levels were elevated, the lord's level required prolonged accumulation to catch up with the pace of territorial advancement. After reviewing the silver rank lord's ranking, Lin Mo specifically opened the epic rank lord's ranking. Epic rank lord strength ranking. First place, Lord of the Great Sun Star, Sun, Emperor Liang. Rank, epic level max. Titles, Cosmic Emperor, epic, Master of All, epic, Supreme Dictator, epic. Level, 90. Units commanded, 8,000,000, 15 heroic units. Forces under command, Galactic Pirates, Galactic Sky Army. Saturn Defense Force. Second place, Lord of the Dark Sun Star, Old Sun, Demon Lord of the Dark Forest, Ancient Forest Demon Lord. Rank, epic level max. Titles, Ancient Forest Monarch, Myth, Lord of the Abyss, epic, Demon Lord of Millions, epic. Level, 90. Units commanded, 8,000,000, 15 heroic units. Forces under command, Dark Forest Demons. Ancient Dark Demons, Demon Lord Fortress. Lin Mo gazed at the formidable information regarding the epic rank lords and realized much. Due to the limitations imposed by their own talents, humans could at most rise to gold max level, with a level cap fixed at 65. It could be said that very few lords among humans could reach level 60. Those who did were akin to the likes of Tang Wang, who unlocked the title of Overlord legendary level as a formidable being. Yet, among the myriad races, Overlord level beings were not particularly noteworthy, and in the eyes of ancient races, they were merely lords possessing a certain degree of self-preservation capability within the battlefield of myriad realms. Now endowed with the myth-max characteristic, Lin Mo realized that, logically, his upper limit should be myth-max level. He couldn't help but wonder what the upper limits of mythic level beings might truly be. Wait, why is the second place on the epic rank lords list the Ancient Forest Demon Lord? As Lin Mo contemplated, he continued to examine the epic level power rankings. However, upon scrutinizing the top 10 epic powers, he found the second place to be rather unusual. The prefix to this lord's name read Dark Sun Star, Old Sun, indicating that this individual was a lord from the previous Great Sun Star dynasty, likely having been expelled during the transition of dynasties and becoming the present Ancient Forest Demon Lord. This Ancient Forest Demon Lord seemed to be someone Lin Mo had heard of from Syndra. Upon contemplating this, Lin Mo promptly retracted the interface before him and summoned Syndra. He intended to embark on a brief sojourn into the Abyss for training within the month. However, prior to his departure, it was imperative for him to grasp the current circumstances of the Abyss. He had heard that the Abyssal Lord had long since vanished, leaving chaos in its wake. "My lord, you summoned me." Syndra emerged slowly from the summoning array, bowing respectfully to Lin Mo. "I plan to venture into the Abyss in the coming days. You had previously invited me to accompany you, so please share with me your situation and the present state of the Abyss." Upon hearing this, Syndra was initially taken aback, her eyes soon shimmering with joy. Indeed, the Abyssal Lord has gone silent, and the Abyss is no longer the realm it once was. Where should I begin? Let me first introduce you to the current power dynamics within the Abyss. Syndra briefly organized her thoughts, as the little flower fairies affectionately brought her a wooden vine chair. With a smile, she gently patted one of the fairies on the head before gracefully taking a seat. The fairies, having sensed that a tale of enchantment was about to unfold, crowded around Lin Mo, encircling him completely. Little Luna, in particular, affectionately climbed onto Lin Mo's lap, eagerly awaiting the captivating story. Seeing this, Syndra felt no need to withhold information and began to narrate the current state of the Abyss. The Abyssal Domain is a realm that rivals the 7 great domains. It is divided into 7 territories, or the 7 major factions: the Ancient Forest, the Evil Forest, the Cataclysm, the Ambush, the Revelation, the Unification, and the Supremacy. I currently find myself within the Ancient Forest faction, where the Evil King's divine tree serves as the weapon of war for the Evil Forest. The Demon King of Annihilation was once the sovereign of the Cataclysm. And aside from Supremacy, which was directly governed by the former Abyssal Lord, I am not well acquainted with the remaining 3 factions. My intent in inviting you, my lord, is to leverage your strength to extricate myself from my current predicament. As Syndra spoke, a deep sigh escaped her lips, her expression shadowed by desolation. Upon hearing her final words, Lin Mo's eyes flickered with an unusual light. It turned out that the demon lord of the ancient forest had once been the ruler of the Milky Way, a remnant of the old days. I hail from the demon clan of the ancient forest faction, having demonstrated exceptional talents that far surpassed my peers from a young age. To share a jest with you, my lord, I was once regarded as the second most beautiful being in the ancient forest, second only to the succubi. And my combat prowess was only inferior to that of the Azura. As Syndra uttered these words, a faint blush crept across her face, only to quickly fade away. The current demon lord of the ancient forest was once an otherworldly being who defeated the former ruler of the ancient forest a millennium ago, becoming its tyrannical sovereign. He is the most brutal and bloodthirsty ruler imaginable, caring little for the overall strength of the ancient forest, but solely for his own power. Everything he covets becomes his possession, including myself. Due to my striking appearance and potential, I caught the eye of the demon lord, who repeatedly sent envoys to make me his 1982nd concubine. However, my proud nature would not allow me to yield, resulting in a decade-long pursuit. He dispatched incessant legions, gradually eroding our demon clan without annihilating us entirely. I did resist, but he had already become the second most powerful entity in the abyss, second only to the abyssal lord. I was powerless against him. Syndra finally revealed her burdensome plight, her expression marked by profound anguish, reflecting the cruel trials she had endured. Are you asking me to help you defeat the demon lord of the ancient forest? Lin Mo inquired with a perplexed expression. If that were the case, he feared he could not comply, for the adversary was now an epic-level entity at the pinnacle of power. He was uncertain how long it would take for him to reach such heights. Such a request was clearly beyond his immediate capabilities. Not at all, Syndra swiftly countered. I am fully aware of your mythical attributes, my lord, and I foresee that you will undoubtedly become a sovereign being across the realms. However, this is not an achievement that can be attained overnight. What I implore you to assist me with is to help me extricate myself from the ancient forest faction. I wish to temporarily join the forces of the evil forest, where I can seek a position of a war commander. The evil forest is a complete military faction. As long as I am under its banner, I shall no longer be harassed by the demon lord of the ancient forest. Syndra articulated her request with clarity, prompting Lin Mo to fall into contemplation. He understood the abyssal customs. As a creature of the abyss, Syndra would require the abyssal lord's consent to fully depart. But with the lord now missing, her escape remained unattainable. His summoning journey was merely a temporary solution, not a long-term remedy. Chapter 80. Journey to the Abyss. You wish for me to venture into the abyss and assist you in dealing with the minions of the demon lord of the ancient forest, thus allowing you to escape its grasp? Lin Mo understood Syndra's intentions without her needing to elaborate. My lord is astute. Every 3 days, the demon lord's subordinate golden tier army descends upon my demon kin in the abyss, resulting in my inability to amass the strength for a counteroffensive. But you are different. Should you come to my territory, my direct combat units will benefit from your mythical buff. At that point, I will possess sufficient power to mount a counterattack. If you could also involve White Lotus in this conflict, I would have unwavering confidence in my ability to sever ties with the ancient forest. As Syndra spoke, she glanced at White Lotus with a hint of concern, only to find her maintaining an air of calm, obediently following Lin Mo's command, prompting her to lower her gaze once more. Very well, I comprehend your situation. However, one more question remains. Since you have invited me to the abyss, do you possess a method to ensure my safe exit? Lin Mo's gaze deepened. Syndra had previously mentioned that departing the abyss required the abyssal lord's approval. With the lord's whereabouts currently unknown, could he still expect to leave after entering? He did not wish to remain in that bloody realm for eternity. My lord, I have contemplated this matter before. The abyss is no longer as it once was, devoid of the freedom to come and go at will. However, you need not worry. You are currently at level 23, and upon reaching level 25, you will ascend to the status of a proper lord. At that time, even if you find yourself within the abyss, the will of the heavens will still deem you to have surpassed the limits of the novice domain. Consequently, you will be forcefully transported, along with your territory, to the celestial battlefield. Syndra elaborated on her thoughts with care. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes brightened. How could he have overlooked this? All new lords in the celestial realm must endure a 3-month novice phase and successfully navigate 3 invasions by myriad races within that time frame to be recognized as official lords. Additionally, there existed an unconventional method to attain official lordship, reaching level 25, a tier deemed invincible within the novice domain. The will of the heavens would then preemptively release such an entity into the celestial battlefield. However, very few could achieve this feat, as it was a rarity for anyone to ascend to level 25 within 3 months. While many multi-race lords might reach level 20, the experience required to progress beyond that level would increase exponentially. Like the Grand Princess of the Dragon Kingdom, who, despite her illustrious background, took 4 years to ascend merely 7 levels, Lin Mo was different. He possessed an extraordinary method of leveling up through the fusion of celestial spirits. a veritable cheat that enabled him to reach level 25 in less than 10 days. With this capability, he was free from lingering concerns. Thus, he resolved to embark on his journey without delay. Having grasped the situation, Lin Mo had no intention of prolonging his rest. He acted decisively, summoning all of the Scarlet Valkyries and the 2 evil king's sacred trees within his territory. The remaining engineers, led by Little Luna, were tasked with maintaining order in his absence. The 14 Moonflower Fairies were assigned as guardians of the realm, to deter any unwelcome troublemakers who might seize the opportunity to cause chaos. With everything in order, Lin Mo exchanged a glance with Syndra, signaling her to commence. Syndra, understanding immediately, retrieved her fated weapon, the Purple Moon Blood Scythe, from her lordly space. This was a weapon that manifested alongside the demon race at birth, inscribed with the bridge between Syndra and the Abyssal Demon clan. With her tall, ethereal figure, Syndra wielded the exaggerated scythe, releasing a continuous flow of purple energy. A reverse teleportation array began to take shape around her, rapidly coalescing as she danced gracefully with the scythe. Within mere minutes, when she plunged the blood scythe into the central eye of the array, it fully formed and began to emanate a terrifying gravitational pull. My lord, Syndra's complexion paled, beads of cold sweat emerging on her brow. Seeing this, Lin Mo hesitated not a moment longer. He stepped into the array, donning the demon's horn atop his head to disguise his biological race, significantly reducing potential troubles in the abyss. Bai Lian followed closely behind, followed by the legion of Scarlet Valkyries. The instant Lin Mo's foot touched the array, he was engulfed by a wave of dizziness, a fierce sense of weightlessness threatening to unbalance him. However, the vertigo was fleeting. As his clarity returned, he found himself in an unfamiliar location. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a sphere resembling a radiant moon suspended in the sky. Beneath his feet lay rugged, grotesque terrain, adorned with statues of monsters steeped in the scent of blood, remnants of abyssal creatures slain by their kin. In the abyss, death was not the end. They would be sealed for millennia, only to re-emerge. This was the reason the abyss was deemed a forbidden land by other races. Countless monsters thrived in the abyss, numbering in the trillions, an unending cycle of life and death. Syndra appeared behind Lin Mo, introducing him to the sights before them. Following her were Bai Lian, clad in dark attire to blend into the abyss, and over 100 Scarlet Valkyries. Lin Mo aimed to maintain a low profile within the abyss, where the prevailing hues were crimson, black, and the eerie shade of purple. It was evident that he had prepared extensively for this journey. As a newcomer to the abyss, Lin Mo felt like a village girl visiting the city for the first time, gazing around in wonder at the unfamiliar sights. The architecture resembled Western castles, most of which floated in midair. Abyssal creatures with crimson eyes observed Lin Mo's forces from the shadows, while dark flora and abyssal vultures and ravens clung to them. Occasionally, dragon-like beings soared through the towering heights, adding to the eerie atmosphere enveloping the abyss. After a quarter of an hour traversing this unsettling terrain, they finally reached the edge of Syndra's domain. The first sight to greet Lin Mo was a fortress constructed from the skulls of colossal beasts, hovering in the air. Chapter 81. Is this the abyss? Syndra's territory was far more expansive than Lin Mo had anticipated. He had initially assumed that, at level 27, her domain would measure around 5,000 by 5,000 square meters. Yet, upon witnessing its vastness, he realized how wildly mistaken he had been. Syndra's realm stretched beyond the eye could see. Besides the imposing main hall made of massive skulls, numerous defensive structures resembling lighthouses dotted the surrounding void, nearly 300 in total. By Lin Mo's rough estimation, my lord, have you underestimated me? Syndra observed Lin Mo's astonished expression, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. This is the domain of a legendary lord, roughly 1,000 times the size of yours. Lin Mo came to a realization, though Syndra was only level 27. The slow progression of lord levels contrasted with the rapid upgrading of territories through sufficient resources. Thus, a level 27 lord could indeed possess a legendary domain. My queen, you have finally returned. A diminutive, goblin-like abyssal creature rushed to Syndra's side, sobbing as it clutched her leg. While you were away, the ancient forest demon army slaughtered over 1,000 of our troops and destroyed 72 soul towers, 43 demon soldier towers, and 2 lord halls. As Lin Mo stepped into Syndra's territory, he witnessed the creature's pitiful display, evoking sympathy in any observer. Yet, contrary to expectations, Syndra showed no pity. With a swift gesture, she severed the creature's head and held it in her hand. Humph, truly a creature of the abyss. Their brutality knows no bounds. Bai Lian was the first to express discontent, her eyes filled with disdain. Only a being of the abyss could commit fratricide so easily. You are not a lord. You cannot comprehend the responsibilities that come with that title. Syndra, without a backward glance, retorted sharply before hastening into her domain. In the shadows, 2 dark figures concealed themselves behind the structures of the territory, having witnessed the events at the entrance. That woman has returned, as ruthless as ever. It would be wise to avoid provoking her for the time being. One of the larger figures remarked, astonished. Where did she gather this new force? A group of golden-tier beings, albeit in small numbers. The second figure, hunched with large tusks, murmured, surely, they cannot be from the ancient forest. That woman is desperate enough to recruit any force she encounters, oblivious to her own diminishing power. How foolish. In a few days, once they are prepared, we shall overthrow her rule, dividing her vast territory and delivering her to the ancient forest demon lord. Then we will possess boundless wealth, enough to live lavishly for a century. The massive shadow spoke of his schemes, erupting into a hearty laugh, envisioning the moment he would trample Syndra beneath his feet. Yet, such plans could not escape the keen perception of the mythic level by Lien. My lord, it seems Syndra's territory is in tatters. She quietly shared her thoughts with Lin Mo. Perhaps her ruthless demeanor is the only thing keeping this crumbling domain from falling apart. For a decade, the lord of the ancient forest has relentlessly tormented Syndra, pushing her to the precipice of despair. In her desperate bid to escape the clutches of the forest, she has risked backlash by amassing a motley crew of inconsequential beings within her territory. Lin Mo cast a cool, indifferent glance at the two shadowy figures concealed within a building, then proceeded forward, pretending he had seen nothing. He sensed that his arrival was fortuitously timed. Had he come earlier or later, Syndra might have succumbed to her doom. Apologies, my lord. I was occupied with some matters. Syndra quickly returned to Lin Mo's side, her hands stained with blood and her expression tinged with a murderous intent. It was evident that she had dealt with numerous traitors during her absence. Gather all your units. Lin Mo commanded, nodding slightly. Understood, Syndra replied obediently, without a hint of dissent. From that moment forth, her territory was under Lin Mo's command, as he represented her sole hope of escaping the ancient forest. Despite the convoluted and tumultuous nature of Syndra's forces, the response to her call was surprisingly enthusiastic. She had once informed Lin Mo that her territory boasted an army of 100,000 units. However, of these, only a little over 10,000 were her direct troops, with the remainder being factions she had swayed to her side, numbering more than 20. The ground trembled as the formidable army assembled, resembling a dragon thrashing beneath the earth, with grotesque, blood-soaked abyssal creatures emerging in succession. Creatures akin to wyverns and phoenixes soared through the skies, blotting out the sun. Queen Syndra, are we prepared to sound the horn for a counterattack against the lord of the ancient forest? One of the lords who had joined Syndra's cause inquired, as nearly 100,000 units amassed before her. Yet, the tone of this lord was peculiarly mocking, laced with derision. Silence. I have not granted permission for any of you to speak. Who dares to utter another word shall perish. Syndra reverted to her former ruthless demeanor, her elongated, beautiful eyes glimmering with a crimson hue. A terrifying aura emanated from her, overpowering the crowd, causing the previously audacious lord to tremble and bow his head in fear. Lin Mo surveyed the vast array of units and shook his head slightly. They were inadequate, far too lacking. Among them, the strongest barely reached the second or third tier of gold, constituting only 5 to 6% of the total. The rest were predominantly silver-ranked units, with a few being bronze. Such a force was no more threatening to him than the relentless mechanical creatures he had faced on the battlefield. They would pose no challenge against the minions of the Lord of the Ancient Forest. Chapter 82, A Mess. You all are lacking as well. My queen, will you not introduce us to your companions behind you? They appear quite formidable, one lord audaciously remarked, disregarding Syndra's warning. Upon recognizing the audacious abyssal lord, Syndra did not retaliate immediately. A frigid sheen cloaked her gaze. Lord, this is the most powerful allied lord within my territory. His family is one of the 10 great families of the ancient forest, situated 10 kilometers to the southeast. Nearly half of the 100,000 units are brought by him. She explained to Lin Mo through the Lord's terminal, acknowledging the significance of this individual's identity and entrusting the next decision to Lin Mo. Upon hearing Syndra's words and observing the Lord's arrogant demeanor, Lin Mo deduced that this individual was likely the architect of Syndra's territory nearing collapse. When an uncontrollable force resides within, it becomes a ticking time bomb. Do you presume to know my identity? Lin Mo circled around Syndra, casting a scornful glance at the Lord. His confrontational demeanor incited a stir among the assembled forces. Who is this brash young fool? How dare he speak to the young master of Biluin in such a manner? He must be courting death. It was said that the inexperienced are unafraid of tigers, and this young man likely had no inkling of the young master's status in the ancient forest, emboldening his insolence. Look at the devilish horns atop his head. He seems to be from the evil forest faction, which has some reputation. Murmurs of speculation rippled through the army. The young master of Biluin, incensed by Lin Mo's words, revealed his yellowed teeth in a snarl. He towered above, resembling a humanoid lizard clad in dark armor, nearly twice Lin Mo's height. His own units mirrored his fearsome appearance. Few dared to embarrass him within the ancient forest, not even Syndra herself. Who is this insolent wretch, daring to address me so? And judging by Syndra's demeanor, she evidently holds great respect for him. Could it be that Syndra had the audacity to ally with the evil forest faction? thereby shattering the long-standing pact of non-interference established between the ancient forest and the evil forest? You, boy, hail from the evil forest? Do you not realize this is the ancient forest? Even with your formidable backing, should you dare to stir trouble here, the Lord of the ancient forest will ensure you find no rest in the afterlife. The young master, mindful of Lin Mo's identity, refrained from invoking his own family's name, instead threatening Lin Mo with the Lord of the ancient forest. He commanded nearly 50,000 units, while Lin Mo had but a little over 100. Even if conflict erupted, he felt no fear. Enough with the idle chatter, just kill him. Lin Mo's demand for the life of the ancient forest noble was met with surprise. Understood, Syndra replied, displaying no surprise, a bloodthirsty smile gracing her face. What? You dare to strike at me? Syndra, you must consider what it means to lay hands on me. Not only will your family oppose you, but even if you act today, can you single-handedly confront the army at your back? The young master, shaken by Syndra's murderous intent, instinctively retreated a few steps. While several abyssal lords whom he had covertly gathered stood before him, their expressions hostile as they glared at Syndra. Humph. I suspected your intentions when you first joined my territory. I never imagined that in just 3 short years, you would win over such fickle allies. How foolish I was to have valued you so highly. Syndra's heart swelled with rage as she recognized the folly of her earlier decisions. Realizing her haste to leverage these individuals to escape the Lord of the ancient forest's grasp was laughable. The murderous intent surging within her was palpable. She had undergone a metamorphosis, and now the aura she exuded pressed down upon all the abyssal lords like a colossal mountain. How is this possible? How do you possess such strength? The traitorous lords supporting Biluin were wide-eyed in terror, their expressions reflecting their shock. Syndra, exercise caution, they are not in my thrall. They merely detest this arrogant interloper, Biluin stammered, desperately attempting to salvage the situation. If only this boy would apologize, we would let bygones be bygones. The young master was genuinely alarmed. The Syndra before him was no longer the weak lord reliant on her forces. The aura she now wielded was magnitudes more powerful than before. Fool, you deserve your fate, Syndra sneered as she advanced menacingly toward the traitorous allies who had betrayed her. Particularly this seemingly impressive yet utterly ineffectual young lord of Biluin, even at this juncture, remains oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He still dares to hope for an apology from his liege? Or perhaps it is better for you to descend into the depths of hell and atone for your sins. Although Syndra is merely one person, as she strides towards the 20-odd abyssal lords, the 100,000 troops behind her retreat in unison, unwilling to confront the radiance of her might. Enough. Charge forward. Slay this madwoman. Biluin could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure exerted by Syndra. He bellowed furiously, commanding his troops to engage the enemy. The roar of over 10,000 warriors reverberated through the heavens, their momentum magnificent. Yet, Syndra remained utterly unfazed. She could single-handedly contend against the 80,000 mechanical beings before her. To her, they were nothing but garbage, unworthy of her attention. As the army surged like a torrential flood towards Syndra, an aura of malevolence enveloped her, golden lightning entwined around her form. In the blink of an eye, she vanished, transforming into a cascade of intertwining lights, swiftly traversing the tide of troops and arriving behind the abyssal lords. Thud, thud, thud. 20 severed heads tumbled to the ground in unison. How is it possible for a mere second-tier legend to display such prowess, rivaling that of a war general? The last head to fall belonged to Biluin, a scion of one of the 10 great families of Gulin. Even as his head separated from his neck, disbelief gripped him, and he whispered in horror, his eyes reflecting fear that would never fade, even in death. In mere moments, the 100,000 troops transformed into leaderless soldiers, their formation collapsing, akin to headless flies unsure of their next move. Chapter 83. Transforming abyssal creatures into my sustenance. Attention all troops. Your lord has perished, should you choose to resist. Death is your only fate. However, if you surrender now, you may still serve this territory. As the troops hesitated between following their lord into death or seeking escape, Lin Mo's voice once again resonated. Though softly, it reached every soldier's ears. The previously bewildered troops turned their gazes toward this enigmatic lord. The one who has slain our lord shall die. Do not think we will serve you. Even in death, we shall drag you down with us. The abyss shall never bow to servitude. Among the army, nearly 70% began to shout in fury. Subsequently, a barrage of attacks was unleashed towards Lin Mo seeking death. Syndra was incensed. She had not anticipated such unwavering loyalty from these fence-sitting troops. Yet, regardless of their fervent allegiance, they could not escape the clutches of death today. Syndra transformed into a streak of light once more, commencing her slaughter of those who dared resist. A myriad of colors stained the land with blood. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies piled high, creating a mountain of corpses amidst a sea of blood. Lin Mo observed silently, bearing witness to the brutality of the Lord's world. Those who do not pledge loyalty to me must be erased from existence. Within the span of a mere 3 minutes, the once mighty army was reduced to just over 40,000. Many abyssal creatures, paralyzed by fear, chose to switch sides. To be recognized by a lord capable of single-handedly facing 10,000 is indeed a privilege. We bow before the queen. After vanquishing the dissenters, Syndra, drenched in blood, ascended the peak of the corpse mound. In that moment, she resembled a demonic goddess from the depths of hell, exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust. The remaining 40,000 troops knelt before Syndra, offering their homage. A chorus of voices acknowledging her as their commander echoed in her mind. She smiled, reflecting on her past naivety and her belated enlightenment, amused by Lin Mo's benevolence towards her. Though her heart was tumultuous, she composed herself, cleansing the blood from her being with an imposing aura. Slowly, she approached Lin Mo and knelt on one knee. My lord, Syndra has not failed you. This act of reverence sent shockwaves through the ranks of the 40,000 troops. The queen is addressing that demon lord as my lord? My heavens! He is the true reason for her newfound strength. If the queen has become this formidable, how powerful must that demon lord be? Among the soldiers, whispers of astonishment echoed. They could hardly believe that Syndra, who had staunchly resisted the Ghouline demon lord, would choose to become another subordinate. You have endured much. Can you discern their current loyalty? Lin Mo inquired, nodding in approval. Yes, the majority hover around 60. Syndra casually surveyed the 40,000 soldiers and replied. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. A loyalty score ranging from 1 to 100, with 60 being the passing mark, indicates that these troops teeter on the brink of loyalty and betrayal. They are highly unstable, showing signs of defection at any moment. Only those with a loyalty score of 70 or above can be trusted as reliable troops. However, abyssal beings, being creatures of the dark, do not value loyalty as humans do. Their motivations are driven by self-interest. Should their lord falter, these beings, disinterested in loyalty, would easily turn against him. Furthermore, in the midst of battle, should their lord show signs of defeat, they are likely to flee. Such troops are utterly untrustworthy. A surge of murderous intent rose within Lin Mo. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he quelled the impulse to execute these soldiers. It was not out of kindness, but rather he saw a superior way to handle them. Divide these troops into two categories, those with loyalty above 70 and those below 70. Then, await my orders. Lin Mo commanded Syndra. Just moments ago, inspiration struck him. He suddenly realized that these troops possessed another significant purpose. Although they were not his direct soldiers, they still enjoyed his attribute effects ranging from 1 to 10. This meant that those who temporarily pledged allegiance to Syndra were currently classified as spirit entities. Since these troops are unfit for battle and executing them would yield little value, it would be far more advantageous to devour them as spirit entities, transforming them into sustenance for himself and his allies. After all, they are all silver tier units, and their combined effect is not inferior to that of the evil king's god tree sapling. Initially, Lin Mo pondered where he would find plant seeds upon arriving in the abyss, planning to cultivate land within Syndra's domain to rapidly enhance his strength. Now, with such a vast number of troops at his disposal, he merely needed to direct them to wage war against other abyssal lords, capturing their troops and subsequently converting the disloyal into nourishment. In this way, he could swiftly elevate his power within a month. Moreover, being of a different race, he would find it much easier to slay these abyssal beings. With a clear development strategy forming, Lin Mo immediately set his plans in motion. Syndra executed Lin Mo's orders. Among the 40,000 troops, nearly 80% exhibited loyalty below 70, including many of Syndra's direct subordinates. The remaining forces, mostly her direct troops, would be prepared to bolster their military strength for an assault on other abyssal lords' territories. The few thousand soldiers left would not need to engage in battle, they would merely oversee the operations. As soon as a deserter appears, strike them down decisively. And then either you or Bai Lian shall merge them with these scarlet valkyries. Lin Mo conveyed his plan to Syndra. Upon hearing this, Syndra's eyes immediately sparkled with clarity. How had she not thought of this? Indeed, surrounding the territory are 3 other abyssal forces. Should they launch a collective invasion or concentrate their might to defeat them one by one? Syndra inquired once more. What is the strength of those 3 forces? Lin Mo asked softly. The strongest among them is roughly comparable to my own forces. Syndra pondered for a moment before responding. Then we shall commence our assault together. These 100-odd scarlet valkyries will be divided into 3 groups and will join the siege army, Lin Mo decisively declared. Chapter 84, Legendary Abyssal Creature, Moonblade. Currently, the Scarlet Valkyries, upon entering their Valkyrie state, possess combat capabilities akin to that of legendary unit types. They are more than sufficient to vanquish these 3 forces. Remember the most crucial point. Any unit willing to surrender, regardless of loyalty, should be directly incorporated. They will then serve as nourishment for your forces, allowing you to expand in a snowball effect. I believe it will not be long before you command an army of 1,000,000. At that time, you shall be free from the ancient forest. Lin Mo advised earnestly. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Syndra appeared exceedingly exhilarated, her eyes radiating an unprecedented brilliance. I will set to work immediately, Syndra exclaimed with enthusiasm. Ding! Your hero unit Syndra's loyalty has increased to 90 points due to your wise decision-making. Lin Mo watched Syndra's departing figure, somewhat astonished. Already at 90 loyalty, 90 points can be considered as unwavering loyalty, while 100 signifies absolute devotion. Syndra's domain is named Purple Moon Tomb, symbolizing her destined rise to become a bewitching purple moon illuminating the entire abyss. She stands second only to none, and now her dream is beginning to take shape thanks to Lin Mo. The forces within the territory swiftly divided into 3 factions, with the inclusion of the Scarlet Valkyries. Each army comprised over 10,000 troops, and at Syndra's command, they all set out. The earth trembled. The momentum soared to the heavens. On the very day Lin Mo descended into the abyss, the ancient forest would witness an unprecedented wave of slaughter. This also signified the countdown to the downfall of the ancient forest demon lord's regime. As the grand army marched forth, a small faction within the Purple Moon Tomb territory stealthily vanished into the void. This faction initially did not heed Syndra's call to assemble. Following the significant upheaval in the territory, they clearly chose to inform their true master instead. This faction belonged to the 10 legendary core beast kings under the command of the ancient forest demon lord. They were the eyes and ears planted by the beast king to monitor Syndra's movements. Meanwhile, Bai Lian, a mythic hero, keenly sensed the changes occurring in the surrounding void. Without hesitation, a colossal sacred sword engulfed in holy flames manifested behind her, aimed directly at the distant void. With a swift thrust, 2 shadowy figures fell from the sky onto the ground. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow at this. He realized that his previous actions must have caught the attention of some observant individuals who intended to relay the information back. Were all intercepted? Lin Mo inquired with a furrowed brow. There should still be 2 that have escaped, Bai Lian replied somewhat sheepishly. It matters not. Have Syndra and the others hasten their offensive. Let us elevate our levels to 30 before those unknown enemies arrive. Lin Mo issued another command. Bai Lian nodded earnestly. And then the holy light enveloping her transformed into a pristine arrow that shot forth. Having completed these tasks, Lin Mo opened his lordly space. Inside lay a brand new item, Abyssal Crystals 36,800. This was one of Lin Mo's primary objectives for coming here. As he intended to use it to recruit units for the Abyssal War Tower, he constructed within his territory. In addition, he cast a curious glance at the Abyssal Crystals 33,000 in the adjacent space slot. These abyssal crystals were originally a special reward he received from battling the evil King God Tree during the 10,000 races initial cataclysm. He had initially planned to use them to summon legendary unit types, but as Lin Mo's prowess grew, legendary units would likely soon be insufficient to match his increasing strength. Thus, he thought to accumulate more abyssal crystals after arriving in the abyss to summon epic-tier biological units. However, after Syndra had slaughtered 60,000 units, not a single abyssal crystal had dropped for Lin Mo, which puzzled him greatly. He gazed at the 33,000 abyssal crystals, contemplating, and ultimately chose to summon a legendary abyssal creature. If there were any issues, he could simply inquire of the summoned creature. Ding! You have consumed 30,000 abyssal crystals. Randomly summoning a legendary abyssal creature. Ding! The legendary abyssal creature Moonblade has responded to your summoning. Accompanied by the sound of the notifications, a magic array identical to Syndra's slowly unfolded before Lin Mo, emanating a chilling aura of slaughter. Seeing this, Bai Lian immediately positioned herself in front of Lin Mo, her 4 wings unfurling, ever ready for battle. It is known that the beings Lin Mo summoned with abyssal crystals do not possess loyalty like regular units. It was highly probable that upon their emergence, they would turn hostile towards Lin Mo. Should they exhibit even the slightest hint of aggression, she would eliminate them without hesitation. From within the pitch-black magic array, a figure emerged, pale as paper, with a slender frame. Except for a pair of pupilless eyes and white arms, the rest of its body was entirely wrapped in black bandages. Tendrils of dark death energy coalesced around it, forming a sinister battle armor. 2 daggers radiating black light were concealed within its arms, poised to deliver a lethal strike to any adversary. Ancient Forest Warrior, Moonblade. Race, Abyssal Darkborn. Description: one of the 3 great generals under the Beast King, an outstanding assassin-type warrior of the Abyssal Darkborn tribe. Titles: Slayer of Millions, Legendary. Master of Disguise, Golden. Lord of Assassination, Golden. Grade, Legendary Tier 2. Level, 36. Strength, 10, 800. Stamina, 5, 400. Intelligence, 3, 400. Agility, 12, 500. Skills: Shadow Decapitation, Active. Light of Darkness, Passive. Veil of Shadows, Passive. 100 Slaughters, Passive. Rapid Rhythm, Passive. Loyalty: Summoned creature has no loyalty, but obeys the Lord's commands. Is this still the ancient forest? Who has summoned me? A voice, raspy and heavy, emerged from the mouth of Moonblade, ensconced in bandages. Instinctively, it gazed upon the being before it, adorned with white wings and exuding an icy aura of holy light. A holy being? And a human? How did you arrive in the abyssal ancient forest? Dare you intrude upon the ancient forest without authorization? You are courting death. As expected, upon seeing two entities not of the abyss standing before it, the abyssal creature unleashed a terrifying aura of murder. The two black daggers behind its arms were gripped tightly in preparation for a lethal assault. Ding! You have been afflicted with the enemy's paralysis debuff and despondency debuff. Chapter 85, The Curse of Holy Light? The formidable numerical suppression imposed by the adversary directly inflicted 2 layers of debuff upon Lin Mo. His 4-dimensional attributes plummeted by nearly half, leaving him feeling stiff as if his body had turned to stone and his mind slightly disoriented. In the next moment, the figure interwoven in black and white vanished from sight like a specter. The anticipated ambush did not materialize. Bai Lian summoned the power of holy light to dispel the debuff's effects on Lin Mo, then cast a peculiar glance towards the distance behind him. Lin Mo, understanding the situation, turned his gaze to the same distant point, his expression a mirthful smile. Before them, the Moonblade, which had previously stood merely a yard away, now appeared unsteadily over 100 meters away. A gaping chasm, 10 zhang long, had materialized in the space between them. What has happened? How have I grown so powerful? The Moonblade's featureless eyes widened slightly, revealing a look of astonishment despite the bandages that obscured his face. Moments ago, he had intended to strike down these two anomalies before him. Yet, after he unleashed his shadow decapitation skill with all his might, he found his attributes inexplicably amplified several times over, allowing him to leap 100 meters in a single bound, leaving him utterly taken aback. He quickly glanced at his attribute panel. The sight left him frozen in place. His current attributes had surged to nearly 8 times their former strength. Such power suggested he had reached at least level 50, a feat typically achieved only with an array of golden equipment. This sudden transformation bewildered him. Yet he keenly realized that this peculiar change began the moment he emerged from the teleportation array. The one who summoned him was this human. Lin Mo's Demon's Horn could only take effect against beings of legendary rank or lower. Those above the legendary tier could easily see through Lin Mo's disguise. It did not surprise him that the Moonblade had discerned his identity. At that moment, he observed the psychological shifts in the Moonblade, pondering whether he might, like the previous Syndila, be tempted by the allure of his mythic title's passive ability, thus considering an allegiance. To speak candidly, the Moonblade's 4-dimensional attributes were not particularly remarkable. Though he was already at level 36, only 2 of his attributes surpassed 10,000. However, a being's strength cannot solely be judged by the potency of their attributes. The prowess of their skills is equally crucial. The skill he had just employed against Lin Mo, even with Bai Lian at his side, had imparted an inexplicable sense of oppression upon him. Undoubtedly, the Moonblade's strength was formidable, perhaps not rivaling Bai Lian, yet significantly surpassing that of the current Syndila. If Lin Mo could recruit such a power, it would be advantageous, but only after he expanded his horizons considerably. The strength displayed by the Moonblade was indeed worthy of his consideration. It was he who had been somewhat unreasonable, thus he hoped for forgiveness from the esteemed one. As expected, the newly emerged Moonblade, after a brief contemplation, chose the same path as Syndila before him, bowing to a human capable of augmenting his might exponentially. With a flash, the Moonblade swiftly approached Lin Mo, kneeling on one knee. You have summoned me. Is there a task that requires my intervention? The Moonblade's demeanor had shifted from one of foreboding malice to one of remarkable humility and courtesy. Lin Mo chuckled inwardly. Indeed, no one can escape the law of true allure. You've discerned my humanity. The catalyst for your summoning was the abyssal crystals I accumulated after vanquishing the denizens of the abyss. However, I am perplexed as to why. Upon my arrival in the abyss, no more abyssal crystals have dropped from the creatures I slay. Lin Mo voiced his curiosity. Abyssal crystals are inherently bound to the unique rules of the abyss. These rules, cursed by the ancient holy light deity, dictate that any abyssal creature appearing outside its domain carries a trace of abyssal essence. When an abyssal being perishes beyond its realm, this essence crystallizes, allowing those of other races to summon enslaved creatures from the abyss. After witnessing Lin Mo's formidable power, the Moonblade no longer harbored animosity towards him. Indeed, he seemed inclined to lean against Lin Mo as a support, willing to divulge secrets detrimental to the abyssal beings. Lin Mo understood now. In plain terms, the Moonblade implied that only by slaying abyssal creatures outside their domain could one obtain abyssal crystals, ineffectual within the abyss itself. Thus, Lin Mo had to abandon the notion of utilizing abyssal crystals to summon epic-tier beings. However, upon further reflection, now that he had entered the abyss, as long as his amassed strength was sufficient, he could target the subordinates of the ancient forest demon lord to enslave epic-tier abyssal beings. With this in mind, Lin Mo turned once more to the Moonblade. The information panel indicated that he was a key subordinate of the ancient forest demon lord, likely possessing extensive knowledge regarding the distribution of power within that realm. How does your superior, the Skyward Beast King, rank among the forces under the ancient forest demon lord? Lin Mo decided to start his inquiries with the most fundamental information. To his surprise, however, the Moonblade hesitated upon hearing Lin Mo's intent to extract intelligence regarding his faction. Clearly, the Moonblade's heart had not yet fully swayed towards Lin Mo. Yet, this hesitation was entirely reasonable, as not all abyssal beings were unprincipled opportunists. The Moonblade's caution only served to elevate Lin Mo's regard for him. After all, he sought not to recruit a volatile, ticking time bomb. I understand. I shall not press you further. I have no pressing matters that require your assistance at this moment. You may return. Lin Mo casually waved his hand, dismissing the Moonblade. Thank you, merciful Lord. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. The Moonblade expressed gratitude, bowing once more to Lin Mo before gradually fading from view until he vanished completely. My lord, while this individual possesses considerable potential and significant room for growth, it is likely that he is among the rare abyssal beings who do not prioritize self-interest above loyalty. Such individuals are unlikely to be easily swayed by you. Lien interjected, voicing her thoughts. That is of little concern. I have ample time. Winning hearts is never a one-time endeavor, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, gazing into the vast and boundless abyss. Chapter 86. The Skyward Beast King's Trials and Arrangements. If, by the time I depart, I am still unable to recruit him, then he shall simply become sustenance for my growth. Lin Mo withdrew his gaze, murmuring softly to himself as he made his way towards the heart of Zendila's territory. Zendila was currently leading her forces against 3 rival factions. Upon their annihilation, nearly 80 of the resources would flow into Lin Mo's coffers. This was a rule that Zendila, as Lin Mo's subordinate, was obliged to adhere to. Of course, Lin Mo could consider diminishing this distribution ratio to bolster Zendila's power, but he deemed it unnecessary. As long as he grew stronger, Zendila's influence would become secondary, and her own strength would rise in tandem. With these thoughts, Lin Mo proceeded towards the floating lord's hall, eagerly awaiting the good news from the advancing army. Meanwhile, the 2 shadowy figures that had narrowly escaped under by Lien's watchful eyes had returned to the domain of their true master. In this realm resides a grand floating city, a magnificent stronghold constructed entirely from the bones of myriad creatures. Within its confines, a myriad of military units can be found, with even the weakest boasting a silver tier of 3 or 4. The more formidable forces have established their own sanctuaries within the city, presided over by legendary beings of immense power. Their retinues number in the tens of thousands. At the very heart of the city stands a crystalline peak, akin to a sword piercing the heavens. Within this peak lies an extraordinary world of its own, a colossal creature bearing the head of a tiger, the body of an elephant, the wings of an eagle, and the tail of a dragon, occupies the central crystal platform. Its aura flows like a tranquil river, exuding an ancient and profound presence. At this moment, it rests with its eyes gently closed, coiled in a posture of indulgent repose. My king, a grave incident has transpired. At this juncture, 2 shadowy figures, having fled from the territory of Syndra, revealed themselves before this bizarre ancient creature. They were serpentine beings, their humanoid forms cloaked in reflective scales that shimmered with an otherworldly sheen. As the peculiar ancient being heard their voices, it gradually opened its eyes. With this awakening, a tempest of thunder, wind, and fire erupted within the peak. One of its eyes sparkled with a sharp, lightning-like brilliance, while the other swirled with the intertwining forces of wind and fire. Upon rousing from its slumber, the once tranquil and ancient aura erupted into a tumultuous tide of wrath. Speak. The ancient being uttered a single word. There has been a disturbance in Syndra's domain. Allies who harbored intentions to encroach upon her territory have been entirely vanquished by her hand. Of the 100,000 abyssal forces, only 40,000 remain, and they have all pledged allegiance to her. The mastermind behind this upheaval appears to hail from the sinister faction of the Evil Forest. The 2 serpentine beings trembled with palpable fear, but hastened to divulge their intelligence. Is it possible that Syndra possesses such prowess? To single-handedly annihilate over 60,000 foes? The ancient creature narrowed its eyes slightly in contemplation. My subordinates speak only the truth. Syndra's transformation is likely tied to the influences of the Evil Forest. I witnessed her obedience to that individual, after slaying 60,000 and assimilating 40,000 abyssal beings. She heeded the commands of the one from the Evil Forest to commence a campaign against the 3 surrounding powers. The serpentine beings found cold sweat trickling from their scaled hides, their throats constricted with trepidation. Impudent. When has the affairs of the ancient forest ever been subject to interference from the Evil Forest? The ancient creature's fury ignited, its terrifying presence spilling forth uncontrollably. The 2 serpentine beings, mere silver-tier entities, felt as though their chests would burst from the pressure of the enraged legendary being's aura. Their eyes clouded with crimson and their sharp teeth gritting in a desperate struggle to endure. Summon the Tiger King. After a moment of simmering rage, the ancient being commanded once more. The 2 serpentine figures felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, hastening to obey and prepare for their departure. Forget it. This matter does not require the Tiger King's involvement. Instead, summon that black serpent. Just as they had taken a few steps, The ancient being's voice resonated again. The two figures, not daring to hesitate, responded in unison before vanishing swiftly into the peak. In but a brief moment, a pale figure, swathed in dark bandages, silently appeared before the ancient being. The newcomer bowed deeply, prostrating themselves before the creature. Have you grown stronger? The ancient being did not immediately address the task at hand, but instead scrutinized the visitor's power. I have fortuitously advanced, my attributes enhanced. The kneeling figure's pupil-less eyes narrowed slightly, beads of cold sweat seeping from beneath the bandages on their brow. If Lin Mo were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as the Moonblade, previously summoned by Lin Mo through 30,000 abyssal crystal cores. In the presence of his leader, he was also referred to as the Black Serpent. The one he bowed before was none other than the King of Beasts, a top-tier legend among the 10 elite of the ancient forest. He was also his direct superior, having followed the King of Beasts for just over a decade. He was acutely aware of the cunning and ruthless nature of his superior. The King of Beasts had survived for nearly a century, his own power having reached its zenith, with no further potential for growth. Thus, he constantly feared being supplanted by a successor. The subordinates he had gathered were predominantly talented individuals, yet there remained a significant gap between their strengths and his own. Over the past decade, the Moonblade had often faced challenges from the King of Beasts due to his rapid advancement in strength. Several times, he had nearly lost his life during missions assigned by the King of Beasts. However, as a member of the Darkborn tribe, he was regarded as a pariah even in the abyss. The King of Beasts had shown him favor, willing to take in his former self, and he harbored gratitude for this kindness. Thus, he had always exercised patience and restraint. Coupled with his relative weakness, he had refrained from any direct confrontation with the King of Beasts. Good, very good. Your growth brings me great comfort. Having a subordinate of your caliber is indeed a blessing for me, the King of Beasts. In the future, I hope you will take my place as Beast King, allowing me to enjoy my twilight years in peace. The King of Beasts slowly unfurled his form, his majestic dragon tail gradually transforming into two robust beastly legs. With this, he eased himself into a sitting position. The 7 colored crystals beneath him promptly responded to his change in posture, forming a crystalline throne. My subordinate dares not covet my king's lofty position. I seek merely a tranquil life of unrestrained slaughter. The Moonblade, well aware of the king's cunning nature, understood that the old fox was testing him once again. Enough of this for now. The Demon Lord has instructed me to keep an eye on that Syndra. There have been unexpected developments in her territory. You must investigate personally, for she has the backing of an individual from the evil forest. I need you to verify this with your own eyes. If they are indeed from the evil forest, warn them to leave peacefully. If not, eliminate them outright. The King of Beasts issued a directive to the Moonblade. My subordinate shall not disappoint my king. The Moonblade immediately accepted the command, vanishing into a wisp of smoke. The King of Beasts gazed at the spot where the Moonblade had departed, his eyes flickering with a glimmer of murderous intent. Tiger King, he called out in a low voice. A resounding roar echoed from outside, as a black tiger, the size of a small mountain, burst into the peak. Mist swirled around the tiger, which possessed 4 eyes, all of vivid crimson. Upon responding to the King of Beasts' summons and approaching, the mist enveloped the tiger before dissipating, revealing a burly man who knelt before the King of Beasts. My king, you called for me. The man, with long, black hair and exaggeratedly muscular bronze skin, had transformed into a human form, yet retained the 4 crimson eyes. The Black Serpent has gone to Syndra's domain. There have been recent unusual occurrences there. The Black Serpent may very well confront Syndra. She is no longer the same. Her strength has grown significantly, capable of slaughtering 100,000 silver-tier soldiers alone. It is likely the Black Serpent will not be her match. I want you to witness the Black Serpent's demise at Syndra's hands. If he manages to escape, you must intercept him mid-journey. Ensure he vanishes into the abyss. At this moment, the King of Beasts finally revealed his true nature. He had long desired the Moonblade's demise. After all, the latter had followed him for merely over a decade. When he first began to follow, he was still a mere golden-tier entity. Yet in the span of a decade, he had astonishingly ascended to the level of a legendary second-tier being. Such prowess, when surveyed across the vast abyss, is sufficient to secure a position among the top 10. Should he fail to seize this opportunity to eliminate the ticking time bomb by his side, it is inevitable that his counterpart will surpass him in the future, perhaps even usurp his place. This scenario is one he cannot allow to materialize. Rest assured, my king. Though the Black Serpent hails from the Darkborn and excels in assassination, against one as indomitable as I, he faces only a dead end. The Beast King's authority bestowed upon me has elevated my physicality to a level comparable to that of an abyssal titan. Even in his prime, I would effortlessly crush him. Warriors are inherently superior to assassins. This is a universal truth in the myriad worlds. Moreover, the Tiger King possesses a warrior-esque constitution rivaling that of a titan. Go forth, and do not disappoint me. Upon hearing this, the Celestial Beast King exhaled softly, then gradually closed his eyes once more. The Tiger King, upon receiving these words, revealed a sinister grin as he transformed into a black tiger and sped towards the territory of Syndra. Upon departing the Celestial Beast King's stronghold, the Moonblade did not immediately return to Syndra's domain. Instead, he glanced back at the direction he had come from and could not help but let out a heavy sigh. The abrupt summons to Syndra's territory had caught him off guard. He now found himself at a crossroads, compelled to choose between the Celestial Beast King and that human lord. Having served under the Celestial Beast King for over a decade, he had distinguished himself in countless battles, vanquishing numerous formidable foes. Yet now, the Beast King sought to eliminate him. The debt of gratitude owed for his past refuge had been repaid, but if he showed no mercy, he need not expect any from me. He opened the chat interface. Utilizing the information about Lin Mo that had been intertwined with the teleportation passage through which he had been summoned, he sent a message to Lin Mo. In the abyssal territory of the Purple Moon Tomb, within the Lord's Hall. Ding. Your unit, the Crimson Valkyrie, has slaughtered a swarm of abyssal swift archers. You have obtained 1 recruitment card for the abyssal swift archer unit, 149 magic crystals, 4,091 dark arrows, and 39 blackhorn bows, black iron max. Ding. Your hero unit, Syndra, has slain the abyssal hero, the Gravedigger Lich. You have acquired 1 recruitment card for an abyssal hero, 1 skill scroll for summon undead, silver grade, and 1 undead essence, silver material. Ding. Your hero unit, Syndra, has leveled up to level 28. Ding. Your unit, the Moonblade, has sent you an urgent message. Ding. Seated upon the Lord's throne, Lin Mo cradled the delicate form of White Lotus in one arm while relishing the spoils of victory. Suddenly, he received a message from the Moonblade. Curiosity piqued. Lin Mo opened the chat channel to see what news awaited him. Abyssal War, General Moonblade. The Celestial Beast King has taken note of your existence and intends to send me to your territory for investigation. Click to view special message. It seemed that those 2 who had fled had gone to the service of the Celestial Beast King. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and clicked on the special message. A panel of information materialized before him. Abyssal Beast, Celestial Beast King. Description: one of the 10 legendary subordinates of the ancient forest demon lord. Title: Beast Overlord Legendary, Steelboned Legendary, Absolute Slaughter, Golden. Rank: Legendary Max. Level: 43. Strength: 30,800. Stamina: 28,500. Intelligence: 11,300. Agility: 17,050. Status: Beast King's Might, Overlord's Journey, Despair Soul Ring. Skills: Beast Form, Active, Ancient Forest's Blessing, Passive, Beast King's Physique, Passive. Seeing this special message detailing the Celestial Beast King's attributes, Lin Mo could not help but smirk. His amusement stemmed not from the statistics of the Celestial Beast King, but from the realization that the Moonblade, whom he had set his sights upon, was beginning to contemplate joining his ranks. Lord Lin Mo, have you made your decision? Moonblade, to be candid, I have followed the Celestial Beast King for over a decade without any intention of changing allegiances, only because the Beast King has shown me kindness. However, his nature is one of suspicion. He believes I may threaten his position. Today, I have clearly sensed his murderous intent towards me. The Moonblade's message ended there, leaving a long silence in its wake. Lin Mo, I do not care for your background or circumstances, but once you choose to join me, defection will no longer be an option. You must consider this carefully. If you are merely seeking a temporary refuge by joining me, and later aspire to betray me, believe me, even if you escape to the sacred domain, you will not evade the clutches of death. As the Moonblade made his way towards Syndra's territory, he came to a halt upon reading Lin Mo's message. Though the threat before him was a mere human, he dared not dismiss the weight of the words. For the other's unfathomable power could elevate him to nearly 8-fold, even 10-fold, strength in an instant. Such might would make even the ancient deities of the sacred domain covetous.